Mu Bai, who maintained his deified form in the bamboo forest, did not look like a human. His long white hair looked extremely soft after being deified, but looking directly into his golden eyes revealed an extreme sharpness. A sharpness that had both indifference and the ability to cut through everything. Finally someone has entered. A charming voice came from the flowers and plants around Mu Bai. After looking around, Mu Bai suddenly opened the eye of divine punishment and instantly moved to a place several dozen meters away, while the place where he had been standing before was covered by a sword light. In the smoke and dust, the person who made the move cut off the smoke with a sword and held the spirit sword horizontally, with a soul-stirring color flashing in his eyes. Hua Yi has been waiting for a long time, and I thought no one would come in. Hua Yi is a beautiful monster with an unforgettable appearance. She is slender and about 1.7 meters tall. Her exquisite figure reveals a charming and moving aura. Her long hair falls to her shoulders, like a black waterfall hanging down to her waist. The hair is dotted with silver threads like stars, and each strand is shining with mysterious light. Her eyes are deep purple, like the brightest stars in the night sky, which makes people intoxicated. Her face is oval. Her skin is white as snow. Her lips are red and her teeth are white. And she smiles with a touch of charm. There is no doubt that this female monster who calls herself Hua Yi is obviously a sword monster. Her weapon is an ancient spiritual sword, and the sword is inlaid with several bright gems, shining brightly. When Hua Yi swings the sword light is like a meteor that cuts through the night sky, full of strange power. And the sword has her breath. But on the contrary, her breath is not as good as the spiritual sword she holds. Mu Bai looked at the other party deeply and said curiously, "This is the first time I have seen a demon who has become a sword. If you are willing, I can take you away from here, as long as you serve me from now on." "Serve? My friend, you may not know the rules here. In fact, including the old turtle in front, we are just a projection that has been collected and do not really exist. If we leave this Dishuan Cave paradise, we will disappear." Hua Yi has a graceful figure and a light and agile voice. Just by listening to the other party's words, Mu Bai actually felt a kind of sword intent hidden in it. "It seems that we will fight to the death." After saying that, Mu Bai did not waste any words and slashed out with a horizontal sword, facing the opponent's first move. Hua Yi responded with a sword-drawing style. When the spirit sword was unsheathed, the continuous drizzle of sword intent not only divided Mu Bai's slashing, but also wrapped the opponent's sword intent and slashed in the opposite direction. The two swords kept colliding with each other in the interweaving of light and shadow. But surprisingly, Hua Yi could always keep up with Mu Bai's speed under such a high frequency of sword collisions. The opponent's swordsmanship attainments can be said to be perfect, and she is proficient in using various swordsmanships, both offensive and defensive, sharp and swift. Her swordsmanship contains the power of nature, and can control elements such as wind, rain, and lightning to use them for her own benefit. After several sets of natural swordsmanship, Mu Bai actually fell behind for a short time. If it weren't for his brute force, he would not be able to match the opponent with his swordsmanship alone. Flowers and grasses sword ultimate move. Dead would revive in spring. In the swordsmanship, Hua Yi's voice gradually faded, and she also made the flowers bloom with beautiful light, dissolving Mu Bai's violent slashing while guiding the power of the flowers to form a powerful attack wave. At this moment, the surrounding flowers and plants are becoming more and more lush, and a kind of charm appears in her swordsmanship. This power seems to be able to manipulate the thoughts and emotions of others. There is a kind of charming magic in her eyes, which can confuse the enemy or inspire the inner desire of others, making them lost in the illusion and lose their fighting spirit. Mu Bai, who seemed to have entered an illusory dream, could not help but be shocked by this extremely beautiful swordsmanship, although these spiritual charms could not affect him in the state of deification. The vitality and withering of all things in the opponent's swordsmanship made him particularly inspired. There is a great terror between life and death. The next moment, a crazy death intention emerged in Mu Bai's eyes. With his strong domineering aura, he turned into a black slash at a weird angle to shatter the swordsmanship illusion. After this black light fell into the bamboo forest, the surrounding bamboos were instantly cut off. But Hua Yi walked out of the broken bamboo slowly. Mu Bai frowned and looked down at his left arm. He saw a shallow wound that appeared there at some point, and the stabbed part was withering rapidly. Mu Bai controlled the withering speed of the wound with a slight movement of his mind. What a wonderful swordsmanship! It is worthy of being a sword demon. I will use the strongest swordsmanship here. The first sword of 7 styles of cutting the sky is to cut the Tao and forgive myself. And the second sword is? The Tao cannot be discussed. The five senses disappeared. And then, the world seemed to merge together, as if it was a chaotic feeling. The divine wind knocked slowly between the heaven and the earth. The ethereal and almost invisible sound gradually became louder. From blowing the weeds to shaking the stars. The slash that tore the boundary between life and death slid down silently. Hua Yi, with an excited look, held the spirit sword in her backhand, facing the opponent's soul-shaking sword. She knew that there was no possibility of hiding. In this case, why not bloom the last fragrance? Hua Yi sword technique. Falling moon style. The bright moonlight fell and merged with the illusory chaos. When the two collided, the spirit sword could not bear the heavy burden, and broke. With a crisp shattering sound, Mu Bai stabbed Hua Yi in the throat with a sword, and Mu Bai looked down at his chest, where there was a crack. Unprecedented mysterious swordsmanship. I'm afraid even Qian Mingzi can't match you in swordsmanship. Looking at the injury on his chest, Mu Bai nodded slightly. But a moment later, he stepped over the other's body and headed for the next level. After crossing the dense bamboo forest, the scene in front of him suddenly changed drastically. 3 volcanoes were spewing magma. And in the middle of these 3 volcanoes was a figure wrapped in flames. The sword spirit is full in front. It seems that you killed the sword monster on the sword path. The soaring spirit in this voice proved that the other party was a strong man who was mainly physical. Although the other party did not have the domineering aura. The extremely exaggerated blood demon aura made Mu Bai slightly stunned. It can be said that among the monsters he had seen, the man wrapped in flames in front of him was the most powerful. Even the monster suspected of being the white bone spirit that appeared in the Dongsheng trial was far inferior to him. As if he had noticed that Mu Bai was looking at his face. The strong voice in the firelight said apologetically, "Sorry. I made you unable to see my face clearly." After that, he shook his arm. And the flames that spontaneously condensed from the power of his blood quickly dissipated, revealing his true face. He was about 2 meters tall, with a sturdy and strong physique, well-proportioned muscles, each of which exuded a metallic luster, and his skin was dark red, as if the fire was burning in his body. His black hair fell to his waist, flowing like a waterfall, swaying gently with his movements. His eyes were deep amber, burning like flames, exuding a majestic and strange aura, and his face was majestic and resolute. There was a pair of dragon horns on his forehead, as if symbolizing his identity as a demon king. Quite polite. Mu Bai, who suddenly had this idea, shook his head slightly. One I don't quite understand. The first level can be said to be a test of my offensive power. So the opponent is an old turtle with strong defense. The second level of the sword demon may be to test my swordsmanship or adaptability. What is the meaning of your guarding the third level? In Mu Bai's eyes, the opponent's momentum is as amazing as the falling sun. Even he has to admit that the opponent's physical strength is enough to match that of a monster like himself. Looking at the entire royal court, I'm afraid that only the 2-star masters Tan Lang and Ziwei can be said to have an absolute chance of winning against such a strong opponent. The demon king slowly stood up and led the fire element power of the entire space. As he stood up, it seemed that the whole world became brighter. My name is... Forget it. You can call me Yin Mo. The change in the difficulty of the level itself is a hard test for the challenger. So even if you use your skills to get through the first 2 levels, you can't get through here again by using unorthodox methods. This is what the old man who founded your royal court meant. Old man? Calling the god emperor level strongman who founded the royal court like this? It seems that this man who calls himself Flame Demon did not enter the Emperor Xian's space by becoming a phantom like Hua Yi or Lao Gui. Flame Demon. It is the long-extinct demon race. Thinking of the books he had read before, Mu Bai was a little excited. According to the ancient books he had read, the blood of Flame Demon is the top flame power. The flesh of this race is extremely strong and can resist almost all attacks. The burning flame power flows in the body of Flame Demon, which gives it unparalleled strength and endurance. Ordinary underage Flame Demon children can easily lift boulders and smash mountains with one palm. Their bodies are so strong that they are almost indestructible. In addition to the strength of the body, the Flame Demon also has the ability to control fire. It can freely manipulate fire to create powerful fire attacks such as scorching fireballs, fire tornadoes, and seas of fire. Their fire attacks are extremely hot and can burn everything to ashes. At the same time, they can also use the power of fire to heal and quickly recover their own or others' injuries, just from the control of fire. This Flame Demon clan is the strongest among the mythical creatures such as the Golden Crow and the Phoenix. In the era of its existence, this powerful Demon King level creature can also be called the Golden Race. Of course, this is also in the era when blood strength is respected. In sharp contrast, there are creatures that cannot even be selected as bronze races. It seems that you know about our existence. Your body is far superior to humans of the same realm. I can feel the strength of your body. It's incredible that an ordinary person in the Dharma ending age can actually cultivate to this level. Huh? You cultivated to the Sun Wheel realm with your body? The somewhat surprised Flame Demon rubbed his hands. He had been waiting here for countless years. The time was so long that even a rational person like him was about to forget it. He was not afraid of waiting. He was afraid that the challenger he waited for would be killed at the previous level. And he was afraid that even the one who could come to him would be just an inferior strongman. But now it was different. The human standing in front of him was enough to rank among the stars in the era. He could see the bone age of the creature, and could clearly see that the other party's bone age was less than 30 years old. This was simply too exciting. Human, what is your name? Mu Bai, who felt the other party's overwhelming fighting spirit, said in a deep voice. Mu Bai? Taken from the meaning of daylight. Mu Bai. H. Low. As soon as the voice fell, the Flame Demon, like a god of war, tore the surface with a punch. The punch with a heavy sonic boom brushed past several mountain peaks and smashed the sky in front. The thunder-like fist wind swept across the fields. Mu Bai dodged 3 times in a row and passed through the gap of the fist wind and slashed down with a divine sword. The powerful sword intent blocked the fist intent with a crushing force. Seeing this, the Flame Demon, who was not angry but happy, gradually tore the outer armor with his hands. As the unknown armor that bound his hands fell to the ground, the nearby mountains actually made a vibration sound. Without this layer of restraint, the Flame Demon shook the world with his fists and tore Mu Bai's sword intent alive from the middle. Seeing that the other party was still hesitating, Yen Mo also exhaled a breath of thunder and fire and reminded Mu Bai, the purpose of this level is to let you fight me with the purest original power without the help of external forces. Swords, sticks, or restrictive magic weapons or artifacts are all useless on me. Seeing that the other party was so open, Mu Bai naturally did not think that the other party was just reminding him. But at the moment, it was indeed the best choice for him to fight this strong man with his physical body. He could feel that the sword art was greatly weakened in this level of space. The end of the deified form, the evil ghost-haunted form, is activated based on the power of the 2 divine bodies. The strongest physical form that contains various fruit powers, and the divine power of the Eye of Divine Punishment has set off a layer of terrifying energy fluctuations just by opening. The shadow of the chain that cannot be suppressed surrounds Mu Bai's body, while his skin gradually hardened into a kind of hard armor. Mu Bai's physical strength was extremely compressed. His originally handsome face gradually twisted into a huge vertical pupil, and the deterrent power it exuded filled Mu Bai's whole body with an unprecedented attitude. After transforming into the evil ghost-haunted form, Mu Bai immediately turned into an energy shock wave that could not be detected by the naked eye. With pure physical strength, he bent his leg muscles and instantly punched through tens of thousands of meters to blast the Flame Demon into the ground. Squeak! 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 The fist wrapped in the power of vibration was extremely heavy. In the heavy sound of space shattering, the Flame Demon who took the vibration punch with his chest was blasted into the ground with a big laugh. The strong vibration wave caused the surrounding surface to begin to vibrate at the same frequency. And Mu Bai, who blasted the opponent into the ground with one punch, exuded red stripes all over his body. But at the moment, he was not happy that he had not hurt the opponent at all. After feeling the punch just now, Mu Bai's expression became more solemn. Even through the tremor fruit, he could sense that the toughness of the opponent's chest was simply outrageous. Before the vibration force dissipated, the ground exploded. The Flame Demon who returned to the surface took off the armor that bound his legs. After the armor was removed, the Flame Demon, who was light all over, said with some expectation, "This way there will be no restraints. And I can keep up with your speed." Before the voice fell, the fiery red figure instantly turned into hundreds of afterimages. Mu Bai's body was constantly hit at an angle and speed that could not be avoided in the form of evil spirits. His tyrannical physical strength even produced some effects of Mu Bai's tremor fruit. The surrounding mountains and the surface of the ground were all shattered under his madness. And even the craters of the 3 volcanoes gradually shattered. And the surging magma could not erupt at all, just because the strong wind caused by the body was enough to break the mountains and shatter the rocks. Mu Bai, who was caught in it, raised his arms and curled up his body to avoid harm by minimizing his body size. Under the heavy physical impact of the storm, Mubai felt numb all over. Each of the opponent's heavy impacts was enough to kill the physical body of a peak Moon Wheel Realm expert in seconds. Even an ordinary Sun Wheel Realm expert would not be able to withstand 3 rounds of impact, and would have his bones and internal organs shattered. Mubai, who had survived several instances of nearly 10,000 rounds of impact, was really a little dizzy at the moment. After using the Eye of Divine Punishment to instantly distance himself, Mubai immediately activated his Observation Haki. With the abundant Observation Haki, the trajectory of the Flame Demon's attack gradually became traceable, following the information such as the amplitude and frequency of the opponent's muscle activation. Mubai jumped into the air and hit the Flame Demon's neck with a powerful whip kick. The extreme physical strength plus the force of the whip kick made the Flame Demon sink halfway into the ground in an instant. Without waiting for it to react, Mubai took advantage of the situation to activate the breathless continuous attack mode. The speed of his punches could even leave a shadow of the afterimage. He attacked the Flame Demon whose trajectory was seen through with an almost crazy and violent attack. Under the overwhelming force, the Flame Demon's body continued to smash the mountains and retreated at a faster speed. But even in this situation, the Flame Demon's laughter did not stop, as if he was reminiscing about hundreds of thousands of years of loneliness or appreciating the previous battles. After being pressed down and punched through hundreds of mountains, this top demon with the blood of the king among the Flame Demons suddenly opened his eyes. Under Mubai's Observation Haki, he suddenly changed the previous battle trajectory and battle mode, and replaced it with a more tricky random punch bombardment. While punching to dissolve Mubai's attack, he also observed his fighting method with his naked eyes in the opposite direction, and suppressed Mubai comprehensively. This guy. After the one-eyed vertical pupil opened the teleportation, Mubai, who had just opened the distance, was punched into the sky by punches. When his body was soft, the whip kick afterimage similar to his previous whip kick fell on his face like a battle axe. With a crisp breaking sound, a tiny crack appeared on Mubai's right arm. This was the first time that Mubai had received such an injury while being haunted by evil spirits. Although the broken marks were repaired temporarily, Mubai felt unprecedented pressure under the continuous pursuit of the Flame Demon. It was a complete crushing in terms of physical strength and speed. He rarely felt this feeling, even when he fought against the 3-star master in the God-Son selection competition of the royal court. He had never been so embarrassed. Although the Flame Demon, whose whole body had become an attacking means, was suppressing Mubai at this moment, the temperature of the flame on his body was gradually decreasing. As the temperature decreased, Mubai could sense that the opponent's attack speed was also affected. He was about to seize this opportunity to counterattack, but he suddenly felt a sense of uneasiness. The Flame Demon, who was pulled away by him, suddenly had a sharp increase in body temperature, as his heart emitted intense heat like a hot furnace. The Flame Demon's entire body actually expanded a little, and the red light turned into a more aggressive meteorite and attacked Mubai again. But this time he was faster, stronger, divine power, falling true fire. The Eye of Divine Punishment teleported, feeling the power of the opponent's attack. Mubai quickly teleported, but his teleportation trajectory seemed to be seen through by the Flame Demon, and he was caught up several times in a row. Even when Mubai teleported to the opposite angle of his movement trajectory, he was still caught up by the opponent. This is as fast as a tracking missile. He was almost amused by the anger, and he used his Overlord color to wrap his whole body and prepared to fight the opponent head-on. The black and red spirit was compressed into Overlord Lightning in his hand. Mubai, who held the Overlord Lightning with his bare hands, had a golden crow shadow flashing in his right hand. The Great Sun True Flame and Overlord Lightning bombarded the Flame Demon's magical moves at the same time, and the flame power of both sides spread rapidly in the collision. After being dragged hundreds of thousands of meters away, they could not dissipate. The two entangled flames quickly decided the winner. The Flame Demon blood flame of the Flame Demon race was still too weak for the Great Sun True Flame. When the two flames burned each other, the Great Sun True Flame always destroyed the other in the end. In the flame cloud at the center of the battlefield, Mubai, who was hit by the opponent's magical power, had his forearms broken, and even his internal organs were shaken out in different ways. This was the result of the existence of the Tremor fruit, which allowed him to become a shock man and avoid most of the injuries. The Flame Demon, who had endured the compressed version of the domineering Haki, and the Great Sun True Flame was not feeling well either. He stood in the distance with his whole body on fire, panting and using the power of his blood to suppress the high temperature on his body. A clear tear on his neck was particularly eye-catching. Mysterious flame. As expected, pure racial blood is still no match for the power of the fruit mastered by humans. I have personally experienced your kind of human-specific king domineering haki, but they don't seem to be as exaggerated as you. You are the real monster. Mu Bai, who is repairing his injuries, said seriously. The two looked at each other, and the monstrous demon power and the domineering haki confronted each other from afar. And then, they tore the surface again and attacked each other. The two meteors that kept hitting each other in the lava volcano area seemed to be fighting endlessly. And the sonic booms, like the arrival of the god of death, kept stirring on this land. Broken bones throughout the body? Repair. Torn muscles? Repair. Damaged internal organs? Repair. Broken arms? Repair. Blown heads? Repair. The two men did not decide the winner for a long time under the collision of extreme flesh. The bloody battle scene was so bloody that even the warriors with strong psychological endurance could not remain calm. The hot blood spread on the surface, and the flame demon in the hot flame blood once again activated various magical powers, all of which were super destructive powers with the blood of Yanyanmo. Mu Bai relied on the combination of various devil fruits to constantly reverse the situation of the battle. After enduring waves of unsolvable magical attacks, he could still counterattack to a certain extent. In the bloody fight, only the one with a firm will can win. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. When the 4th day came, the two fighting maniacs finally showed signs of exhaustion, which was a symbol of exhausting all their strength. Although they were still full of energy, both sides knew that there would be no result if they continued to fight. It was nothing more than a decline from a mythical fighting method to a collision, like ordinary human warriors. This lava area has been completely changed at this moment. There are extremely strong energy fluctuations in hundreds of thousands of deep pits, and various energy turbulences are raging here. After the 3451st collision between the god of war and the flame demon saber, the two of them pulled away at the same time. Mu Bai, it is meaningless to fight any further. You are fully qualified to enter the next level to obtain the treasure of your founder by fighting with me to this extent. It's just that I have some selfish motives. So I want to ask you to witness a move that I have worked hard for more than 100,000 years to figure out. The flame demon, whose body was ulcerated, was still full of energy. It can be seen that he was really happy. The love of fighting may have been deeply engraved in his bones. Even failure or death cannot stop this enthusiasm that crosses racial barriers. Mu Bai, who was also in a miserable state, had some doubts in his pale golden eyes. He had actually learned a lot after the battles in the past few days. He even said that for a period of time, Mu Bai and this powerful bloodline of the Flame Demon clan even changed their fighting methods to use the other party's fighting posture and fighting logic to reverse the other party's fighting posture. Although the two were not in the same era, they were very familiar with each other in the battles in these days. So when Mu Bai heard that the Flame Demon was going to use his best moves, he was also like a formidable enemy. After all, a move that could be compared to a trick by a person of the opponent's level must not be simple. The end of everything is the starting point. The beginning of everything is the end. And so is death. Live towards death. Hollow Star Destroyer Fist. The Flame Demon's core shattered, and the powerful energy that exceeded the body's tolerance was beating violently like the heart of the world. The layers of space blockade also indicated that the entire space could no longer escape by space jump type abilities. A faint white thread merged into the Flame Demon's fist, and the entire Emperor Xian Cave heaven and earth was actually trembling in the gray world of color change. The white silk thread turned into endless energy waves, and the azure blue howling shock waves shattered the world and turned into a 1,000-foot-high illusory fist shadow that crushed towards Mu Bai. A punch to death? No. This was clearly a punch to death. The entire lava space gradually disintegrated, and Mu Bai, who had no way to avoid it, was hit head-on. Boom! The third layer disappeared. Under the power of this punch, all the matter in the entire space was annihilated. Mu Bai didn't even leave a body. Whether it was bones or blood, all disappeared in this punch beyond imagination. I don't know how long it took. The white powder gradually condensed into a heart, and the void chain gradually condensed into a brand new body under the operation of the 8 desolate prison body. Mu Bai, who was half kneeling on the ground, felt depressed. If he hadn't ascended to the sun wheel with his physical body and obtained a nearly immortal body, I'm afraid that the punch that annihilated the space just now would be enough to kill him. Flame Demon didn't leave a name, but only the name of the race. Mubai muttered to himself. And the golden crow divine fire rolled on his body. The next moment, a fiery red gilded robe appeared on his naked body. This time, after reorganizing his body with the 8 desolate prison body. Although the power of the stars dropped by 1 level, the power system in his body seemed to be more perfectly integrated. I don't know whether this is a blessing or a curse. After exhaling a breath of foul air, Mubai realized that he seemed to be in an empty mirror world. Under his feet was a reflective mirror similar to the surface of a lake. After looking down at his face, he walked towards the depths of the mirror world. When he reached the end of this space, Mubai stopped. A mysterious feeling appeared in front of him. He could feel that if he took another step forward, something he could not bear would happen. This kind of premonition of seeing and hearing reminded him that he was very sure. Thinking of this, Mubai did not continue to move forward, but came to the source of light in this mirror world. In front of the bronze mirror engraved with the Qianquan Bagua and various ancient runes. Seeing the words under the mirror, Mubai's pupils shrank. Haotian mirror. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mythical treasure Haotian mirror. Haotian mirror can create a person in the mirror to enter other worlds for cultivation. And all relevant information copies the basic template of the original body. The function is unknown. The ability is unknown. The current authority is insufficient to analyze. The current authority is insufficient to open the subsequent ability. The current authority is insufficient to explain. Under a series of insufficient authority, Mubai was somewhat stunned to find that this artifact seemed to be useless in his hands. When he thought of this, he looked at the mirror of the Haotian mirror, where he saw himself. A strange feeling came to him, as if the one in the mirror was the real him. And now, he was just the Zhuangzhou in Zhuangzhou's dream of a butterfly. After reaching out to touch the Haotian mirror tentatively, Mubai was swallowed by a burst of white light. When he woke up again, he had returned to the entrance of the Emperor Xianke paradise. The Haotian mirror disappeared. Another even weirder thing was that the sound of the system upgrading came from Mubai's mind. Ding dong. It was detected that the person in the Haotian mirror had entered the inner world. The host can do 2 things at the same time. Controlling the body and consciousness of the main world, while controlling the consciousness and body of the person in the mirror. That is, in the dark sky, the man in the mirror, Mubai, followed his instinct and got on the lonely boat. When the lonely boat passed the 2 remains of the gods above the clouds, his consciousness gradually blurred, as if he fell asleep. Number 1 has completed the task and can eat. Experimental subject number 2 cannot eat if he has not completed the goal. Experimental subject number 34 seems to have some mental problems. The vague voice in his ear gradually dissipated. And after Mubai gradually woke up, the first feeling he had was that there was no star power here. And then he stretched out his hand with a strange look. This look scared him a lot. And he saw that the tender hands were clearly in the shape of a child. The laboratory staff in white coats were taking blood tests on the children in the room. And Mubai fell asleep because he was too sleepy when taking blood just now. After taking a look at the technology in the room calmly, Mubai looked a little strange. It seemed that the level of technology here was much worse than that in the main world. It could be said to be crude. The tip of the iceberg of the artificial devil fruit research base he approved was far beyond here. Ding dong. After entering the inner world, the host can choose a devil fruit to use. The current body is the body of the man in the mirror. Except for the power of the devil fruit selected. All the host states have nothing to do with the original body in the main world. Fruit selection? Mubai looked a little serious and looked at the needle that was pulled out. After thinking for a moment, he immediately made a choice. It is strange that there is no star power in this world. Normally, the star power in the inner world should exceed that of the main world. However, choosing the tremor fruit is the safest choice in the current unclear situation. After all, the power of the tremor fruit is far greater than that of the mythical species in the environment without star power. I choose the tremor fruit. Ding dong. The host chooses the tremor fruit to take effect. Mubai can feel the power in Baizan's arm that can cause space vibration in this smaller body. When the laboratory testers finished drawing blood and left one after another, Mubai was untied, and the mechanical arms placed the children on the ground one after another. Looking at the appearance of nearly 40 or 50 children around him, Mubai suspected that this should be a place for some kind of human experiment. However, before he was sure of the specific situation, he still had to get familiar with the environment. Mubai could not understand the voices of the children around him. When he could not understand the other party's language, Mubai sat in the corner carefully to observe and learn. In less than a day, he basically mastered the basic communication of this world. It was not that he was gifted, but the language here was very similar to the language of China. So he learned it very easily. In this process, he also learned his name, or the code name of this body. Number 12. While thinking about these things, a white-haired little Lolita holding a doll came over not far away. Play games. Mu Bai ignored the other party's request. Play games. Walked to the side, and continued to be in a daze. The white-haired little Lolita followed, and continued to talk. Mu Bai, who was a little speechless, was now a little sensitive to the white-haired woman. So seeing that the other party was so persistent, he also said, "Are you a repeater? What game are you playing?" Repeater. The white-haired little girl on tiptoe continued to repeat. Repeater. 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 Looking at the mentally ill little white-haired little girl repeating the word in a childish voice, Mu Bai thought that she had a language barrier. So he explained, "Repeater means that you repeat a sentence or a word, just like you are doing now. This room is very large, and there is an ecological park and an activity area." The children who were playing football in the room next to them immediately hid away with a look of seeing a ghost after seeing Mu Bai talking to the little white-haired little girl. Mu Bai, who was a little curious, turned around and was surprised to find that the little white-haired little girl had disappeared. When he was curious, he saw the door of the room open. He had found that the old man, who was suspected to be the leader of the laboratory here, was looking at the children, playing with a complicated expression inside. When he leaned against the wall and thought that the other party was going to eliminate the failed test product, he saw many people led by the leader into the room. "Here are all the people. All the experiments on them have failed. I hope you can treat these children well. After all, there, Sai." The other party waved his hand and left in the middle of the conversation. Mu Bai was speechless. He hated people who spoke halfway. After a continuous stream of men and women came in, they began to take the children away according to their number plates. Seeing this, Mu Bai realized that he was wrong. This was clearly to find adoptions for the experimental children. Mu Bai, with black hair and black eyes, was a standout among the children. He had a clean temperament that made people remember him at a glance. So when he was watching the show with his hands folded, a young woman with long hair was also staring at him. Mu Bai turned around and said strangely, "You adopt me?" This rhetorical question made the iceberg-like woman slightly stunned. Then she smiled and said softly, "Could it be that you adopted me?" The young woman holding 2 number plates looked very elegant, with long hair draped over her shoulders, giving people a very gentle feeling. But her eyes seemed a little unusual, and the light blue halo seemed to be as cold as an iceberg. This contrast made Mu Bai suspect that the other party was not an ordinary person. After all, the temperament was different. Mu Bai, who had just entered the inner world and behaved low-key, naturally would not refuse to adopt. But when he just took a step to follow the woman, the white-haired little Lolita grabbed his sleeve and followed him. "Auntie, you are so beautiful. Nonyo wants to go with you." The long-haired woman touched the little Lolita's hair and smiled and said, "Then the beautiful auntie will take you away. Okay? We will buy big dolls in the future." "Okay, auntie." The little Lolita, who spoke very normally, glanced at Mu Bai and shook her head. "Aren't you a repeater?" Mu Bai, who felt that he had been deceived, was a little speechless. I don't know if it was because of his physical age that Mu Bai thought about problems from the perspective of a child at this moment. When the long-haired woman led the two out of the laboratory, Mu Bai was slightly shocked, because the world that appeared in front of him was a little strange. Under the night sky, the towering skyscrapers flashed neon lights in the dark, dyeing the entire city into a brilliant color. The buildings on both sides of the street were surrounded by futuristic designs. The combination of steel and glass formed a city landscape full of technological atmosphere. From the sky, countless aircraft shuttled through the air, drawing streamlined trajectories, like a group of twinkling stars, emitting faint light. On the streets, people wore fashionable cyberpunk clothes, and the LED light strips on their bodies flashed various gorgeous patterns. Their hairstyles were unique and avant-garde, some with metal decorations, and some with bright colors. On the roofs of the city, huge billboards flashed non-stop, promoting various technological products and virtual reality games. Words and images intertwined together to form unique electronic pictures, attracting people's attention. Prosperity and ruin. Modified people frequently appeared. Cyberpunk? Mu Bai's head was full of question marks. A cyberpunk-like otherworld? Mu Bai, who was repairing his injuries in the Emperor Xian Cave Paradise in the main world, opened his eyes in surprise. In his mind, everything the man in the mirror saw in the other world was what he had experienced personally. There seemed to be no big difference in the behavior and consciousness of the two worlds. It's just that the time flow in the other world seemed to be faster in comparison. But what made Mu Bai more curious was that it was obvious that the world he saw in front of him was a world dominated by technology. That is to say, when the star power in the main world increased, there was no star power in the other world. This was the reality. Is it the flow of time? Mu Bai muttered to himself. After completely repairing the injuries caused by the punch of the flame demon, he slowly got up. Compared with the man in the mirror in the other world, he still had a lot of work to do. The other world. When walking through the city streets, the man in the mirror, Mu Bai, found that it seemed that there was only technology as the driving force here. He followed the woman who called herself Lu Wanqiu, and could see the covetous eyes in the dark corners. Obviously, this was the slum area of the city. Mu Bai followed Lu Wanqiu into a white maglev car with a calm expression, and found that the white-haired little Lolita Nuonyo next to him was always staring at him. Why do you always look at me? You are different from others. But I can't tell where you are different. Nuonyo opened her innocent big eyes, and seemed to be thinking about something. While Mu Bai looked at the world outside the window, many people walking on the street had undergone some kind of transformation. And many were even over-transformed. He looked a little tired after retracting his gaze. Although he had the power of the Xinjiang fruit, and had the power to temporarily protect himself in this world, the bodies of ordinary people were still too fragile here. Even if they wanted to practice, they could not rely on the power of the stars. After all, there was not even a little extraordinary energy here, let alone the power of the stars. You are all old enough to go to junior high school. I can handle the admission procedures for you in the next few days. But did you have your names before? Lu Wanqiu, who was driving, looked at the rearview mirror and said with a smile, Mu Bai, 12 years old. My name is Nuonyo. If possible, I can follow my aunt's surname and be called Lu Nuonyo. I'm 11 years old. After hearing the little lowly's speech, Lu Wanqiu certainly had no reason to object. But Mu Bai's words caught her attention. Your surname is Mu? Is it not okay? If not, I can also be named Lu. Hearing the other party's question, Mu Bai thought there was an objection. But it was not a big deal anyway. The name was just a code name. Holding the steering wheel, Lu Wanqiu said with some memories, That's not the case. My mother's surname is Mu. Maybe we are really destined to be together. After the maglev car passed through the dark rainy night, it slowed down in a more dazzling and splendid city that never sleeps in the distance. Compared with the area just now, the public security here is obviously better. When Lu Wanqiu drove into an underground parking lot, the two of them got out of the car. Lu Wanqiu took the two of them to the elevator and glanced at the expressions of the two children nervously. She was actually a little afraid that they would not be able to adapt. After all, after living in that laboratory for such a long time, children of this age would normally have psychological shackles, and would become uneasy if they were to leave their familiar environment for a short period of time. Fortunately, after her observation, it seemed that Mu Bai was very calm, and Lu Nuonyo did not have any anxious reaction. After taking a breath, the elevator on the 33rd floor in front of Lu Wanqiu finally opened. Su Yi followed curiously, and entered the room after Lu Wanqiu opened the door. As soon as you enter the living room, you can find that this is a cold-tone decoration style. This is a large flat with a large space. The whole floor is connected. The design of the room is minimalist and elegant, full of technology. The wall should be made of intelligent transparent materials, which can change the color and pattern at any time according to the preferences and needs of the residents. The furniture in the room is also intelligent and can automatically adjust the shape and hardness according to the posture and needs of the human body. Mu Bai can feel that it is adjusting according to his own body shape when he sits on the sofa casually, always making it the most comfortable contact with himself. This technology has not actually surpassed the level of the main world. Artificial intelligence similar to modern technology actually exists in the royal court. However, since the development of technology mainly relies on the energy system of star power, the use of technology in the main world is relatively not so obvious. After helping the two children get familiar with the room, Lu Wanqiu took them downstairs to prepare for dinner. After all, the joining of two new members always starts with a dinner party. On the way to the restaurant, Mu Bai saw many posters on the street, and even some people standing in the rain to protest. He picked up one of the leaflets with a strange look on his face, because it was written on it that the World Union issued a propaganda to resist human body modification. Lu Wanqiu explained softly after seeing Mu Bai's confusion. Now Mu Bai has a general understanding of his current situation. He is indeed in the inner world. But this place is a little different. It is not clear whether the rules of this world are different. But there are countless planets in the inner world. And the conditions on each planet are different. For example, the land under his feet at this moment is the territory of the Science and Technology Innovation Association. The main means of combat here is to develop weapons of mass destruction or human body modification for individual combat through technological innovation. Under the control of the power of the Science and Technology Innovation Association, the entire world has been integrated for the third time. When it comes to fusion, we have to talk about an extremely cruel law in the inner world. That is, the law of planet swallowing. In the inner world, all the planets are blocked by space. But these planets are constantly approaching. And under the premise of constantly approaching, the worlds close to each other will be forced to merge. The result is that the people of the two worlds will have conflicts and wars after the fusion. The Science and Technology Innovation Association has swallowed up the residents of 3 ways of worlds in nearly 1,000 years, which has also developed the power of the entire Science and Technology Innovation Association to a peak level. Hearing this, Mu Bai has guessed why there is no star power or extraordinary power energy like this here. Because it is not qualified. All the planets are constantly merging. And I am afraid that only the superplanet closest to the center will begin to revive the star power. And the so-called strong ones, like the Science and Technology Innovation Association, that have merged 3 times may not be ranked. Which is why it can only develop technology. He also felt a little bad with this guess. The Science and Technology Association is very strong. But there will always be stronger planetary forces that will swallow this place. If these people oppose the power of science and technology, won't they cut off their ability to save their lives? Lu Wanqiu looked up at the sky with a sad look on his face and said, "It's almost time. They will probably arrive in less than 10 years. Following the other party's line of sight. Mu Bai also looked up at the dark sky. He had never stared at the abyss-like night sky before, so he didn't notice it. At this moment, he focused on watching and clearly saw a huge outline across the sky. It was clearly a planet approaching. The level of this planetary world is stronger than that of the Science and Technology Association. So it is normal for there to be surrenderists," Lu Wanqiu said with some complexity, and pushed open the door of the restaurant. Mu Bai, who was unable to retract his gaze into the night, also concluded one thing at the moment. That is, when the entire inner world is completely integrated into a planetary world. It is probably when the surface world and the inner world are officially integrated. That is, the birth of a new era. The inner world. Mu Bai did not sleep after returning to his bedroom at night. Even though he was a little sleepy, he had to do some small tests first. He did not dare to test in the laboratory before because he was afraid that the camera would capture his abnormality. Now that no one is watching, he naturally has to conduct experiments. He first used his hand as a knife to run the most superficial wild wind sword technique. But the sword force dissipated as soon as it was formed because there was no star power. The sword technique based on the power of the stars is useless and cannot be practiced. The mental method based on the power of the stars is probably the same. Not only that, Mu Bai then used the ordinary horizontal training method to test okay, but still had no way. Every time, he always collapsed at the beginning because of the lack of power source. These sword techniques may still be able to practice moves without the power of the stars. But in the final analysis, there is no meaning at all. After all, the upper limit of lethality is there. With his blank body at the moment. Even if he is proficient in the basic moves of these sword techniques, he can only play a level beyond ordinary people at most. Which means that he is still in the ranks of mortals. The difference between the two is like the difference between magic and magic. It seems that there is only the Nai Gu Jing. Thinking of this, Mu Bai also sat cross-legged on the bed. The Nai Gu Jing itself requires a pure and uncontaminated body to practice. The purer the Nai Gu Jing, the easier it is to practice. The special nature of this horizontal training method is extremely important at this moment. It is probably the only top-notch physical strengthening method that Mu Bai currently has in his hands that can be practiced regardless of the existence of star power. Nai Gu Jing. Reverse the root bones and temper the body. When he was practicing Nai Gu Jing, a faint aura appeared on his body. Although it was not obvious, it was particularly clear in the dark room. Just like a flame constantly reflecting Mu Bai's thin body. After practicing 3 sets of scriptures in a row, when Mu Bai opened his eyes again, it was already dawn outside. He was a little sticky all over and hurried to the independent bathroom in his room to wash. When he came out with a bath towel, he could clearly feel a faint power appearing on the surface of his skin. Although there is no way to use the eternal system to measure the body's values, his strength and physical strength must have increased at this moment. More importantly, the meridians link the bones, and then affect the coordination of the whole body. With this alone, Mu Bai can beat a fully armed Special Forces soldier. In the morning, after eating with Lu Wanqiu, the other party had to go to work first. There were only Mu Bai and Lu Nongyue in the whole house. The white-haired lowly, who was playing house with a puppet, begged Mu Bai to play with him. But Mu Bai didn't have much time to pay attention to her. At this moment, he was watching the local news broadcast, from which he could understand many of the propositions and ideas of this Science and Technology Innovation Association. The Science and Technology Innovation Association world where Mu Bai is currently located is actually not peaceful. The defeated humans who took over the first 3 waves were all imprisoned in 2 areas to live or engage in production. Relatively speaking, its urban management will be relatively strict, and there is a death penalty there. However, the indigenous people of this planet do not have the death penalty. At most, they are subject to imprisonment without time limit and behavioral modification activities. This has caused many conflicts. For example, the residents of the 3 worlds that were swallowed demand that the Science and Technology Innovation Council treat them equally. But the indigenous people here demand that the identities of both sides be differentiated, because the other side is the loser. There is no right or wrong in these 2 requests. In Mu Bai's eyes, it is more of a conflict of interest. Originally, these voices that were always suppressed by the Science and Technology Innovation Association became tense due to the influence of another advanced planet approaching in the sky. Even uprisings occurred in many places. The Science and Technology Innovation Association can still suppress them at present, but it is not difficult to guess that the current world will become more and more chaotic as time goes by. After dodging the doll thrown by Lu Nongyue from behind, Mu Bai picked up the smartphone that Lu Wanqiu gave him on the dining table and searched. He suspected that the parents of his body were residents of one of the 3 worlds that were defeated and merged. After all, they were all tested. However, the results of the search surprised him. The laws of the Science and Technology Innovation Association clearly and explicitly listed that adults in the native world could not adopt orphans from other worlds, which means that he seemed to be from this world. When Lu Nongyue saw that Mu Bai easily dodged his puppet throw, he disappeared in a rage. Mu Bai turned around quickly with a stern look on his face. He felt that the space behind him moved slightly, and he pressed his hand over to subdue Lu Nongyue to the ground. What is this? Space teleportation or invisibility? Mu Bai suspected that this was the power of the fruit. He just heard in the news that there was a devil fruit power in this world. I don't know. Mu Bai. Let me go! The cute Lu Nongyue said, unconvinced. After brushing away the white hair on his hand, Mu Bai said calmly, no matter what system of power this is, I hope you don't use it easily in the future. Otherwise it may bring some harm to Lu Wanqiu in the future. Mu Bai even suspected that the Science and Technology Innovation Association might relock this idiot in the laboratory as a new species for research if the experimental subject awakens special abilities or other considerations. After letting go of the other party, Lu Nongyue, who was still a little unconvinced, turned over and glared at him like a little kitten. Mu Bai didn't care whether the other party listened or not. He knocked on the other party's forehead and went into the room by himself. Lu Nongyue, with a complicated look, felt the strength of the other party to subdue her just now and said with some dissatisfaction, I think you are also very dangerous. Mu Bai, you are not an ordinary person. While the man in the mirror of the inner world was understanding the situation in the inner world, Mu Bai in the main world did not rest either. Although he had a lot of free time in his high position, he still had to make decisions on many important matters. For example, the invitation from the coalition forces of the Great Lane Temple. Now that he has activated the Wangting Diwang Palace, he now lives most of the time here or in the Dixuan Cave Heavenly Blessed Land. The former is mostly for work, and the latter is mostly for cultivation. As for the trivial matters during his cultivation, they are decided by Feng Xinju and Tiantong Star Lord. Unlike other top forces that are divided into factions, the entire Wangting has been taken over by his dying creation. It can be said that to some extent, in terms of the power in his hands, he may have ranked among the top 3 in the entire main world. However, he, the nominal new leader of the Wangting, has not been recognized by the surrounding forces. For example, the overlord-level forces of Zhongzhou, the Dichao and Wanchuan Pavilion, have not officially recognized his identity. Perhaps in the eyes of the outside world, they have not yet digested this earth-shaking change. A Wangting disciple who was not even a son of God, suddenly became the leader of the entire Wangting. I am afraid that he would never dream of such an illogical thing. Pejuan? What do you think? Pejuan Star-Lord, who had always been estranged from Mu Bai before, immediately knelt on one knee. If this were seen by the stubborn family leaders in the Wangting forces, they would probably be shocked. In the past 2 days, Mu Bai has completely transformed Pejuan Star-Lord with devouring points. Pejuan Star-Lord, who has become the creation of Emperor Yin, actually plays more of the role of Wangting high-level officials who disagree with him in Mu Bai's orders. Those Wangting old forces that have been reformed by Mu Bai almost all secretly support this hero and rebel in their eyes. Little do they know that this is also a part of Mu Bai's plan. When it is impossible to ensure that these stubborn forces and resources are 100% eroded, they must deliberately establish a leader in their eyes to cooperate with their own acting. When there is enough opportunity and time to completely disintegrate these old forces, this play will naturally be meaningless. I think this was sent deliberately by the Peacock King of the Great Lane Temple. He doesn't mean to form an alliance with you. After all, if he wants to start a war in the Western region, he will think that you will not intervene. I feel that he is more releasing a kind of goodwill, and hopes that the royal court will not help the Western region forces he wants to target. The Tianton Star-Lord next to him also nodded, and seemed to agree with this concept. There should be other reasons, such as the artificial devil fruit potion we sell in the black market. He may have informed us in advance for this reason. Mu Bai, who was sitting on the seat, did not comment, turned around and asked, "How many potions have we invested in the Western region in total?" Fang Xinju, who was serving next to him, immediately bowed his head and said, "At present, the number is close to 30 million. There are not many in the Western region. In comparison, the demand for artificial devil fruit potions in the Southern region is greater, perhaps because the situation there is more chaotic. Almost all second and third tier forces have reached cooperation with us. At present, there are about 300 million potions sold in the Southern region. 30 million. 300 million. This nearly tenfold turnover difference is enough to explain who the main customers of the market are. Even if the South region is more chaotic, the sales volume can't be so different." There was a slight chill in his pale golden eyes. Mu Bai knew that the only thing that could determine the direction of this black market was the joint attack by the overlord-level forces in the Western region. "I am deeply terrified. It's my fault. My most honorable master." Fan Xingyu thought that Mu Bai was questioning his ability, and knelt down on the spot to beg for forgiveness. "Get up. This is not your fault. The sale of devil fruit potions in other places is itself a strategic plan. It is normal for Peacock King and others to see through the pros and cons of this. Compared with the vast Western region, the sales of 30 million potions are not even a feather. The population of the entire main world cannot be counted at all, and it is possible that it is trillions. In this case, Mu Bai's potion plan is not going well. The only thing worth celebrating is that the chaotic southern region is more accepting of artificial fruit potions. The artificial fruit potions sold in bulk this time are basically from low-level animals, such as dogs, wolves, or birds like pigeons. This low-level fruit itself is an experiment of his own. This batch of medicines has a fatal drawback after special processing. That is, after reaching a certain realm, the progress of realm cultivation will be greatly reduced, which is like the original cultivation speed of sitting in a supercar suddenly drops to the cultivation speed of a baby carriage before a certain realm. And Wang Ting naturally developed a corresponding medicine to promote the effect of medicines. Taking this medicine can restore the original cultivation speed to a certain extent. This is Mu Bai's conspiracy. Use a large amount of medicine to lock up most of the middle-level combat forces in other regions. When the number of controlled forces is large enough, they can even remotely control the life and death of other regional forces without taking action. The Peacock King is very smart. No matter what I think, I have to give him a reply. Let's send someone to send him a message, saying that I will not intervene in these things in the western regions. And I also hope that he will not interfere with the actions of my explorer team. Since knowing the inner world and the surface world, Mu Bai has started the plan of the explorer team. He will send many animal-type ability teams with strong survival ability to the 4 dangerous places in the main world to explore the main world. The total number is as high as millions. At the end of the western desert, the end of the extremely cold icebergs in the north, the end of the East Ocean and the South Sea, most of these people will inevitably die in these dangerous restricted areas. But what if there are survivors? Mu Bai is betting that these survivors will cross the 4 restricted areas to find other countries or territories in the surface world. These explorer teams have the location positions that Mubai exchanged from the Tiangong exchange list. As long as someone can break through the limit of these areas, Mubai can quickly transmit through the coordinates. He wants to explore the inner world and the surface world. I understand. Thanks Sinju, who knelt on one knee to receive the order, immediately left the God King Palace to arrange people to complete the order. While Mubai was still thinking about the explorer team, a person hurried in from outside the palace. It was Mo Ming, the Lingling Fruit ability user. Report to the adults. We successfully extracted the immortal ability from the black dragon you gave to the laboratory before. And now the immortal snake potion has been developed. As Mo Ming said, he took out a black viscous potion from his arms and presented it. The huge profits brought by the various devil fruit potions developed in the Wanting laboratory were actually repeatedly invested by Mubai in new experiments. He used the financial resources of the entire 4 domains to help himself develop potions. This positive cycle was also the important reason why Mubai's laboratory continued to climb the technology tree. So when he heard that the other party had developed the immortal snake potion, Mubai was not surprised. What ability? I remember that strange black dragon has the ability to quickly repair the wound and grow a new dragon head again. After holding the potion, Mubai did not find someone to do the experiment, but easily crushed the potion and poured it directly into his mouth. With his flesh, he was naturally not afraid of the negative effects of the potion. Even if the potion had a positive effect, it could not withstand a cycle of blood flow in his heart. So the next moment after the potion was absorbed, the positive and negative effects of the potion on his body disappeared at the same time, as if he had just drunk a cup of black drink. Although it was only a moment, Mubai still noticed the main effect of the potion. I can feel that it has a certain ability to strengthen the body of low-level practitioners, and it can also speed up the repair of injuries when injured. But this repair seems to pollute the host's body to a certain extent. As he said this, Mubai simulated the negative effects of the potion repairing injuries on his arm with his abnormally strong physical control ability. The simulated wound on his arm gradually grew short black and sticky tentacles, which would affect the host's spirit. However, in contrast, the host's pain would be shielded to a certain extent, and then the adrenaline surge would make his consciousness have a short and extremely clear state. Can the injuries of severed heads or ruptured hearts be repaired? Absolutely, Mo Ming said with great confidence. He participated in this experiment and was very familiar with the one undead snake potion. But it was this understanding that made him pay special attention to the research results of this time. Absolutely. Mubai frowned slightly and subconsciously thought that the other party was deceiving him. After all, although he had just experienced it for a short time, he could find that the strength of the potion was not enough to support the repair of injuries of the level of severed heads. But this was also impossible. The other party is a creature of Emperor Yin, and it is impossible for him to lie in front of the existence of the Creator. Mo Ming saw Mubai looking at him and immediately explained, "My lord, this immortal snake potion cannot penetrate your body or spirit at all, so some of its effects cannot be reflected. After countless experiments, we are very sure of a positive effect of this potion, or a negative effect of negative effect. That is the existence of black liquid life." Mo Ming asked a tester without a realm to drink the potion, and then he stretched out his hand and easily cut off the other party's arm. Then something surprising happened. A large number of black tentacles suddenly grew out of the broken arm of the man. After seeing this scene, Mo Ming nodded to the other party, and then pulled out the other party's head. The people present did not react to such a bloody scene, but Mubai's expression became more and more strange, because in his observation hockey scan, he could clearly see that a new life consciousness had been born in the body of the experimenter in front of him. But this life consciousness seemed to exist at the same time as the experimenter, and the two were in a state of companionship or mutual parasitism. The headless body did not fall down. Instead, the black tentacles on the neck gradually liquefied into a model, and then a head of a test subject similar to the previous one appeared on it. Although the flesh and blood were still being repaired, the life of the test subject was indeed saved. Roar! The test subject's body kept twitching with a low roar, and the layer of black liquid covered his whole body along his neck. When Mo Ming approached the other party again, the person wrapped in black liquid quickly twisted his limbs in a posture far beyond that of an ordinary person, and then jumped onto the pillar next to him with caution. The tail-like weapon made of black liquid behind him, which was similar to a liquid needle, was also ready to go. Mubai looked more and more strange when watching this scene. Why does this look so much like symbiont venom? My lord, this is the great achievement of the undead snake potion. When ordinary people take this potion and are killed, another life consciousness will be born in their bodies. This consciousness can perfectly protect its host from harm. The test subject quickly fell to the ground after controlling his body, and the black liquid on his face gradually disappeared from his skin. This is just a preliminary experiment. Next, we plan to focus on developing this new unknown life form based on this, and then strengthen or domesticate it. In the future, we can use this existence as a tool, a servant, armor, or a weapon, Mo Ming said excitedly. He knew very well that research in this direction would achieve significant results. In the future, perhaps the Star Warriors with this companion consciousness would defeat the Apostle-level strongmen and truly achieve victory across borders. Tiantom Star-Lord and others were also very surprised. After all, it seemed that discovering new special life forms in experiments was something that had never happened before. Mu Bai did not speak. He walked down from his seat and came to the front of the tester. Since the other party was also a creation of Emperor Yin, Mu Bai could see all his attributes by simply putting his hand on the other party's shoulder. Miscellaneous Dragon Bloodline Companion Life Form, Level 1, possessing the ability to repair fatal injuries and assist the host in fighting. It can use miscellaneous dragon blood to attack in the form of companion bodies. Mu Bai, who had become interested, turned to look at Mo Ming and asked, "I will ask you a few questions now, and you must answer me in a certain tone. First, can the companions fuse with each other?" "Yes. But it seems that due to the upper limit of growth, the companions will be on the verge of collapse after fusing 3. And the ability improvement effect is also very low." "Wow. It can actually fuse." Thinking this in his heart, Mu Bai asked again, "What is the highest level of cultivators who can fuse at present?" "Star Warrior rank 1. If it fuses with the existence of the Star Warrior realm, then both sides will gradually collapse in the future. And if the Star Apostle takes the potion, it will only trigger negative effects and will not give birth to the existence of a companion. But as the research deepens in the future, it will definitely increase its tolerance." With a plan in mind, Mu Bai said seriously, "Well, now I need you to do your best to overcome the difficulty of the companion. My requirement is that you must make the strength and purity of the companion as high as possible, so that I can be of great use to you." "Understood." Mo Ming was relieved to hear Mu Bai's affirmative words. Mu Bai naturally had other considerations for this unexpected symbiote-like existence. If he used this thing to assist himself in fighting, the effect would be very interesting. Or he could use it as a hidden hand to support the existence. When thinking about this, Mu Bai's expression was slightly cold, because another consciousness sensed the danger. The other world. The body in the mirror when Mu Bai walked out of the school with Lu Nuonyo. He was very eye-catching. After all, both of them were high-looking and outstanding. Today was the first time for them to go out of school. So Mu Bai was very disgusted with the people who always followed him dozens of meters away. He was tired enough to deal with those little brats. But these stalkers who came from nowhere were so annoying. Thinking of this, he turned to Lu Nuonyo and said, "Go back by yourself. I have something to deal with." Lu Nuonyo, who was holding a mobile phone and chatting with classmates, responded and went upstairs, while Mu Bai leaned against the wall. When the stalker lowered the brim of his hat and prepared to pass by him quietly, Mu Bai's index finger flicked a stone and flew towards the man's face. The stalker in the baseball cap dodged easily with cold eyes. He stared at Mu Bai with a strange look, because the stone thrown by the other party actually cut his collar, which was obviously abnormal. "It seems that you are not an ordinary person. You have already discovered my trace." There were few people on the street, so the two of them did not have the slightest awareness of hiding. "It doesn't matter. What matters is who you are, and why you are following me." The man in the baseball cap was silent. He looked at Mu Bai's tender face in surprise, and then his left hand turned into a whip-like object and swept across. Mu Bai, who had been mentally prepared, tapped the ground with his feet, and quickly got rid of the other party's whip while retreating rapidly until he retreated into the alley. "You ask who I am? Of course. I can tell you that I am a Punisher who eliminates aliens and a member of the inner world to ensure the stable development. And you don't seem to be from here." The man in the baseball cap took off his brown coat after exerting a little force with his arms. Next to the black vest was the dazzling tattoo, which looked like a religious symbol. "What do you mean?" Mu Bai was somewhat curious about how the other party saw it. Just now, his arm turned into a whip, which obviously proved that the other party was a devil fruit user. In the world of the Science and Technology Innovation Association, there are not many devil fruits. Unlike the large-scale and systematic fairy fruit space in the main world, most of the devil fruits in the Science and Technology Innovation Association area are completely monopolized by the Science and Technology Innovation Association. So when the other party showed the power of the fruit, Mu Bai guessed that the other party was from the Science and Technology Innovation Association. But then another question came to him. That is, the Science and Technology Innovation Association, as the ruler of this world, would not deal with him so obscurely. So there is only one answer. That is, the other party is very likely to be from the World Union. That is, the surrender organization facing the world above. People from the Union? The figure of the man in the peaked cap paused slightly. But then he smiled and said, "You little kid can guess. But why did you run here when you could have called for help just now? Do you have the confidence to deal with me?" As he spoke, the man lowered his body slightly, and at the same time his arms turned into black long whips. Densely packed whips, like tentacles, appeared behind him. Mu Bai, with his hands in his pockets, saw that the other party had already revealed his murderous intentions. So he naturally would not sit still and wait for death. He immediately ran up the alley at a high speed. The man in the baseball cap following behind him seemed to realize that it would be easy to be discovered if he followed him in this form. So he immediately returned to his normal state and quickly approached the other party. Mu Bai, who was moving in the front, ran all the way from the rooftop to the suburbs, while the man in the baseball cap twitched his eyes, because he found that with his own physical strength, he could only vaguely keep up with the other party, but could not surpass him. When the two came to a deadwood forest, one in front and one behind, Mu Bai suddenly turned around and compressed the vibrating light ball in his hand in the palm of his hand. And without giving the man in the baseball cap a chance to react, he fell about 50 centimeters above him. Squeak! 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 With the sound of space shattering, the powerful tearing force accompanied by the shaking hurricane pressed down on the man in the baseball cap. After being hit head-on, he rolled for several weeks and stood up without wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. This fruit ability. Internal organs ruptured, being teased so badly by a child. The man in the baseball cap was completely furious. You know, he clearly did not detect the fluctuation of spiritual power in the other party, which means that he was facing just a relatively strong boy. You succeeded in angering me. After saying this like a wolf, the man in the baseball cap suddenly disappeared from the spot. At the same time, the trajectory of the long whip spread throughout the space. There were afterimages of the other party's whip in all directions. Obviously, this whip swinging speed that exceeded the naked eye had exceeded the limit of mortals to some extent. Can Mu Bai see clearly? He couldn't see clearly. The opponent obviously had a drastic change. It was very likely that he had used some kind of power source similar to the power of the stars. So Mu Bai simply gave up observing with his naked eyes, and used his own fighting talent to predict all the actions of the opponent. Wild whips. Mu Bai dodged calmly in the sharp whip, although his dodging speed was slower than the speed of the whip. The strange thing was that he could always accurately predict the movement trajectory of the whip before it fell. Dodging continuously, Mu Bai followed that unknown feeling and suddenly awakened his observation haki. The figure quickly passed through the whip's afterimage and shook the weak point in it, and the iron fist suddenly smashed down. The whole sky made a creaking sound of shattering, and the heavy pressure instantly hit the right arm of the man in the peaked cap. He felt pain and exerted force on his calf, and the other leg turned into a whip and whipped Mu Bai's lower body. Prediction of the movement trajectory of observation haki. Then, before the opponent made a move, Mu Bai concentrated the vibration power on his forehead, and before the opponent's whip fell, he suddenly smashed the forehead with the vibration power. The head turned into a long whip. At the critical moment, the man in the peaked cap actually reduced the size of his entire head by one and turned it into a whip. The whip that avoided Mu Bai's head but turned around and wrapped around the opponent's neck. Mu Bai, with his expression unchanged, took advantage of the situation and grabbed the whip head. A vibration over the shoulder throw directly caused cracks on the ground. When the opponent was dizzy, Mu Bai, who was riding on him, crushed his ribs with both hands and punched him in the face one after another. After 3 consecutive laps, the man in the baseball cap screamed in pain and turned his whole body into a whip like a snake and pulled away from the spot. Then, the superhuman whip fruit user with injuries all over his body rotated his body at high speed and kept swimming around Mu Bai in the form of a black spinning ball. If you like to roll so much, I will make sure you have no place to roll. After saying that, Mu Bai, with a hint of madness in his eyes, suddenly condensed a vibration ball cover with both hands and smashed it down the top of the mountain. As the dead trees fell down, the man in the baseball cap, whose rotation was disrupted by the earthquake, also understood his situation. He wanted to leave here along the hillside by rolling and crawling. Seeing this scene, Mu Bai was a little dissatisfied. But he did not chase him. Instead, he gathered his momentum and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. A series of black armed color ripples appeared above his fingers. Quite childish. He made a pistol gesture with his right hand and pointed in the direction where the man in the baseball cap fled. Bang! Armed color finger gun vibration origin. The invisible armed colored air bullet, carrying the vibration force of the tremor fruit, instantly blew the opponent's head off. I didn't want to awaken the two-color domineering so soon. With a look of regret, Mu Bai put down his hand pointing at the other person's body. He said this not to show off, but really wanted to be less anxious to contact the two-color domineering. Without the assistance of domineering in the early stage, the ability user will better understand the physical condition. But it is impossible for him not to awaken now. After all, when there are 7 powerful enemies around, survival is the first priority. Faced with the tragic death of a companion, you can bear not to rescue him. Are you really together? With a calm look in his eyes, Mu Bai glanced at the dead woods. Under his gaze, a person walked out lazily or seriously. A strong man holding a mechanical battle axe. A red-haired woman holding a soft sword. A weird girl holding a teddy bear. After these people surrounded Mu Bai, they each started their actions. Superman candle. Superman doll. Natural mist. Surrounded by many fruit ability users, Mu Bai said helplessly, I still want to ask you something. But you just do it so straightforwardly? In this case, then you all die. The black pupils in Mu Bai's eyes gradually mixed with golden halos. And the next moment, the powerful king's spirit quickly crushed the entire mountain with an astonishing pressure. No! It's the domineering. Stop him quickly. In the king's pressure, Mu Bai looked down at these people like a young king. The pistol gesture with a vibrating ball cover between his fingers appeared again. And Mu Bai with light golden eyes immediately set off. March 4th, 1382 in the other world. Lu Chuafeng, the local leader of the Baizhou City Science and Technology Innovation Association, the chief of the sheriff, looked calmly at the traces of the battle outside the suburbs, and the man who was shot in the head nearby. Above the man who was shot in the head were 7 disproportionate bodies, all of which seemed to be hunted in panic. And one of them was a rare natural ability user. No, there should have been 2 battles in the whole scene. The first was the battle between the headshot man and that person. And then the 7 people besieged that person and then killed him. The concentration of the aura at the scene was clearly the domineering color domineering. Lu Chuanfeng's deputy wore a single-sided glasses, and he continued to analyze calmly, based on the injuries of the corpse at the scene. The height of the other party is very likely to be around 1.5 meters. After excluding the possibility that the other party is a short adult male, the only explanation is that the other party is a teenager. I am afraid that he has mastered 3 kinds of domineering at the same time, and can use them in battle. This method has surpassed me. If it is a one-on-one battle, I may not be sure to suppress the other party. Lu Chuafeng nodded. He did not think that what his deputy said was exaggerated. After all, being able to kill all the people in the siege of 7 people without leaving a drop of blood at the scene itself represents the other party's extremely high combat ability. This is not killing, but art. The art of pure fighting. I don't know whether to be happy or sad. These 7 people are from the Holy Church of Light. It is a good thing that someone helps us eliminate them. But the identity of that person is still unknown. I feel that Berry City is even more dangerous. Deputy Li Meng said elegantly, you think too much. I think this is a good thing. After all, according to the on-site analysis, the killer is most likely a very young child. The appearance of such a genius in Berry City can be completely recruited into the Science and Technology Innovation Association. And the superiors will also reward you greatly. Reward? The surrenderists in our world have no courage to face the future without even seeing the enemy. Instead, the organizations of the Holy Church of Light are targeting us. This is really stupid. I just hope that the headquarters can send more people to help me stabilize the situation in Baizhou City and Baizhou City. On the other side, Mu Bai, who had finished dinner, was practicing the Ni Gu Jing in the room and could not concentrate. After opening his eyes, Mu Bai felt that this should be caused by the excessive consumption of energy due to the awakening of 3 kinds of domineering at the same time. I am afraid that there has never been such an alien like him in the past and present. After giving up today's practice, he opened his mobile phone to search for local news. Sure enough, when he refreshed the page, he saw the front page news of Baizhou City. That is, 7 members of the Holy Church of Light were slaughtered in Baizhou City, and the identity of the slaughterer was unknown. Almost all the comments below expressed extreme emotions. It's good that they died. Those crazy capitulators of the Holy Light Church are so afraid of the existence of other worlds that they should all die. Although it's a bit cruel, I want to say it's well done. If these people really enter the city, I guess I won't dare to let my children go to school. If I throw a stone from the roof to kill a dog, I will be sad. But if I kill one of these pigs and dogs of the Holy Light Church, I might be proud of it. Continuing to flip through the almost identical comments, this made Mu Bai further understand how deep the contradiction between the Science and Technology Innovation Association and those capitulators is. These two contradictions are not just the contradictions between the pro-war faction and the capitulators. There are also spears from other aborigines that devour the 3 worlds. These cannot be resolved in a short time, unless another world quickly invades to make the situation completely clear. After putting down his phone, Mu Bai lay on the bed and thought about one thing. That is, some of his previous judgments may be wrong. When he fought with those people, he could clearly feel that the other party was using energy similar to the power of stars as fuel to fight. If I didn't have this layer, I could completely defeat them with my Tremor fruit and the body tempered by the Bone Reversing Sutra. And I wouldn't even need to awaken any of the 3 colors of domineering. It seems I have to find the source of this power. In this world, the power source similar to the power of stars is probably not as widespread as in the surface world. So Mu Bai thought of a way to get in touch with this kind of cultivation system as quickly as possible. That is to join the official organization Science and Technology Innovation Association. Thinking about this, Mu Bai looked at the information about the Holy Church and looked out the window thoughtfully. I don't know if it's his illusion, but it's been cloudy these days, and it's raining most of the time. Do it as soon as you say it. The next day, Mu Bai went to the center of Baizhou City alone after school, when Sheriff Lu Chuanfeng was talking with his deputy in the office. The pen in Lu Chuanfeng's hand fell to the ground as soon as Mu Bai, who was relatively thin, appeared. "What are you doing here, kid?" When the receptionist was still a little curious about what the boy wanted from the official organization, Sheriff Lu Chuanfeng stretched out his hand and intercepted him with a serious look. "I will receive this person." Lu Chuanfeng, who has the temperament of a strong bear, is extremely oppressive at this moment. The unique ferocity of the beast on his body can make people breathless. If you look directly into his eyes at this moment, a weak-willed person may fall into a painful feeling similar to drowning. This is a kind of spirit. The spirit of an individual varies from person to person. Some tend to kill, and some tend to the wildness of animals affected by devil fruits. Of course, when this momentum is combined with the inherent king's intention, the domineering color is born. Feeling this pressure, Mu Bai looked at the other party straight in the eye, and his black pupils exuded a somewhat bewitching luster. "You are very strong, and you look stronger than those 7 people. I am a little curious about what position you are in the Science and Technology Innovation Association." This condescending words came out of Mu Bai's mouth without any abrupt feeling. When the official receptionist next to him was surprised at what the young man was saying, the sheriff, who was always kind in his eyes, shook his head seriously. "You can hunt people with abilities, with the power of the fruit and a mortal body without entering the system. You are a real monster. I am just an inconspicuous character in the Science and Technology Innovation Association. There are many people who are stronger than me. Are you sure you want to communicate with me here?" Lu Chuanfeng's adjutant Wang Mang was a little worried. He naturally recognized that this young man was most likely the one who hunted the Holy Church of Light. However, the consequences of such a dangerous person appearing here and receiving him rashly would be very serious. Once the other party starts killing, no one except the 2 of them will be spared. From the perspective of the domineering color domineering, the other party can suppress them at any time, so that the 2 of them can't fight with all their strength. Of course, Mu Bai, with a smile on his face, followed Lu Chuanfeng calmly and walked towards the 2nd floor. When they came to the soundproof room at the corner, Lu Chuanfeng invited him in. "Yesterday, my deputy and I checked the surveillance and listed you as a suspect. However, after collecting your information and understanding your experience, we almost ruled you out as a suspect. You grew up in a laboratory, and there is no data to show that you have such a strong power." Lu Chuanfeng sat on the swivel chair in the office, while Mu Bai sat on the sofa with his back to the setting sun. When the surveillance cameras were mobilized last night, a photo of a face that looked like Mu Bai was taken. Now that Lu Chuanfeng saw this familiar face again, he was actually a little skeptical. "What do you want to know?" Seeing that Mu Bai had no intention of answering this question, Lu Chuanfeng, who was tactful, immediately changed the subject. Wang Meng, the deputy guarding outside the door, was sitting on pins and needles at the moment. As long as there was any movement in the room, he would lean against the door and be ready to rush in at any time. You are very smart. I came here to make some transactions with you. Or to make a transaction with the entire Science and Technology Innovation Association, Mu Bai said with a smile, which did not seem threatening at all. But Li Chuanfeng was a little surprised to hear this. Transaction. This word often requires equal status. Although Mu Bai's strength is strong, he is still a low-ranking character in the combat system of the entire Science and Technology Innovation Association. It seems that there is some unequal status to want to make transactions with the entire Science and Technology Innovation Association. A global top force. With such capital. Trade is good. I like trade. It can make us understand each other better. I want to know how you killed those people. According to my understanding, even those who are stronger than them will be frustrated if they are dealt with by their devil fruits together. Three-color domineering. I use three-color domineering and some other physical skills, which should have never appeared in this world. Mu Bai was very considerate to demonstrate it. He stretched out his fingers to clamp a coin, and then flicked it lightly. Pure physical power was contained in it, and the coin flew up. It penetrated the wooden door at a rapid speed. Wang Meng, who was outside the door, twitched his mouth and looked to his left face. He saw that less than half a centimeter away from his left face, a coin passed through the door and was deeply embedded in the wall opposite the corridor. Very advanced skills. Lu Chuanfeng, who was as steady as a mountain, knew what kind of power was needed to hit the coin with such an effect. In terms of power alone, he could easily achieve the same result. But he couldn't concentrate the power on both sides of the coin and apply it evenly. I used a similar ability to kill the man in the baseball cap who attacked me at the beginning. But I didn't use a coin, but a shooting based on the armed color domineering and the air as a carrier. As Mu Bai said this, he stretched out his hand like a pistol and pointed at the wooden door, as if jokingly. Wang Meng, the deputy who had a weak psychological endurance, coughed lightly and walked into the room helplessly. He didn't dare to bet on whether this old man's gun was accurate. A miraculous ability. If you can teach similar moves to the members of the Science and Technology Innovation Association, you may be qualified to know more of the secrets you want. Wang Meng. Lu Chuanfeng knocked on the table with some dissatisfaction. Wang Meng, who exhaled, shook his head and smiled bitterly. Boss, don't you understand yet? The Science and Technology Innovation Association cannot help us people in remote cities in a short time. The only way to save ourselves is to retain local talents or improve treatment. I know. But these are all this little brother's business. We can't force our will on others, Lu Chuanfeng said, still a little guilty, and nodded to Mu Bai apologetically. Mu Bai raised his head with a smile on his face and said, Okay, you guys cooperated well. But don't treat me like a child. I can teach you these skills. But there is a prerequisite that I join the Science and Technology Innovation Association with a formal status of not low. And at the same time, I need to systematically understand all the situations of the current cultivation system. This request is not too much. Right? Lu Chuanfeng was a little embarrassed after being exposed. After all, it was a bit outrageous to be seen through by a teenager at a glance and exposed in front of him. But fortunately, he has a skill that all superiors must have. That is, thick skin. At the moment, he also stood up and said with some surprise, Of course. But as the chief of the city sheriff, I can only recommend you to the provincial unit. As for what position you will get in the Science and Technology Innovation Association, I can't say for sure. It won't be low. If you can really teach these skills wholeheartedly, I feel that your superiors will transfer you to the position of Force Technology Instructor. If you count the real power, you can also rank among the top 5 in the city. Wang Meng was afraid that the boss was too euphemistic and Mu Bai didn't understand. So he also hurriedly explained. The position of Force Technical Instructor sounds low, but it is a real person of power. He has the ability to control some of the violent organizations in the city. And because the training of the Science and Technology Innovation Association is located in the city, from a certain perspective, the personal connections are also bottom-up. Violent organizations are only responsible for the source of power. If there is a teacher-student relationship in this, it will be even better. Mu Bai didn't care too much about this. It was just a stepping stone, and he didn't expect to stay here forever. I promise. After reaching a preliminary cooperation, Mu Bai thoroughly understood the cultivation system of this world from Lu Chuanfeng's mouth. Unlike the whole world that tends to be cyberpunk, The realm division of this world is extremely normal. In this world, those who surpass ordinary people are usually called transcendents, and those who have fruit abilities are mostly called ability users. Unlike the realm improvement in the main world, the realm improvement here requires seeds. The scientific name is enlightenment seeds. Only after swallowing this kind of seed can the extraordinary power be rooted in the body, and then generate power and various abilities. The realm of the first level transcendent is called body forging. As the name suggests, training a body that can carry the enlightenment seeds can also help the seeds take root in the body and better absorb the aura floating in the air. The realm of the second level transcendent is called spiritual. After the body forging is completed, the enlightenment seeds are stimulated to absorb aura to a greater extent. When the aura fills the whole body and enters the ranks of the extraordinary, the individual's power will be infinitely magnified, and it is easy to smash rocks with fists. Stronger recovery ability, stronger physical body, and stronger mental power will gradually manifest at this moment. The realm of the third order transcendent is called concentration. The realm of complete release of spiritual energy, and the extraordinary power that completely surpasses the first two realms are all in this realm. As long as you enter this realm, you can become a brutal killing machine, and your combat power will soar. As long as you find the path of concentration that suits you, this person will be infinitely enhanced in the field you are good at. The realm of the fourth order transcendent is called destroying the country. After the concentration is over, it will become a super strong person beyond the secular understanding with its unique path. It has the power to destroy the country alone. This fourth level is also the literal meaning. The realm of the fifth order transcendent is called transcendent. The strong people at this level rarely take action, but these people are indeed the top level strong people in the current world. Each of them has the power to change the world, and is the end of all extraordinary powers. The reason why the Science and Technology Innovation Association is the current global fault level monopoly is because it has three strong people in the transcendent realm at the same time. The five realms look mysterious, but in the final analysis, Mubai found that they are all stages of the development of the enlightenment seed, and as it is ripened by spiritual energy, it will show stronger power. According to Li Chuanfeng's information, the few ability users he killed before were people who had accepted the enlightenment seed, but had not yet entered the first stage of body forging. Mubai, who had a general understanding of the differences in the current world realm system, asked Li Chuanfeng for an enlightenment seed and the official spiritual energy absorption method of the Science and Technology Innovation Association, shuttling hard method, and then left there, after casually calling home to say that he would stay at a classmate's house. Mubai walked into the grove beside the lively river. After interrupting the human-making activities of several couples, he came to the mountains and forests far away from Baizhou's city. Listening to the roar of wild beasts outside, Mubai seemed unusually relieved. He took out the enlightenment seed from the bag and swallowed it into his stomach without any hesitation. Mubai stood upright beside the big tree and felt the enlightenment seed being digested. He gradually felt anxious, since the body of the man in the mirror did not have the blessing of the eternal system. Mubai could not understand the specific condition of the body through the system. Although it was a bit uncomfortable, he didn't care too much. But as time passed, a layer of white mist gradually appeared in front of his eyes. In the white mist, he understood what he was going to do. The enlightenment seed was asking him to make a choice. Boxing, physical defense, knife skills, sword skills, leg skills. Although all kinds of attack methods are aimed at killing itself, their concrete ways are different. In Mubai's eyes, this enlightenment seed is no different from a bit more mysterious. The enlightenment seed is naturally used for enlightenment. In addition to absorbing spiritual energy, its most important function is enlightenment. Mubai excluded all other fighting methods and various thoughts. He chose the sword method and swordsmanship without hesitation. When he made a complete choice, a warm current flowed from his heart to all parts of his body. The spiritual energy that had never been discovered before continued to gather in his body at an astonishing speed. Of course, the heart absorbed the most spiritual energy. The rapidly evolving heart caused Mubai to have a short-term lack of blood supply throughout his body. An extreme headache swept through his mind. Brain hypoxia can lead to fatigue and weakness, because brain cells cannot function normally. The body will also feel tired. But at this moment, Mubai was a little excited under this weakness. Strange power. Different from all the system powers I have seen. After the blood supply returned to normal, the muscles and skin of the whole body made a rustling sound. That was the result of the rapid transformation of the spiritual energy. Mubai, who absorbed a lot of spiritual energy, almost immediately skipped the process of the early stage of body forging and perfectly integrated the enlightenment seeds at an astonishing speed to advance to the first level. If Li Chuanfeng saw this scene here, he would probably be scared to death. After all, he had never seen anyone who could step into the first level of body forging in one step. After all, this itself violated the process of the enlightenment seeds. If it was not handled properly, it would be easy for the flesh and blood to collapse and be shattered by the huge spiritual energy of the enlightenment seeds. Mu Bai slowly stood up from the woods in the night. His blood-red eyes were a bit creepy. His trembling palm seemed to be twitching as if holding a sword. Sword? This sword intent was completely different from the sword art he had mastered before. The crazy and uncontrollable killing feeling made him mentally collapse. Without the help of the eternal system and the assistance of the top-level sword art like the 7 styles of heaven cutting, he actually had a sense of illusion after facing the strange sword art brought by the enlightenment seed with his mortal spiritual consciousness. As if the body of the person in the mirror at this moment was his real consciousness and body, and the self in the main world was just a flower in the mirror. Enlightenment seed is wrong. With blood flowing from his left eye, his right hand suddenly fell on the giant tree next to him. The sharp sword intent ravaged the surroundings in the most crazy way. The huge number fell apart, and the splashing wood chips slid into the sky. The people in the nearby park only felt a sharp momentum covering the entire space. They all fled in all directions after being frightened. Kill, kill, kill. 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 I will be the peak if I kill to the end. And I will be the god if I kill to the limit. Kill. The left eye dripping with blood radiated a scarlet light. And Mu Bai, who used his hand as a sword, leaped rapidly in the woods as if in a state of madness. The rocks blocking his steps burst. The trees were cut off, and the sharp sword intent swept through the forest almost as if it had become a substance. Main world. The man standing on the mountain piled with corpses frowned and looked at the distant sky. Is the enlightenment seed separating the connection between me and the person in the mirror? At this moment, he felt the same as the person in the mirror in the other world. But this low-level flesh and blood pain could not make him feel extremely uncomfortable. With a strong physique, he calmly analyzed and realized that his consciousness and the person in the mirror were being separated. In addition to the strange power of the enlightenment seed, there was probably also the abundant spiritual energy in the person in the mirror. After feeling the silent pain in his left eye, Mu Bai leaped to the front of the traders of the northern region captured by the Umbu. Bai Qi, kill them all. Since you choose to betray, you must bear the price of betrayal. Amid the sound of beheading, Mu Bai came to Fan Xingyu and said calmly, apply all the power of the union fruit to me. If he guessed correctly, the power of fruits like this that touch the soul is fully capable of crossing the distance limit of the body and helping himself in the inner world to regain his sanity. Of course, if the body of the person in the mirror in the inner world completely escapes his control, all resistance will be in vain. After receiving the order, Fan Xingyu stepped on the sea of corpses and blood to come to Mu Bai and applied all the luck in his hands to Mu Bai. Mu Bai in the main world closed his eyes and communicated. He appeared in the wilderness of the spirit with his eyes closed in the darkness. The strong wind of the ocean of consciousness blew the white hair behind him, making him look extremely crazy. In the spiritual world, there is a white light that separates the two worlds. On one side, the person in the mirror of the inner world is slashing like a sword demon. And on the other side, Mu Bai's body in the main world is calm and composed, looking at the scene on the other side that is gradually getting out of control. Mu Bai's expression becomes more and more ugly, because he doesn't know when a pair of soft arms wrapped around his neck. When Mu Bai looked down at the beautiful white-haired woman in his arms, his eyes were full of murderous intent. Are you going to stop me at this critical moment? Xueji. He entered his spiritual world at will, but he had no way to do anything. Even Mu Bai still didn't know whether this person or this spiritual body was imagined by himself or actually existed. The other party was so mysterious that even the system couldn't detect it. The beautiful Xueji smiled as she looked at the person in the mirror on the other side, who was gradually losing his rationality as a human being in Mu Bai's arms. Mu Bai, I know you. You want to avoid all risks and create an absolutely safe cultivation system. Your ambition is too big. Mu Bai, with his eyes narrowed, did not answer. The other party was right. Mu Bai had actually thought about a lot of things these days. The star power system of the main world ultimately refers directly to the God Emperor, who carries the fortune of heaven and earth, and carries the destiny, and then becomes the strongest existence that is invincible. In addition, the power of the dark star world, the eternal system in his body, and the devouring points are all of great help to him. It can even be said that Mu Bai gradually reached his current position by relying on the system. And he has done extraordinary things to change his destiny again and again with his mortal body. But now it is different. He knows one thing clearly with a calm expression. No matter what external force is real, it is not his own understanding after all. The eternal system brings him a constant stream of shortcuts. And any skills it brings him are improved by the system, whether he recognizes it or not. He cannot change this fact. The biggest help before may become a shackle that locks me in the end. What I want to get rid of is not the eternal system, but the unknown fate and pathetic weakness. In the spiritual world, Mu Bai took a step forward, and while crossing Shuiji, he was directly confronting the consciousness of the man in the mirror who was assimilated by the seed of enlightenment in the spiritual world. It feels very strange to confront or even be hostile to one's own consciousness. Fire flickered in Mu Bai's hand, and the next moment the golden crow's sword appeared in his hand, burning with the power of the spiritual world. On the other side, the man in the mirror controlled his somewhat illusory body and rushed over quickly. The spiritual world collapsed rapidly when the sword came. Mu Bai knew that the connection between the other party and himself was weakening, and he chuckled at the moment. He had made a choice and condensed the sword intent of the 72 Tian Gang swords on the Golden Crow's sword. Cut off the shackles of our fate. Let me see how far the other me, who has escaped the control of the eternal system, can go in the inner world. After that, the sword rang and moved, like a divine bird descending to the world. The great sun true flame cut off the spiritual connection between the two in the spiritual world with absolutely overwhelming power. At the same time, the great sun true flame also took this rare opportunity to completely clear all the hidden dangers of the enlightenment seeds in the man in the mirror. The man in the mirror in the world quickly regained consciousness on a scorched earth during the mental disconnection. He could feel that the awakening seed in his body was regaining its calm, and that strange feeling of madness was fading away. The power of the union fruit was protecting his final fusion with the enlightenment seed. Everything was moving in a good direction. But Mu Bai in the mirror had no reason to be happy. After looking down at the large forest destroyed by the sword storm, he had fallen into absolute loneliness in his spiritual world. He could not share information, vision and feelings with himself in the main world. In other words, although the current body of the person in the mirror was still controlled by Mu Bai's consciousness, this consciousness had completely cut off the connection with Mu Bai's body. If I can't understand my situation in the main world, I can't pass on information in the inner world. In other words, if the surface world and the inner world merge many years later, then I have only one way to help myself. Become the strongest. Become a strong man. Become the strongest in the inner world. And when the new era of world fusion comes and destiny restarts, I only need to become the strongest in the inner world to help myself in the main world. The game of playing house is over. Mu Bai, who has completely mastered the seed of enlightenment, spreads its spiritual power all over his body and also makes his body grow rapidly. In a hazy mist of blood and chi, his original teenage appearance is undergoing drastic changes. Mu Bai, who was panting as his bones rubbed against each other and his flesh reassembled, touched his angular face and slowly exhaled a breath of foul air. Now he could change his physical appearance. The most precious gift left to him by his main consciousness in the other world was the purest, most perfect and most suitable enlightenment seed in his body. It was the 12th day since he lost contact with the main world, and he still couldn't get in touch after trying. Mu Bai, who opened his eyes and exited the spiritual world, was now in a military base in Baizhou City. But the decoration style here was completely different from that of a normal military base. The statue standing at the door was a broken long sword, and the training grounds of the military base were full of jaw-dropping exercise facilities, including a minimum tonnage barbell weighing several tons, a 10-meter-high hurdle fence, and sandbags cast from steel. Everything seemed extremely strange. Mu Bai, who was in it, was waiting for some children to arrive. His position approval document was officially issued some time ago, as Wang Meng, the adjutant of the chief of public security, guessed. He was indeed a force technical instructor, but he was a part-time employee and was not at his post more often. When will the car carrying the newcomers arrive? After Mu Bai's voice sounded, the veteran instructors present were silent as if they didn't hear it. Only the young instructor called Xiaolang coughed a few times and said, "Commander Mu, they will probably arrive in half an hour." "That's enough time." "What do you mean enough?" Xiaolang was surprised when he saw Mu Bai taking off his coat. "I know you all look down on me because of my young age. Let me give you a chance today. If anyone beats me, I will give way to others. If I beat everyone present, you will just serve me in the future." "Humph. A cold snort sounded. It was the gloomy instructor Sure in the field. He had the opportunity to take over Mu Bai's current position before. But unfortunately, he was injured in a fight with others recently. So he missed the position selection during the recovery period. Forget it. If I delay Commander Mu from doing his homework, I will be guilty. Haha. The instructors present couldn't help laughing. Instructor Sure was so funny that he even dared to make jokes about his connections. When everyone was thinking about watching the fun, Mu Bai's figure suddenly disappeared. Instructor Sure, who was already on guard, quickly raised his arms to block in front of him. Bang! Instructor Sure was kicked sideways with a dull sound. And the sculpture of the broken sword was just broken. Instructor Sure, whose arms were numb and painful, forced a smile. He slowly put his slightly trembling hands behind his back and said with a clenched teeth, "A sneak attack from behind? Commander Mu seems to be very capable. Do I need to sneak attack against you? Show your fruit ability. I will use you as teaching material to show the instructors here what role the fighting skills I want to teach are in actual combat." Calm and composed, Mu Bai waved his arm, and all the dust on his body was shaken off. What a big tone! As an old man, Instructor Sure, who was holding back his anger, of course had to save face. At this moment, he naturally could not say anything against it, since it is the commander's request. I will obey it. Human fruit. Mythical beast stone titan form. Instructor Sure's anger burst out with a gray skin color similar to stone. And his body continued to expand with amazing momentum in the scene. He can be famous naturally because of this rare mythical beast devil fruit ability, with a full range of bonuses. Even most of the ancient animal ability users cannot compete with him in terms of strength and destructiveness. After seeing Instructor Sure transform into a 4-meter-tall stone titan, the instructors present turned their heads to see Mu Bai's joke. If he was punished for bragging this time, even if he was a relative, he would not have the face to stay here anymore. Right? Mu Bai, who looked calm, smiled and said, "Are you ready?" "I'm ready. Come on." "Sir." In the stone titan form, he has extremely abnormal physical defense power, and his mental defense is also at the ceiling level. It can be said that he is a tank-like meat shield in the profession. If the skills Mu Bai teaches are related to attack, it will be embarrassing. Since you are ready, then I will take action. Everyone, watch my physical attack. The first move is to point the gun. As soon as the voice fell, Mu Bai's figure quickly moved closer. While compressing the two fingers of his right hand together, he contained all his strength in it. The compressed force that penetrated the back of the paper blasted into Instructor Sure's stone titan body at an almost abnormal speed. Instructor Sure, who felt a pain in his chest amid the violent collision sound similar to the sound of metal friction, roared and smashed down with both hands, aiming at Mu Bai on his chest. Physical shave. The high-speed movement skill, which seemed to teleport, was immediately activated. Mu Bai, who was instantly out of Instructor Sure's field of vision, jumped to his head, bent his right leg into a fixed arc, and suddenly turned in the air, as if accelerating like a gyroscope. The fierce whip kick slammed into Instructor Sure's head with a force of 10,000 pounds. Titan, who had not stood firmly, suddenly lost his balance and fell to the ground. Mu Bai, who landed gracefully, pointed to his legs and said, "This is a physical iron leg. The compression muscle that is based on the leg muscles to resist the blow will have great hardness and explosive power." Mu Bai, who was talking to the instructors, seemed to completely ignore the little titan who had climbed up behind him. "You guy!" Instructor Sure, who felt that he was being played, slapped him with his eyes wide open. Instructor Xiaolang was about to warn him when he saw Mu Bai put his hands in his pockets very elegantly. Then his body moved softly like a willow branch in the wind, and the trajectory of Titan's palm was easily avoided in advance by him following the airflow. This is physical paper painting. You can use the softness of your body to follow the airflow to avoid the heavy and slow attacks of large enemies. Boom boom boom. More than a dozen heavy punches hit the ground in succession, and Mu Bai dodged each punch casually, which made Instructor Sure almost numb. Paper drawing. Paper drawing. Paper drawing. Instructor Sure, who was severely tortured by Mu Bai's physical paper drawing, did not even touch the corner of the opponent's clothes. In fact, the opponent's short body seemed to be very leisurely and comfortable, moving at a frequency like a walk, and teaching the instructors present while talking. The 4-meter-long mythical beast stone titan had a gloomy face, and his originally gray face looked even gloomier. "Is all you can do is dodge?" Instructor Sure, with a twitching eye, shouted and interrupted Mu Bai's words. Mubai was not angry about this, but simply turned around and stopped dodging with his hands in his trouser pockets and said, I will fulfill your wish. But you only have one chance. Seeing that Mubai really stopped dodging, Instructor Sure felt a little guilty. He was mainly not sure what tricks the opponent was playing, and whether he was using some strange and weird means of attack again. While hesitating, he saw the shocked eyes of his colleagues. A kind of original sin called jealousy spread in his heart. Why does this young boy know these weird moves? Why should I be embarrassed here today? He is a rare ability person blessed by God. He has been a genius of the mythical beast species, and surrounded by admiration and awe since he was a child. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. The angrier he got, the harder the outer layer of skin on his Titan's arm became. Layers of tiny rock particles were attached to it, making it shine in the sun. Little devil. Titan hit hard. Collapse of the mountain. The huge rock fist broke through the air and fell. The dull sound made the air emit a sound similar to a sonic boom. Such a heavy blow even made the instructors present unable to stand firm due to the fist wind. Some instructors wanted to stop the situation as they saw the situation escalate. But under the current circumstances, no one could get close, let alone stop Instructor Sure's fatal blow. Get out of the way. This is no joke. It's bad. Sure Feng is going to get into trouble again. Crazy man. If he really kills the people sent by his superiors, what will happen to him? As if affected by the noise, Sure Feng's punch was briefly distracted. This scene was seen by Mubai, who looked calm. The strong will not be easily shaken by the words of the outside world. Don't act childish like a child. Use all your strength to let me see your strongest attack method. The Grey Titan's eyes gradually became sharper, and the powerful punch at the moment of shocking the world hit Mubai's head. The splashing power caused cracks on the surface of the ground. And Mubai, with his hands in his pockets, walked out unscathed in a puff of dust. This is a physical iron block, with extremely high defensive power. After patting the dust on his body, Mubai smiled at the shocked Sure Feng. And then, the physical shave was instantly launched. Mubai, who drew a strange arc at a powerful speed, fired his two-handed finger gun continuously when he got close. This is a continuous finger gun for physical training. The heavy and swift force continued to destroy the surface of Sure Feng's Titan skin with the opponent's fingers. And Mubai spoke again amid the splashing of gravel. The next is the upgraded version, which is the continuous finger gun combined with the arm color domineering. He was at ease, and his temperament suddenly changed. If he just looked a little mysterious, but very kind before. Then at this moment, after he released his own enlightenment seed momentum, everyone present actually had the illusion of facing a monster like a mountain. Pure black armed color domineering gathered between his fingers. And this extremely brutal continuous domineering finger gun broke Sure Feng's defense almost after the first round of impact. Mubai, who pierced through the opponent's body with one finger, turned around and hit the opponent's chest with a whip kick. Sure Feng, who was slightly injured, was kicked out more than 10 meters away like a ball, and his huge and angular rock body even slid on the ground to create a deep pit, half kneeling on the ground and bleeding all over. Sure Feng looked down at his body, and quickly removed the form of the phantom beast. He turned back into a human body, and knew that the opponent's attack actually avoided his vital parts. What's more important is that the opponent's undisguised killing intention in the last blow made even him feel creepy. Commander Mubai, I'm sorry for the offense. Thank you. Show mercy. Although he was a little reluctant, Sure Feng finally bowed his head and said the words of apology. But a thought gradually surged into his mind. Why don't you use your devil fruit power? Looking down at Sure Feng, who was still bleeding, Mubai thought for a while and said, I don't want to demolish this newly built military training base. Nor do I want to kill you. You should understand now. A large-scale and extremely destructive fruit power? It seems that I don't even have the qualifications to force him to use the fruit power. I understand. Sure Feng, who refused to be supported by others, stood up stubbornly by himself, nodded to Mubai, and limped to the medical room in the base with a complicated expression. The instructors present were silent collectively, and even the instructors, who didn't like Mubai before, looked down at the uppers of their shoes for fear that he would come to cause trouble at this moment. This boy is simply a monster among monsters. At this moment, Mubai was a little curious. He could sense that Sure Feng's grade was the first-level body forging when they fought just now. But why was the opponent so weak? And the fruit ability of the power form of the fantasy beast species could not compete with him. The gap in fighting skills? This is true. But it is not to the extent of despair. Could it be the effect of the bone reversing sutra? Or maybe he absorbed too much spiritual energy when he was training at the first level a few days ago? Or maybe the enlightenment seed that was perfectly integrated into his body allowed him to exert his greatest power. Thinking about these things, Mu Bai was too lazy to pay attention to the people around him, which made the atmosphere on the scene a little weird. All the instructors were carefully waiting for Mu Bai's instructions, while Mu Bai was staring at the front and thinking about the problem. In this stalemate, a large bus drove in from the door in the distance. "Here we come!" An instructor with broken hair took the lead in breaking the awkward atmosphere. After the bus stopped, nearly 30 people got off the bus one after another. Without exception, they were all young people, and the proportion of men and women should be half and half. As an official organization, the Science and Technology Innovation Association has a channel for conscription. In addition to soldiers who can use conventional weapons, there are also such transcendents. The number of chosen sons who can carry enlightenment seeds is actually not many among civilians. Most of the young people present were probably college graduates. They were excitedly whispering to each other until the instructor on site coughed a few times and their voices became quieter. Instructor Xiaolang looked at his superior Mu Bai and immediately said in a deep voice after looking at them, "Silence. This is not a school or a classroom. I don't want to spend time on maintaining discipline. It is your honor to be here today. As the first batch of lucky people who can try to learn physical skills, you need to meet a strong man who can really guide your talents. That is the superior Mu Bai next to me." Everyone stared at Mu Bai with strange eyes and thought that Instructor Xiaolang was joking. After all, Mu Bai looked like a junior high school boy. Some people even laughed. "Instructor, is this a test? Are you testing our eyesight to distinguish whether there are any mentally retarded people among us?" "Haha." The tall boy who raised his hand to speak said indifferently. There were also a few girls in the laughter, and they also felt a little funny. "Test your sister." Instructor Shifeng, who was bandaged, walked over with a fierce scolding. These young people were a little depressed when they saw the fierce look of the other party. This is a military base. In other words, it is equivalent to the army. Obedience is the only duty of a soldier. If you can make noise and whisper here without the order of the superior, you can go home and wait for death. Lien Fan scolded the next strong boy with long black hair, who nodded repeatedly. He also felt that these people here did not take the military department of the Science and Technology Innovation Association seriously. He felt a little ashamed to stand with these idiots. "Why are you pretending to be a big shot? If you are outside, I won't even pay attention to him." A murmur came from the crowd. Shifeng, who was already full of anger, was completely ignited. "Whoever said something, stand up." In the silence, Shifeng was about to punish these guys when Mu Bai said calmly, "Okay." Shifeng, who was about to lose his temper, immediately retreated behind Mu Bai obediently. Everyone looked at Mu Bai with some curiosity. At this moment, they realized that this young man might really be the superior here. "I will start the screening now. Your first level division will begin now." After saying that, Mu Bai snapped his fingers, and the next moment, a turbulent aura enveloped the entire venue. Overlord's aura. Shifeng and other instructors all took a deep breath. From a human perspective, the domineering color may be innate, because it is a talent that cannot be obtained through practice. The king is the hegemon. Controlling the domineering color of the domineering color shows that the person's will and momentum are highly unified. Such people are extremely rare. After all, people are flesh and blood. Many people cannot maintain their will for a long time and are destined to become followers, while those who control the domineering color of the domineering color are often leaders. When Mu Bai snapped his fingers to release his terrifying domineering color of the domineering color, all the newcomers present were heavily pressed to the ground. The heavy and invisible pressure on them caused the entire area to be slightly dislocated. Unlike other instructors, who were shocked by the other party's mastery of the domineering color of the domineering color, Shifeng and Xiaolang looked at each other, and both knew what the other party wanted to say. The control of domineering color. It's not that they haven't seen people with domineering color domineering. Often, the whole audience will be affected when the domineering color is turned on. But at this moment, both of them clearly know that they are standing behind each other without being affected by the domineering color at all. The only explanation is that Mu Bai has a stronger control over the domineering color. Some of the newcomers were lying on the ground foaming at the mouth and losing consciousness, while others were kneeling on their knees and twitching all over. Only a few were half kneeling on the ground and still using their willpower to resist this powerful pressure. Observing the performance of the crowd, Mu Bai released his domineering aura while shuttling among the newcomers. Power is not solid. It should be invisible. It can be time. mountains, rivers, sun and moon, or your willpower at this moment. If you want to be strong, you must learn to find power, explore power, and then control power. Mu Bai had already come to the middle of the newcomers. If you can't even bear this kind of pressure, it seems that everyone present is trash among trash. Trash among trash. I actually have no interest in training trash to master power. I'm not trash. Mu Bai, who used words to stir up the emotions of the crowd, turned back in surprise, and saw a black-haired man with a ponytail a few meters away from him slowly standing up with his own willpower. In sharp contrast to him were the people who were crushed to the ground by the pressure. Neither am I. I'd rather lie down and feel comfortable. One imitator just shouted out when he realized that the pressure on his body had already pressed him to the ground, and he dared not divert his attention. Mu Bai, staring at the other person's face, clapped his hands, and then continued, "What is a strong person? I think water can be used to describe it very vividly. People are inconstant, and water is inconstant. Under the trickling water, you need to have the endurance and weighting of water dripping through rocks. And under the turbulent waves, you need to have the momentum to swallow up mountains and rivers. People should be as soft as water, and also as sharp as water. The former can be transformed into an unsolvable shield, and the latter can be transformed into the most lethal weapon. Those who have both are the strong people I recognize." The instructors were a little confused when they heard Mu Bai's words. Although they felt it was interesting, it seemed that these were useless. Only Shifeng listened carefully, because he knew that what Mu Bai was talking about was actually his physical skills. Only by combining hardness and softness can he perform the soft paper painting and the hard finger gun. However, the softness of paper painting also has a hardness that changes according to the opponent's attack. And the hardness of the finger gun also has an endless stamina. Commander Mu Bai is a great talent. He can summarize and discover and expand it into a physical system at this age. I have never heard of such a person. At least, I have never heard of such a person at his age. Shifeng, who gave a high evaluation, admired sincerely. What kind of people are most admirable? Whether it is a decent character or a villain. Those who have a firm will, a lofty goal and strive for this goal are the most admirable. Xiaolang, who has simulated Mu Bai's bumpy journey in his mind, even had tears in his eyes. Brother Shi, you are right. I think so too. Hack. After looking at Xiaolang, Shifeng felt that his acting skills needed to be improved. Look at Xiaolang. He cried when he said he would cry. Such superb acting skills in front of the commander are really rare talents. After looking at the instructor's movements, Mu Bai was a little speechless. He was just trying to guide the power in the newcomer's body. But why did the instructor cry? I understand. The newcomer who resisted Mu Bai's domineering pressure said excitedly. But then he fell to the ground and slept soundly. Is this because he couldn't bear it mentally? Oh! Young people are still young after all. Mu Bai clapped his hands to end this test of domineering pressure, pointed at a few people and said, "You guys will be the first echelon of newcomers in the future. And the rest of you are not qualified to receive physical training. Except for the first echelon. All of you will run laps until the sun rises tomorrow." What? The exhausted newcomers almost cried. The people who were called and assigned to the first echelon were still happy that they didn't have to run laps. Mu Bai had already come to the training equipment and found several sets of steel weight-bearing armor from the pile of equipment. It was roughly estimated that each set probably weighed nearly 500 kilograms. They run 12 points. And you keep running. Mu Bai turned around and left. Instructor Xiaolang hurriedly caught up with him and said awkwardly, "Is it that simple?" "Sir, I mean the training method. Although people won't die from running laps at this intensity. If they persist completely, they will probably be half dead. Although the people present are not ordinary people. They are not strong people either. It's that simple. Leave it to you to supervise. If they don't even pass the physical fitness test, then no matter how strong the skills are, they will be nothing but illusions for them." Mu Bai waved his hand and left without looking back. After all, today is Friday, and he has to go home to do his homework. After leaving the military base, Mu Bai took a bus to the city. However, there were many elderly people on the bus. A white-haired old man looked at a middle-aged man wearing glasses and dressed like a social animal and said rudely, "Young man, my legs and feet are inconvenient. Can you let me sit for a while?" "No." "Huh?" Young people nowadays are really rude. The old man with a cane picked up the cane and was about to hit him. The helpless middle-aged man said with some annoyance, "Old man, do you know that you are annoying? You brainless thing." Before the old man got angry, The middle-aged man stood up and smashed the old man's head with a punch. In the splattering blood, the middle-aged man took off his blood-stained glasses, and light blue pupils gradually appeared on his face. He shrugged his shoulders innocently and said to Mubai slowly, "I'm so sorry. I wanted to go into the city with you to discuss our organization. But this low-level creature actually offended me here. Please forgive my distinguished friend." Mubai, who was sitting in the back seat, frowned slightly. The other party gave him a strange feeling. Although his aura was somewhat similar to the people of the Holy Church of Light he had killed before, his aura as a whole always gave people a feeling of being out of place. The people on the bus, including the driver, wanted to escape from the front and back doors in panic. The middle-aged man in a black suit stepped on his plain glasses and said apologetically, "You can't leave. Because if I have a conflict with Mr. Mubai, I need you as hostages. I'm sorry for scaring you. But you should forgive me for being so gentle." Everyone didn't care what he said. Some wanted to jump out of the window, and some wanted to smash the doors and windows of the bus with a safety hammer. The man was a little disappointed to see that everyone wanted to flee like driven animals. He looked at Mubai, who was sitting in the last row, and said elegantly, "Dear Mr. Mubai, is it useful for you to identify the hostage?" Mubai, with his chin on his hands, watched the other party's performance quietly without answering. But his observation hockey had locked on the other party. He could sense that this person was unusual, and that the other party was also observing him. But not with his eyes, but with other organs. Although this was very strange, it was still within Mubai's understanding. "Who are you? You are different from those people in the Holy Church of Light. But the fact that you can find me shows that you are still in the same group with them. Are you from the Advent sect? The powerful humans from other worlds are about to merge with this planet. So the whole world can be divided into conservatives, neutrals, and Adventists. The Science and Technology Innovation Association where he is facing the contradiction between conservatives and Adventists. Smart. I admire your mind. Including the new combat skills you just demonstrated in the military base. If I insist, I am indeed a member of the Advent sect. But I seem to be more extreme and more determined than them. My code name is Fortress. And the purpose of this trip is to persuade you." The voice of the man who called himself Fortress was interrupted by crying. "If you are really noisy, kill them all." As soon as Fortress finished speaking, he showed an extremely hideous smile. The next moment, he was like a devil, and instantly cut off the entire bus with his feet as the boundary line. In the flying flesh and blood, Mubai escaped from the opponent's attack range from the back row and landed lightly on the willow tree beside the road. As the bus exploded, Bastion, who was originally wearing a black suit, took off his coat and walked out of the fireworks on sparks. "Strange. You didn't show any disgust to me when I killed these ordinary people. You look cold-blooded. Let's continue the topic just now. I am actually collecting talents on behalf of the person above, in order to lead us into a new evolutionary path. The Science and Technology Innovation Association will soon become history. The only ones who can replace it are the noble masters of the planet above. I hope you will join us before the end of the world." His right hand was still stained with blood, but Bastion's innocent smile seemed particularly sincere. "Who are we in your mouth? It is the only true God in the sky who can help us." Bastion pointed to the figure of the planet on the edge of the sky. Looking at this weird madman, Mubai also roughly understood who the other party was talking about. Some of the surrenderists might have already contacted the forces on that planet. "I don't like to talk about faith. I'm a more realistic person. What long-term or short-term benefits can joining you bring me?" Mubai's straightforward words did not cause Bastion's disgust. On the contrary, Bastion's slightly oversized mouth corners opened again, as if he was a frog man. "I like your question. Benefits? Breaking away from insects and becoming a new human being who is higher than humans. Doesn't such benefit crush your other monetary interests or rights?" Bastion tilted his head to look at the private car passing by the bus explosion and kicked it over. The private car, which was driving at high speed, rolled several times and finally fell into the deep ditch next to it. Just like this, holding the power of life and death of these insects. And the price is only to serve the future true owner of this land wholeheartedly in the future. He casually grabbed the wreckage of the burning bus next to him and threw it into the deep ditch. The private car exploded instantly. It is obvious that the people on it will die. Mubai, standing on the willow tree, looked at the scene coldly. Whether those people died or not was none of his business. What was important was that this person who called himself the Fortress was very strange. If he wanted to recruit him, Why did he deliberately reveal his flaws when he lifted up the wreckage of the bus just now? Was he waiting for him to make the first move? There is some truth. The strong have the absolute power of life and death over the weak. The exploitation of the weak by the strong comes from the unbridgeable gap in strength. But if I join your Advent sect, wouldn't I also become a weakling? Fortress, who was originally somewhat appreciative, asked in surprise. What do you mean by that? Mu Bai, who jumped down from the willow tree, said, as if it was a matter of course. The Science and Technology Association is a bug. And you, the Advent sect, are also bugs. Even the Lord you mentioned. The existence on that planet. Isn't it? Since they are all bugs, why should I force myself to serve you? Fortress believed that those who did not join the Advent sect on this planet were bugs. But in the eyes of Mu Bai, a person from the outside world, everything the other party mentioned was a bug. It's really an interesting thought. You let me hear one of the original sins of mankind. Arrogance. Fortress looked helpless, but there was a hint of joy in his eyes. That was the desire for battle. Are you sure about this? I am a second-level existence, and I have also obtained a special enlightenment seed transformation. Even if I am also a second-level existence, I am not my opponent. Not to mention that you have just entered the first level. Fortress, standing at the downwind, smelled the spiritual fluctuations emanating from Mu Bai's body, and said with some regret, the opponent was indeed very strong. Even Mu Bai was not confident that he could win, judging from the opponent's power and breath reflected by his observation haki. It was as pure as the abyss. The ripple-like black wave was spreading from the opponent's body to the outside world. That was the manifestation of high-purity spiritual power. Obviously, the battle was about to begin. However, before the battle, Mu Bai was still curious and asked again, did you find me because of the Holy Church of Light? Holy Church of Light? I just went to the next city to perform a mission, and happened to see a military base here, and came to observe and observe. That's why I found you. Bastion was a little puzzled. He had no connection with the Holy Church of Light. Mu Bai, who could see that the opponent was probably not lying, felt that his luck was really good for a moment. There were not many second-level strongmen in Shiri City, or even Shiri City. As a result, he met one who was hostile. Friend, can I take action? In fact, I prefer to kill you rather than recruit you. The king of martial arts. Please forgive my rudeness. As soon as the voice fell, Bastion had appeared less than half a meter in front of Mu Bai without knowing when. The straight fist pierced through the shirt and exploded directly on the road. With the help of the high-speed movement of Taijutsu Shave, Mu Bai dodged the opponent's attack while pressing the back of his head with his backhand, and twisted his neck 360 degrees at the same time as he landed on the ground. Bastion, whose neck was twisted, did not die. On the contrary, his smile became even wider. No ordinary means can kill me. The wind swept across. Bastion, with strange body movements, supported the ground with one hand, and the spiritual energy on his left leg turned into a sharp whip and slashed through the air. Mu Bai's chin shrank. After dodging the opponent's leg, the domineering color burst out instantly. Bastion, shrouded in the domineering color, moved slightly slower, and Mu Bai, who seized this opportunity, exhaled a breath of foul air in a cold voice. Then, the extremely brutal armed color continuous finger guns continued to bombard the vital parts of Bastion's body like a dragon swimming in the waves. The temples, the back of the head, the cervical vertebrae, the trachea and the arteries of the limbs. These vulnerable places were constantly visited by Mu Bai. After a set of smooth finger guns, Bastion, who was a little spasmodic all over his body, retreated again and again. What a hard body. Looking at his numb fingers, Mu Bai found that the opponent was different from ordinary transcendence. Although he had touched the weaknesses of the opponent's various human body parts, he always had a feeling that he did not hit accurately. After taking a few steps back, Bastion covered his face with both hands. The painful whimpering sound in his mouth gradually disappeared, replaced by bursts of laughter. There was a gap between the index finger and the middle finger, and the blue pupils looked at Mu Bai with a playful look. Interesting fighting method. But your attack power is too weak. So weak that I almost thought it was a massage. I said I am different from ordinary people. Before he finished speaking, he saw Mu Bai's hands condense a pale white ball cover. The ball cover was very inconspicuous and infinitely close to transparent. If it weren't for his good eyesight, he might not be able to find its existence at first glance. Devil fruit? The somewhat uncertain Bastion gradually got rid of the crazy state. and replaced it with the elegant appearance at the beginning. This guy has multiple personalities. Seeing the other party looking at his hands, Mubai smiled and said, I have no choice but to be serious. I have never shown my true strength in this world. It's an honor. I will also use all my skills and strength to kill you. Fortress, who thought that the other party recognized him and was going all out, twitched his head irregularly for a few times, and the afterimage left in the original place quickly disappeared. Air shock. Unable to keep up with the other party's speed, Mubai slammed down to the right side of his body. There was a shattering sound out of thin air where the fist fell. The lines that looked like broken glass spread rapidly in the air. Squeak! 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 The ground began to vibrate continuously. And it was in this vibration that Fortress, who was moving at high speed, looked at his legs in surprise. His speed was sharply reduced in the vibration as if he was fixed, accompanied by bursts of shattering sounds. Mubai suddenly looked at the figure in front of him on the right. A blue halo flashed suddenly. The second-level Fortress was indeed surpassing Mubai in spiritual energy. After breaking free from the vibration, he turned into a blue light and shadow and approached Mubai again. But this time, the other party discovered him at the first time. Mubai, who located the other party's position through resonance, jumped up. As his arm was covered by the white ball, he punched into the void. A trace of space shattering suddenly appeared on Bastion, who was 1 meter away. With the creepy sound of the mirror shattering, he flew backwards instantly after receiving the shock. After knocking down 2 willow trees, he rolled into a deep ditch. I don't know if it was God's will, but when Bastion raised his head with blood on the corner of his mouth, he was surprised to find that the burning body of the private car owner who had been kicked into the ditch by him was next to him. As if he saw the sarcasm in the other party's eyes, Bastion sneered and stood up. There were different degrees of damage to the internal organs of the whole body, and it was just one blow. This was enough to show that the power of the other party's fruit that seemed to cause vibration had a lethality that surpassed most natural systems. This monster-like boy cannot be left. His arm swung down, and a gust of wind extinguished the nearby flames. He stepped on the grass and walked back to the road without noticing Mubai's figure. Just as he was about to turn around, he was directly pressed on the face by an iron hand and blasted straight into the ground. Vibration fruit. Vibration skill. Continuously shattered. The vibration light ball in Mubai's hand, who was holding the opponent's face with one hand, kept exploding. The terrifying vibration shock waves swept the entire area wantonly. Squeak! Squeak! A private car felt the road ahead was vibrating. Just as it was about to turn on the turn signal to turn around, a figure in a white shirt pierced into the jungle not far away, like a sharp sword. Bastion, who was attacked by continuous vibrations, was confused and pushed aside the grass beside him. He shook his head and felt very dizzy. He had just stood firm when the broken wood wrapped in the vibration ball cover pierced the ground from the air. He was unable to dodge, and half of his body was knocked away again by the friction sound of the vibration ball cover. After throwing away the broken wood in his hand, Mubai walked over with a cold expression. Strange physique. You are not simple to withstand so many shocks. The man codenamed Bastion, who looked a little embarrassed in the smoke and dust, stretched out his hand to tear the torn white shirt on his body into pieces. After shaking his neck, he said with a smile, Are you simple? This kind of natural disaster level fruit power is really enviable. But I haven't played my trump card yet. Beyond the enlightenment seed. It really touches the taboos of higher life forms. The demon seed. As soon as the voice fell, Bastion's body cells grew rapidly and made a tearing sound all over his body. In this sound, the monster with a lavender halo was constantly panting. His neck muscles continued to grow downwards to form a flesh and blood cloak behind him. And barbs appeared on this cloak. And Bastion, who originally had a human appearance and body shape, gradually cracked a crack on his head after opening the power of the demon seed. A single eye opened from it. And next to the single eye were 3 purple bone spurs entangled ruggedly. The height of about 1.8 meters has now grown to nearly 2 meters. The demonized spiritual energy surged into his body and brought up bursts of purple smoke. The bulging muscles gradually grew into a sharp-edged biological SHL armor like the abdomen of a crab. The Fortress, whose appearance had changed greatly, laughed wildly and stretched his arms deep into the ground. This is the posture that a higher creature should have. This is the ultimate power. The twisted and deformed arm pulled the entire piece of land and threw it to Mubai. Mubai, who smashed the mud, sand and rocks with one punch, subconsciously used the vibration power of the vibration fruit to the back. But the opponent's speed was too fast. He almost avoided the vibration fist with a non-biological movement, and pulled Mu Bai's calf, and swung it towards the forest. Mu Bai, who was hit against the tree as a human axe, held his head with both hands, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. Seeing that he could not break free from the opponent's hand with increased power, he slightly vibrated the space with his left hand, and vibrated in the opposite direction with his right hand. With two crisp sounds, Mu Bai instantly twisted his right leg with the help of these two reaction forces. Without waiting for the demonized fortress to be surprised, Mu Bai turned around and used his intact other leg to hit him in the chest with a vibrating whip kick. The chest of the fortress, which was blown away several meters by the huge force, was smoking, and the whole body hit the giant rock behind him. Mu Bai, whose left leg was twisted and deformed, felt a piercing pain as soon as he landed on the ground. The reverse bone meridian was activated, and in a few moments, the originally twisted and miserable left leg was repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye. Demonized seed? It seems that you have received help from another world. Fortress, with his legs bent, smiled and immediately turned into a Z-shaped trajectory and quickly crossed the trees. As his fists pulled back, the fist shadows that filled the space kept hitting the ground. The powerful force plus the terrifying monster-breaking power. Even Mu Bai was a little overwhelmed. Armament hockey. Iron block. The pure black steel power turned into the strongest defensive barrier. After enduring a round of brutal attacks from the opponent, Mu Bai seized the opportunity to shrink the vibration ball cover to his fingers. The next moment, the armament hockey continuous finger gun containing the power of the tremor fruit bombarded Fortress's neck dozens of times in a row. The pierced neck was bleeding, but Fortress didn't care about the opponent's attack at all and opened his arms to lock Mu Bai's actions. Just when he was about to be hugged, Mu Bai exerted force on the toes of his left foot. With the blessing of the reaction vibration power of the tremor fruit, Mu Bai flipped in the air, avoiding the opponent's hug while bombarding the one-eyed man protected on the top of his head with a finger gun. Finger gun pierces the sun. The finger gun containing the sword intent smashed the opponent's one-eyed man, and the severely injured Fortress trembled all over. But it was also a sign that he was about to break through the third-level power under the surge of adrenaline. Mu Bai in the air was sunk to the ground by the opponent at a sudden increase in speed. Rolling like a carp to avoid the opponent's continuous attack, Mu Bai kicked the opponent's ankle with a shock sweep kick. Then he pierced the three corners of his head and smashed his right eye with a punch. When the fortress, which was in chaos, roared to cover the pain, Mu Bai had already disappeared in front of him. When he was about to curse, Mu Bai, who was always standing behind him, exhaled a foul breath. The two fingers of his right hand gradually solidified, and a sharp sword energy was brewing in the gap. Whether it was finger gun or shaving, they were all imitations of the Navy's physical skills in one piece. And Mu Bai had actually long looked down on this toy-like move. He knew very well that the real advantage of this body at this moment was not melee but kendo. In the previous pure enlightenment seed, he chose kendo, which to a certain extent raised his kendo talent to a higher level. Now without a sword, he could only use his fingers as swords. Tiangang 72. Sword tactics. This sword technique is fierce and full of murderous intent. The finger is used as a sword and it is constantly dancing. Like a beast bearing its fangs and claws, it instantly turns into a sharp blade light. Every swing carries endless power. The sword force is like a landslide, tearing the air apart. The fierce sword moves are extremely swift. Like a flash of lightning, the left arm of the barrier that was attacked from behind was easily cut off by the finger's sword. The sword energy flashed coldly, exuding a cold murderous intent. Every time the sword cut through the air, it was accompanied by a shrill whistle, like the arrival of the god of death. After the scalp numbed, the barrier immediately wanted to leave the battlefield after sensing the death intention. But now this broken body could not support him to leave. Especially the ankle that was kicked just now made him unable to move. The contact between the finger sword and the flesh and blood cloak of the fortress made a harsh metal collision sound. And the sword force was like a rainbow, instantly slashing out countless sword lights, pouring down like a storm. The sword moves continued, forming a sword net that trapped the enemy. The enemy had nowhere to hide, and could only resist the pressure of the sword. Under this sword force, Bastion, whose blood and chi were almost depleted, immediately blocked with his remaining arm. But the sword was like a venomous snake, and every attack was a killing aura. When the sword was about to smash the defense on his chest, Bastion immediately shouted loudly, "Stop! Don't you want to know about the demonized seeds? The finger stopped in front of the other's exposed heart. Mubai raised his head and said, "Tell me. If I am satisfied, I might let you go." The panting Bastion gradually lifted the current demon form. But after returning to human form, this guy only had one breath left. And his miserable appearance was even more exaggerated than before. To make a long story short, I just hope you can let me go. This demon seed was given to us by the world that calls itself the Imperial Realm. This thing is rare and can coexist with the Enlightenment seed. More importantly, the Enlightenment seed can carry the power of a fruit. And the demon seed can do the same. At this point, Bastion paid special attention to Mubai's expression. Seeing that the other party had no interest, he said with some reluctance, "If you can let me go back, I can apply to them for another demon seed to give you. I ask you, how many do you have?" "Not many. Except for the first group of people who pledged allegiance. The Imperial Realm you mentioned refers to the world that is about to merge with the world ruled by the Science and Technology Innovation Association?" "Yes. It is the planet above our heads. People from the Imperial Realm can enter this world now? I don't know, but I think it is highly unlikely. We accidentally contacted them through special communication equipment. And the demon seed was also transmitted by them through special channels." Demonized seeds. The Imperial Realm. The Science and Technology Innovation Association. The problem is getting more and more complicated. However, if this demonized seed really has the power to allow a person to bear the second devil fruit, he really wants to plant one in his body. But he has to first figure out whether this thing has any negative effects. Anything else to add? No. The trembling Bastion looked at Mubai in surprise as he turned and left. He was immediately overjoyed and thought that the other party really let him go. When he staggered to the road with his broken body, Mubai was looking at him with a smile. "It seems that there is a bug here." After saying that, he punched. Bastion's chest exploded. After looking down at his chest, Bastion fell into the deep ditch weakly. "I'm sorry. I was just hitting the bug and didn't expect to hurt you by mistake. It's a sin. Do you know about the end of the world?" In the empty and solemn hall, the white-haired old man whispered to the newly joined Knights Templar, and the voice seemed to be ethereal from the ancient times. "Disciple does not know. I only know that following the Lord's thinking can obtain the qualification to transcend this world. You are right. But you also have to understand the end of the world. When the true lords of the Imperial Realm really come to this world, the Science and Innovation Association will be destroyed. And this land that gave birth to us will also be destroyed. Civilization. And a new civilized world will be rebuilt on the ruins. This is the mission of our temple. Go to welcome the Lord's coming." The echo echoed in the hall. And the Knights Templar, who was half kneeling in front of the statue, seemed to be thinking about something. "Elder, when will the gods come? When they come, I will serve them, and trample the heads of all the resistors with my warhorse's hooves. Soon." The old man called. The elder waved his hand forward gently. And the next moment the patterned door, that was dozens of meters high, gradually opened. And a gust of cold air blew into the temple along with the snow mixed in the wind. In the wind and snow, a white-haired man holding an ordinary long sword walked into the sight of the two. He was covered with frost, and his long white hair looked unruly. "Elder, the latest news is that Humorous is dead. And he died in the hands of the Science and Technology Innovation Association. He was killed by Guwana, one of the peaks of mankind." The white-haired man gave a look to the Templar next to him, and the other party stood up and left here consciously. The elder muttered these three words with some melancholy, saying, "He is a veteran 5th Order Transcendental level expert. Why did he take action this time? If I remember correctly, this person should have been severely injured and only had one breath left in the territory of Layun City in June last year." The Knights Templar nodded. He looked at the wind and snow still blowing in from the outside world, stretched out his left hand, and pointed far away. The snow should stop. In a trance, the cold air immediately froze the snow outside. The heavy snow in the entire space seemed to be fixed in the air, as beautiful as a sad scene. Gu Wano was indeed seriously injured. I was still a participant in that roundtable meeting. If it weren't for those crazy people, the whole army would have been wiped out. According to the information I got, he recovered so quickly because a powerful healer was newly promoted in the Science and Technology Association. The elder turned around and looked at the statue, chuckled twice, and said with some dissatisfaction, "The Allah is about to come. Compared with the thousands of years of waiting of my ancestors, I am lucky. When the Allah comes, these jumping clowns in the Science and Technology Association will not even be qualified to be your and my slaves." The Knights Templar just nodded in agreement when an obscure voice came from not far away. The elder who heard the voice said, "I know," and the voice dissipated. Strange. The ordinary knight of the Knights Templar, codenamed Fortress, died on the way back from completing the mission. The location was on the road in the suburbs of Baizhou City, Sunset Province. It seems that his body was cut off, and he died of exhaustion after activating the demon seed. Fortress? The Knights Templar's expression changed slightly. What's wrong? Is he important? The elder said curiously after seeing the change in the Knight Commander's expression. The Knight Commander said with a strange look, "It's not important. Any one of the knights can defeat him. The main reason is that this person has a long history, and is one of the earliest Templars. If he is tortured by the enemy, and reveals information about the Imperial Realm, it will not be good. Does he know a lot? He should only know the word Imperial Realm." The elder said indifferently, "That's okay. Send a team to investigate who killed him. At the same time, help me complete a task in secret. I need to know whether the devil fruit rumored in Sunset Province is in the hands of the Science and Technology Association. If it is, the Intelligence Department and the Temple Assassination Department will cooperate with you to find the location of the fruit. If I remember correctly, the fruit should be a powerful existence ranked in the front row of the elemental system." The Knight Commander of the Templar immediately took the order. Stealing the devil fruit stored in the Science and Technology Association is something the temple often does. But in the past, most of them were petty thefts. But in the past 2 years, as the strength of the temple has grown stronger under the strengthening of the demon seeds, this kind of stealing has also become robbery. Nightingale, go and investigate the list of strong people in the Sunset Province. Try to avoid them. And be careful on the territory of the Science and Technology Association. The woman standing in his shadow was wearing a black robe. After hearing the order of the Knight Commander, she immediately disappeared in his shadow. The wind and snow that had been suspended after he left continued to fall. It has been more than a month since the death of the man codenamed Fortress. During this period, Mubai has always kept a low profile. Apart from occasionally teaching physical skills in the military base, he has spent most of his time studying the enlightenment seeds in his body. The sound of notes being swished in the classroom was made by Mubai. But if you observe closely, you will find that he is not taking notes, but is in a daze. The pen gradually wrote 2 words on the white paper. Emperor Realm, this is what the surrendered man codenamed Fortress said in person. Although it is not ruled out that the other party may have deceived himself, it is likely that what the other party said is true. Being able to receive the demonized seeds transmitted from the Emperor Realm means that the cultivation system in the Emperor Realm is very likely to crush this world. After thinking about it, if the Emperor Realm is really integrated with this planet, then the monopoly-level power of the Science and Technology Innovation Association will collapse. And at that time the original order will be broken. In the current environment, Mubai actually thought a lot. Should he continue to practice as planned, and train the new members of the Science and Technology Innovation Association as an instructor? Or should he be more eager for quick success, and improve himself to become a world power in the shortest time? Becoming a world power may be impossible for others, but it is not so difficult for Mubai. Moreover, if the magic seed that Bastion said at that time can really carry the second devil fruit, then his plan to become stronger will go a step further. Thinking of this, the bell for the end of get out of class rang. The teacher on the podium nodded at the children's seriousness and clapped his hands. "Everyone, please be quiet. At present, our Sunset Province's capital school, Mingyang Middle School, has a 7-day exchange activity. Each class needs a student to go. In a while, Mubai, you should prepare to see what you need to bring." Mubai, who was thinking about the future prospects, pointed at himself in surprise and said, "Teacher, am I not suitable? The principal asked you to go. It seems that there are other reasons." Mubai frowned slightly, and was about to say something when his cell phone rang. He subconsciously looked at the message, and after seeing the content of the message clearly, the corners of his mouth twitched a little. "I forgot to tell you that I am the principal. You go to the provincial capital this time to participate in the activities." The message was left by Lu Wanqiu. Lu Wanqiu is actually the principal of this middle school. The adopter who I see every morning and evening is actually the school principal? Mubai nodded with a strange look. "Is he a relative of the principal? I think the principal asked Mubai to go because he is handsome and can beautify the image of our school. Mubai is really handsome. I saw him receive a love letter yesterday." Under the crazy discussion of female classmates, Mubai has become the most popular male classmate in the class, which makes some male classmates, who have been robbed of the limelight, a little unhappy. After the teacher left, The boy with a buzz cut sitting in the last row tilted his head and kicked the chair in front of him, saying in confusion, "Why did the relative snatch our chance to participate in the event? Can you understand it because he's handsome?" "Yeah. The transfer student, who is mysterious all day long, is too rampant." Several male classmates who were having fun with Lu Xueqing said jokingly. "So rude. Really ugly and ugly. If you go out like this, you will probably bring shame to our school." A muttering came into Lu Xueqing's ears, and he instantly jumped up. He picked up the extracurricular book in his hand and threw it at Mu Bai in the front row. Of course, due to the lack of strength, and the book scattered in the air. After throwing it, it just rolled to Mu Bai's feet. "Mu Bai, what the hell are you talking about? Come out and beat the bastard," Lu Xueqing said, and walked over with big strides. Mu Bai, who was spinning a pen, did not change his expression. But he was a little surprised that he was caught in the crossfire, and those words were not said by him. "Are you sure you want to fight with me?" Mu Bai turned around with a calm face, and the few good brothers who heard the fierce words of Lu Xueqing, the big brother, all stood up and said with a gloomy face, "Then how can I joke with you?" As he said that, he actually picked up a chair and threw it at Mu Bai. Mu Bai stood up helplessly and dodged backwards, and saw the other party stagger. "We are all classmates. There is no need to kowtow to me." Hearing the other party's ridicule, the younger brother, who was not standing firmly, immediately stood up and was about to imitate the rising dragon punch in the game to hit the other party. But unexpectedly Mu Bai dodged again. Seeing the situation develop like this, Lu Xueqing was also a little annoyed. He didn't want to fight here, but now this situation obviously had no choice. "You are playing tricks on my brother. I will kill you." As he said, he picked up the iron triangle ruler from the table and rushed over. Mu Bai, who was dodging the attack of that person, took another step back, and the triangle ruler pierced into Lu Xueqing's younger brother's chest. "Brother, you? What do you mean you? What are you doing bumping into me?" Seeing that the other party was bleeding, Lu Xueqing, who was furious, pulled out the bloody triangle ruler and slashed it towards Mu Bai's neck. Mu Bai was a little sleepy after the repeated tricks. No classmates dared to stop the big and strong Lu Xueqing. Seeing this, Mu Bai yawned and said softly, "That's enough. If you want to die, take this step." Angry, extreme anger, Lu Xueqing, who was controlled by adrenaline at the moment, actually stopped gradually after listening to Mu Bai's words. Death. Intention. Death. Death. The fear of death instantly extinguished his out-of-control emotions. A cold and suffocating feeling of death enveloped him. He had experienced this feeling before. The feeling of drowning and suffocating in the swimming pool when he was a child was the touch of dying. It was a taboo for the living. Mu Bai, who had released some spirit casually, passed by the other party with his hands in his pockets. Before leaving, he kindly reminded him, "Your pants are wet. Go change them." Lu Xueqing, who was shaking all over, swallowed his saliva. At this moment, he finally understood why this transfer student Mu Bai was so mysterious. The look in his eyes just now was not something that a human could produce. The other party was most likely the Transcendents, those monsters that his father had reminded him of. He sat on the ground in a daze, not realizing that he had wet his pants. After arriving at the principal's office, Mu Bai knocked on the door. "Come in." As soon as he entered the room, he found that Lu Nuonyo was also here. Lu Nuonyo, with her white hair like a doll, became a celebrity as soon as she entered the school. Unlike Mu Bai, who always kept a low profile. Even yesterday, Mu Bai saw erotic novels written by male classmates in the class, such as White-Haired School Beauty Falls in Love with Me and the love story between Nuonyo and me. Seeing Lu Nuonyo's white hair, Mu Bai felt a little scared. I don't know if it was influenced by Shui Ji. "Brother, you are here." "Yeah." Seeing Mu Bai perfunctorily treat him like this, Lu Nuonyo's cheeks suddenly bulged with anger. "Lu Mom, why did you ask me to be an exchange student?" After sitting on the sofa, Mu Bai found that there was a photo on the table, or a group photo, in which there was Lu Wanqiu and an old man wearing some kind of ethnic costume. Lu Wanqiu knocked on the table and sighed. "Isn't that to make you concentrate? Don't go to your classmate's house every Saturday and Sunday. This time, Nuonyo is going too, so you can go with her and learn more about the world." "Okay." Mu Bai agreed quickly without any objection. But he was a little speechless when he set off the next day. Lu Nuonyo's luggage was almost as big as moving. "Sister, it's only 7 days. You are going to be gone for 7 years. How much? While Lunonio was still in a daze, Mubai had already left the door empty-handed and walked into the elevator alone. I'll wait for you downstairs. Seeing that the other party didn't even want to help her with the luggage, Lunonio could only helplessly simplify the configuration of the suitcase, and it took a long time to complete it. Mubai, who was waiting downstairs, did not wear a school uniform today, but a black leather jacket, sneakers, and dark blue jeans underneath. Judging from his temperament, he seemed more mature. He was typing on his mobile phone and put away his mobile phone when he saw someone looking at him. Good morning, Teacher Yun. What are you looking at? Mubai? You seem to have seen some forums. Teacher Yun's full name is Yun Yunro. She is the most beautiful female teacher in the school. She joined the middle school a year ago. Her long and smooth hair smells fragrant, and her beautiful face is irresistible. Mubai was slightly surprised to be approached so closely. He didn't even notice the other party's arrival just now. Could it be that his observation hockey failed? The bus not far away had stopped, and the male students in the bus all cast envious eyes at Mubai. Something that can't be put on the table. Is the teacher leading the team this time? Yun Yunro said gently after putting her long and smooth black hair behind her ears. Yes. After all, it's my turn this time. The principal said it was to compensate for the fact that I didn't have time to participate in the school outing last time. Mubai, who kept a certain distance from the other party, nodded and pushed the suitcase towards the direction of the bus. Lu Nuonyo, who had just come downstairs, also quickly followed. Seeing that Mubai and Lu Nuonyo were actually going upstairs in the same residential area, the students present looked at the two of them with some gossip. Mubai didn't care at all and just kept typing on his mobile phone, while Lu Nuonyo held Mubai's arm and sat on the double seat in the middle of the bus. The forum of the advent of the Imperial Realm. This is why Mubai always pays attention to his mobile phone. He did not find any other information in the browser last night. Only the two words Imperial Realm could be searched for this forum. At first, he was actually a little disappointed, because the detailed introduction of this forum stated that this was a decent force in the niche mobile game or a battlefield. In order to understand the actual situation, he also spent some time to understand the plot of the entire game last night. After spending 10,648 recharge gift packs, he finally got through the plot content of the first 3 chapters. The plot of the entire mobile game is that the player controls the character named Saint to kill all the way in a world full of distorted monsters. All the way is a matchless way of killing monsters. And the amnesiac Saint discovered the horrible truth on the journey of searching for memories. That is, all the monsters he encountered were transformed from humans. And these people were infected by a so-called aura, so that the aura gradually turned into the appearance of monsters. The mysterious organization, the advent of the Emperor Realm, has the purification ability to transform people from monsters back into humans. Every monster that still retains its regrets, and will has a certain probability of being saved by the purification power, and turned back into a human. The only interesting thing about this game is that these rescued monsters have a certain probability of being turned into companions by the protagonist Saint, and begin to develop their own power. Last night, Mubai did not find anything too strange until here. But when he cleared the first chapter, he gradually found something different. Because in the plot of the second act, he actually found a monster image that was very similar to the demonized seed of the fortress. Feeling a little strange, he immediately felt that there must be some connection between them. If this game has a theme, it is probably purification and redemption. Except for mindless Krypton gold. In the game, except for Saint, the protagonist who was sanctified and given a special mission. The rest of the people are ugly and need to be saved. And those who have been saved by Saint all follow Saint wholeheartedly. So after playing this game until dawn, I entered the forum called Advent of the Emperor Realm. Post, I can feel the deep meaning of the game or a battlefield. That is, everything that exists needs to be redeemed. And everyone who is alive needs to save themselves. Because they have original sin. And the protagonist Saint represents the sacred existence of redemption. The more I play this game, the more ashamed I feel. The more ashamed I feel, the more people need to be saved. After I spent 10,648 Krypton, I feel that I haven't done enough. By the way, does anyone know how to play the 4th chapter? A newbie asked for advice. Poster, black and white chessboard. After posting this message, Mubai waited for fishing. He wanted to see if there were any special people playing this game. Soon someone commented OK below. Neutered Rabbit, 10648 Science and Technology Innovation Association Currency. Rich people. Eternal, this rubbish game does not need a strategy. Just pay for it. Lililu, the host is crazy. This broken game can actually produce insights. I quit the pit after playing the second chapter. And the protagonist saint is too abstract. Like a cerebral palsy. Mubai chose to ignore all these comments. Just as he refreshed the page, a message caught his eye. Surfing Exorcist, you have talent. Apart from the Krypton Gold system, the biggest function of this game is to warn everyone that only by focusing on the sacred can you be saved. Otherwise you will inevitably go on the road of demonization. Demons and angels are always between a thought. The other party talked a lot of nonsense. The only thing that made Mubai's eyes light up was the word demonization. Mubai almost stood up after clicking on the other party's avatar. This is a self-destructing werewolf. This guy nicknamed Surfing Exorcist posted some training photos in his daily life posts. Everyone in his photos was extraordinary. Maybe ordinary people only thought that these people with naked upper bodies were fitness. But only Mubai could see that these people were all strong in the flesh. In one of the photos, there was a fortress standing in the corner. And in front of the backs of the people was a dream picture that seemed to have been photoshopped. The majestic iceberg castle stood in the wind and snow. And these people walked towards it like pilgrims. The Surrender faction exposed its identity on social software? This operation made Mubai stunned. But he immediately understood why the other party did it after seeing the comments below. Strongman, this background is so fake that it is obviously photoshopped. If this is real, I will be shocked. Cute, brother. It's too fake. You guys look at your muscles to do fitness. Right? How can there be such a building in the heavy snow? I have been to scenic spots all over the world. Can you please modify it next time when you use fake pictures? These posts have a lot of views. But most of them are complaints. This demon hunter netizen named Surfing sometimes shows off his wealth crazily, and is criticized by people below the comments for being fake and showing off. Palace in the snow. After saving this picture to his mobile phone, Mubai added the other party as a friend in the game according to the other party's game account information. And he also opened the forum to send a private message to the other party. Black and white chess game, are you there? Although the other party showed online, he did not reply for a long time. Mubai was not in a hurry to continue to control the saint in the game to kill all around, because he saw that the other party was also online and doing side quests. The bus was undoubtedly a bit boring as it was driving towards the provincial capital. I don't know if it was Lu Nonyo's illusion that she always felt that Yunyanro, the charming teacher, was always looking at her. No, she was looking at Mubai. Are you familiar with teacher Yunyanro? No. Mubai, who was playing the mobile game, was concentrating on it and answered Lu Nonyo's question straightforwardly. The money he had spent on Krypton Gold before was actually useless now. This was the pitfall of this mobile game. The game officials had set up some places that needed to be operated when completing tasks. A slow strategy game also requires hand speed, even in the later stages of some tasks. Mubai could clearly feel that this dual-line operation was completely impossible for ordinary people to do, unless the hand speed was extremely fast, or the brain could be distracted to see the overall situation. Thinking of this, he suddenly put down his phone. Sheng, who was originally doing the task, died under the siege of infected monsters. Mubai, you're dead. It's ridiculously difficult to die with your inhuman hand speed, Lu Nonyo said in surprise as she took out her headphones to listen to music. Mubai shook his head and looked out the window as if he had grasped something. You're right. This game is probably not for ordinary people. Judging from the operations required in the later stages of the game, ordinary people simply cannot pass the level or continue to complete the tasks. The subsequent difficulty gradually increases exponentially, and even mobile game masters cannot continue to play. Since it is not for ordinary people, it is probably for those who transcend. Combined with the background of this game, it is obviously a story about the Adventists becoming righteous. In other words, is this a game played by the Adventists? Mubai frowned and was thinking about logging into the official website to check for clues when new information appeared in the forum's private messages. Surfing Exorcist, what's wrong? Friend? Do you want to ask me how to play the next chapter? I saw you added me as your friend. After hesitating for a moment, Mubai typed, yes. But the main quest is not difficult for me at the moment. But some of the side quests are too difficult. Even if I try my best, I can only complete more than 10. The curly-haired man who was playing with his phone in an unknown open-air hot spring was stunned after seeing the other party's message. Interesting. Ordinary people can actually achieve this kind of operation. It seems that he is not a regular person in the secular world. Thinking of this, He continued typing with one hand. Surfing exorcist, very strong. What is your identity in reality? Black and white chess game. I am a middle school student. Surfing exorcist, then do you feel that you are abnormal? Maybe you have extraordinary talents in other aspects. Black and white chess game. I often feel that I am an alien who surpasses others. I have a great interest in killing. In my eyes, other people are like insects. I was attacked by a giant bear when I was exploring in the forest before. And I don't know why the other party ran away in fear before I fainted. Mu Bai, who was typing on the bus, calmly said the words of the man codenamed Fortress. He wanted to see if the other party would take the bait if he deliberately fished for him. Born to awaken the domineering color domineering? The curly-haired man immediately stood up from the hot spring. His companion who was enjoying the bath said strangely, "Why are you so surprised?" The curly-haired man smiled with a hint of interest in his eyes and said, "Nothing. I just found something interesting, and it's funny. Today's middle school students are really strong. Are you in love with a middle school student online?" Just as his companion was about to mock him, the curly-haired man smiled and turned into a leopard and blasted the other party into the hot spring pool. Lu Bai, you really don't want to live. The violent impact even cracked the entire hot spring. The half-human, half-leopard curly-haired man picked up a chair next to him that looked like a beach chair and rolled it into an iron ball and continued to throw it into the splashing pool. A white figure suddenly rushed out of the pool, and an animal-type ability user similar to an ape cursed. The excited curly-haired man instantly attacked the other party from multiple angles, so fast that the ape-like animal-type ability user codenamed Lu Bai could not dodge at all. I felt you were too weak during the last training. This time, our superiors assigned us to go to Sunset Province for a mission. You must not become a burden to me. I am not a soft-hearted person. I really want to kill you right here. Under the distorted face, the curly-haired man's cheetah body actually changed again, and a series of flames and white clouds similar to the fantasy beast species gradually drifted behind his head. Lu Bai, who was suddenly attacked, was obviously used to it, seeing that the other party was going to take real action. He also beat his chest angrily, and then a sound similar to the roar of a dragon came out of his monkey-like mouth. Just when the two were about to fight again, a suppressed voice sounded from the room next door. There is no need for dog by dog. Lu Bai, don't pay attention to him at this time. After all, his brother died in the previous mission. I am right. Shabao. The young man in cartoon pajamas also wore a cartoon hat on his head. He looked gentle and harmless, especially the black frame glasses that looked like an ordinary college student. However, Lu Bai and Shen Bao who were present stopped and turned to each other and said respectfully, "Excuse me, Lord Yan Mo. Shen Bao, are you in an online relationship?" The man with the codename Flame Demon yawned and was a little curious. No. I found a boy on the internet who seemed to have a naturally awakened conqueror hockey. Isn't he from the Science and Technology Association? Flame Demon, who had barely perked up, asked with some boredom. Not sure, but it's probably not. After all, the person who can play the game with the theme of Aura Battlefield until now should not be from the Science and Technology Association. Besides, even if he is from the Science and Technology Association, his speech just now is extremely consistent with our organization. Flame Demon took the phone and carefully read the private messages of the two people, then nodded and said, "Ask him where he is." The very honest Shabao immediately started typing according to the order of Lord Flame Demon. Mu Bai also had an idea in his mind after looking at the private message. "Since you asked me where I am, I will tell you a place to see what these people will do. Black and white chess game, near Mingyang Middle School, the capital of Sunset Province." What a coincidence. Shabao almost laughed. This kid is actually in the capital of Sunset Province. It seems that we can bring back a new member in addition to the task of plundering devil fruits this time. Irma, one of the deputy knights of the Temple Knights, nodded and said, "Yes, if he really has the domineering color domineering aura and can bring it back, you will have done a great job. By the way, how is the investigation of the cause of death of your brother?" Barrier? The gloomy-faced god leopard shook his head and said, "That waste has been causing trouble for us until his death. Such a weakling is dead. I just feel sorry that he did not die as a formal member of the Temple Knights, but died as a reserve. It's simply shameful." The god leopard, who didn't even want to mention his brother's codename, said a little crazy. Irma, who was wearing cartoon pajamas, was not surprised. The two brothers were originally crazy. Fortunately, Barrier was not promoted to a formal knight. Otherwise, he would have to work under his hands according to the division of the place of affiliation. He was already annoyed with the madman. God leopard. Okay. Since the rest is over, let's set off. It's time to go to Sunset Province to complete some things that must be completed. Meet in front of the city hall the day after tomorrow? After looking at the other party's last selfish motive, Mubai smiled and deleted the game. He had no intention of playing something that wasted his time for cultivation. When the bus drove into Mingyang City, the capital of Sunset Province, everyone in the bus was shocked by the scenery in front of them. They saw a towering statue standing in the center of the city. The statue, which was nearly 1,000 meters high, was a man with his hands open. At this moment, the afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled behind him as if foreshadowing something, which was shocking. Mubai had no interest in seeing the statue. But when the bus turned a corner, he looked out the window and could vaguely see the face of the statue. God Emperor. Mubai, whose pupils shrank rapidly, recognized at a glance that the statue was actually the statue of the immortal God Emperor hundreds of thousands of years ago. He had seen the other party's statue standing in the Northern Territory in the immortal tomb in the Northern Territory. And it was exactly the same as the giant statue in front of him. At the end of the era, the world will be separated again, and the inner world and the surface world that merge together will also be divided. Otherwise, the statue in front of me can't be explained at all. When I thought about this in my heart, the lights in Mingyang City had already turned on. This prosperous city, which far exceeded Baizhou's city, was extremely wide and at least the size of 5 Baizhou cities. When the bus stopped at a school-like building, teacher Yunyanro immediately arranged for these students to stay in the hotel next to Mingyang Middle School. This was arranged by the Mingyang school before, and the exchange students had to live here for a 7-day life. Looking at this prosperous city, some students couldn't help but sigh and said, "It's such a beautiful and thrilling city. I want my parents to move their home here." It makes sense. If you can accept the consumption level here, you can do so. Okay, don't talk for now. You can stroll around the night market in Mingyang City tonight, but don't go back to the hotel too late. Do you understand? I understand. Everyone answered in unison. After the gentle Yunyanro finished speaking with a smile, she arranged for everyone to enter the hotel to put their luggage first. In the hotel, when Lu Wanqiu was still talking to Lu Nuonyo, Mubai had already walked out of the room. Seeing this, Lu Nuonyo hurriedly followed him. This scene made the other boys who were cleaning the room envious and jealous. Let's go to the night market first to see what the local characteristics are, Mubai said casually with his hands in his pockets. But he followed the map navigation to the entrance of the city government to observe the terrain. It must be reasonable for the suspected surrenderist to place the meeting place in this place. When crossing the street, Lu Nuonyo followed Mubai and asked strangely, "Mubai, you are a little strange. Since the laboratory is about to close down, you have become a little strange. The way of speaking has changed, and you have become more mature. People will change. Time can change everything. But although I am strange in your eyes, you are also strange in my eyes. Since you and I have secrets, why don't we keep a distance from each other and not touch each other's secrets? I think this is what you want." Mubai, who was walking in front, said without turning his head. Lu Nuonyo is indeed a bit unusual. He is suspected to have the ability of space, and he has become extremely normal after leaving the laboratory. In Mubai's opinion, there was always an aura on the other person that he couldn't see through. So since he went to Lu Wanqiu's house, he didn't mention anything about the topic of transcendence or extraordinary power. Lu Nuonyo smiled in silence, but still didn't speak. Until she reached the crossroads, she whispered, "You are right. But I prefer ordinary life. Isn't it good to spend my life in a peaceful and stable life? Peace has a price. When the Science and Technology Innovation Association can't maintain order, peace will no longer exist." Mubai suddenly looked straight at the opposite side, and Lu Nuonyo followed Mubai's line of sight and looked over. I saw a young man in very ordinary clothes talking to Yunyanro. After sensing the gazes of the two people at the opposite intersection, Yunyanro smiled and waved to them. The young man with black framed glasses standing next to her said with some surprise, "You hide your identity very well. I'm just a little worried that you're too immersed in the role." Yunyanro, still smiling, said indifferently, "Identity is like a mask. Different identities are different masks. It's very easy to take off the mask. Just like Lord Yenimo at this moment." Yenimo didn't comment. But before the two students sat down, he adjusted his glasses and said softly, "Now that I have explained it, it's up to you. Don't let me down. Don't let the Knight Commander down." When his eyes crossed with Mubai, Mo paused for a moment, but then walked away with some disappointment. This person. Mu Bai looked at the other person's back calmly, and there was a smell of sulfur between his nose. According to his observation, the other person's demeanor was not as simple as that of an ordinary person. After retracting his gaze, Mu Bai jokingly said, "Teacher Yun, is this your boyfriend? He looks very young." After a slight pause, Yun Yenro smiled and shook her head. The night wind was very cold. But no matter how cold it was not as cold as Yun Yenro's brief look just now. "Where are you going?" "Let's go to the night market." "Teacher, do you want to come with us?" "I won't. I wish you all a good time." Lu Nuonyo, who seemed to be an outsider, stared at Mu Bai and asked, "They are very strange." Picking up the mobile phone map and navigating again, Mu Bai responded softly, "It's not strange. They are all high-level transcendents. It is not simple for a transcendent to be a teacher in a middle school in the secular world. You'd better stay away from him these days." "So you also saw it." "I was still thinking about how to remind you," Lu Nuonyo said with a smirk. Mu Bai looked at this lunatic and didn't bother to pay attention. The other party's eyes at that moment clearly had murderous intent. Although it was short, it was enough for a combat expert like Mu Bai to explain everything. He even suspected that Yun Yenro would come for him and Lu Nuonyo. But Mu Bai had absolute confidence in his god-level technique in Gu Jing. He had mastered this technique and his aura was absolutely concealed. Only a strong man who had crossed too many grades could find a clue. When the two walked halfway, groups of female classmates pulled Lu Nuonyo away. Mu Bai was also happy to see this kind of thing. When he walked alone through a dark alley, his face gradually distorted, under the control of the flesh of Gu Jing. When Mu Bai walked out again, his appearance had changed greatly. It can be said that his appearance and temperament were completely different from his original body. He looked like a fair-skinned young man. Shave. As soon as the voice fell, his figure disappeared in the alley. In Dongcheng District, the heavily guarded branch of the Science and Technology Innovation Association has been saturated with flames. The transcendent of the third-level concentration realm is now covering his burned arm and staring fiercely at the man in front of him. "Who are you?" "Grand Duke Sunset is coming, and you will never leave Sunset Province." The head of the Science and Technology Innovation Association branch has a complicated look. Although he doesn't know the other party's identity, he has guessed the other party's purpose. He is probably here for the extremely precious natural devil fruit. On the ruins poured by flames, the flame demon took off his black-framed glasses and said meaningfully, "I naturally know Grand Duke Sunset. But according to my intelligence, he is not here at the moment." Countless flames rose from the ruins, and a hot wall of fire was built behind the flame demon, quickly surrounding the entire branch area. This scene was extremely shocking, as if this space had been completely divided by flames. In the shadows, two Science and Technology Association warriors holding long swords looked at each other and simultaneously launched a surprise attack on each other's back. In a flash, their attacks with armed color domineering actually penetrated each other's bodies. On the other hand, Flame Demon said in distress, "Stupid. Fire ring. Scorching line." The flames condensed between the fingers. The next moment, the fierce flames, with the cutting power of silk threads, instantly cut the two people in half. In the smell of the high-temperature steaming flames, the flame demon licked his bloody fingers and said lightly, "A sneak attack that is almost open and above board is simply the endorsement of stupidity. Isn't it better to evade it in advance with the armed color? Let's continue." Leader of the Science and Technology Innovation Association, the person in charge, who thought it was not good, could only barely support his body and stand up again. The other party was obviously a natural ability user of the fire system. Now the other party has controlled all the branches of the Science and Technology Innovation Association in the East area. What the other party wants to do is probably not as simple as simply attacking the Science and Technology Innovation Association. Just when he was worried, there were explosions outside the fire wall one after another. Distracted. Fire fist. The gushing flames penetrated the ruins of the building. The fierce flames turned into a flame fist shadow and fell on the person in charge. "Boss!" The firewall phenomenon has naturally alarmed all the members of the Science and Technology Innovation Association. Now 200 people ran out of the dormitory one after another. When they came to the ruins, they looked at the boss, who was known as the 100 Refined King Kong, with shocked eyes, and was blasted through the chest by the flames. "Don't worry about me. Go and break through the firewall." After the armed color attached to both hands to grab the fire fist of the flame demon, The superhuman iron fruit ability user roared and ignored the injury on his chest. His hands touched the ground. In a short period of time, the surrounding surface ruins quickly turned into steel, and his injuries were quickly repaired in these flowing liquid steel. Interesting. It turned out to be a superhuman awakener. Steel? In the blazing fire, the flame demon took an interesting step, and then several fire dragons condensed in the fire wall in the surrounding closed space, and suddenly bombarded the opponent. Steel fortress. The flowing steel quickly formed a defensive arc shield. But the steel defense was also melting bit by bit under the high temperature of the fire. Although both of them were in the third level concentration realm, the gap between them was huge. He was probably in the middle stage of concentration, while the other party had already stepped into the great perfection of concentration. The next step might be to become a fourth level super powerful person of the level of destroying a country. Only a few organizations can enter this realm at this age. Are you from the temple? Yes. You are not qualified to ask about my background. The fire demon who controlled the flames with both hands looked down at the other party, as if he were a fire god. The contempt and arrogance that penetrated into his bones seemed particularly normal on him. After the fire wall appeared in the East District, armed forces from other districts of Mingyang City immediately came to support. But in the night, two tall men were killing in the city center. Blood was spread on the ground, and the terrifying giant ape and the cheetah whose figure could not be caught seemed to be starting a killing competition and constantly competing with their hunting numbers. As a result, most of the living forces came to surround the two people, and the strongest group of forces were trapped in the fire wall by the fire demon. Under such circumstances, an ordinary bank in the southern district was indeed suddenly on guard. But as a charming figure broke through the wall and flowers bloomed on the wall, withered bones lying in all directions. A few minutes later, when the charming figure with a white mask walked out of the bank, she had a box in her hand, which seemed to have an extremely complicated lock. But the masked woman took a look and gently touched the surface of the box with her hand. The combination lock was corroded by flowers, and with a sound, the box opened. A fruit appeared in the box. Its appearance was golden, like a ball of thunder. After confirming that what was taken away was genuine, the woman immediately said to the headset, "The mission is completed. Everyone retreat." As soon as she finished speaking, the sound of a sword being unsheathed sounded in the air. She was startled and quickly turned into a phantom and dodged from the ground. I saw a figure holding a sword slashing down the crisscrossing sword energy with a sword and cutting the ground directly. Taking advantage of the absence of Grand Duke Sunset to disrupt the order, the cold voice passed through the smoke and dust into Yun Yenro's ears. She looked a little weird and said, "The swordsman of the Science and Technology Innovation Association? Not a strong man. I just happened to see that this place was attacked. But since I'm here, you don't have to leave." When the smoke and dust dissipated, a strange man wearing medieval armor was holding a huge sword and looking here. Yun Yenro snorted coldly and turned around and left quickly. "I just don't know if you can keep up with my speed." Flower H.L. The walls and the ground on the street were quickly surrounded by flowers. The fragrance of the flowers made the armored swordsman slightly stunned. But then, he was driven by a strong will, and quickly slammed the ground with his giant sword. The heavy force flattened the fragrance and his figure quickly chased after it. Boom! 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 The brutal sword energy chased Yun Yenro closely, and her face under the mask was a little solemn. "Shabao and Lu Bai, one of you should come out to cooperate with me, and the other should take the mission items and leave Sunset Province. Behind me is a sword master from the Science and Technology Association." Yun Yenro, who was jumping between buildings, was cut by a sword energy before she finished her words, and the earphones used for intercom on her ears also fell on the roof of the building next to her. "Asshole!" Lu Bai, who was slaughtering wantonly in the city center, said with a solemn look, "Don't kill Shabao. Follow me quickly." Yun Yenro has no signal. She must have encountered a strong enemy. "Got it." Shabao, who was holding a second-level transcendent of the Science and Technology Association in his hand, smashed it into the ground and ran towards the place where the signal was disconnected without a trace of nostalgia. The Science and Technology Association's living forces, who were wounded and ended up miserably, were all relieved when they saw the two monsters leave. When Shabao and Lu Bai arrived at the battle site in the distance, they quickly joined the battle. The armored swordsman had already forced Yun Yenro into a desperate situation, but he never thought that the other party's two accomplices were even stronger. With the three of them working together, he was completely suppressed. Just when Shabao was about to attack, Yun Yenro threw the box to him. "Don't fight. There is no point in defeating him. Take the mission items and leave here quickly. The mission is above everything else. Okay. Then you two take it easy. It would be too embarrassing if you die at the hands of the other party. After saying that, Shabao quickly left the place with the box in his arms. Knowing that the other party had taken away some important items, the armored swordsman at this moment really had no ability to break through and snipe. So he stopped the offensive and confronted the two men from a distance. Lu Bai, who transformed into a giant ape, said fiercely, "What's the point of bullying a woman? I want to see whether your heavy sword is sharper or my fist is more powerful. Animal-type ability users are really like beasts. Don't you know a saying? A heavy sword has no edge and is not well made. A heavy, bulky sword, even if it is not sharp and not carefully made, can also have great lethality if the person using it has great strength. I love to beat beasts like you who can only use brute force." The armored swordsman took off his helmet and revealed a pair of crocodile-like eyes that looked very creepy. His long light golden hair made him look like he didn't live nearby. This overly young face made Lu Bai's murderous intent even worse. He didn't want Kechuang to have another unparalleled swordsman in a few years. Lu Bai, who was angered by the other party's words, also laughed wildly. "Why do you look like a beast? Those eyes are really disgusting. I really want to dig them out." The giant ape body suddenly sprinted. The white hair grew rapidly when it was about to approach the swordsman. These wildly growing hairs merged into its flesh and blood, making the entire giant ape look as fierce as a white tank. The swordsman, with a slightly cold look, leaned down and placed the heavy giant sword behind his left waist in a sword-drawing posture. Black blade sword. Crush slash. The black giant sword broke through the wind and fell, and it seemed as if a black armored knight stabbed out with a black spear in the sword energy. The giant ape's heavy fist and the heavy sword slash collided rapidly. The violent air wave instantly shattered all the windows around. The figures of the two people quickly crossed in the layers of collision. The divine leopard, who had left the team, quickly rushed along the road of Mingyang City towards a remote place with the box in his arms. When he came to a park, the alert divine leopard looked forward with some hostility. A figure walked out of the forest in the breeze. The ordinary face and breath looked like an ordinary young man. But the divine leopard with the will of a beast felt a hint of danger. "Your Excellency wants to stop me?" Mu Bai, who had disguised himself, had actually been watching the fight between several people for more than 10 minutes. At this moment, he followed the divine leopard here not to simply stop him. "I just heard that there is a devil fruit in this box. I was curious, so I followed you here." Mu Bai looked calm and did not seem to be afraid at all, and even had a smile on his lips. The divine leopard frowned slightly, and then withdrew from the half-human, half-leopard form. "Do you have to stop me?" A faint murderous intent emerged from him. However, Mu Bai did not feel strange. On the contrary, his eyes became much weirder after he saw the other person's human face clearly. "Isn't this the wandering exorcist?" He even downloaded the selfie sent by the other party to his mobile phone. "It's not necessary to stop you. I just want to know who you are and what you are doing." The leopard god sneered and said, "It's okay to tell you. We are from the temple. Now get out of here." The temple organization. Mu Bai remembered these two words. The temple. "Then I'll give you a brain teaser. If you can answer it, I will not only let you go, but also help you snipe those who are chasing you. Speak." The leopard god, who wanted to act immediately, hesitated but did not act rashly. The fact that the other party just ignored his killing intentions itself explained a lot of problems. If he acted rashly, it might cause trouble. Mu Bai snapped his fingers and said with a smile, "Smart man. Then I'll ask a question. Who has the longest legs among the 5 elements of gold? Wood, water, fire and earth? Please answer." The divine leopard narrowed his eyes and looked at the movement behind him and analyzed it seriously. "It's wood, because there is a big word in wood. So its legs are the longest." The grinning divine leopard shook his big wavy hair with some disdain. The other party looked down on him too much for such a low IQ question. "Wrong. It's fire. Because ham sausage. Ham sausage. Fire has the longest legs." Mu Bai shook his fingers and said with a somewhat regretful tone. The divine leopard with twitching eyes suppressed his anger and said quickly, "I just made a mistake. You continue with the 3-game to win." "Okay. Then I'll say another one. Wintermelon, cucumber, watermelon, pumpkin can all be eaten. What melon can't be eaten? Melon? I don't like to eat melons. So who knows what melon can't be eaten?" The divine leopard, who was thinking hard, finally spit out 2 words from his mouth. "Begua?" "Wrong. It's a fool. Just like you. A fool. Can't be eaten. Mubai spread his hands, as if he was a little worried about the other party's IQ. Bastard. The sound behind was getting closer and closer. And the leopard had no choice. She glared at Mubai and quickly left him. Don't go. Mubai said. And his hand suddenly pulled the void. As the power of the vibration resounded through the world. The leopard was caught in the airflow, and quickly lost its center of gravity, and was pressed to the ground by the force of the vibration. Sure enough, during this period of time, the practice of Ni Gu Jing allowed his body to withstand a stronger reaction force, so that the Jinjin fruit in his hands could also exert greater power. You bastard. You really deserve to die. Damn it! The leopard quickly entered the form of half man and half leopard. And the powerful body quickly tore the surface of the ground and punched into Mubai's chest with a powerful impact force. After he blocked it, he blasted it into the cliff dozens of meters away. Thank you, brother. I'll go first. Mubai's voice gradually faded away under the smoke and dust in the distance. Before Shen Bao could figure out what the other party was saying, a chill suddenly surged into his heart. His golden cat-like pupils slowly looked at his waist, only to see that the box containing the devil fruit that was originally hanging there was gone. Damn it! The other party took the opportunity to snatch it away just now. As soon as he took a step, he was blocked by a barrier similar to a barrier. He turned around angrily, and saw that several second-level ability users of the Science and Technology Innovation Association had blocked his way. It was the Science and Technology Innovation Association branch that was attacked by the companions of this beast. We have to take this beast down. The 4 second-level ability users were fully armed and took the posture of capturing alive. Shen Bao was almost laughed out of anger. He was played by a bastard, and now, he was looked down upon by the ignorant waste of the Science and Technology Innovation Association. He felt that he had to go on a killing spree today. After thinking about the result of the failed mission, he felt a burst of hair standing on end. I didn't want to use this move, but now it seems I have to make it quick. The awakening posture of the cheetah form of the animal-type cat fruit is activated. The steaming flame cloud floated beside him, and the half-human, half-leopard body was also undergoing tremendous changes. The arms covered with yellow spotted hair gradually became more slender, and his height was also rising. It was not until he stayed at a posture of about 3 meters that the divine leopard gradually exhaled a breath of hot air. Fruit Awakener. Retreat. It's too late. Hurry up. The sound of flesh being cut rapidly and the sound of fighting resounded throughout the forest. Science and Technology Innovation Association branch. The head of the branch was already dying under the scorching flames. And the members of the Science and Technology Innovation Association present were also dead and disabled. The wall of fire gradually disappeared with the passage of time. When the deputy knight commander of the temple named Flame Demon wanted to leave here calmly, a towering figure was striding towards the end of the street. The white messy hair grew wanly. And the strong man with a strong body saw the scene in front of him and said in a voice that could not bear it, "Thank you for your hard work. It's already very good to be able to stop the flame demon of the temple until this time." Then he shifted his sight to the flame demon, who was leisurely not far away. And the terrifying domineering aura of the king burst out instantly. The strong will of the king even made the surrounding space emit bursts of wailing. And all the ruins of the buildings around the flame demon floated up involuntarily. Are you going to fight me? A level 4. Country-destroying character. At the peak of level 3? Seeing that the other party had no intention of leaving, Grand Duke Sunset asked in a cold voice. He was somewhat curious about what the flame demon in front of him relied on to fight him. In the temple, Grand Duke Sunset was really not afraid of anyone except the Knight Commander of the temple. Destroy the country? Grand Duke Sunset is indeed a vulgar person. If the combat power can really be simply divided by realm, then I'm afraid that the Science and Innovation Association would have perfectly ruled the world long ago. You old stubborn people always don't understand one truth. That is, new things will replace old things. As he said this, the flame demon stretched out his palm and waved a long dragon of fire towards the sky. When it swirled in the sky, a little red light lit up on his chest. Then, burning, melting, when the fire dragon flew into the sky and then fell back into the flame demon's body. The sparks rotated violently at the most incomprehensible speed. Under the extremely high temperature, the space gradually distorted, and the buildings within 100 meters around it melted as the scorching fire rapidly expanded. All the members of the Science and Technology Innovation Association, who were still alive and capable of fighting, were killed by the high temperature, burned and killed. In the endless flames, The eyeless triangular monster with red flames all over its body walked out of the sea of fire. Behind it were 6 deformed wings of flesh and blood. This monster made of flame seemed to have descended from H, L, and the abyss. The humanoid flame monster without facial features condensed a flame battle axe in his hand, and the sharp blade pointed directly at the 4th level country-destroying Grand Duke Sunset. Natural system flame fruit. Awakening. Which demon seed have you mastered? The solemn Grand Duke Sunset was very clear about the terrifying power brought by the awakening of the natural system. The opponent relied on this to cross the grade and fight with him. It doesn't matter. The important thing is that we will become stronger before the Great Lord comes. Today, I will use your blood to start the road to the destruction of the Science and Technology Innovation Association. Sunset versus Flame Demon. One symbolizes the extinction of flames, and the other symbolizes the prosperity of flames. The two men were silent after confronting each other for a while. After a long time, a piece of debris on the ruins rolled to the ground. The moment before it was about to touch the ground, the huge energy wave instantly shattered the entire city center. The battle between the two figures was accompanied by the collapse of countless buildings. The divine leopard near the suburbs naturally saw the battle situation over there clearly. He licked the blood from the corner of his mouth frantically, and looked forward to the victory of the flame demon boss. After all, he was a terrifying man who perfectly mastered the 3 magic seeds and awakened the natural system. After looking down at the corpses, his legs kept tightening like springs. The flame cloud behind his neck gradually turned into white hair on his back along the cheetah's body shape. The speed of the divine leopard in animal form was unbelievable. Running on 4 legs was as fast as lightning. In the awakening state of the animal system, he can get a strong speed blessing, and sometimes even the owner of that speed can't control it. This is the result of controlling 2 magic seeds. The magic seed is the key to unlocking the gene lock. It is a treasure given to the surrender faction by the strong in the Imperial world through transmission. As long as it can be reasonably mastered and gradually resist the erosion of magic, the owner can continuously open his own upper limit and approach the strongest. Mu Bai, who had walked a long way, sensed the danger and quickly fell to the ground from the treetops. He looked up and saw that the forest was cut in half, as if it was violently smashed by the claws of a wild beast. The warning in his heart sounded again, and Mu Bai did not hesitate to directly possess his whole body with arm color domineering. Die! The constantly shuttling divine leopard kept biting Mu Bai's body at an incredible speed. All the surrounding trees collapsed, and even Mu Bai could not catch the opponent's movement trajectory in advance at the violent speed. The opponent's speed was too fast. Faster. Faster. Swoosh. 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 No object could withstand the force of the impact at such a terrifying speed. And Mu Bai, who was defending against the opponent, was also in a very uncomfortable situation. Although the armament hockey could resist some damage for a short time, he would definitely lose as time passed. Wait. Are you going to admit defeat? Unfortunately, I don't accept it. The attack of the divine leopard stopped instantly and returned to the awakening posture. At this moment, his tall body seemed to be born for speed. Even standing there in a static posture, it made people feel a little scared. Too strong. I regret calling you a fool. Mu Bai sighed and threw the box to the divine leopard. The divine leopard took the box with one hand and was about to kill the opponent when a faster fist instantly blasted his chest. Hundreds of thunder slashes came instantly in a burst of blue lightning. Under the fierce attack, the leopard gritted his teeth and immediately contracted the muscles near his chest, while trapping his arm and unable to retract it. He suddenly burst out with terrifying power, and his earth-shattering fists kept hitting the figure of Mu Bai in front of him. But as his punches fell, the opponent actually dodged them all by elementalization. The leopard had a bad premonition and crushed the box. Sure enough, the natural devil fruit inside was gone. Are you looking for the thunder fruit? I have eaten it. Mu Bai, who blasted the opponent into the ground with a lightning fist, stretched his neck and was a little uncomfortable with his new body. Time went back to a few minutes ago, when Mu Bai got the box. He opened it as soon as he got it. After discovering the golden vortex devil fruit inside, he immediately recognized that it was the natural thunder fruit, and the user could control lightning after eating it. Originally, he planned to put it away for later use, but he didn't expect that he had taken the box from the waist of the leopard and also took a cloth bag into his arms. Is this a sugar bean? No. Why is this breath similar to the breath of the codenamed fortress before? Is this a demon seed? Curiosity-stricken Mu Bai looked at the number of seeds in the bag and thought of testing it. So he opened his mouth and swallowed one. Unexpectedly, his body did not react at all. But the fluctuation of spiritual energy became slightly faster. Mu Bai, who was a little dissatisfied, thought that the dosage of this thing was not good. So he swallowed all 4 demon seeds into his stomach. After swallowing a total of 5 demon seeds, an inexplicable feeling of hunger lingered in his heart. At that moment, he also stuffed the whole thunder fruit into his mouth. After swallowing it whole, the feeling of hunger disappeared. But Mu Bai was also a little confused. Since he swallowed the first demon seed, he was a little out of control, including eating the thunder fruit regardless of the danger, and eating the remaining 4 seeds were all his subconscious actions. So when Mu Bai woke up, he quickly jumped to the top of the tree and wanted to spit out the demon seeds in his stomach. After all, who knows if he will explode and die if he eats too much of this stuff. However, as time passed, Mu Bai was a little surprised. The Bone Reversal Sutra actually started to work quickly and automatically began to digest the demon seeds in his body. The demon seeds seemed to be digested because of it. Although the seeds did not carry the power of the thunder fruit, the spiritual power in his heart gradually and perfectly integrated the natural power of the thunder fruit under the neutralization of the Bone Reversal Sutra. With a perfect fusion of the 3, Mu Bai actually jumped 1 level and entered the 2nd level of the Transcendent. However, he was just digesting it when he noticed the attack launched by the Divine Leopard in the distance. Time goes back to the present. After seeing that the opponent had mastered the power of the natural system, the Divine Leopard immediately jumped away. There was no hesitation in the process. If the mission failed, he would be dead or disabled if he returned to the temple. It would be better to change his home now. As for this suddenly stronger opponent, he was too lazy to care at all. Don't leave. You have to leave your head after you have come here with great difficulty. Mu Bai, who perfectly integrated the power of the thunder fruit, snapped his fingers lightly. The next moment, the Divine Leopard, who was leaving quickly, was suddenly attacked by a thunder in the sky. He was agile and easily dodged it by moving. You want such a trick? The Divine Leopard couldn't say the rest of the words, because in the sky, hundreds of thunder beams fell towards his position without knowing when. Hack! The Divine Leopard, who didn't dare to delay, quickly crossed the forest to avoid all the thunder. Mu Bai, who was still standing there, turned into scattered electric currents and chased from both sides. He ignored the terrain and obstacles and was naturally faster. So when the Divine Leopard dodged dozens of thunderbolts, he had already arrived above the opponent and formed a human form again with electric currents. Thunder. 10,000 thunders pulling. The lightning in his hand merged into a light ball and was hit by Mu Bai's backhand into the Divine Leopard's forehead. The next moment, with a sizzling sound of electric current, the thunder in the air seemed to be pulled and fell on the Divine Leopard. The huge amount of electric current made it foam at the mouth. And Mu Bai knew that this was only a minor injury to the awakened animal ability user. So he took advantage of this opportunity to hold the thunder light ball in his left hand and the vibration light ball in his right hand without waiting for the Divine Leopard to wake up, and hit the Divine Leopard's ears with both hands at the same time. Ziz-ziz-easy. Squeak. Squeak. Under the double fruit bombardment, the Divine Leopard instantly withdrew from the awakening posture. He was twitching all over and crawled forward with difficulty. During this process, Mu Bai seemed to vaguely hear the sound of some kind of crystal breaking. The blessing of the double fruit is indeed very strong. But my friend, your animal fruit awakening doesn't seem to be very pure. The weak god leopard kept crawling forward, and several Science and Technology Association pursuers driving magnetic levitation cars were approaching not far away. Seeing that the other party did not answer, Mu Bai also simply grasped a lightning spear and suddenly pierced the other party's calf. The severe pain made the god leopard sober up a little. But soon another lightning spear pierced his thigh. Enough, I said. My fruit awakening was given by the second demon seed. So it is a pseudo-awakening, and it cannot show the true power of the devil fruit after awakening. No wonder. Nodding, Mu Bai continued to ask, how many people came to the temple this time? Not sure. Wait. I really don't know. This time the deputy knight leader led the team, and I don't know the details at all. Seeing Mu Bai raise the lightning spear again, the god leopard, who was in pain, quickly stretched out his hands and said with some fear, Deputy Knight Commander? The one who was riding with Sunset Bus in the city? Yes. Looking over the forest in the suburbs, Mu Bai could see the explosions and flames in the city. Obviously, a large-scale fierce battle was taking place there. As expected of an animal type, he is still alive even after this. After grabbing the other party's wavy hair, Mu Bai lifted it up and then threw it down heavily. The leopard, whose ribs were about to be broken, did not dare to breathe heavily, but just gritted his teeth to endure the pain. You said that you gained the fruit awakening ability after eating the second demon seed. Is it the same for the natural type and the superhuman type? I said you would not let me go. So what the I am I going to say? Kill me. Kid. It seemed that a kind of anger emerged in his heart, making the leopard no longer afraid at this moment. You are tougher than the people in your temple codenamed Barrier. By the way, I was the one who killed him. After saying that, Mubai grabbed the back of the other party's head and pressed it on the ground. Blue dripping arcs burst out from his hands. The powerful thunder current washed through the forest, and the divine leopard was burned by the thunder. After seeing the thunder, many members of the Science and Technology Innovation Association not far away all moved towards it. Standing in the thunder, Mubai combined with the observation hockey to immediately lock all the people around him at a distance. Everyone, this is not the place you should come to. Open the hard net. The current quickly enveloped the entire area, and every move of everyone in the area was under his observation. He lowered his head to look at the body of the divine leopard, and in order to prevent the temple from finding him based on the scars on the body, he raised his left foot and stepped on the back of the other party. Thunder. Zzzz. In the gloomy sky, a thunderbolt pierced through Mubai and the divine leopard. Before the people of the Science and Technology Innovation Association arrived, Mubai had disappeared. Duke Sunset, whose face was burned by the flames, stared at the flame demon with a sharp gaze. The opponent's moves just now were all beyond his expectations. He could only say that he had not seen someone with such a high fighting talent in the younger generation for a long time. It was a pity that the opponent was destined to betray this land. The flame demon, whose two flesh and blood wings were gone, was not feeling well either. The two might be evenly matched in a short-term battle, but he was gradually falling behind in a long-term battle. This was also one of the negative effects of becoming a fruit awakener through the magic seed. It's time to go, Grand Duke Sunset. I look forward to fighting you again. After saying that, the flame demon shook his wings and quickly turned into streaks of fire and disappeared into the night sky. At this moment, the battle near the city government was also decided. Lu Bai and Yu Yunyanru joined forces to beat the armored swordsman back step by step. In the end, if it weren't for the help of the strong men from the Science and Technology Innovation Association, he would probably have to stay there. When Lu Bai and the other two met the flame demon outside the city, all three of them looked at each other in surprise. You mean the thing is in the hands of the god leopard, and the god leopard can't be contacted now? Right? The flame demon, whose face was covered with wounds, spoke calmly. But it was precisely because of this calmness that he looked terrifying. A peak third-level powerhouse is a crushing existence for a second-level existence. In the face of absolute strength, the flame demon would not have to spend any effort to kill these two people. The leopard is dead, but the natural fruit whose exact arrival is unknown is a problem. The most important thing is how can I explain this to the Knight Commander? At this point, the flame demon suddenly grabbed Yunyanro's shoulder, making a sizzling sound. Yunyanro, who was wailing softly, did not dare to fight back. So Lu Bai, who was beside him, clenched his fist tightly. Explain with your head, or with yours. The flame demon, who released his hand, saw that both of them bowed their heads and kept silent, and he was too lazy to talk nonsense. The flame demon, who noticed Lu Bai's little move, said lightly, Yunyanro, it's your fault this time. I was going to kill you, but you are more valuable alive than dead. I want you to stay here to find the middle school student who had contact with the leopard before. The genius with the domineering color domineering aura is best to be included in the knights. As for you, Lu Bai, stay in the territory and find the traces of the leopard and the whereabouts of the fruit for me. Understood? Sir, the two said in unison, knowing that it was not appropriate to stay for long. Yenmo did not delay any longer and immediately turned into a fire element and flowed into the void. Lu Bai and Yunyanro could conceal their existence as they were second-level beings, but Yenmo, as a third-level peak strongman, could never stay in the territory of the Science and Technology Innovation Association for a long time. Otherwise, he would be easily targeted. That bastard is causing trouble for me even after his death. Xiaoyun, do you know that I was actually very worried about you just now? Lu Bai said softly after a long silence. But the cold and beautiful Yunyanro obviously had no intention of listening. Okay, Lu Bai. Please call me Rose in the temple organization. Call me by my code name. Don't say anything else. Yunyanro slightly pressed her shoulders and then left alone. Lu Bai, who stayed in place, looked to the left and then to the right and felt a headache. Not only did he not get closer to Yunyanro, but he had to stay in the territory of the Science and Technology Innovation Association to clean up the ass of the dead bastard. This was simply the worst day. Bastard. You can't stop even after you die. When Mu Bai was in Blue Star, he liked playing video games very much. Many games require tricks to pass the level, and combining these tricks may surpass normal people who follow the rules from other angles. This is true for games and life. At present, his original body in the main world is developing the royal court and interfering with or burying hidden dangers in other forces through various other means, which is also for the development of his own forces. Before, when the information of the inner world and the outer world was the same, the two people's thoughts could be exchanged, which was also an exchange of intelligence. In fact, the mirror man Mu Bai in the inner world actually existed more to find out the intelligence of the inner world so as to do a good job of intelligence work when the world merges in the future era. But now it is different. The inner world has completely lost contact with the original body. So the most important thing in the current situation is to strengthen his own strength to cope with various challenges in the future. Magic Seed. Mu Bai, who returned to the hotel, looked down at his right hand and felt the feeling of a significant increase in strength. His thinking and even thinking speed became faster, which also shows that the magic seed does have the ability to greatly strengthen the body and the ability to evolve biological strength. There was just one thing that Mu Bai felt very strange. That is, he didn't seem to feel the negative effects of the demonized seeds, and he couldn't use the demonized state similar to that used by the knights of the castle temple. He actually had two factors that could explain it. One was that the body of the person in the mirror evolved by the Haotian mirror was special, and the other was the Nigu Jing. The Nigu Jing had the ability to reverse cultivation in the main world. That is, the surface world. The ordinary and regular cultivation method could not cultivate it. The combination of this demonized seed, and it might have produced some variables that erase the negative effects of the demonized seed. Whether these two explanations are valid or not is put aside for now. At present, Mu Bai can be extremely sure that he swallowed the demonized seeds differently from Shen Bao and others. He absorbed all the nutrients of the demonized seeds, while those people parasitized the demonized seeds in their bodies, like the enlightenment seeds. Since according to the current intelligence, it can be known that these demonized seeds were transmitted into this world by the strong men of the imperial world. Then perhaps these people who parasitize the demon seeds will become puppets of the people of the imperial realm. Or the people of the imperial realm have a way to control them. Otherwise, if the demon seeds are so powerful and used to resist them, wouldn't it be like these smart people in the imperial realm shooting themselves in the foot? So far, I have no adverse reactions. On the contrary, as I absorb more pure spiritual energy, the amount of spiritual energy in my body is increasing rapidly. Originally, the spiritual energy was used to wash the bones, muscles, blood and flesh. But after he stepped into the second stage, these spiritual energy began to condense his spirit from bottom to top. Those surrenderists cannot take multiple demon seeds. But I can. Those surrenderists or Adventists may be controlled by the people of the imperial realm. But I won't. So if the demon seeds can be supplied in sufficient quantities, they can fully support the continuous rise of their own realm and strength. Thinking of this, Mu Bai even had the idea of joining the temple. If I join the temple, I'm afraid I'll be discovered right away. Instead of joining, I'd rather rob them openly. The easiest way to rob them openly is to join the Science and Technology Association and fight against those people from the Advent sect on the front line. As long as we break through their base, there will definitely be a certain amount of demon seeds. After having this idea, Mu Bai began to study the thunder fruit. The surface world is different from the inner world, and the power of the devil fruit is actually very different. In the surface world, with the support of supernatural powers, magic weapons, and skills, the power of the fruit is not a decisive issue in battle. But it is different in the inner world. At least it is different in the world ruled by the Science and Technology Association. The strength and development limit of the devil fruit here determine the strength of many strong people, which is one of the reasons why the temple attaches so much importance to a natural devil fruit. After walking to the window, Mu Bai looked at the crowd below and uttered a word lightly. Move. The next moment, the person he locked on to had his phone run out of power and turned off. He could sense that the devil fruit in this world was different after he took back the current. It was different from the tremor fruit he brought from the main world. Strictly speaking, The thunder fruit in this world was the first time he controlled the power of the inner world. Very strong. The thunder fruit is not only single target damage, but also group damage. And its movement and evasion are all top level among devil fruits. And even in the natural system, it is rare. With a flash of electric current all over his body, he moved from the window to the door in an instant. With another flash, he had already sat on the sofa from the door. With a thought, all the lights in the entire hotel immediately changed the lighting intensity according to his will. While Mubai was still testing, he heard footsteps outside the corridor. After observing along the hard network, he could detect the other party's injuries. Teacher Yoon? She was injured. Could it be that she was actually from the Science and Technology Innovation Association or the temple? With some guesses, he did not rashly open the door to greet her, but let her leave. When he caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror, Mubai realized what he had neglected. It turned out that his appearance, which had been changed by the bone-reversing sutra, had not recovered. No wonder he greeted a classmate before entering the building, and the other party seemed to not recognize him at all. The tragedy in the city center naturally caused an uproar immediately. After all, there are not many heretics like Flame Demon who are at the peak of the 3rd level. What's more important is that the other party can actually hurt the 4th level existence of Grand Duke Sunset. Although the specific situation in this matter is that Flame Demon forcibly increased his strength and could not maintain that posture for a long time. In the eyes of the top leaders of the Science and Technology Innovation Association, this is already very telling. In the Hall of Truth at the headquarters of the Science and Technology Innovation Association, Guwana, what do you think of this matter? You have fought with those powerful people with demonized seeds at most. Do you think they have the ability to mass-produce people like Flame Demon who can take multiple demonized seeds? The Hall of Truth is a nearly pure white space. The decoration style in this hall is all white, which symbolizes the purpose of the Science and Technology Innovation Association and its eternal justice. They have maintained this justice for nearly 1,000 years, and no one dares to challenge it. But there have been too many variables in the past few hundred years, especially after the appearance of the Imperial Realm hanging in the sky, which is gradually approaching. There are more and more heretics. Even in history, the most important scientific department of the entire Science and Technology Association has rebelled. That time brought great damage to the Science and Technology Association. Otherwise, the Science and Technology Association would not have gradually lost control of large tracts of land and important strategic areas. The speaker is one of the 12 truthers, facing one of the highest rulers of the Science and Technology Association. The long-haired middle-aged man sitting opposite everyone looked cold. He was Guwana, the strongest swordsman known as the contemporary swordsman. However, at this moment, the world-famous swordsman said with a trace of sorrow, mass production is impossible. The magic seeds require extremely strong will to bear. More magic seeds require more will. The probability of planting multiple seeds is much lower than the probability of awakening the domineering color domineering by nature. But no one knew what Guwana said in the Hall of Truth. But from that day on, the number of Transcendent Academy opened in the name of the Science and Technology Association increased, and many of them were established near the provinces close to the battlefield. Similarly, the Science and Technology Association also began to systematically test transcendence. Almost all children over 10 years old have been tested. Some of them have the ability to bear the seeds of enlightenment and become transcendents. And there are also a large number of people without talent. Because Mubai has been registered with the Science and Technology Association, he was personally received by the Grand Duke of Sunset, who loves talents like his life. During the days in Mingyang City, Grand Duke Sunset was surprised that Mubai was not surprised by honor or disgrace at a young age and was strong. He ignored the dissuasion of others and directly reported Mubai's situation to the top of the Science and Technology Association with a letter of recommendation. As the person involved, Mubai didn't care. He intended to climb higher in the Science and Technology Association, so he would naturally not refuse the other party's help. Through Grand Duke Sunset, Mubai also had a preliminary understanding of the current battlefield situation. Generally speaking, the open area near the Rising Sun province in the south was the battlefield between the Adventists and the Science and Technology Association. There were border fights or local wars every day. The Advent faction was not able to open up the front due to its limited power. And the Science and Technology Innovation Association also naturally did not expand the front for the sake of civilian safety. Under this implicit rule tacitly agreed by both parties, the southernmost Rising Sun province area is undoubtedly the most unsafe place in the world. As soon as the 7-day exchange ended, Mu Bai and the other world got on the school bus and returned to Baizhou City. In the next month, Mu Bai followed the rules and nothing major happened. At the beginning of the next month, he received an invitation from a private person, and the letter was signed by someone he didn't expect. Gu Wanga. Holding the letter, Mu Bai confidently read the content and found that it was about an invitation to enroll, and the school was in the Sunset Province. In the letter, the other party not only affirmed the Grand Duke of Sunset's affirmation of him, but also said that he would personally teach him the way of the sword, as long as he was willing to go. He burned the letter with an electric current and returned home after thinking for a while. After discussing with Lu Wanqiu, the other party naturally thought that Mu Bai should go. After all, it was an invitation from a top figure with power in the world, and it would not be good to refuse. That night he packed his luggage and set off immediately. On the plane to Sunset Province, Stewardess Anya had noticed the short-haired handsome boy for a long time. Although he was reading a book, she could still see his handsome face clearly when she passed by him. The gentlemanly old man sitting next to Mu Bai smiled and whispered, "Being too eye-catching is often a mixed blessing. This time, the Sword Saint asked me to go to Baizhou City to pick you up. I often wonder who can make him speak." Mu Bai, who was flipping through the chronicles of the Science and Technology Innovation Association, asked curiously, "Is Gu Wanga very old?" "Not very old. He should be in his early 40s, which is relatively young. But if we talk about the sense of responsibility of the Sword Saint, I'm afraid there are few people in the world who have more responsibility than him." The sentimental old man did not pursue the fact that Mu Bai called the Sword Saint by his name, but patiently explained all the things about Gu Wanga. Mu Bai, who listened patiently, nodded from time to time. However, he looked a little strange when he heard the second half of the words, because the old man actually mentioned the lost devil fruit in Mingyang City, Sunset Province. Hearing what the other party meant, Mu Bai was slightly startled. And then he laughed and said, "Old man, you don't think I am a member of the Advent sect?" "No. It's just that before I came here, the Sword Saint once told you a secret. That is, the lost devil fruit is in your hands, and said that you snatched it from the hands of the temple knights codenamed God Leopard. A teenager defeated the animal-type enemy with a pseudo-awakening fruit head-on. Isn't this very sci-fi?" When the old man said the last sentence, his eyes sank slightly, because he could feel that Mu Bai's temperament had changed. Although the faint murderous intent was not obvious, it could still be captured. Mu Bai, who closed the book, glanced at the old man and immediately turned into electricity and disappeared on the spot, while the old man smiled at this scene. When the elemental Mu Bai appeared in the seat again a few seconds later, he looked at the old man straight in the eye. "I'm sorry to make you laugh. If you were the only one in the plane, you wouldn't be able to stop me from leaving. So I understand that you told me these things to make me feel at ease. It seems that there must be a special superhuman ability person who can know these news clearly based on clues." That's right. The value of the thunder fruit among the natural fruits is extremely high. It is naturally impossible for it to escape the eyes of some observers. Even if a country-destroying existence takes over the fruit box, the information will be obtained silently. However, the top leaders of the Science and Technology Innovation Association don't know about these things now. The only one who knows is actually the Sword Saint himself. Mu Bai nodded. Gu Wanga's willingness to reveal this news is actually a test. If he had not agreed before or had defected, he might have ordered his powerful men to get rid of him. Is the person behind a test? Just now, when Mu Bai was checking the entire plane with the elementalization, he clearly felt a hint of the breath of the demonized seed. The other party was located a dozen rows behind the two of them. It's like that. It's a test of how you can catch the other person in a small and sealed environment without damaging the aircraft facilities. I kindly remind you that the person is from the Storm Group, one of the Advent organizations. The old man looked down and fell silent, because Mu Bai had blocked him in the aisle of the plane without knowing when. And the electric current that kept flowing completely blocked his movements. Is that all? He's not strong. Ignoring the surprised eyes of everyone, Mu Bai's foot that turned into a blue electric current stepped on his head and completely blocked his movements. The people of the Storm Group foamed at the mouth in fear, and obviously didn't understand how the other party found him. The old man Ujasa was silent. He remembered what the Sword Saint Gu Wanga said. The sharpest swords are often not opened, but those that stay in the scabbard and are not opened. The Mu Bai in front of him is undoubtedly a monster among monsters, and a monster among monsters. In just a few days, he not only completely mastered the nature-type thunder fruit, but was also able to use it to such a proficient level that he could almost instantly kill beings of the same level. With his age and combat power, there are probably not many people in the Science and Technology Innovation Association who can match him. Stewardess Anya hurried to appease everyone. She didn't understand why the fight suddenly broke out. Looking around, Mubai said in a deep voice, "I am from the Science and Technology Innovation Association. The one under my feet is the enemy of the Advent sect. Don't be nervous. This flight will land smoothly and safely." Yugosa also cooperated and took out his ID. After appeasing everyone, he tied up the unlucky member of the storm group. And Yugosa also injected a small amount of special medicine to keep the other party unconscious. Mubai, you are really a pervert. Your words are easy to cause ambiguity. Yugosa, I have some questions to ask you. The old man naturally knew what the other party wanted to ask after returning to his seat. You want to ask about the Advent sect, right? Yes. I only know that the Holy Church of Light is active on the secular level, and there are some mysterious temples. I don't know anything else. After Yugosa's explanation along the way, Mubai had a general understanding. The Adventists are those who advocate that the Imperial Realm should merge with this world, and then choose to surrender. So they are also called the Surrenderists. Among these people, there are power worshippers, and some cult organizations. As the saying goes, those in power only serve the source of power. Those who believe in purification, or the restart of the end of the world, firmly believe that this world is dirty, and needs to be cleaned up. Among the Adventists today, the Church of Light, and the Church of Dark Original Sin are active at the secular level, while the powerful forces active at the transcendent level are the Temple, Storm Group, Hand of Size, etc. The reason why these human traders can be active in the area south of Sunset Province is not their huge power, but the Fifth Order extraordinary people who support their behavior. These beings above the level of destroying a country have the power to subvert the world. They are the biggest confidence of the Adventists. According to the information I know, the demonized seeds are transmitted from the Imperial Realm. I want to know if the top leaders of the Science and Technology Innovation Association know the time when the Imperial Realm will completely descend. Mubai asked in a deep voice. According to his senses, although the demonized seeds are unstable, and not many people can control them, even so, quality can make up for quantity. If all the high-level strongmen of the Advent faction control several demonized seeds, then the situation of the battle may be reversed in the future. Not sure, Yugosa responded softly, as he watched the plane land smoothly. I guess even the top leaders of the Science and Technology Association don't know this. After all, the previous world fusions were different from this one. The previous times our world merged with other worlds. But this time we were the one being merged. After the plane landed in Sunset Province, the two followed the crowd and got off the car. The Science and Technology Association staff, who came to pick them up, immediately put the Storm Group heretic, who was twitching all over the plane, in shackles and moved away. I see. Mubai, who didn't expect to get a result by asking, walked calmly side by side with Yugosa in the airport. Just as the two were about to leave the airport, a young man holding a western sword came over. Lord Yugosa, I heard that a friend from the north came to Sunset Province, and it was Lord Guwana who personally invited him. So I came to see the face of this great man. Although he acted very calmly, Mubai could still vaguely see a hint of haste from the fluctuations of the other party's spiritual energy. The undisguised jealousy in the other party's side eyes made Mubai feel a little interesting, somewhat helpless. Yugosa shook his head and said, Okay, Reeves, don't mess around here. Lord Yugosa, I'm not messing around. But I'm a little interested in this newcomer who was invited to the War Academy. If he follows this invitation standard, he must be a newcomer above S level, somewhat unwilling to give up. Reeves still smiled and said, he felt that his talent was invincible, and he was promoted to the second level of concentration in these days. But even if he was not personally invited by Lord Sword Saint, this newcomer was personally picked up by the Sword Saint's confidant Yugosa. How could he not be dissatisfied with this gap? Although he didn't know what the level in Weiss's mouth meant. Mubai was not so stingy. From what you said, you want to test my skills, so I'll give you a chance. Mubai said indifferently with his hands in his pockets. Although the aura on the other party was very strong, it was only limited to ordinary second-level ability users. Okay. You are very brave, and I admire you. Reeves put away his rapier and looked at Mubai with admiration. The fact that he agreed to it showed that he was not a coward. Yugosa coughed softly, and knew why Reeves was so angry. He might think that Mubai would take away his place as a senior student. But since the two young men who were full of vigor and vitality had agreed, there was no need for him An old man? To object? I have no objection to you two fighting, or who kills whom. But now Mubai must go back to the War Academy with me to see the Sword Saint. Please. Reeves walked around the two people and bowed down in a gentlemanly manner to make a gesture of invitation. Reeves frowned as he looked at the backs of the two people leaving. And then, he immediately made a phone call. Help me investigate a person quickly. From the City of Daylight. And the young man that Yujiza personally brought here today. Okay. The voice on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment before a response came. On the other side, Mubai, who had already boarded the official maglev car of the Sunset Province Science and Technology Innovation Association, looked out the window and asked in surprise, "Is that the War College?" Yuxa followed his line of sight and said with a smile, "That is indeed the War Academy. But to be precise, nearly a quarter of the area of Sunset Province is actually the War Academy. That is just a training ground close to the city. There are many similar ones." Wow! A quarter of the area of Sunset Province? Then the scale of this War Academy is probably more than 100 times different from what he expected. The Science and Technology Association invested so much resources to create a talent training academy. It seems that this sword master is not an ordinary martial artist who only knows how to practice. Very amazing. It is indeed amazing. At present, almost all the geniuses in the north of the Science and Technology Association and most of the geniuses in the south are gathered here. It can be said that the current War Academy is the largest talent training venue in the history of the entire Science and Technology Association. The speed of the maglev car is very fast. When Yuxa said this, the two of them heard a sound like a bubble passing through at the same time. Then, in the trance of sunlight, Mubai was surprised to notice that a group of buildings quickly appeared around him. The bubble-like thing just now is a barrier. Mubai welcomes you to the War Academy, the gathering place for talents of the Science and Technology Innovation Association. Through the car window, Mubai looked at the majestic sign of the War Academy covering the mountains and plains in the distance. Even he felt a little crazy. This kind of construction might consume the resources of the entire Science and Technology Innovation Association for 100 years. Special devices that can accelerate the gathering of spiritual energy penetrate the mountains. Dozens of floating islands with special energy are floating in the air. These islands are surrounded by a large academy building complex. And a large artificial ocean is under construction to the north. Such a large-scale investment is rare. And it also shows the determination of the Science and Technology Innovation Association to cultivate talents this time. The floating car drove into the central area of the War College and then gradually shut down and stopped. Mubai, who got off the car with Yugosa, took the college elevator under his leadership. In the surprised eyes of passers-by and students, the two came to the elevator at the end of the corridor. When the elevator stopped at the 45th floor, Yugosa made a gesture of invitation. After the elevator door opened, there were antique bookcases on both sides. Mubai came to the core area of this floor through the bookcases. A middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses was flipping through the books in his hand among the piles of books. The other party was very approachable, and his eyes lit up when he saw Mubai appear. "Student Mubai, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. I have long heard of the reputation of the Sword Saint. I have also been looking forward to meeting you for a long time." Haha. It is a perfunctory answer. But never mind. There are no outsiders here. You can say whatever you want. The Sword Saint is just a false name. You can just call me Gu Wanga. Sword Saint Gu Wanga ignored Yujasa's surprised look. He picked up the basic swordsmanship in his hand and threw it to Mubai. "Take a look at this basic swordsmanship I wrote to see if there is anything missing." After taking this swordsmanship book, Mubai was a little surprised because he did not feel any sword intent from the other party. To some extent, the other party's swordsmanship may really be far beyond his imagination. After carefully reading this basic sword technique, Mubai said bluntly, "This sword technique can't kill anyone even if you practice it for 100 years. But it can strengthen the body and effectively assist those who have not entered the first level, thus helping them to lay a good foundation. From the perspective of sword technique, it is rubbish. But from the perspective of function, it is top-notch." Such a straightforward answer made Yujasa speechless. The young people nowadays are too direct. The person standing in front of him is a big man at the top of the sword technique of the Science and Technology Innovation Association. If I could meet a person of this level when I was young, I would probably not even be able to speak properly. That's a very intuitive answer. I think so too. I've seen your physical training coach's videos, and they're very good. They're even stronger than my useless swordsmanship. For newcomers without a foundation, your physical training is actually more helpful. Hearing this, Mubai shook his head and said, "You're too modest. My training methods require people with strong bodies and strong willpower to produce results in a short period of time, while your swordsmanship is a gentle training method that can be trained for a long time." Well said. It's just that the gentle and long-term training methods are not needed by the Science and Technology Innovation Association at the moment. On the contrary, what they need now is a quick and easy training method. They want people with combat capabilities, not people with stronger combat capabilities in the future. You know what I mean? After inviting the other party to sit down, Gu Wanga personally poured a cup of tea for Mubai. Mubai, who was a little flattered, quickly expressed the restrained state of the younger generation. But both Gu Wanga and Ujasa could see that the other party was pretending. I understand. But is the situation of the Science and Technology Innovation Association really that difficult? It may be more difficult than you think. But no matter how difficult it is, it must be solved. As long as the Adventist sect is not clear about the challenges of world integration in the future, it will be more difficult. When Gu Wanga said this, he suddenly stabbed Mubai's throat with his finger as a sword. Knowing that the other party was testing him, Mubai was not too surprised, but responded with his two fingers together and armed with a finger gun. Kung! After the collision, Gu Wanga's speed suddenly increased. Seeing this, Mubai also increased his speed. The sword intentions of the two people were constantly colliding with each other at this moment, guided by their fingers. The bursting airflow and the unpredictable trajectory of the two people's moves were actually close to the same. Mubai, who used the finger gun, knew clearly that the other party was imitating his sword intention and using similar moves to himself. In addition to being shocked, he also showed his real skills. He closed his hands and quickly used the Tiangang 72 sword art as the foundation to perform a continuous finger gun. Such momentum made Gu Wanga's face happy. He had seen many young geniuses in swordsmanship. Although some of them had superb swordsmanship, they all imitated the swordsmanship moves and momentum of the predecessors. However, although the swordsmanship of Mubai in front of him was close to simplicity, he paid more attention to killing and had his own will. The swordsmanship with its own unique will can expand its own unique future path, thereby creating its own swordsmanship. While admiring talents in his heart, Gu Wanga also reminded softly, "I'm going to speed up. Classmate Mubai, you have to keep up. If the opponent uses a certain sword technique, then he will use the same sword technique to attack, breaking the sky with 13 strange swords." The tricky and almost crazy sword technique was used, and Mubai's sword moves were quickly defeated. The speed of its defeat was so fast that even Mubai couldn't stop it. Seeing that the opponent was about to break through his sword defense, Mubai's eyes moved slightly. The next moment, the sword intent wrapped in electricity quickly broke through the opponent's first trick sword move and then stayed outside the opponent's palm. Mubai stopped and looked down. The opponent's finger had already pointed at his throat. There was no doubt that he was defeated in the simple sword technique. The opponent did not use his real skills. Otherwise, with his sword level, he was afraid that he would not be able to take even half a move. Excellent. I lost. After taking a step back, the desk in front of Mubai suddenly shattered into hundreds of pieces. These were all the places affected by the confrontation between the two people's sword intent. What a monster. Gu Wanga shook his head and put away his fingers and said with some joy, "If you lose, then no one can lead the younger generation. Mubai, you tend to kill in the way of swordsmanship, but you lack the support of skills. I can help you in this. And you also need to help me." "Physical skills?" Mubai said uncertainly. "That's right. I need you to help these teachers speed up the training of freshmen as the highest level student of the War Academy. Similarly, I will help you improve your strength here, including the thunder fruit you now have. I can also help you eliminate hidden dangers." After all, the thunder fruit was obtained by the Science and Technology Innovation Association. Now that it has run into his hands, anyone can guess what's going on. However, it is indeed not worth mentioning that the Ruoshui sword Saint Gu Wanga personally came forward. After a simple thought, Mubai naturally agreed immediately. No matter what the purpose and reason are, this is a win-win situation. He has no need to refuse. Ujasa, go ask someone to arrange accommodation and other issues for Mubai. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Okay. The smile on Sword Saint Gu Wanga's face did not disappear after Mubai and Ujasa left. He was looking forward to how strong this young man would become in the future. He had such a distinctive fighting style and possessed a rare natural domineering aura. He was able to defeat the temple leopard at such a young age and destroy the entire temple's mission. All these things put on a person are destined to make this person extraordinary. I just hope that this newly forged sword can help the Science and Innovation Association to wipe out all enemies. After leaving with Yugosa, Bai was first guided by the Academy staff to register basic information. After seeing Yugosa's S level written in the level column, the staff smile became even more intense. When Bai arrived at the residence, he was a little surprised. He didn't expect that he could be directly assigned to a single-family villa. This villa is in sharp contrast with the duplex and double villas next to it. Bai, don't worry. All the expenses of the villa here will be borne by the Science and Innovation Association. There will be someone to take care of all your affairs. These are the fixed benefits of S-level students. Of course, there are many other benefits that you will know in the future, the staff patiently said. Bai listened beside him, and Yugosa left early because of other things. Listening to the staff story, Bai was also a little curious. What's this S level you're talking about? Are students at the War College also divided into levels? The staff rubbed his hands and said in confusion, will there be levels wherever there are people? Now it was Bai's turn to laugh. His question was indeed a bit stupid. S level is the highest level among the current students. Currently, there are only 4 people who have obtained it, including you. The S level needs to be awarded by the principal, the Sword Saint, in person. Each one is qualified to be a genius who is earth-shaking. The role of the S level is that many overall benefits are unattainable by other levels. I see. After listening to the other party's story, Bai understood what the Sword Saint Gu Wanga was going to do. He gathered the talents in the Global Science and Technology Innovation Conference area together and divided them into levels. These young and energetic geniuses, who have never suffered losses, would never be willing to be compared with others. They must have practiced hard to step on others to get these rankings. War College is a place where the strong are respected. Even if the main purpose here is to make progress together, this progress must be ranked first. Talented people will go up and those without talent will naturally become stepping stones. Others may not believe this view, but Li Xiaofeng believes it very much. The ranking competition is undoubtedly the most popular event in War College. It is held on the first day of every month. Each time, the same level battle will be carried out in different grades. For example, in the F level, ranking is required. If the first place obtains a huge amount of resources, it can challenge the person at the end of the level. In this cycle, everyone's actual combat ability determines everything. At this moment, Li Xiaofeng, who ranked 724th in the F level, walked onto the ring with full confidence. His opponent was a fat otaku wearing glasses. But this fat otaku was obviously not an ordinary person. After shaking hands with Li Xiaofeng, the other party immediately turned into a round meat ball and crushed Li Xiaofeng in all directions with the ability of the superhuman ball fruit. Li Xiaofeng, who didn't even throw a punch, was killed instantly. He spit out a mouthful of blood while his chest rose and fell, and then rolled on the ground. The fat guy who hadn't finished eating the potato chips in his hand looked at Li Xiaofeng speechlessly. So weak and confident. He was killed in one move after a long time. So boring. Li Xiaofeng, who was carried on a stretcher by the medical staff, clenched his fists in anger and made an unwilling sound. Asshole. If I also had a devil fruit, I wouldn't lose so badly. Some speechless medical staff pretended not to hear. The speed of the punch is too slow. The power is too weak. And the force point is not right. It is inevitable to lose to the ability user at this level. The black-haired boy sitting on the chair said softly. Li Xiaofeng, who was lying down, wanted to refute, but the severe pain in his chest made him lie back quickly when he wanted to stand up. Who are you? I'm just an ordinary student at the War Academy. Bai, who was sitting on a chair watching the show, said casually. He had just packed his luggage and arranged his accommodation yesterday when he heard that there would be a ranking competition the next day. So he came to watch the show after a simple wash in the morning. Since he promised to teach the freshmen of the Academy physical skills in person later, he naturally had to see the specific situation of these people. According to his simple observation, although the War Academy is divided into APT-F levels, the actual situation of these students is not that different. The A-level students are basically those who have observation hockey and armed hockey. Most of them are devil fruit users and have strong control over their own devil fruits. They can easily cause different degrees of damage to the opponent in battle. And each attack is not without rules. Such students basically have rich experience in combat or sparring. And most of them are close to the second level, or a small number have entered the second level. Students of this level do not actually need to learn physical skills. because there are no big problems in terms of combat methods or basic levels. BC level students do not have the all-round advantages compared to A-level students, and many of them have some defects. When facing such opponents, even A-level students with a similar level of skill can suppress them according to their weaknesses. Therefore, students of these two levels can learn physical skills and make up for it with their advantages in physical skills. As for the EF level freshmen, Mubai thinks that these people are the ones who need enlightenment the most. Compared with other levels, their combat level is simply shockingly low, and they will provide some jokes on the scene. These two levels are basically a fight between noobs. Basically, the devil fruit users with combat ability will be ranked in the front row, while those without fruit ability and no combat rules belong to the lowest level, commonly known as the bottom character. Brother, you don't have to hit me so hard, right? Li Xiaofeng said with some despair. He felt that his life was hopeless. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't drop out of the War Academy now, he would have run away long ago. If he was placed in a remote area, he would be a first-line genius player. But here, he would be the target of being abused. This level of gap made him feel desperate. Mubai said softly with a smile on his face, I am not trying to discourage you. If outsiders can use words to discourage you from giving up something, it only means that you don't have the absolute will to carry out the things you should insist on. Hearing this, Li Xiaofeng's face no longer had a self-pitying look. He sighed slightly and said, I don't know how I should train. When I was at home before, I was groping and learning to fight by myself. If you don't know, you have to learn and ask. The problem will not disappear just because you wait or ignore it, Mubai said while watching the battle on the stage. After listening to Mubai's words, Li Xiaofeng felt that it made sense. But he always felt that it was nonsense. If he could do it, would he still be able to get to where he is now? Thinking of this, he laid down a little flatter. After watching Mubai leisurely watching the battle outside the field, Li Xiaofeng also felt a little strange. Brother, are you from the academy? You must play in the qualifying match today even if you give up. Li Xiaofeng thought that the other party was a FE level who gave up, so he could watch the show so leisurely. After a kind reminder, he found that the other party's smile became even more intense. I don't know either. It seems that no one reminded me that I should participate in the qualifying match. Mubai, who was sitting next to the medical team, also found several strong players while watching the show. As expected, when these people came on the field, they were all ranked in the top few players of the A level. One of them had a physique that even he looked at differently. Do you know who that guy who is as strong as a bull and has no eyebrows is? Hearing Mubai's question, Li Xiaofeng looked in the direction of his sight and said speechlessly, Brother, don't say this in front of him. This guy hates others mentioning his eyebrows. This guy is the top 10 monster in the A level. I heard that his fruit ability is muscle growth and his strength is very strong. See you again. Li's with a rapier appeared next to Mubai without knowing when. Mubai, who was watching the show, said curiously, Do you want to challenge me now? Not for the time being. I have to participate in the qualifying competition and get a rank that can challenge you before I can challenge you next month. This is the rule that even I must abide by. Li Xiaofeng, who was lying on the stretcher, was even more speechless. Why did this yellow-haired guy with a rapier like to pretend so much? What about getting a rank before challenging? This black-haired guy couldn't be the last player in the level. Otherwise this yellow-haired guy wouldn't say that. It seems that you are interested in that muscle monster? He is a genius from the Skylark province, with a high level of observation hockey. With his superhuman fleshy fruit that can control muscles at will, he can be said to be a tank-type player with full defense. Although Reeves said this, there was no respect in his eyes. Instead, he stared at the other party with eyes like looking at prey. In the distance, the muscle monster Wang Chuang, who had just left the battlefield, saw Reeves' sight and walked over with a serious expression. He didn't look very friendly. Li Xiaofeng couldn't help swallowing his saliva when he saw this scene. However, Mubai and Reeves continued to chat as if they didn't see that person. I heard that the Sword Saint personally met you when you just entered the War Academy. The meeting is not just a simple chat. He values you very much. Otherwise, he wouldn't recognize you when you just came and didn't show anything. Mubai was stunned when he heard this. What are you trying to show? If I need to show to gain trust, I won't come here. You are so confident. But becoming S-rank may not be a good thing. Challengers like me will challenge you tirelessly. You have to be careful. Don't fall from the altar before I challenge you. Li Xiaofeng, who did not interrupt the two people's conversation, felt more and more that something was wrong. What S level and the Sword Saint's reception? If it was not bragging, Then this matter was a bit unusual. Wang Chuang, who was 2 meters tall, walked over and saw Reeves' eyes, and said unkindly, "You are the one who said that you would challenge all A-level freshmen when you entered the academy?" "It's me. I see you are very interested. Do you want to compete with me?" Reeves said softly, and looked very gentlemanly. "Humph." Wang Chuang snorted coldly, and said with some disgust, "Reeves, I know you are very powerful, but you have to coil up even if you are a real dragon here. I wanted to fight you back then. Since there is a chance today, what are you waiting for? Then I'm leaving. Please enjoy my performance." Reeves bowed and followed Wang Chuang very elegantly to the fighting arena. Li Xiaofeng said in a low voice with some embarrassment, "Hack. Master, are you really S-level? Is the level important?" Mu Bai stretched his body and said lightly, "In the eyes of ordinary students, perhaps reaching the peak position recognized by the academy is the end of life. But for him, the peak of the school is just the starting point. His eyes have never been on these peers. Instead, he is focused on the temple and the peak powerhouses of the Science and Technology Innovation Association. His goal is to become the peak powerhouse of the world instead of playing house games with these children in the academy. It's very important to me. I have someone I must defeat. If I can raise the academy level to sea level, I will have no regrets." Mu Bai nodded in understanding and focused his attention on the ring. Reeves and Wang Chuang on the ring stood at one end of the ring, shook hands with each other, and then separated again. "I will beat you into a pig's head in public." Wang Chuang bit his leg slightly, and then instantly exerted force like a rocket and punched. Reeves dodged lightly, and then slashed through space with a western sword in his hand. Before Wang Chuang realized the problem, Reeves' slash actually penetrated the space and instantly landed on Wang Chuang's head. This guy. Armament color hardened. Wang Chuang quickly stabilized his body and immediately armed his head. After taking the opponent's slash, the muscles on his body quickly split. In a few moments, more than a dozen armed arms quickly surrounded Wang Chuang's moving range. Dimensional slash. Reeves took a step forward slowly, and then slashed through space for more than a dozen consecutive slashes at the same point at the same time. The powerful slashing force that broke out instantly repelled the muscular arm that Wang Chuang's fleshy fruit had bred. Wang Chuang, who was repelled, felt his muscles sore, and his waist was bent a little. After feeling the opponent's leisurely slashing force, the contempt in his eyes gradually disappeared. Just relying on strength, the opponent's thin body is probably enough to rival himself. No wonder such a strong man is famous in the Sunset Province. Thinking of this, the several muscle arms that his cells reproduced gradually merged together, and the two arms gradually twisted and merged like twists. When the two arms merged into one, the huge momentum and pressure burst out. Although the powerful spirit did not reach the level of Overlord color, its deterrence alone was enough to increase its attack power by several points. Kingly Punch. A brute force punch formed by simple muscle compression. This destructive power is enough to defeat everyone's flesh. Feeling the power of the opponent's punch, Reeves finally got serious. He held the sword in both hands and slowly retreated. His whole body seemed to be perfectly integrated with the sword. Sword slash. The terrifying sword intent under the unity of man and soared toward the opponent's momentum. In a flash of lightning, black and red waves suddenly rose. Then a black light cut through the sky above the ring. Then a figure crashed into several rings and finally embedded deeply in the audience seats on the north. Wang Chuang, who lost consciousness with wide eyes, had a clear slash mark on his chest. He finally used the tight defensive power of his muscles, and even the powerful armed color domineering to defend. But the end was still so miserable, so that other people in the audience exclaimed. But Reeves did not look at the defeated opponent but looked at the audience. But the original position of Mu Bai was empty. Mu Bai left before the two men made their final move. He had no interest in continuing to watch such a battle that was clear at a glance. Mu Bai made his request in the principal's office. Sword Saint Gu Wanga was surprised but not too surprised. It's okay to go to the battlefield now, but it's very dangerous there. You can wait for the opening ceremony at the Ares Academy before going there. I will let a high-level transcendent accompany you then. I'm too bored, so I want to see the scene on the battlefield and gain some combat experience. Don't worry, Principal. I will never do anything reckless to cause danger, Mu Bai said with a smile. He was indeed very interested in the battlefield here. But the most important thing was that he wanted to go deep into the base of the Advent sect within these 2 days to see if there were any demonized seeds to be looted. I hope so. By the way, the Student Council President Song Ju Feng wants to meet you. You two can meet each other. Okay. I love making friends the most. Song Jufeng, who was helping the principal to pack books, smiled and hurried over when he heard his name. He was taller than Mu Bai, but he bent his waist very deeply when facing this S-level newcomer, looking very humble. I have heard about Mu Bai from the principal before. It is a blessing for our war academy to have such a talented student. Mu Bai, please give me more advice in the future. After looking at this hypocrite, Mu Bai also smiled and stretched out his hand to shake it. It was just that when the two hands touched, Mu Bai vaguely felt a sense of familiarity, but he had no impression of where he had felt it before. Have we met before? I don't think so. If I had met someone like you, I would have remembered it. Looking at the other parties pretending to be humble, Mu Bai said speechlessly, "You are really a boring person. But that's fine. How dare you use your observation hockey to test me when you are so weak?" Song Jufeng was stunned by such impolite words. How dare this young man say such words in front of the Sword Saint? On the other hand, the Sword Saint Gu Wanga sat in the chair and sipped tea as if he didn't hear it. Does classmate Mu Bai have any misunderstandings? Besides, you and I are both at the level of second-level transcendence. So how can there be a gap in strength? Is it that classmate Mu Bai is too confident? Feeling Mu Bai's hostility, Song Jufeng also spoke bluntly, but his words did not mention the action of using observation hockey to spy on the other party just now. And Mu Bai did not pursue such a behavior of changing the subject. Instead, he continued to follow the other party's topic and said, "Since you think I am too confident, then how about this? Come and compete with me on the ring now. Whoever wins will apologize to the other party. How about it?" Song Jufeng frowned slightly, always feeling that something was wrong, but thinking that the Sword Saint was watching next to him. He immediately nodded and agreed, of course. It's just right to let the Sword Saint be a referee to let everyone see what the battle between S-level students is like. Song Jufeng originally wanted to test Mu Bai first, but since the other party was so ignorant, he could only teach him a lesson reluctantly. More importantly, he could also show his presence in front of the Sword Saint. He thought that although Mu Bai was strong, he would not be stronger than himself. Of course, I like to watch passionate young people fighting each other. The swordsman who usually doesn't get involved in such trivial matters cooperated surprisingly. As the news that S-level Song Jufeng was going to fight with the newly promoted mysterious S-level existence spread throughout the campus, the entire war college was about to explode. Many people clearly saw the terrifying battle between S-levels some time ago. That was the collision between true geniuses. Now everyone who was lucky enough to see the genius Song Jufeng take action was naturally very excited. Let's go! Watch the S-level big guys fight. Wow! This level actually fought. Awesome. I must go and see it. Who dares to challenge Song Jufeng? Don't you know his nickname? The already lively war college was completely ignited by this news. The girls' dormitory was even more excited. After all, there was a rumor that the person challenging Song Jufeng was a handsome young man. This kind of scene of watching handsome guys and S-level fighting is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Meng Qianhua, who had just finished her shower and ranked among the top few in the A class, was also very interested in hearing this news. Song Jufeng is a monster. I have fought with him before. He has the ability to defeat me within 3 moves. Who would be so arrogant to challenge him? Moreover, challenging the student council president in private may be targeted in the future. Although the two were both S-class, Meng Qianhua still felt that Song Jufeng had a higher chance of winning. Although she did not like Song Jufeng's personality, she still admired his fruit ability and overall combat power. When she got her hair done and followed the crowd to the battle arena, she was a little speechless, because in her eyes, the person fighting against Song Jufeng was clearly a stern-looking boy, who was obviously several years younger than Song Jufeng. And when she noticed the appearance of the Sword Saint not far away, she took a breath. No wonder so many people came. The one who spread the news must be Song Jufeng's student council subordinates. Song Jufeng clearly wanted to attract more and more viewers, and use this opportunity to perform in front of the Sword Saint Gu Wanga. You have a good appeal. After looking at the huge crowd, Mu Bai praised. Song Jufeng smiled, then took a fighting stance and said softly, "It's strange. Why do you regard me as an enemy? At your age, you may surpass me in the future. But you are too anxious now." Song Jufeng saw the sword master signal that the two of them could fight, and he kindly stretched out his hand to Mu Bai. "Mu Bai, I won't bully you because you are young. How about this? I won't dodge if you make a move." "Really?" "Absolutely true." Mu Bai was almost amused. "In this case, I will use a move from my physical skills. The finger gun." Mubai stretched out his right hand and pointed it in the air. Instantly, a hurricane rolled up. The invisible momentum accompanied by his spirit bombarded Song Ju-fong in the air. Not good. The right hand urgently blocked with armed color. With a creaking sound, the ground of the ring under Song Ju-feng's feet actually collapsed. Feeling the force coming from his arm, he said with a twitch in the corner of his mouth, "Is this a fruit ability?" Mubai, with one hand in his pocket and the other hand in the shape of a pistol, smiled and explained to the audience below, "This is not a fruit ability but a physical skill. A combat skill cultivated with pure flesh. Only with absolute effort and perseverance can everyone achieve it through training." Mubai changed the subject and pointed in the direction of the Sword Saint and said, "Classmates, I will start physical training in a few days. You can see the power of physical skills through my actual combat this time. These are all courses recognized by the Sword Saint principle. Points are required to exchange materials in the War Academy. For example, Mubai can collect points by starting the physical training course. Of course, the most direct reason why he wants to get points is that he can use the points to exchange spoils in the battlefield store, including the limited purchase of magic seeds. The reason why the magic seeds are distributed by the Science and Technology Innovation Association in the War Academy is actually for the spiritual pets. Before, Mubai always thought that only humans could practice in this world of the Science and Technology Innovation Association. Later, he learned that because this world had merged with other worlds before, there were some animals with blood power and spiritual power on this land. The demonized seeds can help strengthen the spirit beasts in the hands of students. Of course, this kind of strengthening only has one chance. Once the second demonized seed is eaten by the pet, the spirit beast will go berserk and become a crazy creature similar to demonization. Song Ju-fong was cursing in his heart at this moment. He thought that he had offended Mubai and that the other party just disliked him so much in the principal's office. Now it seems that he thought too much. This Mubai was clearly using his fame and this gimmicky competition to advertise, thinking that the other party was going to use some broken physical skills to make him a wooden stake for testing. Song Ju-fong already had a hint of killing intent. If classmate Mubai's physical skills start recruiting people, I will definitely be the first to join. But it's too risky to use physical skills to fight me now. Although he was not very happy in his heart, the smile on Song Ju-feng's face was very kind. It seemed that he was not angry at all because of Mubai's behavior. Such a style naturally attracted the applause of the cadres of the student union. "Then I'll let you use one hand, Song Ju-feng. You're too weak." After saying this lightly, Mubai put his left hand behind his back and only put his right hand on the edge of his body. This almost arrogant behavior made Song Ju-feng a little embarrassed. "Do you think you can beat me with one hand?" Song Ju-feng took a deep breath and suddenly stepped on the ground with both feet, then opened his mouth and spit out a large amount of venom towards Mubai. Seeing this, Mubai took the opportunity to launch the physical technique of shaving. Shave. Shaving itself is one of the 6 styles of the Navy in the world of One Piece. It requires stepping on the ground at high speed dozens of times in a flash, 0.36 seconds, to generate explosive reaction force to move at high speed. From the enemy's perspective, it is like disappearing. At this moment, Mubai slightly slowed down his shaving speed in order to let some of the strong students see clearly. But even so, his speed of movement was very terrifying in the eyes of everyone. Mubai dodged an AZ shape and instantly got close to the opponent and suddenly raised his left leg to sweep away. Physical skills. Iron leg. Storm kick is one of the 6 styles of foot skills. It does not hurt the enemy by kicking, but uses ultra-high speed and powerful kicks to roll up a vacuum to produce a slash to attack the opponent, which can easily split the target in half. This move may be very suitable in the world of One Piece, but Mubai thinks it is not suitable for this world. Storm kick itself is a move that sacrifices the balance of the lower body, which is easy to expose weaknesses and defects when starting. Therefore, he developed the iron leg after combining the operation logic of some iron blocks and the damage method of storm kick. Although it is not as good as the double leg armed color enhancement, it is better that everyone can get the effect through hard practice. When the left leg swept and the right leg was straightened, Song Ju-feng sneered and took advantage of the situation. His right hand was covered with scales, burning with a faint blue flame, and then the monster-like scale claws smashed towards the opponent's right leg standing on the ground. Mubai smiled when he saw this. His left leg suddenly retracted, and the force driven by it linked the right leg to a battle axe-like posture and suddenly chopped away. This is still an iron leg, but with the advantage of kinetic energy transfer. The power of this kick is almost doubled. What? Song Ju-feng. who didn't dare to take it hard, retreated quickly and spewed poison gas towards the ring. After kicking away the poison gas, Mu Bai also saw that the opponent was obviously an animal-type ability user, and the flames and scales of the arm plus the poison gas. It was obviously a fantasy beast ability user in the animal system. Song Jufeng, who was hiding in the poison gas, suddenly stretched out his thick tail like a ghost in the dark night and swept across in an instant. Seeing this, Mu Bai directly launched the physical paper painting. Paper drawing is one of the 6 styles of defensive skills. It unloads the whole body's strength and changes the airflow generated by the opponent's movements, making the body as thin as paper. It can easily control the body and dodge any attack directed at itself. Mu Bai also added some changes to this move that evades enemy damage with the airflow. Compared with the original paper drawing technique, his modified paper drawing weakens the body's softness, but increases the body's sensitivity to airflow. The advantage of doing this is that it can reduce the difficulty of ordinary people learning this to a greater extent. The difficulty of the move. After all, the flexibility of the body and the skills and other physical techniques are actually somewhat contradictory. Unless you are physically strong, it is difficult to master the balance of the force and softness of paper painting at the same time. Song Jufeng, who had spread out his thick tail, saw that Mu Bai had easily avoided his rapid whip tail. His pupils immediately shrank, and an extreme observation was instantly opened. After opening the observation hockey, he had a certain understanding of the opponent's evasive posture and immediately jumped into the air. Then, the thick tail continued to stab at the ring at an astonishing speed, like raindrops. Aren't you tired? Continuous paper painting. After snapping his fingers, Mu Bai put his hands behind his back and lightly avoided all the opponent's stabs like a walk. Every time the thick tail was about to touch him, it would be like hitting the water. And Mu Bai's paper painting was like water, which could dodge the attack smoothly every time. When the red-haired A-level beauty was watching intently, a voice suddenly appeared behind her, causing many people nearby to almost stop breathing. He is very strong. Is he new here? The young warrior wearing a knight-like armor and carrying a heavy sword behind him said curiously. If the people of the Temple Knights were here, they would definitely recognize that the other party was the swordsman who fought with them at the beginning. And his identity in this war academy is one of the disciples of the sword master, an S-level student, the strongest swordsman in the academy, a physical madman, and the undefeated winning streak champions Wu Dao. He is new here. But where have you been? Meng Qianhua said curiously. She remembered that her cousin should be practicing swordsmanship in the wilderness outside. Why did he come back so early? After looking in the direction of the Sword Saint, Wu Dao said strangely, this level of battle actually requires the Sword Saint to show up. It seems that he cares about this newcomer very much. I don't know. But did you hear the physical skills he just said? Is that almost outrageous action really something that a non-fruit ability user can perform? In fact, Meng Qianhua still has some doubts. After all, it should be difficult for ordinary human bodies to change the muscle movement structure. Even if it can be changed, it can't make such incredible abilities. Seeing that the tail and the observation hockey can't touch the opponent, Song Jufeng's eyes gradually emit golden beast meaning. Animal form is activated. The mythical beast species snake fruit 9-headed snake form. After a loud noise filled with poison, the huge 9-headed giant snake monster descended on the ring in an amazing manner. The scales burning with flames have a trace of pressure. The black 9-headed giant snake monster looks down at the tiny Mu Bai in front of it from all directions. The students in the audience were all shocked. After all, Song Jufeng had never shown his 9-headed form at the first opportunity before. Usually, he only needed to transform into 3 snake heads to defeat any A-level warrior. Now it seemed that he was going to go all out. The black, angular, deformed scales were like ancient armor, fitting onto the flesh that was full of blood. The flame halo made the black body look as majestic as a god. The pressure from the blood was enough to make many opponents lose the will to fight, let alone fight with it. The 9 heads made a sound almost at the same time. Mu Bai, you are worthy of me using this form to deal with you. Let everyone see the supreme power of the fantasy beast species today. 18 golden eyes opened at the same time. 9 poisonous breaths directly turned the surrounding area into a miasma area. The sword master naturally would not let it flow outside the ring. He did not see any action, but a force cut the space on the ring from the outside space. Mu Bai, who had always dealt with it with one hand, exerted a little force on his legs. The next moment, his figure jumped out of the poisonous area. He flew across the air and bit Song Jufeng fiercely with the bloody mouth of one of the heads of the 9-headed snake before he fell. The stench of decay approached rapidly. Mu Bai, who was about to fall from the sky, suddenly exerted force on his feet, and turned around in the air, and stayed in the air. Physical skill Moon Step. The Moon Step is also one of the 6 styles. It is closer to the application skills of shaving. It is similar to the Wudong Light skill Tianzong. It uses strong foot power to step on the air, to generate strong air retention force. It can walk in the air like stepping on stairs. Due to the limitation of physical strength, it cannot stay in the air for too long. As long as this high-altitude movement technique is used, it can launch attacks from the enemy's blind spot in the air. The Moon Step, that caused shocking exclamations, was obviously beyond everyone's expectations. A low-level transcendent, who had no flying ability, and was not a natural ability user, could actually stay in the air out of thin air. This incredible scene even moved the Sword Saint Gu Wana. It's really interesting. Mu Bai, who stayed in the air, smiled, and showed almost all his physical skills. He didn't want to bother with the opponent again. At this moment, the vibrating light ball in his hand covered his right hand. The vibrating ball cover in his hand fell towards Song Juanfeng's position while his arm muscles were tense. Squeak! 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 The void shattered. The unclear cracks expanded rapidly. The space smashed by Mu Bai shattered like a mirror. The terrifying impact instantly blasted the huge body of the Hydra into the ground with overwhelming force. The Hydra body, which still wanted to struggle, used its 9 heads to smash down hard to break the opponent's strange vibration force. But the super strong wind pressure and amazing vibration tearing ability had overwhelming power like the authority of a king. Song Juanfeng, who was shaking all over and retreating dozens of meters continuously, was a little confused by the punch. 3 heads had serious problems. He was frightened and quickly used the powerful regeneration power of the Hydra to quickly repair the injuries all over his body and the vibration injuries of his internal organs. He was relieved to see that Mu Bai did not beat the drowning dog immediately. The whole audience was silent as death. Meng Qianhua's eyes lit up, while Sadao touched the heavy sword behind him. He was a little confused about the ability of this newcomer's fruit. He could be said to be a natural system, but he obviously did not show the ability of natural elementalization. But you said he was a superhuman. But what kind of superhuman fruit power can achieve such amazing destructive power? The most important thing is that Sadao, who has been on the battlefield for many years, can see the calmness of the opponent. This look is not a state of going all out. A casual attack on an S-level student of the same level was severely damaged. Sadao frowned and couldn't understand Mu Bai in front of him. Is it repaired? Now continue. Mu Bai, who grabbed the air with one hand, seemed to be the controller of natural disasters, and compressed the terrifying vibration power again to watch the surface directly. The powerful vibration even triggered a white vibration shock wave to wreak havoc in front. Song Juanfeng, who suffered another vibration attack, dared not maintain the animal form. The larger the size, the stronger the vibration attack. The resonance caused by the vibration is a terrifying secondary damage. The tearing and defense-breaking power brought by the vibration are enough to make the strong body burst and disintegrate from the internal organs. The other 8 heads turned into some kind of illusory phantoms that covered Song Juanfeng's body layer by layer, and his original 9-headed snake form of dozens of meters began to transform into an orc form. When he suddenly landed, he had turned into a half-human, half-beast single-headed snake form of about 2 meters. The first 8 layers of shields at the cost of heads had disappeared when he approached Mu Bai. Taking advantage of this gap, he raised his fist without scales close to his body, and contained the arm color domineering in it. Mu Bai was somewhat surprised at the various uses of the other party's head, and snapped his fingers. The next moment, in the blue electric light, a thunder spear in his hand pierced Song Juanfeng's abdomen, nailing him like prey on the ruins of the messy arena. Natural system. Zodao was a little speechless. After all, the opponent was just showing a similar vibration fruit ability. But now, he has become an elemental ability user? The severely injured Song Juanfeng could no longer stay awake. As the blood flowed, he stared at Mu Bai. This is no longer S-level. Mu Bai walked down the ring with a calm expression. When he passed the crowd, he said in a deep voice, "You are an S-level student only because of your strength. And I am S-level because the highest level is only S-level." Looking at his departing back, Meng Qianhua smiled. She thought this person was very interesting. Don't get involved with this person easily. He is very dangerous. Zodao frowned and reminded his sister after noticing his sister's eyes. No matter how dangerous he is still a man. As long as I take off my current disguise, the other party will definitely. Meng Qianhua, who was halfway through speaking in his cousin's ear, suddenly stopped talking. Zhuodao didn't want to care about this kind of hesitation. Whatever you want. Zhuodao, carrying a heavy sword, left the crowd from behind. After passing a few people, he saw an acquaintance. Reeves? Zato. Long time no see. Zato patted the other's shoulder with a grin and said with some dissatisfaction, "You made an enemy of Mu Bai without knowing him. Why are you so careless this time? You just saw that this guy is simply a monster among monsters. I'm afraid that only a few of the younger generation of the entire Science and Technology Innovation Association can compare with him." Reeves, carrying a rapier, shook his head. After the two left the crowd, Reeves said seriously, "I want to hone my swordsmanship with the strong. Of course, I am also a little dissatisfied that he took my place." Zato, with a sturdy back, punched the wall and almost couldn't hold it. "Come on." The second half of the words is a bit naive. The War Academy respects the strong and the position is naturally the same. Even if it is based on the perspective of strength, he can completely become S-level. The rapier behind him shook slightly. Reeves actually knew that what Zhuodao said was right. He had no direct conflict of interest with Mu Bai. In this case, it would be unwise to make an enemy with the other party because of this trivial matter. It's just that he really needs the qualification for this S-level treatment. His lineage in the family is currently suppressed. If he gets preferential treatment from the War Academy, he might be able to turn the tables. He had a headache when he thought of the dirty things in the family. After hammering his forehead, Reeves said helplessly, "No matter what, I must challenge him. If I can't stick to it after I tell others, I'm afraid my swordsmanship will have to stop here. Think about it yourself. By the way, Reeves, please help me take a look at Meng Qianhua. My sister is very interested in Mu Bai. If she uses the power of the devil fruit or reveals her true face, it will definitely cause trouble. Please help me keep an eye on her in your spare time." Reeves, who knew some inside information, twitched his mouth and smiled bitterly. Not knowing what to say, he avoided Meng Qianhua so much that he didn't dare to care about such things. So after hearing what the other party said, he immediately turned around and left, not even daring to agree. "Hack! Reeves, you are too realistic, aren't you?" South of the Rising Sun Province, a real life and death battle is taking place on the battlefield in the Wilderness War Zone. The battlefield is filled with thick smoke, and debris and ruins are scattered around. Like the end of the world, the Adventists are full of various demonized beast vanguards, including strange white-boned tigers and wild boars with twisted flesh and blood. These monsters that can be controlled by the Adventists launch the first wave of attacks in the most crazy manner. They are running wildly from the edge of the cliff towards the mountain. The low-level combatants of the Science and Technology Innovation Association on the mountain are basically equipped with high-tech elemental armor. Mu Bai, who is standing at the temporary camp of the Science and Technology Innovation Association, has good eyesight. He can see clearly that the light blades in these people's hands are all accompanied by elemental power. Mu Bai was slightly surprised by this. He guessed that the Science and Technology Innovation Association may have made new research results on devil fruits in recent years. Otherwise, this kind of elemental armor that does not conform to the laws of science and technology is obviously not easy to manufacture. In addition, the lineup of the Science and Technology Innovation Association above the mountain is also quite luxurious. A group of spiritual pressure-armed helicopters equipped with spiritual force compressed ammunition. A special team carrying heavy flight armor and anti-spiritual force guns. And the most eye-catching thing is the airborne aircraft carrier temporarily docked in the sky. Listening to the explanation of the battlefield commander's assistant, Mu Bai asked in surprise, "This kind of technological configuration plus anti-spiritual force equipment should be easy to deal with these demonized beasts. So why can't the Science and Technology Innovation Association completely defeat the opponent in the bottom-level battle? High-level games are often not so easy to appear. Unless it is a truly decisive battle, the masters of the Science and Technology Innovation Association and the Advent sect will not personally go to the battlefield. This is also a tacit understanding between the two sides. Otherwise, the strong men of the transcendental level can completely eliminate all the basic forces of both sides. The cost of doing so is too high. Even the crazy people of the Holy Church of Light will not do this." So Mu Bai's question is also very realistic. "Classmate, you don't know the real situation on the battlefield. In the past few years, the Science and Technology Innovation Association has achieved an overwhelming victory in the bottom-level battle. But now it is different. Those demonized seeds have changed everything." The commander's assistant was about to speak when he suddenly felt the ground shaking. "Here it comes." A third-level super-large demonized beast is coming. The assistant, whose voice was a little dry, could not take care of Mubai, the S-level top student of the War Academy. He quickly contacted the frontline drone for live broadcast. A huge beast was pacing slowly on the monitor, its body shrouded in darkness, as if emitting a suffocating stench. The skin was as pale as a corpse, covered with broken wounds and festering flesh. Its eyes were empty, with only a trace of green light flashing in them. The limbs of this beast were extremely strong, and every step was heavy. Its nails were sharp and hard, like steel, as if they could easily tear apart anything that stood in front of it. The teeth covered with demonic energy also became extremely sharp, revealing a desire for flesh and blood. Mubai, who frowned and looked at the image of this monster, felt a little familiar, similar to the demonized form of the guy codenamed Fortress in the temple before. 3 twisted long horns stood on its head, and the dark scales and twisted flesh formed a thick armor on its body. And around this creature's armor was some festering flesh. This demonized creature had obviously taken multiple demonized seeds. At this moment, it was impossible to tell what kind of creature it was from its appearance. Only its head was very similar to that of a canine creature, and its huge body of nearly 200 meters was more like that of a gorilla. The multifunctional chariots carrying anti-spiritual LS at the bottom of the mountain saw this huge creature suddenly appear from the cliff and immediately fired at it. The beast, suppressed by the firepower, let out a low and terrifying roar, and the whole air seemed to be shaken by its voice. Then it quickly rushed towards the multifunctional chariots with its firepower output, tearing their steel bodies with its sharp teeth and claws. The existence of this beast seemed to be a curse, and it exuded an evil breath. Its demonized infection made it lose its reason and humanity, leaving only the instinct of destruction and killing. Its actions were full of madness and violence, which made people shudder. When some warriors wearing elemental armor tried to approach its body, the ground suddenly shattered. Then the tentacle-like plants pierced their bodies and continuously injected magic energy, while the infected warriors also mutated their bodies and gradually twisted into a demon-like appearance. Obviously, there are too many types of monsters here. Before the whole army was mobilized, the densely packed demonized monsters on the cliffs hit the modern steel torrent on the surface with a torrent of flesh and blood. Most of the elemental armor users had cold and sharp eyes, and they cooperated with each other, except for some powerful demonized monsters. Many small fish were cleared out by them. This armor is interesting. It has so many abilities. Looking at the monitor, Mubai said with some surprise, the abilities of warships of different qualities and types are obviously different. Some can control fire, some can control electricity, and some can be invisible or control objects. A user of elemental armor who controls fire raised the fireball in his hand, and the other hand suddenly sprayed a wall of fire towards the ground to block the enemy. The fireball burned in the air, making a chilling crackling sound. The electric armor operator who cooperated with him reacted quickly and released a powerful electric current barrier to block the attack of the demonized creatures behind him. At the back of the battlefield, which was the moving center of the demonized beasts, was the battlefield of the invisible armor. These assassin-like teams continued to slaughter the weaker demonized beasts with the amazing agility and stealth capabilities of the armor. The demonized beast pierced the elemental armor and smashed the head of the operator. The elemental armor controlled the anti-spiritual ammunition to shoot through the internal organs of the demonized beast. The fighting on the entire battlefield never stopped, and during this period, Mubai watched all this with cold eyes. He initially looked at the casualties on both sides through the perspective of the drone, and found that the Science and Technology Innovation Association still had the advantage in the battle situation, especially when the battleships on the aircraft carrier in the air launched a large-scale, anti-spiritual bombing. Both sides on the scene seemed to be following a rule. That is, there was no one above the 3rd level on the battlefield, and the strongest was the 3rd level. Just as Mubai was thinking about this, he suddenly looked up at the sky. His pupils contracted rapidly, and he said in disbelief, "Can you feel me?" The command room was busy, and naturally no one noticed Mubai's abnormality. The King's Court of Zhongzhou in the main world. Mubai's body, who was practicing in the Emperor Xian Cave Heaven and Earth, had entered the middle stage of the Sun Wheel realm at this moment, and the power of the King's Court had also grown in the past few months to a point that other forces could not imagine. At this moment, the more mysterious and transcendent temperament attached to Mubai made his white hair look extremely in line with the Tao. He was getting stronger by using the devouring points, and he didn't know his true strength at the moment, but he roughly estimated that Mubai felt that he could be in the top 10 of the god and demon list. Just as he calmed down and continued to practice, a strange color appeared in his light golden eyes. After the spirit passed through the barrier between the inner world and the surface world, the two of them transmitted their memories to each other again. The temple, the Advent sect, the Science and Innovation Association, the demonized seeds. The inner world obviously has more things to be explored. Mu Bai, who had a cold voice in the main world, searched his memory and found something strange. Although the man in the mirror born through the Halcyon mirror in the inner world had the same way of thinking and consciousness as himself, he was different from himself in some thoughts at this moment. It seems that the increase in the concentration of demonic energy on the battlefield has deepened my connection with the man in the mirror. In this case, I can try to descend to the inner world with the main world. If I can do it, it won't be so troublesome. Do it as you say. After receiving the location information from the avatar of the man in the mirror, Mu Bai directly took out the world channel in the Emperor Xian space. The world channel prop can allow him to enter the Dark Star world, so it should also allow him to enter the inner world. Thinking of this, he stepped into the channel. The next moment, his spirit wanted to put his body into the channel under great pressure. But soon the strange river in the inner world appeared in front of him, and two dead bodies of gods crossed the sky. After arriving here, Mu Bai in the main world began to fester all over, as if some kind of power was eroding his body and soul. Mu Bai, who looked cold, felt this change and finally did not risk taking another step forward, but calmly retreated. When he returned to the Emperor Xian space, he immediately turned into dust and dissipated in the place where he was originally meditating. Mu Bai, who only promoted to the Sun Wheel realm with flesh and blood, obviously did not feel any damage. He saw his flesh and blood reassembled and recondensed his original body in the place where it was originally turned into ashes. Ding dong. The host has been detected to have suffered the negative effects of the erosion of time. The host is now in a negative state of decreasing vitality every second for 3 hours. The flesh and blood gradually collapsed, and then reorganized again. After thinking for a while, Mu Bai speculated that if he wanted to truly enter the inner world, he would probably need at least the combat power of the God Emperor to barely pass through the terrifying place where the gods fell. Otherwise, in his current state, even if he could reorganize his flesh and blood, he would probably be trapped to death in that space. Compared with this, the restricted area of the main world is actually a safe area. After thinking for a long time, Mu Bai naturally would not let this opportunity for the two people's memory transmission pass in vain. He put his hands together, and in his spiritual world, he was constantly looking for the most suitable one for the inner world to practice among the tens of thousands of exercises he controlled. Since there is no such thing, then I will combine the strengths of hundreds of schools to merge a most unique exercise, based on the ancient methods collected by the royal court from ancient times to the present, with the mind method and the Tao method as the introduction, and then using the first sword move of the 7 heaven-cutting styles, the sword cutting and self-forgetting, as the key to the practice, and finally injecting a large amount of devouring points into it. Neither a god nor an immortal, neither a demon nor a Taoist, neither life nor death. Forging the immortal demon seed with a clear and bright Taoist heart, Mu Bai, who was in the middle stage of the sun wheel in the main world, had a head full of white hair with strands of black hair, and the position on the center of his eyebrows, where the divine power of the eye of divine punishment originally resided, became more obvious, as if a real eye covered it, revealing a great prestige. As a large amount of devouring points were injected into it, a red light gradually lit up on his forehead. The fundamental ability of the practice, the Tao heart seeds, the demon is the devouring power similar to the devouring points, which can absorb the energy of others' flesh, blood, spiritual power, star power, etc. And as the level of the practice is improved, it will gain a stronger devouring ability, and the percentage of power increased after devouring. The operation is to plant a demon seed in someone else, and the demon seed will automatically take root and sprout. And eventually, when it grows to its peak, the practitioner will take away all its power. The whole process is just like planting a fruit tree. It can be said that this Tao heart demon seeding, which is forcibly coordinated in a technique with swallowed points, is completely a magic skill among magic skills, and a taboo among taboos. A few years ago, even if Mu Bai mastered this technique, he would not dare to use it to avoid exposing some problems. But it is different now. The disappearance of most of the peak powerhouses in the god and demon list is enough to give him room to grow and do whatever he wants. Mu Bai, who was meditating in the Emperor Xian space, had half white and half black hair at this moment. Aging and vitality, strength and weakness, These completely opposite words seemed to be reflected in him. After mastering the Dao Heart Demon seeding technique, all the various powers in his body seemed to be integrated. This integration is not a surface power integration like when he was promoted to the Sun Wheel realm with his physical body before, but a full integration that touches the spirit, touches the soul, and touches all kinds of power in the body. Fruits, magical powers, techniques, sword techniques, mental techniques, martial arts, star power, dark star power, super organ enhancement granted by devouring points, combat experience of fruit abilities, those combat talents and three-color domineering, or physical techniques and dual divine bodies are now all integrated together in a pattern in an impossible manner, using the heart of Tao to plant the seeds of magic for oneself. This is a transformation, allowing him to fully control the power given to him by the system, and also allowing him to perfectly solve his biggest drawback. That is, the numerous systems are both advantages and the biggest disadvantages. The numerous systems cannot be improved, which means that he will always be separated from the world's top powerhouses by an unreachable mountain. And now the mountain has been removed. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for creating the special technique of the growth system, Dao Heart Planting Demon, and obtaining the title of the Master of the Achievement Technique, and obtaining the reward of the God's Eye. Ding dong detected that the God's Eye and the Eye of Divine Punishment of the magical power are repeated. And now the two are automatically merged. Innate magical power, Eye of the God. The destructive power of the Eye of the God can be enhanced through one's own spirit. The Eye of the God can break all illusions, and has the power to see through people's hearts. The black hair and golden eyes of his youth, and the white hair that became more and more neutral after the fusion of the power of faith, have all disappeared. Mu Bai, with half black and half white hair, looked at the sky of Emperor Xian's space without saying a word. He was wrapped in the domineering color all over his body, like a god, crossing the void and stepping to the end of Emperor Xian world. In that pure white mirror world was the place where the Haotian mirror was stored. With the help of the mirror main world, Mu Bai transmitted all the Doxin's Hanmo skills to it. After the skills were transmitted, the Haotian mirror gradually lost its luster. It seemed that the connection between the two was broken again, although it was not clear whether the connection between the two was directly related to the demonic energy. Mu Bai, who was in the main world at this moment, also had to start his own actions. He appeared in the Sigua Cliff with his hands behind his back. When he walked out of the dark passage of Sigua Cliff in the sunshine, the person kneeling in front of him was Mo Ming, the Lingling Fruit ability user. He seemed to have been waiting here for a long time. Supreme Being, I'm here to tell you a piece of news. That is, the high-level symbiote suit is completed. It can currently withstand the strength of the body of a powerful person in the Star Wheel realm. Even if it leaves the host, the symbiote suit will automatically find the host or the enemy. If the enemy is possessed, it will automatically kill their friendly forces. Mu Bai was a little out of place when he heard the 4-word symbiote suit. But he did not correct the name, but said meaningfully, the time is just right. It will soon be its turn to be put on the battlefield and put to use. Soon? Mo Ming, who didn't quite understand what Lord Mu Bai said, felt that something big might happen in the entire Zhongzhou. At the same time, Mu Bai, the man in the mirror in the inner world, also lost contact with himself in the main world, and replaced it with the Tao Heart Planting Demon technique. With a slight movement in his heart, he naturally understood the essence of this technique easily. While everyone was busy, he walked out of the operations room in the camp. He was no longer concerned about the outcome of the battle. At this moment, he wanted to test whether the Tao Heart Planting Demon's technique could work in the inner world. Thinking of this, his figure instantly turned into an electric current and approached the battlefield at a very fast speed. At this moment, the battlefield on the cliff side was extremely tragic with blood and flesh intertwined, and explosions and fierce fighting could be vaguely heard on the distant front. Obviously, multiple points on the entire front had begun to attack each other. In the hail of bullets, the third-level large demon beast was slaughtering wantonly. It mainly destroyed the surface units of the Science and Technology Innovation Association. A large number of chariots or tanks were shattered under the ravages of its huge body. Although there were some second-level transcendents who took action, they were better than nothing. Compared with their attacks, the third-level large demon beast was not hurt at all. If it weren't for the last round of bombing by the fighter group, I'm afraid this giant beast would be even more unscrupulous. At this moment, its scarlet eyes have already set their sights on the logistics and medical team of the Science and Technology Innovation Association. The terrified people hurriedly gathered the wounded and got on the rescue vehicle to evacuate as quickly as possible. The giant third-level demon beast roared and immediately chased after it, ignoring all attacks that blocked it along the way. Just as the beast's big mouth like a hound was about to bite the moving vehicle to pieces, a blue light spot shot rapidly from a distance. Boom! The giant beast was knocked to the ground in an instant, and the large amount of smoke and dust stirred up made the entire battlefield chaotic. When some small demon beasts relied on their good eyesight to launch a general attack, the blue light spot gradually condensed into a human shape. Electric grid? Mubai said coldly with his left hand open. The next moment, countless terrifying blue electric currents suddenly burst out from his palm. The large electric currents used the surface as a transmission method to burn all the demon beasts in front of him in a short time. In the smoke and dust, Mubai didn't care about the giant beast that was getting up behind him. He grabbed a demon beast that looked like a mouse and pressed it directly on its head. The Dalhart demon seed immediately began to operate. After the demon seed was completely implanted, the demon beast died quickly. After sensing the blooming fruit in its body, Mubai immediately absorbed it. His skin seemed to become a little tougher. Obviously, absorbing such a weak existence without even a grade could not help him much. After throwing its corpse aside, Mubai evaded the attack of the huge claws behind him by elementalizing. The third-level demon beast that had obviously fallen to the ground stood up again. Be careful. There are still demon plants underground. Although the medical team was not caught up by the beast because of Mubai, the vehicle overturned in the vibration just now, and they could not leave the wharf front at this moment. Hearing someone's prompt, Mubai nodded and pressed the ground with one hand. The next moment, the thunder and lightning that was roaring in the thunder gradually gathered into a lifelike thunder dragon, and it seemed that a special momentum was condensed on it. 100 million volts. Thunder dragon. The rotating and roaring thunder dragon instantly blasted into the surface. Under the strong electric current, the whole world seemed to be turned into a country of thunder. The demonized plant hidden deep underground that Mubai had paid special attention to was almost instantly reduced to ashes. It was afraid of fire, and Mubai's thunder fruit completely restrained it. So before everyone could see the appearance of the demonized plant hiding underground, it had already died. The demonized giant beast at a height of 200 meters slowly opened its bloody mouth. And it was undoubtedly extremely full of hatred for this human who suddenly appeared. The large demonized beast has super strong combat ability, which is very useful both on the battlefield and in other places. The appearance of the third-level demonized beast is not so easy. It is not only necessary to go through careful screening, but also through the successful planting of demonized seeds to cultivate a beast. At this moment, Mubai, who was stared at by the beast, felt a little too bored. The pure flesh has a very dominant advantage in the current environment. But it also depends on who the opponent is. If the opponent is someone else, it's fine. But when the opponent's opponent is himself, who has mastered the ability of the tremor fruit and the thunder fruit at the same time, the large size will be the biggest disadvantage. Mubai, who was staring at the beast, disappeared instantly. The next moment, he reappeared in the sky above the opponent's head. After crossing his hands, the blue flashing current quickly flowed into the air. Under the dark clouds, Mubai shouted in a low voice, 500 million volts. God's punishment spear. Crackle, crackle, crackle. In the dense sound of electric current, Mubai, like a king of thunder, summoned his own divine power in the air. When the people on the battlefield looked up, they were all shocked. I saw that the thunder spear, which was dozens of meters long, went straight through the top of the beast's head after making a crackling sound. The body of the third-level demonized beast was extremely strong. So even after enduring Mubai's divine punishment spear, the beast did not fall down, but the half of its head and chest had been split diagonally, which looked very shocking, accompanied by the smell of burnt and boiling blood. The crazy legs of the demonized beast bounced hard, and the giant hand with claws, but similar to that of an ape, slapped towards Mubai's position. Seeing this, Mubai did not even dodge. He pressed down with one hand, and in an instant, the dense electric current that originally penetrated the giant beast and flowed into the ground gathered again on the ground like a returning wanderer, and transformed into a straight thunder spear that suddenly poured into the giant beast's wound and defense. The organs were burned, and the left leg was dismembered alive under the thunder spear. After the electric light in his left hand moved slightly, Mubai held a long sword composed of electric current and turned into a rapidly swimming electric current and suddenly appeared at the neck of the giant beast. 300 million volts. Lightning sword slash. In his confused eyes, He slashed down along his right eye socket with his sword. As soon as the blue slash in the air ended, half of the giant beast's body was cut open, and a large amount of blood flowed down, giving the potholes a layer of unpleasant smell. In the eyes of the people of the Science and Technology Innovation Association, Mu Bai, who easily solved the power giant beast, came to the body of the giant beast. When he touched its body, he did not feel the opportunity to plant the magic seed, and he came to a conclusion immediately. That is, dead creatures cannot be planted with demon seeds, because the third-level demon beasts broke through multiple fronts before. A large number of demon beasts almost broke through at this position. Mu Bai looked at these densely packed demon beasts and jumped into the air. Before he made any move, he saw a lightning shadow washing the surface. In the dazzling light, a large number of demon beasts all turned into charred remains, and there were still a large number of beasts approaching from the back, but their speed was much slower than before. In the torrent of demonic beasts, several masked men wearing storm logos were looking here. A young man with blood-red eyes snorted and said, "It seems that a tough guy has come. Go and take off his head." The men nodded immediately, and wanted to hunt Mu Bai with the help of the demonic beasts. Just after all his subordinates were dispatched, Su Yi of the Storm Group did not pay much attention to the battle situation here. Even if these 7 or 8 subordinates were defeated by a natural ability user, they could still hold on for some time. He had no time to deal with a natural ability user. His top priority was to control the path of the demonic beasts, and finally destroy the floating aircraft carrier of the Science and Technology Innovation Association. Compared to those people who could hold on until that time. Just thinking of this, a charred beast's body rolled over next to Su Yi, and he looked in the direction of the sound and felt a little unwell. He had just sent out thousands of demonic beasts and many second-level transcendent subordinates, but they were all wiped out in less than half a minute. The commander of the division in the camp was stunned for a long time. He killed the third-level demon beast and penetrated into the enemy's position to kill all the main force of the vanguard. Is this guy a student of the Battle Academy? This guy is stronger than any third-level strongman he has seen. Mu Bai stepped on the remains of these people and walked in front of Su Yi as if he was in an empty space. Su Yi, who had a short haircut and a shallow scar on his left eye, said in a deep voice, "I am Su Yi of the Storm Group. It seems that you are very strong." He looked at his burnt subordinates and suppressed his anger and pointed his spearhead at the natural ability user who appeared in front of him. "My name is Mu Bai. It seems that I have a connection with you. I captured a member of the Storm Group on the plane before I got off yesterday." As Mu Bai approached, the surrounding demonic beasts retreated quickly in fear. Su Yi grinned and whispered with his scarlet eyes, "Corruption." The ground began to rot. The demonic creatures began to rot. And Su Yi, like a corpse, gradually approached the other party. Uncontrollable decay, and decay quickly corrupted everything around him. Su Yi turned into powder and disappeared on the green rotten surface. As a superior fruit of the superhuman rust fruit, the natural rot fruit has a stronger corrupting power. Everything that touches his body will rot and decay, and he himself can also transform into decay to move or attack elementally. If the frozen fruit targets the ice element, then his rot fruit targets the corrosive type of poison element. Elemental dissolution? How could he not see that Mu Bai of the other fruit system also dissolves into lightning and quickly moves away from where he just stood? The place where he was just before he left has turned into a rotten area. Mu Bai of the Science and Technology Innovation Association. I can give you one chance now. How about you and I pretend that we have never seen each other? Su Yi said coldly, standing in the rotten land. He actually didn't want to have too much entanglement with Mu Bai, a genius in the Science and Technology Innovation Association. More importantly, he still had a mission to accomplish. If he could complete the mission this time, his faction power in the Storm Group would also be strengthened accordingly. Compared with this, it would be a waste of time to entangle with the other party here. "Are you scared?" Mu Bai said solemnly, touching his chin. "I'm not. It's easy to kill you, but I'm too lazy to touch you today." "Are you scared?" "I said I'm too lazy to touch you." "Are you scared? Are you so eager to die? Are you scared? Are you a repeater? Since you want to die so much, I'll fulfill your wish." The third-level transcendent of the corrupted son of the Storm Group, the natural corrupt fruit ability user, Su Yi, who is known as the second genius of the Storm Group, slowly rose into the air. Behind him was the high-raised corrupt ground that was transforming into a corrupt beast. Corruption. Evil beast erosion. With a wave of his hand, the terrifying corrupted elemental beast broke through the cage blocked by the ground and flew in the sky with its wings vibrating. The corrupted particles scattered on its wings were touched by the scientific and technological warriors on the ground, and the skin tissue of the human body quickly festered. In just a few seconds, the person's body gradually rotted and died like a mummy. Not only humans, but even demonic beasts also rotted and died after touching these particles. This indiscriminate large-scale attack is naturally not Suye's indiscriminate enemy and friend. Standing on the corrupted elemental beast, Suye detonated those corrupted particles. Under the continuous expansion of corruption, the entire sky and the earth were all covered by corrupted elements. Mu Bai, who was in the encirclement, wanted to elementalize and distance himself again. But the strange thing was that his observation haki kept reminding him of danger. Can you stop the natural elements from leaving? Suye, who was riding on a corrupted beast in the area surrounded by green light spots, said loudly, I have seen too many conceited natural people die tragically in my hands. And you, a second-level newcomer, want to challenge me, which is simply courting death. With a single hand, the enhanced corrupted elements around Mu Bai gathered rapidly in an instant. Obviously, under Suye's control, these elements were going to enter Mu Bai's body. Not only that, they would also merge into the surface of his skin to cause it to fester, merge into his internal organs to cause it to fail, merge into his eyes to cause it to blind, and merge into his blood to cause it to rot. When the green light was about to attach to his body, Mu Bai, who had not moved, suddenly stretched out his hands, with a hint of madness on his face. Since he was surrounded and could not escape, wouldn't it be okay to create a new world? The vibrating light balls on his hands gathered together. And then Mu Bai, with his muscles tensed and veins bulging, violently slammed the white ball cover in his hand into the void. Squeak! Space vibration. The amazing space fragmentation trajectory covered the entire sky. The twisted fragmentation cracks separated the vast amount of corrupt elements, and the green sky seemed to be torn from the middle and differentiated into multiple small condensation areas at an astonishing speed. During this period, the violent vibration power was also transmitted to Suye at the first time across a long distance. What? After feeling the destructive power, even as a corrupted sun, he twitched at the corner of his mouth. But the murderous intent in his eyes was even worse. He could control the power of 2 devil fruits without the breath of the demonized seeds. And it was still such a powerful and destructive fruit power. Such people are rare even in the entire Science and Technology Innovation Association. Right? If he can return to the Storm Group with the other party's head, then this kind of merit will surely far exceed the original mission. Thinking of this, Suye directly controlled the corrupted beast under his feet to rush towards Mu Bai's position. Corruption. Dragon roar. The corrupted beast quickly transformed into a green festering dragon. The surrounding time actually gradually slowed down the flow of time in front of this high-purity corruption, which made the already extremely fast dragon roar attack even more swift. Mu Bai, who smashed the void, naturally did not dodge when he saw the other party coming head-on. At this moment, the vibrating light ball in his left hand condensed in his hand, and the thunder current gathered the god punishment spear in his right hand. The two combined with each other and attacked Suye. The moment the green festering dragon collided with the vibrating thunder spear, the entire sky was rapidly flattened by the brutal energy shock wave. Some special armed helicopters or flying demonic beasts all fell rapidly into the ground under this impact. The intertwined energy elements continued to explode, and the two people standing in the center of the battlefield almost simultaneously underwent some kind of abnormality. Suye's eyes were bleeding, and the vibration in his internal organs made him extremely painful, and his hands were even burned by the thunder and emitted a fragrance. Mu Bai's skin surface showed a little green light, and it seemed that he was also accelerating into the decay stage. After the first head-on confrontation, the two men collided again without any hesitation or pause. Such a brutal battle scene made many of the soldiers of the Science and Technology Innovation Association below shudder. The dead bodies were piled up under the feet of the two men, and the two men were used as the dividing line to completely separate the forces of the two sides of the battlefield. After more than a dozen rounds of confrontation, Suye, who was good at boxing, was almost suppressed by Mu Bai. Although the opponent only had a second-level spiritual power fluctuation, Suye felt a strong pressure. Just when Mu Bai was about to use the power of the fruit again, he knew that he could not fight any longer. Immediately, the demonic energy in his body surged, and he turned into a demonized form in waves of flesh and blood squirming. A huge, foul-smelling object formed under the condensation of flesh and blood, and a strange creature made up of twisted human tissue gradually took shape. Its skin was dark green, covered with black mold and rusty spots of decay. The body of this object was swollen and deformed, and the skin was full of pus and bubbles. It looked like a body eroded by a crazy vitality. The head was abnormally huge, and the eyeballs had disappeared. Instead, there were 2 empty eye sockets that were congested and oozing with pus, occasionally flashing a sickly green light. What was even more bizarre was that Suye's hands had disappeared, replaced by 6 green limb joints. The forelimbs were similar to the sickle-shaped form of a mantis, and the green light on them was obviously condensed with extremely high decay power. Suye, who was fully displayed in front of Mu Bai in a demonized form, let out a wild roar. The next moment, the demonized beasts led by him ran towards him desperately, as if they were crazy. Mu Bai did not dare to stay too long under the high-purity decay breath, although the opponent's previous corrupt power had been removed a lot by his strong physique. This purity of corrupt power was obviously beyond the standard at this moment. Countless illusory tentacles behind the demonized Suye continued to fuse the galloping demonized beasts into one, as a large amount of fusion materials were piled into his body. He, who was originally 3 meters tall, began to expand rapidly. The fusion monster incarnated by Storm Group Suye gradually emerged from the corrupted aura, and the appearance made Mu Bai slightly stunned. The other party's illusory and vague aura was somewhat like Cthulhu. Quick battle. Mu Bai, you must die today. Suye, with a lot of noise in his voice, squirmed his huge body and smashed straight towards Mu Bai. The physical shaving was activated instantly, and Mu Bai's scalp was numb as soon as he dodged in the air. He saw that his speed suddenly decreased when he flew into the air. No! It was not the speed of movement, but the speed of time around him. Looking around, Mu Bai realized that there seemed to be a layer of light green film flowing in the space, and he was in the film like prey on a spider web, unable to move at all. Rotten. Countless festering phantom tentacles wrapped around Mu Bai, and the visible decay was merging into his body. Just when Suye thought the situation was settled, an extremely powerful domineering aura of the king rushed into the sky. It was Mu Bai. He opened his pale golden eyes, which were full of coldness. Mu Bai, who broke the opponent's time corruption method with the domineering aura of the king, did not give the opponent a chance to hesitate and immediately escaped into the clouds. Then he transformed into tens of thousands of lightning bolts and blasted into the ground with a thunder phantom of the same size. The phantom of the thunder god turned into a beam of light and went straight through the opponent's entire body. This move of the thunder god's arrival directly hit the fusion beast on the demonized Suye's body and gradually fell off. The dense electric current paralyzed his huge body for a short time, and Suye, who was blasted through half of his body by the thunder god, quickly exited the demonized form. His injuries recovered very quickly, but this kind of injury that relied on multiple demon seeds to repair also strengthened the balance of power in his body in disguise. The out-of-control demon seeds began to take root and sprout in Suye's wounds, and Suye himself was half kneeling on the ground in pain with an extremely distorted expression. Suye realized that something was wrong and wanted to leave, but it was obvious that he couldn't leave. Mu Bai, who had lost most of his strength, walked forward. When he was about to execute the opponent with the thunder spear in his hand, a breath in the distance locked him. Mu Bai, who was suddenly in the abyss, couldn't even move. And in this weird atmosphere, a man in knight armor was stepping into the air step by step in the sky, and the world behind him was freezing rapidly. Obviously, this was the power of the devil fruit, but the freezing speed and freezing range were too exaggerated. After the opponent came to Suye's side, Mu Bai wanted to element and leave, but the feeling of being locked made him not move. He had a hunch that if he moved, he would die. Long time no see. Suye, I didn't expect to see you in such a miserable state on my first day in Sunset Province. The man in knight armor looked at Suye in pain indifferently, until red cracks began to appear on his skin. The man stretched out his right hand and placed it on the back of his head. Thank you, sir. Suye staggered to his feet, and his consciousness was a little fuzzy. At this moment, he was a little confused about the direction, and his eyes were even more blurry. I didn't expect that it was you, your old friend, who greeted me. A figure appeared between the two of them beside Mu Bai. Mu Bai looked and found that it was the sword Saint Guwana, and his heart was relieved. Captain of the Temple of the Holy Knights Templar, the last time we met was when you were trying to stab me in the back. Why are you so energetic today to come and die? Mu Bai, a bystander, did not dare to speak. The life and death of him and Suye depended on their thoughts, so too much words would be useless. It would be better to wait and see. What a cold-hearted person. I want to take Su-Yi from the storm group away. Right? The Knights Templar's back had turned into an iceberg, and the opponent's momentum was rising in the low temperature. You should know the consequences of violating the rules and entering the battlefield with an existence above level 3. Rubbing the long sword in his hand, Gu-wana smiled faintly, and then continued, if you cut off one of your arms today, I will let you go. Then, there is no room for negotiation. The two top masters looked at each other, and no one acted rashly. In the end, the Knights Templar took a step back. He picked up Su-Yi next to him and broke his arms, and threw him between the two of them, pinching his mouth regardless of his pain. Gu-wana did not speak, and the Knights Templar left with Su-Yi with a smile. After the other party left, the iceberg at the place gradually melted, and it was as if nothing had happened just now. You can beat the 3rd level? He is not strong. Hearing this answer, Gu-wana smiled and patted the other party on the shoulder. If the second in command of the younger generation of the storm group is not strong, then who is strong? Come back to the academy with me first. Knowing that he had caused a big commotion, Mubai naturally had no reason to object, and followed him very obediently and left here. Storm Group Base. When the leader of the Temple Knights returned here with Su-Yi, who had lost his arms, the uneasy people were slightly relieved. Who did it? Did the other party send out the 4th level country-destroying combat power? The Storm Group elder saw that Su-Yi's arms were torn off, and his internal breath was extremely unbalanced. And he became furious. In his eyes, with Su-Yi's ability, only a strong man at the level of destroying a country could beat him so easily. The leader of the knights casually threw the waist aside, and sat down on the main seat, and said quietly, I tore it off. I violated the rules, and the sword master came out. So I had to leave something behind. This. The elder was speechless for a moment, and was stunned. A few days after the Sword Saint left the battlefield, the opening ceremony was held. The appearance of several S-level students was enough to satisfy the eyes of ordinary students. There was nothing much to say about this opening ceremony. It was nothing more than the lofty words of defeating the Advent sect for justice and peace. Mubai almost fell asleep while listening to it. I don't know why his sleepiness and appetite have gradually increased since he gradually mastered the Dao Xi and Zhong Mo technique. This is obviously something wrong. You must know that Nai Gu Jing itself is an ultra-standard horizontal training technique. If you practice it, you will never have this phenomenon of not being able to control your body. So there is only one explanation. That is, as the Dao Xi and Zhong Mo continues to deepen, Mubai is changing. If you say that the self in the main world has begun to look like a god instead of a human, then he is more like a human, affected by the 7 emotions and 6 desires, and troubled by the mundane things. This involves a question. That is, whether to leave the world or enter the world. Mubai thought about it more and more. So he simply stopped thinking about it, while watching the show with his eyes squinted. He did not forget to continue to develop the power of the thunder fruit in his body. The thunder fruit, known as the strongest natural devil fruit, can turn the physique of the eater into electricity, making it immune to physical attacks, and can release high-voltage currents at will to attack. The Thunder Fruit ability user, God Inal, appeared in the Sky Island chapter. He has occupied Sky Island for a long time, and has the ability of Heart Network. That is, the observation hockey behind One Piece, and calls himself God. The Thunder Fruit, after Inal's development, can currently release a voltage of 200 million volts. When releasing a voltage of 200 million volts, it will enter the second form, the Thunder God form. Other abilities include turning the physique into electricity, making physical attacks, most energy attacks, and non-hockey attacks ineffective against itself, being able to release blue high-voltage currents at will to attack, and being able to use electric waves to strengthen the range of the observation hockey. It can also use the fruit to teleport, with terrifying destructive power, and at the same time has the ability of electrotherapy, which can massage its heart with electric current to restore the injured heart to beat. In the world of One Piece, the Thunder Fruit can be said to have reached the upper limit of the all-powerful fruit ability. In other basic applications, it can be said that it has completely surpassed other natural abilities by one level. The development of Inal's Thunder Fruit cannot be said to be low or high. In Mubai's opinion, perhaps it is the difference in the world of One Piece that leads to the upper limit of the Thunder Fruit not being high. In addition, because he appeared too early? Otherwise, this fruit ability user, who is comparable to Admiral Kazara, would not be so weak even if his physical skills and 3-color domineering are poorer. In his eyes, as long as there is enough time to develop the Thunder Fruit, it is enough to support a person to create a new path to becoming a god. The Thunder Fruit has speed, damage, and treatment. It can also develop electromagnetics and develop force fields. The force field can isolate seawater, and it can also use electric current to strengthen the body, stimulate muscles, and develop temperature. The so-called electricity generates magnetism. Magnetism generates electricity. Electricity generates magnetic force, and magnetic force can float. What is the difference between this and the floating fruit? Magnetic force can also be transformed into gravitational repulsion. If the Thunder Fruit is really developed to the extent of perfect control of magnetic force, it will make the Thunder Fruit surpass the flashing fruit. Magnetism is the propagation of electromagnetic field. The speed of electromagnetic field is the speed of light, and the speed of magnetic force is also the speed of light. He was eager to try the coin in his hand. If he wrapped the coin with the power of Thunder Fruit and threw it out with all his strength, how much damage would it cause? And when the power of magnetic field is controlled, this kind of destruction is the least harmful means. After the opening ceremony, Mubai returned to his residence and began to develop Thunder Fruit. Without the help of system and external force, the development of Thunder Fruit is undoubtedly very difficult. Even he, the master of fruit, can't control the exact direction of its fruit development. It seems that there will be something to do in the future. At present, Mubai has basically determined several basic directions for future development. First, continue to practice Nai Gu Jing. Second, continue to practice Dao Xi in planting demons, and strengthen himself by planting demons in his spare time. Third, which is the most important thing, is to develop the subsequent power of Thunder Fruit, which may require awakening or even fruit awakening. This development is not enough, which requires a lot of time. Fortunately, what he lacks now is time. Whether it is the Imperial realm that has not yet arrived, or the current Advent faction, even if these forces really attack in a big way, they will still have the Science and Innovation Association as a big tree to lean on. If the sky falls, there will be tall people to support it. He can just take advantage of this time to develop slowly. He does not need to become very strong. As long as he surpasses everyone, he will have the ability to protect himself. Thinking of this, his eyelids gradually became heavy, and he actually operated the Dalhard demon on his own, while he was drowsy and began to sleep soundly. It seemed that even a series of firecrackers could not wake him up. The mysterious Mubai naturally attracted the attention of some people. The students who had seen him fight with Song Junfeng all admired his strength. There were even rumors among the students that this boy named Mubai was the strongest student in the school. In the midst of the hustle and bustle, Mubai's reputation became bigger, and even most of the teachers in the school basically knew him. He doesn't come to class often, mainly because he is too amazing. In the armament hockey class, he beat the teacher to the hospital, and in the observation hockey class, he avoided the fierce attack of the third-level teacher with a set of silky combos. In the domineering hockey class, which was also the class of the Sword Saint, he didn't need the other party to guide him, and directly performed domineering hockey in front of several freshmen. Although the realm gap is huge, he is still on par with the Sword Saint in terms of domineering hockey. The rumors outside are getting more and more outrageous. Some people even heard that Mubai actually taught the teachers. It was said that he had mentioned the physical skills before, which attracted the attention of a large number of new students, especially the low-level students who were very excited. After confirming this matter, they paid more attention to Mubai. Time flies quickly, and 3 months passed like a white horse. During this period, Mubai did not start teaching physical skills immediately as expected. Instead, he spent a lot of time learning kendo from the Sword Saint Gu Wanga. His own comprehension ability was outstanding, and after receiving personal instruction from a big man of this level, his swordsmanship improved by leaps and bounds. What is a sword? It is an extension of the body, an extension of the will, and a weapon that carries killing. There are sword paths that open with kindness or protection, such as with Dao's heavy sword without edge. There are also sword paths that open with pure killing and destruction, such as Mubai at this moment. There is no difference between the two sword paths in terms of strength, weakness, good or bad. They just represent a person's choice. These days, Sword Saint Gu Wanga can clearly find that Mubai's sword path is becoming more and more fierce and weird. If it was still a domineering and killing sword intent at the beginning, then at this moment it has transformed into a sword intent with continuous drizzle, but hidden murderous intent everywhere. The opponent wrapped up the pure killing sword intent, which looked more harmless. But this kind of sword intent could defeat the enemy with one blow when the enemy was off guard. You have grown up, but your sword intention is a little different from what I expected. The Sword Saint put away his sword. and there were shocking traces of sword blades slashing around him. Mu Bai, with a frown on his face, shook his head and said, "Master Sword Saint, you are joking. I am just looking for my own sword path. But I don't know why I always lead this sword path to other directions. As if the path I am pursuing is avoiding me in the dark." This absurd statement did not surprise the Sword Saint. He had seen too many people who were crazy about swords. Some people even chose to destroy their entire family for the sake of sword path in order to comprehend the sword path. There is no need to pursue anything too much. The sword path that belongs to you is always there. Others can't take it away or drive it away. The only thing that can sever your connection is always that impetuous heart. Disciple has learned from your teachings. Mu Bai nodded slightly, and actually found the changes in himself during this period. He became more impatient and more eager for quick success. Even many ways of thinking about problems began to change. This change may not be seen by others, but Mu Bai was still greatly affected. Once a person fails to look at problems and deal with things from an objective perspective, he will be blind. However, not analyzing and looking at problems from an absolutely calm and objective perspective has made Mu Bai gain something different. He had always been pursuing a cultivation method that maximized benefits and time utilization, and it had not changed along the way. But now it has changed. His sword intent began to hesitate and slow, but also had vitality. That sword intent was not a rigid system implantation nor a simple copy and paste, but it was like a living life placed in front of him. The Sword Saint who saw this smiled, and did not remind him that the other party's sword intent and swordsmanship needed to be polished by himself. Others could not help with such things, and could not give the most accurate advice. Mu Bai, your swordsmanship needs to absorb more fresh blood to some extent. In a few days, the Academy League representing the East and West will start. If you have time, you can go and have a look. Maybe you will have a breakthrough. After taking the invitation letter handed over by the principal, Mu Bai said softly, "Thank you. But how come there is an academy in the East? Master Sword Saint? I remember there are no adventures there that need to be suppressed with concentrated forces." It's no wonder that Mu Bai asked this question. The investment in a war academy is so huge. Not to mention the rich eastern region. There are currently no large-scale Adventists near the sea there. It's a waste to put an academy in the East there. Their war academy in the West can go to the battlefield for actual combat training during teaching. Don't underestimate this kind of actual combat training. Only actual combat can truly improve a student's comprehensive ability. Born in trouble, and die in comfort also applies here. This is the decision of the Hall of Truth, and the order of the top leaders of the Science and Technology Innovation Association. I don't know the specific situation, but I'm afraid the East is not as safe and peaceful as you think. Speaking of this, the Sword Saint didn't want to say more, and Mu Bai had to get up and say goodbye. On the way back, he was still thinking about the development of the Thunder Fruit when he found that there were two people standing at the door of his villa. Reeves? One of them was Sir Ives. The other party had challenged him before, but was easily defeated by him. Is he here to challenge again today? Without waiting for Reeves to speak, another fully armed girl stood in front of Mu Bai and said mysteriously, "Mu Bai, I hope you can make friends with me. I am Zhu Dao's sister Meng Qianhua." Looking at Meng Qianhua, whose entire face was blocked and looked like a thief, Mu Bai said strangely, "What are you doing here? I have heard of you. A well-known beauty in the school. The dream goddess in the eyes of many freshmen. But what does it have to do with him?" He remembered that he didn't seem to be very familiar with Zhu Dao, but he met her a few times in the principal's office by chance. "Come in and talk." After all, the two were invited in. After the two sat on the sofa, Meng Qianhua deliberately took off the hat, scarf and sunglasses that covered her face slowly. Every move was full of inexplicable charm. Reeves turned his head away helplessly. He now regretted following the other party. "Mu Bai, how have you been learning Kendo recently?" Knowing that the other party was practicing Kendo now, Reeves, who was a little embarrassed, quickly found this question and started chatting. Knowing that the other party is also a Kendo enthusiast, Mu Bai is very happy to communicate. After all, communication and learning can also promote the improvement of one's own Kendo. The more they talked, the deeper they talked. At this moment, Meng Qianhua, who had completely removed the cover and disguise, looked at Mu Bai with expectant eyes. The charming charm combined with her long black straight goddess-like face was simply the most beautiful in the world. However, Mu Bai just glanced at the other party curiously and asked curiously, "Meng classmate, do you have any questions? The power of my superhuman charm fruit has failed." There was a little more confusion on her stunning face. She had never seen a boy who saw his lineup on the first floor so calm. Her appearance had changed so much that the other party didn't notice it? No. Mu Bai wouldn't have forgotten his appearance when he was in disguise? Meng Qianhua, whose focus gradually became strange, stared at Mu Bai straight, and the distance was getting closer and closer. Just when he was about to kiss, Mu Bai slapped him away. Want to take advantage of me? Mu Bai looked at the girl strangely. And then he felt strange. After suppressing his own spirit a little, he found that the other party had actually activated the devil fruit ability. Meng Qianhua, who was slapped away, looked at Mu Bai in shock, and then covered her face and said, Mu Bai, you are really a werewolf. More than a ruthless person. She activated the fruit ability of the Peak of Charm. But the other party not only did not fall in love with her, but also slapped her. This was the first time in her life that someone had attacked her true face like this. Mu Bai, who was a little helpless, glanced at the two of them and said speechlessly, What do you two want to say? I have other things to do. As for the East-West League, we just want to come to you to learn from you. I think we have the physical fitness to learn from your physical skills. Reeves stood up and explained. He was not afraid of Mu Bai's contempt. After all, in his heart, if he wanted to become a strong man, he had to have the heart to be patient and learn from the strong. Mu Bai smiled with some surprise. How many people will participate in the East-West League this time? The exact number is unclear, but there are at least close to 300, including all S-level students and some of the top A-level students. In other words, they are basically the elites of the War Academy. After hearing this, Mu Bai understood why the principal Gu Wanga wanted him to play. I am afraid that this East-West League is crucial for the two academies that have targeted student training. Even the East-West dispute may be a disagreement within the top management of the Science and Technology Innovation Association. However, Mu Bai didn't feel anything about these. He was not involved in it, so he naturally wouldn't care too much. I will teach you the moon step during this time. After thinking for a while, Mu Bai said very generously, and at the same time took out the registration points on the table. I'll give you 20% off. You should still have these points. Although the two felt a little painful. After all, school points can only be exchanged for tasks, and cannot be exchanged with currency. Mu Bai's teaching fee cannot be said to be expensive, but very expensive. In Mu Bai's words, the law cannot be passed on lightly. This leisurely life seems to be meaningless. He stretched and felt a little sleepy. Surface world. Zhongzhou Royal Court. Mu Bai, who was half white and half black, looked down at everything in front of him. The hall was full of Star Kings and Royal Court generals kneeling on one knee. There were several Star Masters standing in the front row. And at this moment, they all looked at Mu Bai on the throne. His cold eyes swept over the people present. These people were all absolutely loyal subordinates transformed by Mu by using the Emperor Yen divine body. Before, the royal court was difficult to clean up due to the entanglement of forces. But after a few months, he had settled everything. Only at this moment did he dare to say that the entire royal court belonged to him alone. And he was also the most powerful person in the entire Zhongzhou. Everyone. In the past year, our power has become increasingly powerful. On the surface, we have tens of millions of animal-type legions. And the dark forces plus the power of other systems are enough to overthrow a large domain. We have such prestige and such strength. But we have been despised recently. The Zhongzhou Empire has annexed a large area of our northern borderland. Under such circumstances, all the Star Masters and Lord Mu Bai decided to go to war with the Empire and destroy them. The Star Lord Pijuan, who was standing in front of Mu Bai on the left, said passionately, and Mu Bai seemed to be mobilizing this pre-war meeting from the perspective of the people next to him. Strictly speaking, he didn't need to do such a thing at all. The imperial derivatives, who swore allegiance to him, worshipped him as the creator. Not to mention going to war with the Empire. They would not hesitate to go to war with the entire main world. Just pretend. After looking at those people standing outside the hall with frozen expressions, Mu Bai slowly stood up. The reason why he did not assimilate all the high-ranking officials of the royal court into the emperor's creation was not because he was unwilling to do so, but because the number of people that the emperor's divine body could help him assimilate had reached an upper limit. If he wanted to break through the upper limit of 100,000, he would probably need the emperor's divine body to open the upper limit again. Looking past those nervous subordinates, Mu Bai looked at the sky dimly. There will not be two top beasts in a forest, and Zhongzhou does not need several overlord-level forces. From today on, I hope to unify Zhongzhou before the new era arrives. In an instant, Fanaticism and shock appeared on the face of the general, who was kneeling on one knee below. Unifying Zhongzhou. What an illusory delusion. But these words from Mu Bai's mouth now are so natural. As if his appearance will end the eternal chaos of the end of this era. Full of divine meaning. And those high-ranking officials of the conservative forces in the royal court, whose legs were shaking a little, did not even dare to say a word of rebuttal at this moment. After all, just yesterday, 3 conservative leaders of the Moon Will realm jointly protested against Mu Bai's actions. And the result was that day, in the conservative city, the 3 Moon Will realm masters died at the same time. The ability to kill 3 late Moon Will realm masters silently and instantly. This ability is probably only possessed by the monster Mu Bai. Last month, the opponent fought with the 27th Han Tianzun on the God and Demon list. But the Sun Will realm master was actually beaten to pieces by Mu Bai. And he is still lying in his own power with half his body paralyzed. This Mu Bai, whose cultivation speed and strength are incredible, has now exposed his ambition. The conservatives dare not say a word. And the relatively radical factions dare not even spit out a single objection. But some of them look surprised, and some bow their heads silently. Even the lunatics in the radical faction may find it hard to believe that Mu Bai can do it. Mu Bai took in all the reactions of the crowd and said calmly, "I have infiltrated all the forces in the southern region. As long as I give an order, the southern region will be in chaos. If time is enough, I can even control most of the forces in the southern region and become the supply area for our royal court. The western region has fallen into a fierce internal struggle due to the Peacock King, and they will not intervene in this matter. As for the eastern region, we have signed a joint agreement with most of the sects in the eastern region, and they will become our allies in the future. In today's world, there is no force that can stop the pace of the royal court. Destroy the imperial dynasty." The simple 3 words triggered a tsunami of applause and shouts from below. When the bell of the expedition rang for the 31st time, Mu Bai's right hand, which was raised high, suddenly clenched. The next moment, all the shouts in the audience disappeared, as if nothing had happened just now. Some people were already numb after seeing that the other party had such a strong control over the royal court. Destroy the imperial dynasty. The low voice sounded again, followed by a tsunami of shouts. Destroy the imperial dynasty. Destroy the imperial dynasty. Destroy the imperial dynasty. Imperial dynasty. 18 generations of emperors have passed down from generation to generation. They are the chosen royal family blessed by the ancestral dragon. They are also the force with the deepest connection with the dragon bloodline. 375 ancestral dragon cities run across the area east of Zhongzhou. Their territory is far away from Wanchuan Pavilion and the royal court in the northwest. The imperial dynasty is based on bloodline. The controller of the current imperial dynasty is the peak strongman of the Sun Will realm known as Donglong Huang. Although he is far behind those strongmen who are half-step god emperors in the world, he still has a long lifespan. Even beings of the level of Ziwei Star Lord or Nenhai Xianwen may not dare to say that they can beat him. It is this supreme honor and the blessing of a long lifespan that makes him treat others with peace. When he heard that the new ruler of the royal court, Mu Bai, was preparing to attack the imperial dynasty, he did not take it seriously. He thought that other forces in the royal court would never agree to Mu Bai just for the sake of the small borderland of the north. Unexpectedly, his words came true. And the entire royal court, the top forces in Zhongzhou that have been strong for thousands of years, did not refute Mu Bai's order to attack at the mobilization meeting for the war. This is simply incredible. Not only that, after Mu Bai expressed his intention to start a war, the eastern region actually immediately sent a large army to the border of the empire, and the eastern region to strictly guard the border areas. Although the western region did not express its position, many branches of the empire with the Earth Dragon bloodline that the empire had suppressed before voluntarily joined the army of the royal court to fight. The southern region was even more exaggerated. The intelligence received by his empire's spies and intelligence departments every day was all the forces in the entire southern region. All forces began to transport supplies to the Zhongzhou royal court. Among them, a large number of devil fruit ability users sneaked into Zhongzhou. Preliminary estimates show that the intelligence personnel in the empire analyzed that the foundation of the entire royal court may have far exceeded that of the empire. A rough and conservative estimate of nearly 100 million soldiers in the battle group is that most of them are artificial devil fruit animal type ability users. This kind of numerical crushing immediately determined that if the top leaders of the dynasty were restrained or defeated, the entire dynasty would become L on Earth under the enemy's flesh and blood millstone, and the dynasty would be completely destroyed. The various messages that Donglong Huang received showed one meaning: that the dynasty was going to end. When he sent people to contact Wanchuan Pavilion, which also belonged to the overlord of Zhongzhou, he didn't expect that they would not meet his people at all, and even directly spread the news that Wanchuan Pavilion would send troops to help as long as the dynasty was willing to cede the Dragon Pool treasure land 600 years ago. This made Donglong Huang's teeth itch. If the ancestor dragon of the dynasty had not disappeared strangely, he would have the courage to fly over and destroy several areas of Wanchuan Pavilion directly. After 3 days, when the entire dynasty was fully mobilized, Mu Bai's iron and flesh torrent army had already arrived. Looking around, they were all densely packed with ability users, and there were large groups of flying ability users scattered in the sky. There were even powerful insect ability users on the ground, who could easily drill into the ground. What the imperial soldiers on the city wall and in the barrier feared most was the army in the front row. The flowing black liquid seemed to have life and made hungry biting sounds. Obviously, these symbiotes also liked to devour living people. Mu Bai, who led the army to the border, looked at the layout of the imperial dynasty and said bluntly, "Donglong Huang, you really disappoint me. It took so many years to find these local forces. How can some old people, children, women and children fight my animal army even if they hold spears?" Mu Bai! Donglong Huang in Zulong City roared and instantly turned into a giant yellow dragon and soared into the sky. The huge and powerful momentum actually made the army present seem extremely small. You are just for the borderland and northern land. If I return it all to you, do you think you can stop this battle that will cause damage to both sides? After hearing the price offered by Donglong Huang, Mu Bai shook his head in disappointment. I thought you could say something nutritious, but I didn't expect it to be such a boring suggestion. How about this? You give up all the armed forces of the dynasty and voluntarily kneel in front of me as a slave for generations, and I will let you continue to live. The stimulation of Mu Bai's words may have almost no killing power for shameless people, but for Donglong Huang, an old man who has lived for tens of thousands of years, everything may not be important, but dignity and face are absolutely not to be abandoned. Arrogant Junior, you have only lived for a few years, and you dare to talk to me like this. Today I must let you know clearly what kind of realm and strength the peak realm of the Sun Wheel is. Dragon veins rise. The crisscrossing dragon veins in the distance were quickly drawn out by an unknown force. And then the body of Donglong Huang, who absorbed the power of the dragon veins, extended again. The intuitive feeling brought by the tens of thousands of meters long yellow dragon is undoubtedly extremely shocking. The tall body that seems to support the world in the sky with white clouds is looking here with hostile eyes. Seeing this, Mu Bai smiled and said, "Since you, an old guy, want to die before the whole army fights, then I will fulfill your wish." After that, Mu Bai's body quickly compressed muscles. Black and red flashes flowed through his muscle tissue. A phantom of H.L. evil ghosts like the abyss appeared behind him. After the flesh and blood were reconstructed, the one-eyed Mu Bai, who opened the evil ghost entanglement form, exerted a little force on his legs. In an instant, he had already blasted into the yellow dragon, and with a terrifying force, he grabbed its huge scales and threw the giant beast into the ground. Half of the city's walls were smashed, and Mu Bai, like a demon, sent out an almost crazy instant vibration iron fist. The raindrop-like fist shadows densely blasted through the opponent's hard dragon scale body. In the splash of blood and flesh, Mu Bai laughed wildly and held the big sun true flame condensed from the golden crow fruit in the void and directly inserted it into the small defense loophole of its scales. He held up its muscles and then used both hands to cut off almost 1/7 of the yellow dragon's body. After witnessing the opponent's speed and strength, Donglong Huang only felt a chill in his bones. This flesh monster actually destroyed his dragon body, blessed by the dragon veins so easily. This is simply unbelievable. You know, if it were another mid-stage Sun Wheel Realm strongman, even if he stood and let the opponent attack that person, he would not be hurt at all. But this Mu Bai actually cut off part of his dragon body in almost a few rounds of encounters. With such strength, even he had to be careful to deal with it. At that moment, he also directly returned from the dragon form to the human form. But Donglong Huang's human form was a little weird. It was more like a dragon man form than a human. The 2 dragon horns on his head had already taken shape. 82 character Thunder True Art. Command? Donglong Huang, who had shed his dragon body, instantly recovered from his injuries, and then immediately opened his right hand and summoned 82 deadly thunder currents with his magical power. Swallow. Mu Bai's chest suddenly tore apart when he did not dodge. The power of the mythical Taotai fruit instantly swallowed most of the thunder attack, and the remaining few were directly reduced by Mu Bai with the high temperature of the great sun true flame. When he rushed out of the sea of fire, Dong Long Huang looked at this overly young ruler of the royal court with a complicated expression. I have lived for many years. So many years that I can't even count them. Mu Bai, are you sure you want to be the enemy of the entire dynasty here? Dong Long Huang was imposing, and the powerful beast's suppression and the domineering aura on his body swept over like a tsunami that overturned everything. Mu Bai just felt a little ridiculous. I'm here. Do you think I'm here to invite you for tea? After saying that, Mu Bai, who was in the form of evil spirits, instantly burst out thousands of fist shadows wrapped in domineering auras, smashing the entire surface of the earth. Dong Long Huang, who escaped, quickly pulled away and slowly said in the sky, all 10 directions are destroyed. True Dragon Roar. Another top-level magical power appeared. The sky shattered, and the huge yellow dragon head stood out. The powerful aura was full of condensed star power. When the dazzling dragon head opened its mouth and bombarded the surface of the earth, Mu Bai instantly came to the giant dragon's magical power. The eye of the god on his forehead instantly penetrated the opponent's magical power. The completely suppressed magical power gradually disintegrated, and the true dragon roar was shattered before even a trace of its power was revealed. Dong Long Huang, with a twitching mouth, was completely furious when he saw Mu Bai break his killer move again, in the gap between his whole body turning into a yellow dragon. A large amount of dragon vein power behind him rushed into his body, as if it was free. The peak Dharma image of the sun wheel realm separated the heaven and earth, standing above the clouds and smoke with the most magnificent posture. As soon as the Dharma image was unfolded, Dong Long Huang used the Dharma image to slap it down. The momentum was simply horrifying, and even the several star masters on Mu Bai's side changed their expression slightly. A glimpse of the leopard can reveal Dong Long Huang's true strength from the Dharma image. The opponent is already infinitely close to the peak powerhouse of the first echelon of the main world. This kind of Dharma image is enough to rank in the top 10 list of the entire main world. Facing this amazing palm, Mu Bai showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. That's right. Only in this way can I release all my strength and see how strong I am now. In the form of evil spirits, Mu Bai simultaneously operated all his mental methods and skills. The huge star power was all activated at this moment, and continuously strengthened Mu Bai's physical strength in an extremely efficient way. The Dalhard demon seeding skill was played to perfection by Mu Bai in the main world. If the Mirror Man in the inner world is still at the level of absorbing other people's power, then Mu Bai in the main world can be said to have used this skill to the extreme. He compressed all the star power and dark star power in his body into a series of demon seeds. These demon seeds were integrated into his body, and could be detonated in an instant. Then the strength of the physical body entered a truly peak and unparalleled level. This is the confidence of Mu Bai to dare to face the peak powerhouse. All the demons in his body released their power. Mu Bai, who had entered a deep demonization, gradually compressed his evil ghost form further, evolving all his power from the surface to the point. His muscle lines were still shrinking, but his spirit was so strong that it could distort space. After completing all the transformations, Mu Bai rushed towards the opponent's palm with his pure flesh. This lunatic. All the bigwigs who were watching the battle from the outside were shocked. You have to know that at this level, it is a battle between Dharma phases. If one side activates the Dharma phase, and the other side does not, then the later stage of the battle is basically a one-sided situation. After all, the top strongmen can use the Dharma to increase their strength and destructive power by 100 times. Mu Bai, who turned into a rainbow light and rushed towards the sky, stretched his right arm backwards like a pure madman. Not enough. Not enough. Be stronger and faster. The muscles of his arm were tense and condensed into a state similar to the Dharma possessed by him. The physical strength and power of his fist covered with a shocking killing intent had completely exceeded the limit of the judgment of all forces. The power of the Jinjin fruit, the golden crow fruit, the Taotai fruit, and all kinds of fruits were condensed together. And finally all of them were condensed and compressed together with the 8 desolate prison body, divine body, as the connection point. This punch. Destroy the sky and the earth. Slaughter all the Buddhas in the sky. This is the boxing method that integrates power to the extreme. Dominating the world. Killing between heaven and earth with the pure intention of the hegemon. Killing immortals if there are immortals. Destroying gods if there are gods. Surpassing all the strongest physical bodies. And smashing all indestructible existences. The real hegemony and unparalleled pressure on the world. forged the supreme throne with the intention of the hegemon. The first move of domination. Destroy the void? The void suddenly twisted. This punch caused the sky to collapse. The Dharma image of Dong Long Huang was destroyed. Dong Long Huang, who was hiding behind the Dharma image, fell to Zulong City. The whole place was silent. As if it was dead silent. One move. Kill instantly. That's an old monster from the Imperial Dynasty. How is this possible? Things are going to change. The list of gods and demons is going to change. Can physical training really reach this level? The people watching outside the battlefield were all shocked. Obviously, Mu Bai's punch was clearly methodical, and it was very likely a legendary level of martial arts. But everyone was a little confused. After all, even legendary boxing techniques are limited in the world. There is really no one as domineering as Mu Bai. Unless it is self-created. Some people's legs went weak when they thought of this answer. It was almost impossible for someone to create a legendary technique. Because all legendary techniques were created by the God Emperor. Only those who carried the energy of heaven and earth and the destiny could possess such incredible power. No matter how strong and talented others were. They could never do this. On a ruin in Zulong City, Dong Long Huang staggered to his feet. At this moment, he was no longer angry at all. The big hole in his chest seemed to drain all his life and made him age rapidly. I'm not willing. I'm not willing. Death was gradually approaching. And Dong Long Huang, whose star power was completely chaotic, still couldn't bear that he was defeated by a younger generation in one move. This kind of humiliation and unacceptable thing was not allowed to happen. The angry Dong Long Huang once again transformed into a giant dragon covering the sky and wanted to confront Mu Bai at this moment. Who knew that Mu Bai, who was a little bored, just took advantage of the situation to grab its dragon horns and exerted force with both arms. This huge dragon covering the sky and the sun instantly crashed into the entire Zulong City. Amid the dense explosions that caused a large number of houses to collapse. Mu Bai smashed the dragon claw with one punch. Then he punched through the dragon's abdomen. Then went to the dragon's head and broke off the two dragon horns and inserted them into the gate of Zulong City. He lifted the huge dragon head with one hand and slammed it directly into the center of Zulong City. Squeak! Squeak! Under the terrifying force, Dong Long Huang instantly lost consciousness. And some of the powerful men of the Imperial Dynasty, who found it difficult to accept this result, took action one after another. But what is shocking is that these Sunwheel Realm and Moonwheel Realm masters can't even get within 100 meters of Mu Bai. As if there is an unknown strong pressure surrounding them. Too weak. Can such a thing enter the god and demon list? Somewhat disappointed, Mu Bai planted a demon seed in the dying Dong Long Huang's body, and then absorbed it with his backhand. While he absorbed it, Dong Long Huang completely fell, and Mu Bai walked into the air step by step under the gaze of the audience. Every step he took, his momentum condensed to point. When he stepped into the sky above the entire Zulong City, he had already entered the late stage of the Sunwheel Realm, reached the highest height that billions of creatures in the main world could not reach. After looking down at these so-called Imperial Dynasty masters, who couldn't even get close to him, Mu Bai pointed out. The next moment, it seemed that the pressure of countless mountains directly pressed everyone to the ground, and they couldn't even get up. Looking at the Imperial army that was retreating and collapsing, Mu Bai said coldly, "From today on, I don't want to hear the word empire again. Everyone in the empire needs to die." The animal army immediately swarmed forward. The Imperial army soldiers, who had no will to fight, continued to collapse. And the scene became a one-sided situation. When the spectators looked at Mu Bai again, they couldn't help but reveal fear in their eyes. Dong Long Huang is dead. No one dared to stand in front of Mu Bai. Even the joint formation of the Sunwheel Realm could not withstand the power of his punch. The outcome of the battle was doomed after the fall of the top strongman. This Zulong City collapsed rapidly. Mu Bai, who entered the territory of the empire, did not care about those small cities, but waved his arm and led the army directly into its territory. The final goal was the Taigu Dragon City with a history of 10,000 years. Many people in Taigu Dragon City, who had heard the collapse of the front line, could not believe this fact. After all, they had enjoyed such blessings for nearly 10,000 years. How could Dong Long Huang die so quickly, and the entire empire fall apart? Some people who did not believe the war report continued to stay in the ancient Dragon City, while most people had already packed their bags to leave here. Among them were many royal families, with the blood of the empire. On the Dragon Nest Mountain, the forbidden area of Taigu Dragon City. At this moment, the old monsters that had been dormant since ancient times woke up one after another. The appearance of more than a dozen top-level Sun Wheel Realm warriors immediately gave many people hope. Unfortunately, after hearing that Dong Long Huang was killed in one move, the old antique's present almost died. He already has the power of a half-step god emperor, and is a physical strongman. In this case, we old guys who have just awakened can't fight him at all. Even if it is a protracted war, we will lose first. The old antiques present are old themselves. It is questionable whether many of them can maintain their combat capabilities to the middle stage of the Sun Wheel Realm. Not to mention facing the top-level strongmen. Isn't this a joke? Many people in the royal family were desperate when they heard this. With the collapse of hope, everyone had no other way. Wenchuan Pavilion, which was still waiting, was obviously more inclined to stand on the side of the royal court. And the East region, which had the greatest probability of assisting the imperial dynasty, cut off the possibility of assistance. While they were discussing, the gate of the dragon nest had been violently dismantled. Mu Bai, who brought many star lords and star masters, came to the dragon nest with an indifferent look. Looking at these old things, he said with a smile, "Junior Mu Bai invites you to die today. How can it be so fast?" The old monsters in the Sun Wheel Realm did not dare to be careless, and immediately attacked at the same time. The scene of more than a dozen Dharma images attacking together was also unique. But at this moment, all of them seemed too fragile in front of Mu Bai. The first move of the hegemony. Destroy the sky. The dragon nest burst. The ancient dragon city was torn in half by this punch. Looking at the old monsters of the imperial dynasty scattered in the ruins, Mu Bai said curiously, "Such strength can actually sit in the core area of the imperial dynasty. The ancient dragon city. It seems that the imperial dynasty has been useless for all these years except for Dong Long Huang." The old monsters lying on the ground were all seriously injured. The power of pure destruction has exceeded their imagination. Just one punch can destroy their Dharma images and severely damage their bodies. This is the physical strength close to the half-step god emperor. And this is the peak state that physical skills can reach. Friend Mu Bai, there is no need to kill us all. We are already dying, and won't live much longer even if we don't take action. Why don't you let us go? The white-haired old man said desolately. But there was a different color in his eyes. Hearing what the other party said, Mu Bai touched his chin and finally replied with two simple words. Not good. This is the only way to fight to the death. The old monsters of the imperial dynasty, who can still stand up, rushed to Mu Bai one after another. And the white-haired old man said to the prince with the blood of the imperial dynasty behind him with all his strength, "Go! Follow the emperor's concubine. Never return to Zhongzhou, and never forget this hatred." The little prince was led away by the emperor's concubine with tears in his eyes. Looking at the tragic death of his grandfathers one after another, he also cried miserably. Mu Bai, who was surrounded by the old monsters, killed them one by one leisurely. After slowly mastering his peak state, he was also polishing himself. Perhaps after fully mastering the true meaning of the current hegemon, he will reach a higher level. The Tiantong Star Lord who broke through the siege waved his hand, and slowly fell to the position of the emperor's concubine and the little prince. The next moment, a meteorite in the sky streaked across a ray of light, and was about to hit the two of them. At this moment, a dragon roar pierced through the void, and a hot breath broke the meteorite. It was a green dragon stepping on a flame cloud. It was Jiang Xiong, the eldest prince of the imperial dynasty, who had fought with Mu Bai because of the border of the northern border. "You guys leave quickly. I can't hold on for long." He had already known that his father Dong Long Huang was killed by Mu Bai, and the entire imperial dynasty was about to fall apart. But at this moment, he couldn't leave with the honor and luck of the imperial dynasty. And he didn't want to leave. Even if he died, he had to maintain the last dignity of the imperial dynasty. Wang Ting Tiantong Star Lord, I have heard of your great name for a long time, and today I come again to ask for advice. Seeing that it was Mu Bai's former friend, Tiantong Star Lord smiled and said, "You are not my opponent, and 10 of you can't beat me. Although I think you are a little overconfident, I am happy to play with you." How could Jiang Xiong compare with a late-stage Sun Wheel Realm powerhouse? Knowing that he was going to die, he felt a little heartbroken. As the saying goes, one must be in danger before he can survive. Under the tremendous pressure from the opponent, Jiang Xiong's realm was raised to the peak of the Moon Wheel Realm again, and he was only one step away from the Sun Wheel Realm. But this was far from enough. Even if the Emperor's eldest prince Jiang Xiong stepped into the Sun Wheel Realm at this moment, it would be useless. Facing one of the Star Lords, the user of the meteoric fruit, Tiantong Star Lord was extremely vulnerable. Tian Moxing, after spitting out these words in a cold voice, More than a dozen giant meteorites appeared out of thin air, and they surrounded the entire battlefield under rapid rotation. Jiang Xiong, who had transformed into a blue dragon, knew that something was wrong and immediately spit out a large amount of hot breath. He wanted to break the encirclement of these meteorites, but it was obviously wishful thinking. The meteorite formation that continued to rotate at high speed gradually narrowed the encirclement. Jiang Xiong had no choice but to shrink his body as much as possible to avoid being attacked by the opponent's meteorites. Okay. Just when Tiantong Star Lord was about to crush Jiang Xiong, a familiar voice came from not far away. Hearing this voice, Tiantong Star Lord, who was in the Sunwheel realm, immediately stepped aside like a servant. It was Mu Bai who walked out of the ruins. Behind him were the fragmented bodies of many old monsters in the Sunwheel realm. Even if they tried their best, they could not defeat Mu Bai at this moment, and they could not even cause serious injuries to him. This is the difference. They are both in the Sunwheel realm, but their strengths are very different. Mu Bai, who walked through the flames of war and blood, came to Jiang Xiong and said with some emotion, "Long time no see. It's been a long time." Jiang Xiong, whose voice was slightly trembling, could feel the almost desperate aura on the other side, which was definitely not emitted by ordinary Sunwheel realm strongmen. His sight passed over the other side's body, and he could see the tragic death of those bloodline ancestors. In the past, the existence of the Sunwheel realm would not fall at all, and even rarely died of natural causes. But today, more than a dozen Sunwheel realm died in this ancient dragon city with a long history. Thinking of the glory of the imperial dynasty in the past, and looking at the current building that is about to collapse, even Jiang Xiong's eyes were a little wet. When we first met, you were still a middle-level manager in the royal court in the remote northern borderland. I didn't expect that in such a short time you would step into the pinnacle of the power of the royal court and have such strength. His voice was undoubtedly a little bitter. After hearing what the other party said, Mu Bai smiled and said, "Is this surprising? But all this is within my expectations. Not only will I become the master of the royal court, I will also become the strongest in the world step by step, and unify the main world before the opening of the era. Now no one can stop me." The superstandard strength of the half-step emperor has surpassed Gu Changchun's peak state when he relied on the power of the Changsheng God Emperor to fight against the heroes. He is now unparalleled in the world. Hearing Mu Bai's blunt answer, Jiang Xiong was silent. He knew that the other party was not a proud and arrogant person. The fact that the other party could say this showed that Mu Bai had enough confidence to achieve these goals. "Are you going to stop me?" The voice was flat, and Mu Bai spoke as if he was chatting. But the king's hegemony that was enough to overwhelm all living beings made Jiang Xiong unable to even move his feet. After countless life and death battles, he was known as the Pearl of the Imperial Dynasty. He was now afraid. He was afraid of fighting. He was afraid of death. It was as if he had returned to the feeling of facing the abyss in his childhood. Powerless or powerless. As if aware of the other party's fear, Mu Bai brushed past him. "Jiang Xiong, you can live, but all other imperial families must die. I don't want to see a rebellious force appear in an area taken over by the royal court." "Are you worried about me?" Jiang Xiong said with a bitter voice and trembling hands. "Why should I worry about you? With you, those who are loyal to the imperial dynasty will have hope and give up resistance. Do you have the courage to challenge me?" Mu Bai, who didn't even look back, easily defeated Jiang Xiong's will. Kneeling on the ground helplessly, Jiang Xiong took a deep breath and shouted loudly to Mu Bai's back for a long time. "The person who carries the destiny in the next era in the prophecy will definitely not be you." Mu Bai, who had already walked away with his hands behind his back, said indifferently, "Then break the new era until it becomes my era. What about the God Emperor? What about destiny? As long as he becomes stronger in the future, even if someone really advances to the God Emperor by destiny, Mu Bai has the confidence to kill him. So is destiny really important?" A figure suddenly landed in the sky in the distance, with a symbiote suit on his body. The other person was Mo Ming, the user of the Ling Ling fruit. "My lord, the symbiotes in the battle ahead have all been promoted to the next level after absorbing most of the dead bodies. According to my calculations, perhaps their number combined together can complete the super symbiote you need." "Very good. You can prepare for this after the battle of the Imperial Dynasty is over." "Yes, sir." The Imperial concubine brought the little prince all the way to the falling dragon cliff. Gusts of wind blew from the abyss below, and the Imperial concubine was in a dilemma. Mu Bai, followed by Tiantong Star Lord and Mo Ming, had already walked over with a calm expression. He looked past the two people in front of him and looked at the imperial city surrounded by fighting and flames. He said with some emotion, once Donglong Huang was defeated, no one in the entire imperial dynasty could hold up the sky. Now it seems that I still overestimated the imperial dynasty. No wonder Wangchuan Pavilion obeyed me so obediently. It turns out that these overlord-level forces have long been strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Mu Bai, who seemed like an unparalleled devil, looked at the little prince in the arms of the imperial concubine when he said this. He could deeply feel the hatred in his eyes. The hatred in his young eyes made Mu Bai completely give up the idea of killing the other party now. He turned his head to look at the imperial concubine. Are you his mother? Yes. The imperial concubine who was holding the little prince tightly did not dare to look directly into Mu Bai's eyes. She was also a cultivator, and naturally knew the pressure on him at the moment. She could speak because Mu Bai had lost 99% of his spirit after coming here. Very good. As soon as the voice fell, Mu Bai had already passed the order to Mo Ming beside him. Although he was a little puzzled, Mo Ming, as a creature of Emperor Yin, immediately opened his mouth and issued the command power of the Ling Ling fruit. Kill her. Just when the imperial concubine was puzzled, the young palm of the little prince in her arms turned into a dragon claw and pierced his chest. The imperial concubine, who was spitting blood, looked at this scene in disbelief and finally staggered to her feet. In the end, she fell into the falling dragon cliff because she did not stand firmly. The little prince, with his eyes dull and still controlled, stood there blankly without any reaction. Mu Bai said softly, Mo Ming, you give him an order now to let him forget what happened just now. He will only remember what happened just now when he gets his revenge. As he said this, Mu Bai had already walked in front of the other party and started to use the Tao Heart Demon seeding technique, planting the demon seed in the other party's mind. He wanted to cultivate the other party to gradually let the seeds of hatred take root and sprout, which was also part of his future plan. The real core of the Tao Heart Demon seeding technique, a special self-created technique, was to completely cut off the 7 emotions and 6 desires. And the trigger for these cuts required people like the little prince. He needed them to help him improve his cultivation and forge his supreme power with the demon seeds of the 7 emotions and 6 desires. The unconscious little prince was taken away by Mu Bai. As he grows up, he will have all kinds of adventures in fate, and all of these will be arranged by him. Mu Bai is looking forward to the scene of the little prince standing in front of him one day in the future. Jugu, how is the battle situation? In the Taigu Dragon City, Mu Bai opened the map and took a look before handing it to the Lord of Tianong Star. When Elder Jugu heard the Lord's question, he immediately replied, at present, the main resistance forces of the Imperial Dynasty have almost been defeated. But there are too many large remnant troops that have been defeated. It will take time to kill them all. And the situation in some places is complicated. Many remnant troops rely on civilians to hide. This is simple. You issue a notice that all civilians who expose the remnant troops will be promoted to new nobles on the original land of the Imperial Dynasty. I want to see how many people can resist this temptation. After proposing a solution, he came to the Zulong Temple. It seemed that he had detected that he did not have the blood of the Imperial Dynasty. The 2 golden dragons entangled on the stone pillars next to him roared and spewed golden flames towards his position. Mu Bai waved his hand, and the Sun True Flame instantly flattened the security system here. He came to the dragon vein of Zulong as if he was in an empty space, and destroyed all the equipment and instruments with his hands. At the same time, the defense facilities outside that relied on the power of the stars to operate were ineffective. The war was basically over. And the next step was the Annihilation War. The victorious Wang Ting gradually took over the entire area of the Imperial Dynasty and managed the main large cities. A few days after the defeat of the Imperial Dynasty, Wangchuan Pavilion took the initiative to withdraw to the second line and voluntarily gave up a large area to Wang Ting. This iconic event was later called the King's Agreement. The final result was that Wang Ting had become the strongest force in Zhongzhou in name, and the only first-line force. The Wang Ting, which had the entire south region as a material supply, no longer concealed it, and directly sent an envoy to represent Mu Bai to sit in the south region to integrate all forces and organizational forces. Zhongzhou and the south region border each other, and are under the control of Mu Bai at the same time. This made Wang Ting leap forward and become the most powerful force in both Zhongzhou and the main world. However, it was also because of this that it aroused the fear of the surrounding East region and West region. Naturally, the chaos in the West region could not do anything. The East region originally wanted to take advantage of the internal fighting among these forces in Zhongzhou to benefit itself. but it never thought that the imperial dynasty would be defeated so quickly. Wang Ting's Mubai killed more than a dozen old monsters in the Sun Wheel realm in Taigu Dragon City, which shocked the entire main world. The existence of a superpower with such a strong person is the enemy of other large regions. Although many forces are wary, no one dares to challenge it at this moment. So in this weird atmosphere, Mubai's forces spent a month to basically transport all the resources of the imperial dynasty to Zhengzhou. And Wanchuan Pavilion, which was originally in Zhengzhou, was also passively and voluntarily moved to the area of the imperial dynasty under Mubai's suggestion. In the next 3 months, Mubai basically completed the overall layout of the empire. Most of his troops remained in the original area of the empire, and many high-level officials in the Wanchuan Pavilion, which he intentionally controlled and weakened, were transformed into emperor's creations. During the internal friction, Wanchuan Pavilion was actually dead in name only, and could barely be regarded as the largest affiliated force of the royal court. Mubai, who ruled the 2 major regions of the southern region of Zhengzhou, got rid of the title of Prince Jinwu, and was called the King of 2 Realms by the world, which means the king who ruled the 2 major land realms. The god and demon list of Tianji Pavilion jumped up to the 2nd place. What's funny is that the 3rd and 2nd place were both Mubai. One was himself, and the other was the Tianzuan Yangjian he pretended to be. At the end of this year, he also announced a temporary retreat. In this way, the main world ushered in a rare peace. The inner world. The flow rate of the inner world is a bit slower than that of the main world. So when he announced his retreat in the main world, Mubai, the man in the mirror of the inner world, had just passed a few months. After participating in the East-West League and several months of running in, Mubai has successfully entered the 3rd level with the blessing of these skills. This is an open announcement, but in fact his realm has entered the late 3rd level, and he is only 1 step away from the 4th level of exterminating the country. It's just that Mubai deliberately concealed these. After all, if people knew the speed of his realm improvement, he would have to be caught and studied. During this period, in addition to practicing, there was another thing that Lu Nonyo also joined the War Academy in Sunset Province. As soon as she entered the academy, she did not live in the girls' dormitory, but moved into Mubai's single-family villa. This also caused a lot of speculation in the school, but in the end, everyone suddenly realized it after learning that it was Mubai's sister. In the past few months, he has also dealt with many organizations of the Advent sect on the front battlefield. Compared with the Science and Technology Innovation Association, those lunatics have undoubtedly strengthened very quickly. It is obvious that the magic seeds provided by the Emperor Realm have better ingredients. Based on this question, the answer given by the Sword Saint is that the Emperor Realm is probably approaching rapidly, which means that the fusion of the 2 worlds is not far away. Under this situation, the attack of the Advent sect has obviously become more extreme, and even many people of the Advent sect have made many big moves in Sunset Province by lurking. This has also led to the increasing number of troops of the Science and Technology Association in Sunset Province, as if they would start a full-scale war at any time. Mubai, who was teaching everyone physical skills to earn points in the class, suddenly froze in the middle of the class, because he was only 1 step away from the 4th level of the state of destroying the country without knowing it. After the class bell rang, Mubai quickly came to the training room and condensed the spiritual power of his whole body into his chest. After a long time, the enlightenment seed grew rapidly under this stimulation. When the spiritual pressure in his body was released from the inside out, Mubai slowly opened his eyes this time. His first feeling was that the thunder fruit seemed to have awakened. So many demonized seeds that he had swallowed before were fused with the power of the thunder fruit just now. Although he did not break through the state of destroying the country by accident this time, he awakened the thunder fruit? This feeling, Mubai felt the power of controlling everything gradually rising from physical feeling to spiritual level, when the awakening thunder fruit gradually sublimated. That is magnetism, the top natural system ability that controls all elements. Electricity generates magnetism. Sure enough, it is no different from what I guessed. The awakening of the thunder fruit is to control magnetism. Controlling magnetism is equivalent to having a similar ability to Magneto. Magneto's ability is to control any form of magnetic field. The maximum ability he can manipulate at one time is unknown, but he has moved large planets many times and made 30,000-ton nuclear submarines float without any pressure. If this control ability can be extended to the atomic level within this range, the electromagnetic force has become a chemical bond. He can manipulate chemical structures and transform substances, manipulate a large number of individuals at the same time, and also form them into complex machines. affect non-metallic and non-magnetic substances to a lesser extent, and can make himself and others float, and can also generate powerful electromagnetic pulses, namely EMP, and can also generate quantum-level electromagnetic energy, and can also achieve invisibility by bending the visible light around him. Control. Mubai stared at the floating islands outside the window, not far away, and he stretched out his hand, as blue lightning flashed in his eyes. As his will, the huge floating islands were changing their trajectory. He moved his mind slightly, and the next moment, he became invisible in the mirror. This is the control of the magnetic field. This quantum-level control has surpassed the power that a strong man at the level of destroying a country should have. Magneto also has an ability that he often uses, which is to generate a force field that isolates matter and energy. This force field is strong enough to withstand the attack of several thermonuclear weapons. Therefore, Magneto is almost immune to most of the damage when surrounded by the force field and can therefore survive in the universe. Mubai also tried this ability, but perhaps because the world is different, he felt that it did not reach the strength of Magneto when he constructed this energy field. Magneto can use magnetism to strengthen his own body, thereby enhancing strength and endurance even beyond the limit of humans, and can also shorten his reaction time to 1/15 of that of normal humans. In this regard, Mubai is undoubtedly the winner. His magnetism is not obtained through mutants, but through the power of devil fruit. Moreover, his predecessor is the thunder fruit. He controls thunder and magnetism at the same time, so his reaction speed has been enhanced again after awakening. Even if it is not to the extent of shocking the world, it should have reached the level that even the strong men at the level of destroying a country can hardly catch. Finally, and most importantly, in some cases, Magneto can change the gravity field around him, which also means that he can manipulate the unified field, that is, Einstein's unification of gravity and electromagnetic force. He has been proven to be able to generate a wormhole to safely teleport himself and others. Mubai repeatedly tried this, but unfortunately, he was almost successful every time. Could it be that he has not yet fully controlled the thunder fruit after awakening? This is normal, if the reason is that this world is different. It is a pity. After he stood up again, he could feel that he could easily kill his former self with the magnetic force he now possessed. In order to test the strength, he entered the front line of the battlefield alone late at night. Floating in the air, Mubai opened his arms after seeing the front line of the Advent sect. As the magnetic force on his body became more and more amazing, the ground below began to vibrate violently, and a large area of the ground continued to float into the sky like a river. And the same scene was also played out in the gathering place in front of him. Countless buildings collapsed, and some beasts that had not been infected by the magic energy fled in all directions. In the doomsday scene, no one knew what was going on. This devastating natural disaster quickly spread to the back of the battlefield. Mubai, wearing a mask, was a little surprised that no one had stopped him until now. Flames suddenly appeared behind him. "Who is your excellency?" The voice was from a person Mubai had met before, the deputy leader of the Knights Templar, and the flame demon who had already set foot on the 4th level of destroying a country, surrounded by the natural disaster. Mubai did not reply, but immediately released the original force of magnetic force in the direction of the disaster. The rapidly collapsing terrifying repulsion tore the earth apart. The flame demon, who was the first to bear the brunt of the repulsion, was instantly blown away. After penetrating several buildings, he slowly stopped. What a joke! After feeling this terrifying force, the flame demon suspected that the visitor was a powerful person at the level of transcendental. Mubai, who repelled the flame demon with one move, turned his hand to operate gravity. The powerful gravity attracted all the objects present to a point in front of him, and a large number of demonized beasts and people from the Advent sect were constantly compressed into spherical objects. Under this powerful gravity, even the ground could not support it, and a large amount of soil was pulled over, and the flame demon was trembling all over. In his normal state, he would definitely not be able to escape this gravity, so he immediately activated the demonized form without any hesitation. After transforming into a terrifying demonic form, he barely managed to escape from the strong gravity with the help of his wings and his advantage of being far away. When he flew far away, he looked back and saw that the sphere was still expanding. Mubai, who controlled the gravity, immediately reversed the repulsion after realizing that no one had survived. The next moment, a terrifying shock wave instantly penetrated the land. A bottomless pit appeared in the area of tens of thousands of meters. The flame demon, who had always been confident of victory, couldn't even speak at this moment. He didn't even have the courage to attack until the masked man passed by him. You? Who are you? Mu Bai, who passed the opponent, didn't want to break the current balance, so he didn't attack him deliberately. After hearing the opponent's question, he thought for a moment and then slowly said, I am a passerby full of justice. After that, he passed the opponent and walked deeper into the Advent sect. He stared at the other party's figure leaving in a daze, and a pain slowly lingered in his body. He turned his head and found that his left hand had been crushed by the repulsive force exerted by the other party before. But he was so frightened that he didn't even notice the wound. Not good. The other party is going to go deeper. After realizing the other party's purpose, the flame demon immediately flapped his wings and flew in another direction. Mu Bai pushed forward almost flatly along the way. One by one, each strongman could not hold out for a single round under his magnetic force. The third-level animal-type strongman could not withstand his repulsion. A slight push from the repulsion would crush the opponent into powder. No matter how strong the natural system was, it could not get close to him. Even if the opponent entered the elemental state under Mu Bai's gravity, he would be hunted like prey. With the repulsion added to his body, no object could resist the destructive power wherever he passed. After destroying countless strongholds, Mu Bai felt a little bored. There were not a few third-level and fourth-level strongmen along the way, but none of them were his opponents. This led to an embarrassing problem. That is, he himself could not accurately determine his own strength. He was a little disappointed, and was about to leave when a figure that was rapidly freezing along the mountains in the distance was approaching rapidly. After the opponent was close at hand, Mu Bai realized that the opponent was actually an old friend. The leader of the Knights Templar, who took away Su Yi of the Storm Group that day. Because Mu Bai was wearing a mask and had changed his appearance through the ability of the bone-reversing meridian, the captain did not recognize his identity at first glance. Your Excellency is so imposing. Did you get lost by pushing all the way? The captain gradually approached one, and the mountains around him were freezing rapidly. What was even more strange was that this freezing seemed to freeze even time. Some snowflakes were frozen in the air after he appeared. From a distance, it looked like a delicate oil painting with no flaws. Maybe I'm really lost. Can this hero send me out? The captain shook his head with a grin and said, I can send you out, but you need to lie down when you go out. The next second, the captain was covered with cold air, and the knight's long sword in his hand suddenly swung out. It was like a mountain crushing down. Seeing this, Mu Bai cautiously pushed forward with one hand, and the knight's long sword of the knight leader actually broke under the collision of the terrifying repulsive force. After being surprised for a second, the leader said solemnly, Who are you? Just a passerby. Passerby? It seems that you don't want to reveal information. Let me introduce myself. I am the leader of the knights under the name of the temple. I don't have a name. Only a code name given by God. Ice Ghost. Freezer? What does this name mean? It's Ice Ghost. You are talking about the freezer. Su Yi, who was teasing the other party, pretended not to understand and argued here. It seemed that he saw the other party's intention. Ice Ghost did not entangle but said lightly, Does the fifth-level transcendent, who controls such a powerful force, like to insult others so much? The other party thinks he is a transcendent? Mu Bai, who felt a little funny, said seriously, Since you have seen it, then I will say it directly. I actually welcome the people from the Imperial Realm to come. After all, it is difficult for a local snake to suppress a strong dragon. In my opinion, the resistance of the Science and Technology Innovation Association is meaningless. Oh, so, Senior, do you intend to join our Advent sect? Ice Ghost said tentatively with a bright look in his eyes. If we can convince a transcendent to join the Advent sect here, then the losses just caused by the other party will be insignificant. I can't say I'll join you. I hope you all can join my slave faction. After all, an organization that likes to surrender and raise the white flag should be more suitable for you. He, knowing that the other party was humiliating him, Bing Gui was not angry, but looked at Mu Bai with a compassionate look. In this world, being weak is not the original sin. The terrible thing is that even after getting rid of weakness, you are still arrogant. The progress of the Imperial world merging with our world is getting faster and faster. Haven't you noticed that the power of the Advent faction is getting stronger and stronger? In my opinion, whether you oppose the Imperial world or support the Imperial world, the final destination is to join us. What do you mean? Mu Bai vaguely saw that the other party was stalling for time. But he was not in a hurry. Instead, he let the other party continue to talk. He wanted to see what the other party could say. The Imperial Realm is a super world that has swallowed up 13 worlds. Even second-rate or third-rate forces there are enough to destroy our world. Since we can't stop the fusion of worlds, I think it's better to prepare in advance. Submission is not eternal submission. And forbearance is not temporary forbearance. Instead of being slaughtered by the strong men of the Imperial Realm at the first time, it is better to surrender to the other party, so that you can continue to live in the future. Only by living can there be hope. Mubai can understand this mentality. But he is a little curious whether these people really think so. Then I am curious. Since many people in the Advent sect think so, why do they still want to fight the Science and Technology Association head-on here? Wouldn't it be better to retain most of the people who oppose surrender, and then highlight the value of your group of people? After hearing Mubai's words, Bingui said with some dissatisfaction, "They are too dangerous. It is easy to implicate everyone in this world, and step into the brink of destruction." No. Let me guess the reason behind it. There are many reasons. The biggest possibility is that if the Imperial Realm is really as powerful and invincible as it is said, then it doesn't need to care whether the people in this world choose to resist or surrender. And you want to express your loyalty and launch these wars. These people in the Imperial Realm are like masters watching dogs fight. They provide you with some simple assistance and promise you something. Am I right? Whatever you think. The Bingui, whose voice gradually cooled down, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the arrival of several figures not far away. In the current environment, even if this person wanted to leave, he couldn't leave. As for what the other party thinks of the Advent sect, what does it have to do with him? There are too many people. So let's not fight. I'll come next time. After saying that, Mubai quickly compressed the magnetic field and created a wormhole in front of everyone's eyes and left here. This scene made the several transcendents who came urgently look at each other in bewilderment. They had clearly blocked the space in advance. How did the other party leave? Mubai gradually walked out of a space crack above a forest in the Sunset Province. After he took off his mask, his appearance gradually returned to its original appearance. Through this magnetic control exercise, he has a preliminary understanding of its lethality and destructive power. Maybe he can develop other moves in the next step. This is also a matter of chance. However, the last moment was somewhat dangerous. If many transcendents besieged him, Mubai estimated that he would be in danger. He had never seen a transcendent take action, so he was a little confused. You know, even a master as strong as a sword master is only at the peak of the 4th level of destroying a country. 6 months passed in a flash. During this time, Mubai optimized his magnetic control in all aspects. With the increase of control and understanding, his combat power system can no longer be measured from a conventional perspective. Although his current realm is still at the peak of the 3rd level, his comprehensive combat power can be compared with the world's strongmen. On an ordinary afternoon, in an ordinary frontline combat news, the full-line war that exceeded everyone's expectations was completely launched. When the people in this world raised their heads, a faint red light emanated from the sky, and a huge shadow blocked all the light and placed the whole world in darkness. The world is merging. The Imperial world is about to come. Everything seems very abrupt. An unimaginable fear hangs over everyone's head. Mubai looked at the outside world wrapped in darkness with an indifferent look. I don't know what he was thinking. Behind him, Lu Nuonyo came out. Mubai, the Imperial world is coming and all resistance will be useless. I like you very much. Why don't you accompany me to the Imperial world? When the inner world and the surface world merge, and when the new era is born, we will be together forever. Does Lu Nuonyo exist? Maybe it doesn't exist. Maybe it does. Lu Nuonyo, Xueji, you all appeared in my spiritual world inexplicably. Can you tell me who you are? He controlled the magnetic force, and the whole villa was disassembled into scattered parts with a thought. And Lu Nuonyo, who was not affected, appeared at the other end like a demon in his heart. What instant movement and special physique. In the end, the other party was just an obsession in the heart of the person in the mirror. Just like Xueji who entangled Mubai in the main world. All pointed in one direction. That is the inner world of the Emperor. The world began to merge. And the barriers separating the surface world and the inner world were rapidly diminishing. All the students in the academy gathered together. And standing among the students was the sword saint Gu Wama. He looked at the sky with a complicated expression, and saw a man in black holding a long sword in the fused Emperor realm channel, staring coldly at everyone present. The 4th grade sword saint, who can destroy a country, no matter how great the swordsmanship is. It is useless in the face of the absolute power gap. The concentration of the star power in the inner world is close to that of the main world. In other words, it is as simple as the power of the entire main world attacking a second-rate small world. Under the pure star power, their spiritual power is simply a beggar version of the power source. The world of the Science and Technology Innovation Association. I'm finally here. The black-clothed man slashed with a sword. The entire War Academy was split in two. Its terrifying star power almost penetrated half of the Sunset Province. This is the strength of mastering the original power in the inferior spiritual world. It is completely a crushing level. The level of destroying a country is equivalent to the Star Apostle. Even the strongest transcendent is only equivalent to the late stage of the Star Apostle. It can't even touch the edge of the Star Wheel Realm. I am enough to destroy this world alone. The Star Wheel Realm Sword Master who stepped into this place looked down on the crowd and pointed the sword directly at all the students present in the billowing smoke and dust. I thought that the people coming from the Imperial Realm would be very strong. But after seeing the sword just now, the Sword Saint immediately understood the gap. The upper limit of the world's power system has locked the fate of the world of science and technology innovation. Main world. Mu Bai, who was sleeping at this moment, gradually woke up. After feeling the fusion of the world and the inner world, he also clearly knew that it was time for him to leave. 100 years is too long. I only want to seize the day. Mu Bai's half-black and half-white long hair gradually spread out behind him with a calm voice. He stepped into the void with the help of the spiritual connection. Whether it is the Science and Technology Innovation Association or the Advent sect, they are all chess pieces for him to gradually control the inner world. Now that he realizes that the world and the inner world is merging, it is the best time for him to break the gap between the inner world and the main world and enter the imperial world. With all living beings as chess pieces and the world as a chessboard, who can be the opponent of the eternal plan? It's fine if the destiny belongs to me, but if it doesn't belong to me, how can the destiny stop me? Mu Bai, who released the space channel from the void, quickly tore the channel between the two worlds. When the black-clothed swordsman in the inner world was about to take action, the world of the Science and Technology Innovation Association suddenly changed. The void was shattered, and the godlike and devil-like figure that crossed the void glanced down indifferently, and all the strong men who came from the Imperial Realm exploded. Seeing the arrival of the main body of the main world, the clone of the man in the mirror naturally did not stay here any longer. He walked towards the main body, and when he was about to touch the main body, he turned into a wisp of green smoke and completely merged into the main body. With the return of the clone of the man in the mirror, Mu Bai's original gap was finally filled, and the Halcyon mirror in his body also opened a new function. And Mu Bai's breath suddenly rose, and at an astonishing speed, it gathered into a kind of star power cauldron. He never thought that after he merged with this clone of the man in the mirror, his breath would rise so much that he was already on the verge of the realm of the half-step God Emperor. Mu Bai, who was about to step into the realm of the half-step God Emperor, naturally would not stay here for long. He looked at the people in the world of the Science and Technology Innovation Conference meaningfully, and then his figure quickly entered the Earth Realm passage. Imperial Realm. At the end of this world, countless powerful forces are watching this scene. After the fusion of the inner world, the Imperial world will add a new territory. At that time, all forces in the entire Imperial world will obtain new resources and land. The 13 supreme kings of the peak of the Sun Wheel Realm in the Imperial world looked at this scene with expectation. The Imperial world will become more prosperous and more glorious. The Imperial world will stand out in the entire inner world and become the terminator of history. Just when everyone was intoxicated in this beautiful dream, all the practitioners in the frontline channel quickly exploded and died. Hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions. In a blink of an eye, the first wave of 60 million practitioners were wiped out. And in the Imperial World Channel, a figure was tearing the edge of the channel. This energy level of the channel could not guarantee the passage of Mu Bai's huge energy. Not good. After sensing the other party's aura, Xueji, one of the 13 Supreme Kings, said coldly, "The man in the prophecy has appeared. I used the outer demon to interfere with him twice, but it was useless. Now he has entered the realm of half-step God Emperor. He must not be allowed to enter the Emperor realm." As Xueji finished speaking, the 13 Supreme Kings who mastered the 13 most powerful secrets in the Emperor realm and the 13 devil fruits immediately joined forces to come to the transmission channel. Since this transmission channel itself was born by the fusion of the world. Even if the 13 peak powerhouses of the Sun Wheel Realm used their power at the same time, they could not close the fusion channel in a short time. And Mu Bai, who was standing at the other end of the channel, was undoubtedly in a more difficult situation. If it is said that the world level on their side is higher, and it is easier to temporarily close the fusion channel. Then the difficulty on his side is at least multiplied by dozens of times. After all, it is almost impossible to forcefully open the channel of the high-level world in a world dominated by spiritual power. Not to mention that there are 13 strongmen joining forces on the other side. Just when Mubai was trying to tear the space channel, the great men of the Advent sect who saw this scene from a distance wanted to stop him. Get out! Who would have thought that Mubai didn't even look at these ants? But just a word from his mouth shocked the universe, like thunder above the 9 heavens. The old monsters of the Advent sect were shocked to death alive. The transcendent realm is indeed the pinnacle in this world. But in front of Mubai, an unparalleled strong man in the half-step God Emperor realm, they are even more fragile than ants. Seeing the tragic death of the transcendent, the other members of the Advent sect were struck by lightning. Since it is impossible to enter the channel in a normal way, the only way is to use the most violent way to dismantle the channel completely to allow existences of my level to pass through. Thinking of this, Mubai immediately covered the vibration ball cover of the vibration fruit with his hand. But this time the ball cover was obviously different. The compressed and condensed ball cover seemed to have a devouring power and constantly nibbled at the edge of the surrounding channel. As time passed, this vibration and biting became more exaggerated. So much so that the Imperial realm on the other side of the channel also experienced spatial distortion. Under this distortion, the ground continued to tremble, and the powerful resonance was tearing the surface near the Imperial realm channel. Many people with lower cultivation were even shaken to death thousands of meters away. This also led to no one except the 13 Supreme Kings daring to approach the channel at this moment. It's too late. I can see the future through the fruit of foresight. The old man sighed, hearing the other party say this. The oldest Yin Supreme King among the crowd pondered for a moment and said in a stern voice, instead of being in a stalemate with him here and permanently blocking the opportunity for the fusion of the two worlds, mobilize the power of the entire world to adjust it to connect with other worlds. This is impossible. With this person, we can't spare any energy to complete other things, Shueji said with a complicated expression. His demon fruit itself has the ability to mobilize other people's demons. She often releases these demons to absorb other people's power. However, according to the memories transmitted by these two demons, this Mubai has no moment of hesitation. This person is not simple. Then open up a second battlefield for me to entangle him, and you will seal the passage here immediately. Yin Supreme King obviously knew that he didn't have many years to live. It's better to die in a blazing battle than to die of old age. Others were also stunned. After all, no one thought that a Supreme King would be willing to block the connection between the two worlds at the cost of sacrifice. While they were talking, the space channel had been almost opened up by the Xinjiang fruit. In just a few dozen seconds, Mubai would be able to withstand all the pressure and completely enter the Imperial realm. This was definitely something the 13 Supreme Kings did not want to see. Even if they won this level of battle, the entire Imperial realm would become a dead world, and all the buildings and all the forces currently possessed would probably be destroyed alive. The Supreme King of the Flame Realm turned into a ray of fire with a sharp gaze and rushed into the channel. Mubai, who was opening up the channel, felt a burst of heat coming, and immediately stepped back half a step and immediately activated the power of the Golden Crow fruit to burn in the opposite direction. He held the opponent in a stalemate with one hand, and the other hand turned into a long sword with flames and immediately entered the extreme state of the sword. Seemingly invisible but actually visible. Existence is an obstacle and a constraint. Nothingness is the highest realm of Kendo. Only by transcending existence can one enter nothingness. No sword. No self. Forgetting both the self and the object. No law to be taken. And no law to be broken. That is all-encompassing and indestructible. To reach that realm, you can't just practice it. You must also concentrate on understanding. And use your whole body and mind to experience and feel. These days, whether it is the weird Kendo or the open and above-board Kendo, it is a branch of Kendo. There is no right or wrong. No strength or weakness in this branch. When the branches come together, it is also the ultimate achievement of swordsmanship. After practicing swordsmanship for many years, Mubai gradually realized the true essence of swordsmanship. Abandoning all techniques and pursuing killing, the sword exploded like thunder at this moment. The reincarnation of the great Tao is finally empty. And the suffering and joy in the world are meaningless after all. In the mirror flower and water moon, the great Tao is reborn and destroyed. And the reincarnation is the birth and destruction of the Tao. The 7 styles of heaven-cutting swords have no moves. They are born from the Tao and destroyed by the Tao. The 7th style of heaven-cutting swords. The Tao is destroyed and the Tao is born. After one sword falls, everything ends. This sword that penetrates the channel is like a lone boat in the long river of fate, going downstream. And after crossing countless distances, it appears in the Imperial realm. The world is gradually divided into two worlds in the slash, and all kinds of illusions are destroyed in the light and shadow of the sword. The three Supreme Kings join forces to form a formation to resist the slash. But as soon as the formation of the three people was formed, the slash had penetrated the formation and broke through the attacks of the other people, and slashed directly to Xueji at the back. The other party trapped him with the inner demon, so he naturally led the avenue to kill the other party today. Boundary Wall. The burly man took out the strongest defensive legendary prop shield world barrier of the Imperial world. The solid shield blocked the slash, with a loud noise that tore the sky. The slash and the shield were entangled together. The force they generated was even somewhat unable to withstand the Supreme King's body. Cracks appeared on the shield, and the slash seemed to be weakened. The other Supreme Kings joined forces, and after a lot of effort, the slash finally dissipated with the shattering of the shield. Everyone looked at the distant sky and fell silent at the same time. I saw that the sky, the earth, and the sea were all cut in half in the trajectory of this slash. The sword force, that had not dissipated for a long time, even caused the void to emit a crisp sound of being overwhelmed. What are you doing? Everyone worked together to close the passage. The 12 Supreme Kings acted at the same time, and the passage was quickly closed without the obstruction of outsiders. Mu Bai, who was being entangled by the Supreme King of the Flame Realm, was naturally helpless as he saw the passage closed. Even if he had the ability to reach the sky, he could not enter the Imperial Realm during the time outside the world fusion. The Supreme King of the Flame Realm said with a smile, "How is it? You still couldn't enter the Imperial Realm after all?" Mu Bai shook his head with a cold expression and said, "The inner world will eventually merge into one world. So why should I be in a hurry? But you came to the organization alone this time. I think you must have planned to die. It's not like I'm going to die. I want to take you to see the scenery of H.L. Lava Torch. The gushing magma is rising rapidly in the Sunset Province area of the Science and Technology Innovation Conference world. Dozens of active volcanoes hundreds of meters high are spewing hot magma. In this magma world, the flame domain Venerable King snorted coldly. And then the magma beside him gathered into a large amount of magma rain that continuously washed the surface. Mu Bai, who was surrounded by magma, looked at these hot currents flowing past his feet with an indifferent expression. It turns out that he is a natural magma fruit ability user. It's really fate. After a slight sigh, Mu Bai casually grasped a long sword made of golden crow flames in the void and crossed it across his chest. The true meaning of the Overlord. Cut! A sword fell, and the magma splashed. The volcano, not far away, was instantly flattened. The huge slashing force even penetrated the many magmas, and the sword pointed directly at the flame domain Venerable King. This guy. After feeling the opponent's terrifying slash, the corners of the Yen Yuzunwang's mouth twitched slightly, and his brows were furrowed. In his eyes, even if the two of them fought in the world of the Science and Technology Innovation Association with only spiritual energy, the energy degradation could weaken the opponent to a certain extent. But it was obvious that he was wrong. This monster's attainments in the swordsmanship alone could suppress him in the current situation. Not to mention the incredible domineering intention on his body. The Yen Yuzunwang, who had almost flattened most of the magma with a sword, roared and turned into a magma giant. The active volcanoes behind him collectively erupted a large amount of lava into his body, which made the magma giant, which was originally thousands of meters in size, quickly turn into a sky-covering beast that was tens of thousands of meters tall. As far as the eye could see, even the distant sea was affected by his magma. Knowing that he only had one chance, the Yen Yuzunwang did not finish after opening the maximum power of the magma fruit. The star power on his body rose in a blowout manner. The fierce Dharma power descended on the land of the Science and Technology Innovation Association world with a devastating attitude. The tiny people on the land looked at the sky-covering figure and the more powerful Dharma image, and everyone felt a little despair. Is this level of monster really a strong man in the Imperial world? This can completely destroy the whole world. Right? And Mu Bai, holding the flaming sword, did not move his feet at all. Is this your strongest form? Yes. I will be buried with you along with the whole world. The Flame Domain King, who had completely transformed into a magma beast, waved his nearly 1,000-meter magma fist with the awareness of death. The Dharma image behind him followed him like a shadow. At a certain moment, all the explosive power of the opponent was gathered together. And perhaps it could really reach the peak of the Sun Wheel realm. With such destructive power, he could laugh at the heroes even if he was placed in the main world. But it was a pity that he was facing Mubai at the moment, who had merged with the clone of the man in the mirror and jumped to the half-step God Emperor. The storm started again. 7 heaven-cutting styles. Dao Shum Dao Destruction. Slash. Without using the power of the fruit. The 3-color domineering aura. Any magical powers. Or the Dharma image. Mubai used this almost inconspicuous ordinary form to slash out with a sword. The surrounding time seemed to condense. And the magma fist that fell from the sky and was enough to destroy a city was nailed in the air like a stop-motion animation. The flaming sword dissipated with the wind. And Mubai said with a little surprise, "You can take my sword without dying. You are very strong." As soon as he finished speaking, the originally frozen space twisted rapidly. The slash that cut through everything cut the huge magma body of tens of thousands of meters into 2 halves vertically. The Supreme King of the Flame Domain, who was in the center of the magma, gathered all his strength and blocked Mubai's slash when his Dharma image collapsed completely. He gathered all his strength to block the slash. But he did not block the spiritual damage of this life and death. He fell from the air and fell to the ground in a daze. He was unconscious on the ground like an unconscious person. The other party was not dead, but crazy. Mubai, who did not take action to deal with the other party, looked at the other party with some pity. And then his body began to feel strange. He knew that it was because the world's rejection of him began to take effect as the world fusion closed. He looked back at the Sunset Province for a moment, and his figure gradually dissipated in the void. Main world. After returning from the inner world, Mubai took 2 deep breaths. His whole body was filled with the power of the stars, and he felt his strength surge. His expression became more and more indifferent, and the human-like emotion seemed to be dissipating from his body. At this moment, he has completed the curve overtaking. From today on, no one will be his opponent, and the entire main world will respect him. Half-step God Emperor is already invincible. So what will it be like to become a God Emperor? After Mubai muttered to himself and walked out of the Emperor Xian Cave Heaven-Blessed Land. The Haotian mirror in his body made a series of noises. Haotian mirror. After taking out the Haotian mirror, Mubai unexpectedly found that the reflection in the mirror was very complicated. Not only was there him, but there was also this other figure. "Are you the predecessor who founded the royal court?" The figure in the mirror did not speak, but looked at Mubai meaningfully, and then disappeared. Mubai, who felt a little strange, had to give up after repeatedly studying the Haotian mirror without any reaction. "Where is Jugu?" The elder Jugu, who had been guarding nearby, immediately followed the sound and knelt on one knee. He was surprised at Mubai's unfathomable depth and shocked by Mubai's domineering will. "How are the seeds?" "Report to the master. The young seeds carrying every emotion are growing vigorously. Especially the little prince of the imperial dynasty, who hates you the most. During this period, I have arranged for him to try to practice." Mubai, who looked at the mountains below the royal court with his hands behind his back, slowly uttered a word. "Okay." Then he took a step forward and left. The master is really becoming more and more unfathomable. The elder Jugu stood up and said thoughtfully. He had witnessed the power of the God Emperor with his own eyes. So he felt incredible about Mubai's amazing progress. He was like the most unique person in hundreds of thousands of years, constantly creating history. This growth rate is even more exaggerated than practicing evil magic. On the other side, Mubai soon came to the Tianji Pavilion after leaving the royal court. Tianjizi, who was meditating, opened his eyes solemnly. "You are here." Mubai, who appeared from the void, said curiously, "Everyone says that you can predict the mysteries of heaven. Can you predict my future?" "Life is like a river. A long journey that flows with the flow. Like a rushing river. Experiencing different encounters all day long. Sometimes calm. Sometimes full of obstacles. Sometimes flowing through fields full of spring flowers. Sometimes accompanied by strong winds and gravel. Every river is rushing to the sea. But every river is different. Some are narrow. Some are wide. Some are shallow. Some are deep. Some are straight. And some are winding. Life is the same. Either smooth or not. But you are different. How can you see the origin of the river when you stand outside the river? I can't see your future. But you are not the man of destiny after all." Tianjizi's words simply told Mubai a situation. That is, you will definitely not be able to carry the destiny in the next era. And although he can't see the future, he can be sure of the previous point of view. Mubai, who was not emotionally fluctuating, stood quietly until the fireworks outside the cauldron dissipated. And then he whispered, "It seems that you have known my origins for a long time. Since I can't carry the destiny, who can carry it?" Tianjisi remained silent. He couldn't give an answer to this sentence, so he couldn't say it out loud. "Senior, I want to end all the boring reincarnations. The era of reincarnation every 100,000 years. And the destiny that countless people are chasing with death. I also want to break it." Mubai clenched his fists and spoke calmly. But the terrifying aura that emerged from his body made Tianjisi frown. No destruction. No establishment. But some things cannot be broken. From the moment it is born, it must move according to destiny. Your and my existence is destiny. Even if we break the existing destiny, it is still the self-reform of destiny itself. Although Tianjisi does not believe in fatalism, this is the current situation. No matter how amazing the only God Emperor who competed among the billions of creatures in the entire main world is, he still cannot break the destiny? Using the power given by destiny to break the destiny in destiny. This is a ridiculous idea. In the past, the immortal God Emperor wanted to break the fate of life. But the final result was that those who followed him became monsters like the living dead. In the past, the Shura God Emperor wanted to break the fate of time. And he set out on the road of pursuing the river of time and never returned. In the past, the Sword Emperor fought for the destiny, but did not want the blessing of heaven. And in the end, he was left with a pile of dry bones. Looking back at the long river of history, all those who failed. Destiny is destiny. And destiny is difficult to defy. Even if you think you are defying destiny, it is actually destiny using you to modify loopholes. So when Tianjisi heard what Mubai said, he felt a sense of desolation. If you follow the will of heaven and do not covet the God Emperor, you may still be qualified to live. But it is obvious that your ambition is too big. Looking at the back of the other party, who had already left, Tianjisi's thin figure became more lonely. After leaving Tianji Pavilion, Mubai was actually half believing and half doubting what Tianjisi said. It was possible that the other party could not see his own destiny. After all, he had an eternal system that was higher than the authority of the entire main world. It was impossible for an existence of this level to spy on his destiny. Whether the destiny is carried by me or not, I need to be prepared in advance. Thinking of this, his figure disappeared in Zhongzhou. 2 days later in the South China Sea of the southern region, in the Nandong headquarters located in Tianshan Island, Nandong Yu was looking at the man in front of her with excitement. Many years ago, it was with the help of the other party that she could gradually escape danger and eventually become the largest maritime caravan in the entire southern region. I haven't seen Nandong Yu for many years. Lord Mubai, you have changed a lot. Yes. Although Mubai, wearing a cloak, looked young. His half-white and half-black long hair seemed to be full of stories. Mysterious, handsome, but also more majestic. That is not based on power, but due to the extraordinary transcendence brought about by the transition of life quality level. You did a great job last time. What reward do you want? When Wang Ting attacked the imperial dynasty, it was Nandong Yu's Nandong Chamber of Commerce that provided the strategic resources of the southern region to the northern battlefield. This laborious workload can be said to be extremely exaggerated. But even such a complicated task can be done so well. So even if the other party is not the creation of the emperor, Mubai still wants to cultivate the other party. I hope you can improve the cultivation level of our core members of the Nandong family. When these words came out, all the members of the Nandong family present were shocked. After all, it is too incredible to improve the realm level. If Lord Mubai fails to do it and gets angry, then the entire southern region will be like an ant in front of this two-realm king, let alone their small Nandong family. Sir, my sister was just joking. How can we improve our realm like this? Yes. Mubai interrupted the other party's questioning. Now that he has a huge amount of devouring points, Mubai is no longer the poor guy who used devouring points sparingly. Even if he doesn't turn these people into Emperor Yin creations, he can forcibly improve their realm. The main reason is that he has already set foot in this realm. This kind of fantasy in the eyes of others is really not worth mentioning in front of him. Thank you. Sir. Nandong Yu was relieved when he saw Mubai agreed so readily. Mubai lightly tapped the air, and the next moment several balls of light floated down on the heads of the Nandong Yu family members present. With several heart-wrenching sounds, the realms of these people quickly rose rapidly. Although it is not as good as the realm improvement effect of practicing alone, it is a blessing that this external forced improvement method has no major side effects. When several people came to their senses, they knelt down on the ground and kowtowed in ecstasy. Nandong, how is the matter I asked you to pay attention to before? Hearing the serious matter, Nandong immediately replied with a serious expression. Many of the ships we sent to explore the southern seas have returned, but no trace of the Antarctic immortal island has been found. Instead, some scattered uninhabited islands that have not been discovered have been found. There are also some strange creatures living among them. I thought they have the blood of ancient mythical beasts, but their blood may become very thin with the passage of time. Moreover, according to the detection of geographers, it is found that these uninhabited islands are also very likely not separated from the continental plates of the main world. Hearing the other party's last sentence, Mubai became a little interested. According to this meaning, the scattered islands nearby actually come from another continent? Very likely. After hearing the other party's accurate reply, Mubai said seriously, then continued to increase the efforts. Don't stop the search and development of the sea area south of the southern region. Yes, sir. Kneeling on one knee, Nandong immediately became motivated. She heard that the other 3 dangerous places had not been found. Now that she has a breakthrough, it is naturally a great achievement. Nowadays, the main world people talk about is not strictly speaking the end of all worlds, but more refers to the gap between this world and the small worlds of the heavens. The current continental plate is so vast that it is difficult to estimate, and in the far distance is the life-forbidden zone. No one has ever crossed the life-forbidden zone to confirm whether there is still life in the outside world. Mubai attaches great importance to this discovery in the southern region. At this moment, the encirclement and suppression battle on the border of the imperial dynasty has not ended. In the ruins, the eldest prince of the imperial dynasty, Jiang Xiong, who represented the surrender faction, looked at his tied-up second uncle with a complicated expression. Jiang Xiong, you betrayed the imperial dynasty. You betrayed Zulong. Hearing the scolding of the elders, Jiang Xiong's expression was slightly dim, but soon he picked up a sharp sword and stabbed his second uncle in the chest indifferently. For the safety of the only remaining bloodline of the imperial dynasty, please die again. Drawing out the long sword, the blood stained the ground, and the cold face of Jiang Xiong was reflected in the scarlet dots. Wang Mubai, the current 2-level 1 of the royal court, has promised him that as long as he leads the team to eliminate the unstable factors and ensure the stability of this area in the future, he will let go of his youngest brother and himself. On one side of the blood-stained sword are the imperial dynasty rebels, who are constantly being slaughtered, and on the other side are the eyes of the second uncle one, who is still looking straight at him. Standing on the ruins, he looked up to the sky and roared, and the waves of dragon roars were full of unwillingness. It seems that the eldest prince, who is a cold-blooded creature, is also in a difficult situation. The Bai Chi, holding a sickle, said coldly. He was a little dissatisfied with the master's order to spare Jiang Xiong's life. After all, the man in front of him was someone who had tried to challenge the master. Even if such a daring person was killed on the spot, it would be a bargain for the other party. It's not difficult. But you are the cold-blooded creature. You have slaughtered so many lives. Don't you feel anything? The eldest prince, standing with a sword, spoke in a low voice. He noticed the cold-bloodedness of these people among the soldiers on the side of the royal court. The combat tools they called symbionts were very practical. Often, even if the imperial dynasty rebels injured the opponent, the symbionts could repair their injuries. And these people's eyes were not afraid of fighting, but full of the pleasure of fighting. Feelings? If the feeling you are talking about is respect for life, then I really don't have any. In my opinion, these low-level creatures are simply garbage compared to us. Letting them live is the greatest mercy of the master. The eldest prince hopes that you can correct your attitude. Don't forget that you will obey the orders of the 2-level king after all. I will keep an eye on you during this period. Once I find that you have a regular behavior, I will definitely heal you. Bai Chi, with a grim tone, had already brushed past the eldest prince while speaking. His bloody sickle instantly rushed into the resistance army and slaughtered them wantonly in a burst of bloody rain and wind. Jiang Xiong, who couldn't bear to see the scene, could only shift his sights elsewhere. On the other side, Mubai returned to the Zhongzhou royal court immediately after finishing his inspection in the south region. At this moment, the entire Zhongzhou was decorated with lights and flags of the royal court. It can be said that this was a day worth celebrating. Mubai, the king of the 2 realms, killed the strong men of the imperial dynasty and led the army to flatten the imperial dynasty. Wanchuan Pavilion also bowed and withdrew from Zhongzhou. As a result, the entire Zhongzhou became the base of the royal court. and all the forces that were once wavering or following the wind were eliminated. The organizations and forces that were supported afterwards were all loyal to Wang Ting. It was under this arrangement that Wang Ting's control over the entire Zhongzhou reached an unprecedented level. Many people who initially opposed Wang Ting's departure from the imperial dynasty all kept silent. In a joyous atmosphere, Mu Bai also returned to the Wang Ting headquarters in a very low-key manner. As soon as he arrived at the main gate of Wang Ting, countless Wang Ting disciples and various star gods kowtowed to him. Many disciples were very excited to see such a legendary figure so close for the first time. Some female disciples were also surprised to see the handsomeness of the two-level king. After all, the leaders of similar overlord-level forces had never been so young. Time flies. Mu Bai's sight passed the mountain gate and saw Ziwei Palace. It was only more than 10 years since he came to Wang Ting, but the changes were earth-shaking. The era of the end of the law and the revival of spiritual energy in the new era is often the era of the decline of heroes. But he, Mu Bai, went against the wind and became the most dazzling new star in the world. From the Golden Crow Prince to the current Two Realms King, he has walked too many roads and seen too many people. Now that the two major regions of the southern region and the central plains are completely controlled by him, the name of the royal court is no longer suitable. In the past, the founder of the royal court established the royal court here with the meaning of the word king. Now the royal court has been reborn and has become the world's #1 power. The name of the royal court is no longer suitable here. From today on, the royal court is officially renamed Tontian Sect. When Mu Bai said this, his voice gradually became louder, and a kind of domineering and self-centered domineering true meaning almost condensed into a solid in the void. Those who are fluent can stand tall above the ages, and can control the cycle of life and death in the underworld. They can gather the gods and receive blessings from the sky, and can understand fate and change their destiny by integrating with the earth. I wish that our generation can change the world with the word Tontian. These words were like the sound of heaven, pressing down on everyone's heart. Everyone who heard this was shocked, especially the conservative high-ranking officials who had previously opposed the imperial dynasty. Just because Mu Bai did not use the power of the stars at all when he spoke, he could cause the world to move. It was as if all things were worshipping the crazy power of the stars gathered in his palm. After integrating the power of the stars with the meaning of swordsmanship, Mu Bai engraved the word Tontian on the stone tablet not far away with extremely profound sword meaning. The two-level king may have already stepped into that realm. The conservative leader in the crowd was shaky. He looked at the disciples around him, who were looking at Mu Bai with almost fanatical eyes, and felt powerless. The stronger the royal court was, the more dangerous they were. Now that the royal court was renamed Tontian Sect, if he guessed correctly, Mu Bai might have to clean up the sect. The original conservative leaders of the royal court guessed correctly. After changing the name of the royal court to Tontian Sect with this victory, Mu Bai quickly began to eliminate the original inherent forces of the royal court. Previously, the departments that were nominally inherited by the royal court could not be easily moved. Now, there are no taboos and they are naturally targeted. And the members of the Umbu are the ones who are doing the clearing. When eliminating the inherent forces of the conservatives, Mu Bai did not show up at all. The strongest ones were only a few Sunwheel Realm masters, so there was no need for him to take action personally. Several ministers of the Umbu had already wiped out the conservative high-level officials. It was under such circumstances that the Tontian sect entered a period of rapid development, without anyone blocking or any resistance. The Tontian sect opened its sects to collect talents from all over the world. The treatment of the disciples in the Tontian sect was so high that even many young people in the east and west regions were eager to move. At present, Mu Bai has mainly set up the enrollment places for the Tontian sect in the south region and Zhongzhou. He took the lead in starting the screening in these two places. The disciples he recruited are divided into outer disciples, core disciples, direct disciples, and special levels for those with the strongest talents. Tontian level disciples. Mu Bai gradually delegated these powers to the council with several star masters as the core, and the other elders under his command were responsible for handling some important details. In addition, he also reasonably distributed the core power of the entire Tontian sect to those Dian creatures. These subordinates, who would never betray, were the important reason why he could hand over power with confidence, while gradually ignoring the outside world. Mu Bai was improving his own cultivation every day. He changed his appearance to complete many tasks issued by the eternal system. After 3 years of half cultivation and half tasks, he had reached a bottleneck. Half black hair and half white hair. His realm became higher and higher. so that ordinary Sun Wheel Realm strongmen could not see the difference between him and ordinary people in front of him. This is returning to nature, when the thick star power gradually compressed into points. And these points were compressed into smaller points again. Mu Bai's body had undergone a qualitative change. Because of absorbing the man in the mirror, he now has 4 devil fruits in his body. They are the Superman-type Jinjin fruit, the Mythology-type Sun Golden Crow fruit, the Mythology-type Tao Tai fruit, and the Natural-type Thunder fruit. In these 3 years, all these fruits were deduced by him to a deeper level. But in the same way, as all the cultivation of the skills and swordsmanship gradually entered the great perfection, Mu Bai also began to be confused. Although he can now rely on the tasks of the eternal system to grow, it is only a numerical growth. Even if he gains some powerful abilities, it will not be of practical help to him. The East region is stable. The West region is in civil war. The North region has long been destroyed. And the South region and Zhongzhou are all under his control. This situation will not change the overall situation even if he disappears for a short time. So thinking of this, he also has an idea of tempering his heart. He ended his 3 years of cultivation and changed his appearance to go to the South region as an ordinary person. He was going to temper his mortal heart along the ship of the South region expedition. In this process, he also performed a kind of seal on himself according to the method in the Dao Xi and Zhong Mo technique, shrinking a large amount of star power into a demon seed. And the body also gained the possibility of growth because of this compression. He compressed a total of 3,754 demon seeds, and directly compressed his realm from the half-step God Emperor to the Star Wheel realm. This is also an attempt. Now he has 2 ways to break the barrier of the God Emperor, which are basically related to the Dao Xi and Zhong Mo technique. The first is to use the extremely strong 7 emotions and 6 desires of others to temper them. When those who carry demon seeds are fully grown, he can try this method. The second method is the one in front of him, using the self-planting demon in the Dao Xi and Zhong Mo technique to continuously compress the powerful force, and finally pile up the endless amount of demon seeds to form a gate to the God Emperor realm. These 2 methods may be useful, or they may not be useful. They are just a means of trying for Mu Bai. After he came to the South region after changing his appearance, he boarded the caravan ship to the southernmost island of the South region as soon as possible. After a long journey of several days and nights, he also arrived at his destination. After buying a small wooden boat from the caravan, he continued to sail south in a small boat that could be overturned by a wave under the stunned gaze of the caravan. He didn't need to eat, sleep, or rest. Sometimes he paddled the boat. Sometimes he let it sail automatically. In a storm, he cut off the wind and rain with a sword. And in a hurricane, he blew away the hurricane with one breath. It was this almost playful behavior that made him sail farther and farther. It was unknown how long it had been. Maybe half a year or a year. But when Mu Bai opened his eyes again that day, he was surprised because he could feel that there seemed to be a barrier in the sea ahead. According to his observation, this barrier just restricted the energy of the Sun Wheel realm. In other words, ordinary Sun Wheel realm masters could not pass through here at all. This barrier-like thing surprised Mu Bai very much. His overall aura was now suppressed to the Star Wheel realm, so he roamed over very naturally, without any obstruction throughout the whole process. Only after he passed the barrier did he notice something strange in the water. Sea beast? Several shadows in the deep water were swimming frantically under the lonely boat, as if they had smelled the breath of living people. And these shadows in the sea below were gradually approaching. Mu Bai looked around and found that these sea beasts were actually sharks. What was even more surprising was that these sharks seemed to be different from the southern sharks he had seen before in front of the barrier. The sharks here were larger and had evolved limbs. It was obvious that this type of shark could move and crawl on land for a short time. Boom! The sharks close to the Star Apostle realm opened their bloody mouths and bit towards Mu Bai's boat frantically while emerging from the water. Mu Bai, who felt a little funny, snapped his fingers lightly. The next moment, the terrifying true meaning of the Overlord instantly penetrated all the creatures in the sea. Several special sharks immediately exploded into blood mist floating in the air. It seems that this side of the barrier should be very different. Thinking of this, Mu Bai also walked down from the lonely boat. His figure turned into electric current and merged into the surface of the sea. Flowing rapidly, he carefully observed the special marine creatures he encountered along the way. Some had primary intelligence. Some had multiple lives. And some were closer to human form. When they saw Mu Bai, they spoke strange languages. Mu Bai thought that these were the products of the degeneration of the sea race, and didn't take them seriously. He also found some ships while moving forward. The people here spoke very similarly to the main world, but there were slight differences in some places. After catching a fisherman, Mu Bai learned the language in about 3 minutes. Fisherman? Yes, sir. The old fisherman thought that the other party was a big boss of the sea race who was playing tricks on him. So he answered all the other party's questions very politely. Where is this? It's the Deep Sea Dynasty. Deep Sea Dynasty? Deep Sea Dynasty. Obviously, this place is very similar to the Sea Tribe in Mu Bai's memory. It is likely to be a country formed by special marine intelligent creatures. After learning the news, Mu Bai did not stay here for too long. After learning the location of the land from the fisherman, he finally saw the continent along the route. Just when he was about to board the continent, a voice sounded in his mind. It was an urgent message from the ancient master. Master Mu Bai, I know you are traveling, but now there is a thorny problem. The tomb of the God Emperor has been opened in the area north of the North Territory. It is initially determined that it is most likely the tomb of the Sword Emperor. Hearing this, Mu Bai's expression gradually became solemn. I know. Looking at the continent so close, Mu Bai no longer wanted to explore it, and immediately left this sea area through the space transmission props. The King's Court of Zhongzhou in the main world. Mu Bai, who was teleported back through the positioning location, saw the ancient master who was on standby at any time at first sight. Are you sure that it is the Sword Emperor's tomb? Mu Bai, whose aura gradually returned to the original state of the two-level king, was still a little uncomfortable. The powerful aura, even if it was leaked a little, made the old man feel the pressure of heaven's punishment. With sweat dripping down his forehead, he immediately knelt on one knee and said very confidently, I am very sure that it is the Sword Emperor's tomb. After all, the tomb that can have the specifications of the God Emperor, but without the name of the God Emperor, can only belong to the Sword Emperor. Hearing this, Mu Bai agreed very much. The identity of the Sword Emperor is very special. He is not only a strong man who liberated mankind, but also the alien races were completely suppressed under his sword. It was also from that time that mankind gradually reached its peak. But the opponent is also a loser, because he lost to the founder of the King's Court in that generation of Destiny battle. After the death of the Sword Emperor, the contemporary God Emperor personally designed a tomb of the God Emperor's level and specifications for him. This is extremely rare in history, in order to commend the Sword Emperor for his great military exploits for the human race. As a mausoleum not too far from now, there must be many good things in the Sword Emperor's mausoleum. So Mu Bai must enter the Sword Emperor's mausoleum. Another important point is that after the Sword Emperor died, he created 3 people with the Emperor's divine body. Now there is still one person alive. The first 2, Gu Chongchun and the first son of the King's Court, have already fallen. That person will definitely go when the Sword Emperor's mausoleum is opened. So no matter from what angle, Mu Bai must go to the Emperor's mausoleum this time. When was the mausoleum opened? Just now. The information from the Ombu said so. After thinking for a while, Mu Bai did not say anything more, but immediately set off to the Emperor's mausoleum. Those who accompanied him were naturally the strong men in the Tontian sect. The speed of the crowd was very fast. With the help of the teleportation array, they arrived in the North region in less than half a day. After walking northward along the North region for half an hour, everyone took a breath of cold air when they saw the scene in front of them. I saw a 9-headed ice dragon with a body size of nearly 10,000 meters guarding the Imperial Mausoleum. At this moment, the area around the Imperial Mausoleum was full of people, almost from all sects. When Tontian sect's 2-level king Mu Bai arrived, almost everyone made way for him. Mu Bai is no longer an ordinary little character. Although he is still ranked second on the list of gods and demons, many people have speculated that this genius is likely to have surpassed Nanji Xinwang in strength. It can be said to be unparalleled in the world. Many people nearby were frozen to death because they were too close to the 9-headed ice dragon. And some Moon Realm masters were even frozen into ice sculptures. Mu Bai looked at the 9-headed ice dragon and whispered to the back, "Wait here. Don't interfere." After that, he turned into a rainbow light and instantly pierced through the entire body of the 9-headed ice dragon. The 9-headed ice dragon in the middle stage of the Sun Wheel Realm seemed to be shocked. Its body was extremely hard, but it didn't expect that this human would break its body with brute force. At the moment, it also circulated the blood power in its body to quickly recondense the body that was as cold as ice. Under the rapid freezing cold, Mu Bai condensed the golden crow flame to form a long sword and cut it down. With one sword, 3 heads of the ice dragon were melted, and the remaining 6 heads were all shattered by the vibration power of the Jinjin fruit. After the 9 heads were shattered, the 9-headed ice dragon gradually melted on the spot. This scene shocked many people. You know, that was a super standard Sun Wheel Realm expert. As a result, Mubai killed it with just a few moves. This scene was really shocking. After dealing with the 9-headed ice dragon with a few moves, Mubai immediately found the passage leading to the entrance of the Imperial Mausoleum next to its body. Without thinking, he rushed in directly, and was teleported to another space while smashing its barrier. The others saw that the biggest obstacle had been solved by Mubai, the king of the 2 realms, and they immediately rushed to the entrance of the Imperial Mausoleum. However, it was not known whether it was because the 9-headed ice dragon had not died out, and many small ice blocks on the ground nearby quickly turned into new ice dragons. Although the size was reduced, the combat power was very high. For a while, the ice dragon group also started fighting with these intruders, with the devil fruit abilities flying all over the sky. The scene was in chaos. The Tontian sect experts, who followed Mubai, did not join this chaotic battle. Instead, they waited on the cliff next to them to wait for the situation to develop. Mubai, who entered the Emperor's mausoleum and was teleported to another space, discovered the difference here the moment he opened his eyes. There was a blood moon hanging in the sky, and the surroundings were full of piled up bones. Many of these bones were in strange shapes, and they looked like various alien skeletons. It seems that this is the first floor of the Sword Emperor's mausoleum. After looking around, Mubai found that a large number of bones were merging together, and soon a large group of bone dragons spread their wings and surrounded him. After realizing that these bone dragons were not strong, Mubai had no intention of fighting at all. He just snapped his fingers lightly, and then his terrifying spirit instantly destroyed these small fish. When Mubai killed the bone dragon, he found a bone seat in front of the tombstone in the distance, and a twisted figure was sitting on it. Next to him was a strange giant sword inserted into the skeleton. Who am I? Although the other party's voice was very mixed, Mubai could feel the meaning of his words through his mental fluctuations. Who are you? How can I know? Mubai slashed horizontally with his hand as a sword, and the next moment the bloody monster and the resentment monster in this space were shattered together. As the bloody monster was chopped into pieces, the resentment around it gathered again. Obviously, this monster has an almost immortal ability. Who am I? The somewhat confused monster swung the giant sword and smashed it at Mubai. Death. After pointing a finger at his forehead, Mubai was too lazy to entangle with the other party, and directly stepped on the ground with a vibrating ball cover on his feet. The next moment, countless resentments were wiped out under the violent vibration, and the huge mountain of bones was turned into powder under the power of the vibration. With this operation, the monster did not revive again. After passing the collapsed tombstone and the mountain of bones, Mubai began to walk towards the depths of the Emperor's mausoleum. He always felt that someone was waiting for him there. This illusion had occurred since he entered the Emperor's mausoleum. Along the way, he killed many alien monsters made of bones and resentment. Even the monsters close to the Sun Wheel Realm could not stop any of his attacks. The gap between the two was too big. In front of Mubai, these existences were no longer threatening at all. Mubai, who had killed his way through here, gradually felt that the resentment was getting heavier. He now had some speculations. This place was very likely not as simple as the Sword Emperor's mausoleum. After all, there were too many alien skeletons here. From the time he entered this space to now, he didn't know how many skeletons there were. These bones piled up into mountains stimulated a large number of monsters, many of which were still extremely powerful. If an ordinary Moon Wheel Realm expert entered alone, he might encounter fatal danger. In summary, Mubai felt that this place was more like a place to store the bones of these alien races. After all, if most of the huge number of alien races died at the hands of the Sword Emperor, they would also need a place to store the bones. I guess the God Emperor built this mausoleum for this purpose. Mubai's speed of advancement increased again. A blood river blocked his way in the distance. A monster made of black bones gradually crawled out of the blood river. Its aura was obviously far superior to that of ordinary strong men in the Sun Wheel Realm. The blood flowed from its body, while exuding a faint sense of death. Why did humans come here? The other party was a little confused. This black skeleton monster should have seen humans, but he seemed to have never seen such a strong human. He fought here for tens of thousands of years before completely occupying this blood pool with the heaviest resentment. He thought that with his strength, if the Emperor's mausoleum was opened, he would definitely be invincible in the world. As a result, this human had such an amazing aura, and the skeleton monster was a little alert at the moment. Human, please leave here quickly. If you dare to take even a single step into this place, I will kill you. Are you so confident? Mubai looked further away. His sixth sense, and the perception of the Emperor's divine body told him that there was a more powerful force fluctuating there. I can't say I'm confident, but after practicing here for tens of thousands of years, I have become the strongest person here. It's hard for you to win in my home court, the black skeleton monster said with some arrogance. In this place where resentment is most important, the combat power bonus he obtained is naturally very high. Even if he fights a war of attrition, he can wear down the opponent. Mubai didn't bother to pay attention to this somewhat mentally retarded monster, and immediately opened the Eye of God, and quickly crossed over the blood river. The enraged Sun Wheel Realm Peak Blood Ghost immediately roared and controlled the endless blood pressure. Mubai, who condensed the vibration ball cover in his left hand, punched it. The next moment, the entire blood river was shattered. The blood ghost's moves all burst. I don't have time to play with you. If you stay here obediently, I won't bother to touch you. The blood ghost, who was awakened by Mubai's punch, was immediately scared, and immediately shrank back into the blood river. He felt that the humans in the outside world were too terrible. He might have to practice for tens of millions of years before he dared to go out. After the blood ghost was honest, Mubai left immediately. The blood ghost had some skills. At least, he could withstand Mubai's shock and not die. Under normal circumstances, he might play with him. But now, he was more concerned about the perception from the Emperor's body. The product of the Third Sword Emperor's creation was there. After passing through countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood, his steps gradually stopped. Because in front of him, a skinny figure was standing next to the sword tomb with a sword in hand. Looking at the familiar back of the other party, Mubai rarely showed a trace of surprise. He had thought about who the last Emperor's creation in the East region would be, but he never thought that the last Emperor's creation created by the Sword Emperor was him. Qianmingzi, long time no see. After hearing Mubai's address, the other party did not turn around but stood there and said sadly, I shouldn't have come. The other party was the first sword prodigy of the Qing Emperor sect. Qianmingzi. Mubai's expression was slightly cold. The other party had fought side by side with him to attack the North region, and was an enemy of Gu Chongqun. But now it seemed that they had designed the drama themselves. Mubai, do you know what our last wish is? It is to revive the Sword Emperor and let him live again and obtain destiny. But you destroyed it all. Qianmingzi turned around and looked very haggard. But Mubai sensed a hint of danger in him. It's not that I ruined your plan, but you blocked my way. You want to destroy the royal court, and I need the royal court. This is the most fundamental contradiction. Gu Chongqun has nothing to do with Mubai, but Luo Guangjuan came here to deal with him. If Mubai did not get rid of Luo Guangjuan and control the royal court, the final result would be that Luo Guangjuan killed him. There is no need to hesitate between life and death. Mubai never felt that he regretted killing Luo Guangjuan. The other party must die. It's useless to say more. Mubai. After interrupting Mubai's words, Qianmingzi raised his head a little lonely. He looked haggard, but it seemed that the strange power in his body was expanding in a blowout manner. Do you want to know how powerful the Sword Emperor is? Now I will let you witness the coming of God. The calm voice of Qianmingzi circulated the Tian gang around him. The Emperor's sword from the next sword tomb appeared in Qianmingzi's hand. The sword is 2 feet 1 inch long. The sword body is made of black iron, with a faint cold light. The hilt is a golden dragon carving. It looks extremely majestic. The blade is extremely sharp and reveals a hint of dominance. This is the Emperor's sword that ranks first in the world on the divine weapon list. It has the terrifying ability to cut off the avenue. It is a peerless divine weapon that has resisted the attack of the divine Emperor without any damage. At this moment, the Emperor's sword with the sword spirit gradually reveals its edge. Qianmingzi, who holds the Emperor's sword, also breaks through the shackles of the realm and forcibly merges with the sword spirit of the Emperor's sword. Since there is no hope of reviving the Sword Emperor, he must let the name of the Sword Emperor resound throughout the main world again. And the object of the sword sacrifice is Mubai. Cut! The space of the Emperor's mausoleum shattered when the sword fell. Mubai dodged instantly. Qianmingzi, who holds the Emperor's sword, seems to have another shadow behind him waving the long sword. And Mubai's hair stands on end after feeling the sword intent. While feeling the danger, he also has a strong desire to fight. Martial God. The martial God weapon appeared in the void in Mubai's hand. The martial God, a growth-type weapon that changes its form freely, turned into a sharp sword and was held in his hand. The true meaning of the Overlord. The 72 Tiangang swords. The 72 Tiangang swords, which were improved by Mu Bai in multiple versions, contained the violent vibration of the Jinjin fruit. It slashed down along the damaged edge of the Emperor's mausoleum space. Qian Mingzi, who was holding the Emperor's sword, had red eyes, and was obviously controlled by the Emperor's sword. After seeing the opponent's moves, Qian Mingzi roared, and in an instant, a slash similar to Mu Bai's swordsmanship crossed the sky and the earth from the Emperor's sword. Combined with Qian Mingzi's own superhuman cutting fruit, the Emperor's sword slash almost defeated Mu Bai's swordsmanship with an overwhelming advantage. After being slightly surprised at the peak of the opponent's swordsmanship, Mu Bai no longer concealed his strength, and directly took out the true meaning of the 7 styles of cutting the sky swordsmanship that he had comprehended and continued to fight with him. The two of them destroyed the space blockade of the entire Imperial Mausoleum with pure swordsmanship. After jumping out of the space and returning to the main world, their swords crisscrossed and made the mountains in the northern region of the Great Snow Mountain a mess. Some people who didn't have time to dodge became the wrong souls of the two people's swordsmanship. Qian Mingzi, who was controlled by the sword spirit of the Emperor's sword, became more and more crazy in the earth-shaking slashes. His swordsmanship also changed from the initial hesitation to the murderous way of killing. Under great pressure, Mu Bai seemed to see a scene of a sword god slaughtering aliens. In a trance, he was not facing the Emperor's sword or Qian Mingzi at this moment, but the sword Emperor Shao Changhe, who created a dazzling brilliance and defended the human race with swordsmanship more than 100,000 years ago. Go! It's not safe here even if the 2-level king attacks. People who can fight with Mu Bai, the 2-level king who is the second in the world on the god and demon list, are naturally not good people. People with low cultivation level don't even have the qualifications to watch the excitement here. On the contrary, if they are not careful, they may be destroyed by the opponent along with the mountains under their feet. With the retreat of a large number of forces, Mu Bai's sword battle with the opponent gradually entered a white-hot stage. Mu Bai continued to attack based on the 7th move of the 7 heaven-cutting styles, Dao Sheng Dao Mia, under the endless and galaxy-like supreme sword attack. Qian Mingzi, who was controlled by the Emperor's sword, was a little embarrassed, but strangely, he could break the opponent's ultimate move at the right position every time. Almost without confirmation, Mu Bai already understood why the opponent could break his 7 heaven-cutting styles, which was Invincible. It is very likely that this supreme sword technique was created by the sword Emperor Shao Changhe. How do you know the 7 styles of heaven cutting? Qian Mingzi's voice was heavy, and it was obviously the sword spirit of the divine sword Emperor sword that was asking. Tens of thousands of years ago, Shao Changhe used it to create this legendary sword technique. As a sword spirit, he naturally knew all the details of this sword technique. The sword spirit knew that this technique had become extinct. Sword Emperor Shao Changhe had wanted to pass on this sword technique for thousands of years, but neither of his 2 disciples could fully master the 7 styles of heaven cutting. In the end, Shao Changhe had no choice but to reversely deduce the 7 styles of heaven cutting and thus created 2 special sword techniques. I learned it from the supreme sword technique of eternal love and the supreme sword technique of forgetting love. Mu Bai, who stood with a sword in hand, did not hide it. He combined the 7 styles of heaven cutting with the help of the eternal system. The supreme sword technique of forgetting love and the supreme sword technique of eternal love were both unique skills of the Yin-Yang sect. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid that the predecessor of the Yin-Yang sect was the sect founded by the disciples of the Sword Emperor. Qian Mingzi, who was possessed by the sword, praised with some amazement, "You are very good, but your swordsmanship is too messy. Not only that, I can also see that although you have reached the pinnacle in other aspects of cultivation, there is still a huge gap between you and the people of the Sword Emperor and his generation. Half-Step God Emperor is not as good as Sword Emperor Shao Changhe." Mu Bai frowned slightly. To be honest, he suspected that the sword spirit was bragging for his master. You know, if he entered the realm of God Emperor, he would be almost invincible in the Sun Wheel realm. If Sword Emperor Shao Changhe had a strength that was better than his own, how could he fail in the battle for destiny? The sword spirit didn't seem to want to discuss too much. His whole body was wrapped in sword intent, and Qian Mingzi's body was gradually transformed into a monster that merged with the sword in the corrosion of this sword intent. When there was no control of Sword Emperor Shao Changhe, even the sword that had made great achievements for the human race would become a magic sword, become a weapon that yearns for ultimate power and ultimate killing. The first move of the 7 swords of the sky is to cut the way and forget myself. The sword spirit compressed the sword intent into the starting posture of the sword drawing move. The sword intent that seemed to be able to cut the whole world condensed into a straight line at this moment, and suddenly slashed down between the combination of heaven, earth and man. Mu Bai, you are very good, but you can never reach the unprecedented level in the sword path. Fall here. I will destroy the entire royal court in front of your grave. Seeing that the ultimate move that once belonged to him was performed by the opponent, Mu Bai was still a little helpless. He patted his forehead and said with some annoyance, "Sorry. I always suppress other powers to make you think that I am the strongest in swordsmanship in all aspects." As he said, Mu Bai gradually released thousands of demons in his body, and the star power in his body increased wildly, and he himself gradually compressed the energy of his whole body, and in an instant, he entered the final form of being haunted by evil spirits. The sword spirit was obviously stunned, but his slash had already torn the sky and slashed down under the huge sword intent. The sword spirit did not believe that Mu Bai could withstand it. Mu Bai, who was in the form of evil spirits, laughed expectantly. He put away the martial arts weapon, pulled back his muscles, and instantly hit the slash with his right fist. Squeak! Crackling! The repulsive force of the thunder fruit and the shattering power of the tremor fruit acted on Mu Bai's fist at the same time, and its powerful energy hit the opponent's slash like a star exploding. Boom! A violent shock wave erupted within tens of thousands of meters near the Great Snow Mountain. Mu Bai, who was pulling the opponent's slash with one hand, exerted a little force, and the next moment, the slash was crushed by his bare hands, and Mu Bai and the smoke and dust walked out without any abnormality. The sword spirit was silent. It looked at Mu Bai seriously for a few seconds and uttered two words in silence. Monster. Being able to take the moves of the 7 heaven-cutting styles with the flesh. This can no longer be seen with normal eyes. The strength of his body is very likely to have entered a real peak level, and it is very likely that he is the ultimate master of the horizontal training method. Facing a physical opponent of this level, the sword spirit almost retreated back to the Emperor's sword without even thinking. When Qianmingzi regained control of his body, and was still wondering why he regained consciousness, his left arm was smashed by a punch. Mu Bai, who grabbed his neck casually, didn't bother to look at him at all. He stared at the Emperor's sword in Qianmingzi's right hand, and said in a deep voice, "Come out." He didn't want to fight with Qianmingzi. A waste. Sword spirit of the Emperor's sword. If you don't come out, I will kill him and soak you in the cesspool forever. As if he felt the seriousness of this sentence, the sword spirit of the Emperor's sword, who originally wanted to retreat and pretend to be dead, could only helplessly occupy Qianmingzi's body again. The originally broken left arm was connected by the illusory sword spirit consciousness, which made it easier to control the Emperor's sword. Are you really going to do this? I underestimated you before, but it's not my intention to kill you. You have to understand me. This former subordinate of the Sword Emperor begged me to take action, so I took action. If you want to kill him first. The sword spirit pointed at the possessed Qianmingzi. Seeing that the sword spirit of the other party, who was the best sword in the world, was frightened by a sentence, Mu Bai actually didn't have much intention to spar with him. You are helping the evil. Even if I kill this Qianmingzi, I have to throw you into the cesspool. Seeing that Mu Bai was stubborn, the sword spirit finally compromised and said, "How about this? I tell you a secret, and you will let it go?" I was sleeping. If he hadn't begged me again and again, would I have gone crazy to deal with you? Information? Tell me. Let me see how important it is. They are coming. The words of the Emperor's sword spirit made Mu Bai stunned. What do you mean? Are you talking about Qianmingzi's accomplices? The solemn sword spirit laughed twice before slowly looking up and saying, "Do you know where all the people who became God Emperors after the Battle of Destiny went?" Mu Bai has been pursuing this question for a long time. Logically speaking, with the strength of the God Emperor, no one can defeat him even if he is the enemy of the world. But every time an era is about to end or a new era is about to begin, the God Emperor will disappear in the tens of thousands of years. Either they died in battle, they are not hidden in the secular world, or they disappear completely. Mu Bai frowned and said doubtfully, "You know? I know some inside stories. It was the immortals who took them away." Then Mu Bai's expression was also extremely solemn during the sword spirit's narration. According to what the other party said, the current world is actually a cage, with all races competing. The God Emperors selected from each era will be selected by the organization called the Immortals as long as they can carry the destiny. The selected God Emperor has only two choices, either to join the Immortals or to perish on the spot. In those days, the Sword Emperor was deliberately targeted because he did not agree to join the Immortal organization, and eventually lost the battle of destiny. Do they have the ability to hunt down the God Emperor? Mu Bai was a little unconvinced, because he knew clearly what the God Emperor represented. That was the source of power, which was the supreme realm that could break any existence. And such a person, after obtaining the blessing of destiny, was already a god to some extent. No. According to what you mean, those immortals were once God Emperors of all times? Smart. They are indeed likely to be God Emperors in the past eras. The sword spirit nodded in agreement, and then continued, now you understand. This world is a cage. The immortals need the destiny of the God Emperor to maintain the stability of the higher world. And the source of these destiny is actually the power of all living beings in the main world. The other party's short words gave Mu Bai a huge amount of information, so that he actually felt a little absurd at this moment. What he said is indeed right. A colorful light gradually approached in the distance, and the other party's Buddhist sound was obviously a great Buddhist. In a flash of light, the person had already arrived in front of Mu Bai. The other party was none other than the Peacock King, the controller of the Great Lane Temple in the western regions, who possessed the memory of reincarnation. You have already entered this realm, and it is normal to know some things. When the immortals come, even the God Emperor has no qualifications to resist. So if you want to get rid of this cage of heaven and earth, you must either become a God Emperor and then an immortal, or defeat them all. The pressure of the Peacock King was very strong. Mu Bai speculated that the other party might be able to fight with him, but at the moment, he was more concerned about the immortals mentioned by the two. I can't believe you. The Peacock King spread his hands and said helplessly, it's normal. If you heard these things for a while, I wouldn't believe them unless you experience them yourself. Otherwise you will never know what the truth is. The Peacock King's figure gradually faded as soon as he finished speaking. Mu Bai's mind became heavier. In fact, he was in a semi-relaxed state after defeating Luo Guangjuan and gaining the actual control of the royal court, because he knew very well at that time that any obstacles that hindered his growth were gone. But now this mentality has completely collapsed. Even the God Emperor who ruled the four seas could be manipulated at will. So these so-called immortals must not exist in the current cultivation system of the main world. The sense of crisis that arose spontaneously made him a little alert. And the journey that he originally wanted to cultivate his mind first was meaningless. That person seems to know this too. When the sword spirit was about to continue to say something, Mu Bai smashed the head of Qin Mingzi, who was possessed by him, with a punch. After grabbing the struggling emperor's sword, he was too lazy to care about what treasures were in the sword emperor's tomb. The most urgent thing was to take the sword spirit back to confirm whether what the other party said was true. If it was all true, then his future plans would be completely disrupted. Becoming a god emperor in the shortest time would be a way to his own death. The dizzy emperor's sword spirit was held in Mu Bai's hand and immediately set off to return to Zhongzhou. The first time Mu Bai returned to Zhongzhou, he found a prisoner in the prison and let the emperor's sword spirit possess him. Now go on and tell me about the information about the immortals. The sword spirit possessed by the prisoner said helplessly, it's what I said before. The immortal organization is invincible. Just like the Peacock King of the West you just mentioned. He is most likely someone who has had personal experience. He has a conflict of interest with me. Do you think I will believe what he said? The enemy's words are not credible in themselves. Not to mention that he is a smart man like the Peacock King. Forget it. If you have anything else to ask, just ask. Anyway, I will be free after you finish asking. The sword spirit said leisurely. He didn't have any feelings about the immortal organization. Anyway, if the other party came, they would not embarrass him with a sword. The hatred of the sword emperor has nothing to do with it. People will die one day. He, a sword spirit, has long seen through the cyclical law of history. It is its character not to be happy with things or sad with oneself. I need you to tell me all the information you know carefully, Mu Bai said in a low voice and a serious tone. If you want to survive the advent of the new era and the battle of destiny, you need to strengthen your own strength as much as possible. At present, the immortals have not yet arrived, which is your only chance. Mu Bai looked at the distance with a worried look. After a deep conversation with the Emperor's sword spirit just now, he found that he still underestimated those immortal organizations. The strength of these people is probably beyond his imagination. Although his current half-step God Emperor realm is unparalleled in the world. But when facing these top powerhouses who can hunt God Emperors, it is obviously not enough. I must strengthen my strength as soon as possible in these few years. After clenching his palms, he exhaled a foul breath. He didn't want to take this path. But now it seems that only by casting the flesh body beyond any existence in the world can he cope with the next crisis. When Mu Bai was about to give some instructions, an inexplicable force of heaven and earth emerged from his body. This power gathered in his mind and gradually turned into a bronze tripod. Jiuzhou Ding. The Jiuzhou Ding, which had been silent all the time, emitted a dazzling light, and a clearly visible map slowly appeared in the entire hall. In the illusory light and shadow, Mu Bai could find that on this huge map, the territory of the main world was located at the northernmost part of the entire map, and in other areas there were areas that were larger than the current continent of the main world. The power of the stars in his hand suddenly started to work, and he felt a surge of emotion after holding the bronze Jiuzhou Ding with one hand, because the tiny power of heaven and earth on the Jiuzhou Ding actually stimulated his originally stagnant state. The sword spirit of the Emperor's sword who followed beside him said with a strange look, "How do you have the Tongtian Ling Bao?" Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for starting the main quest of the current world. Broken God's chosen era, the era changes, but the people in the cage are always oppressed. If you want to break the oppression, you must go along with the perpetrators or fight against them. But when the rebels have no capital, there is only one way: war, and fighting against the immortal organization can survive. Task requirements: go to other continents of the ancient world to collect the remaining 8 Jiuzhou Dings. Task reward: destiny power without impurities and without restrictions can help the host to step into the realm of God Emperor. Side quest 1 Killing Era. Killing 100 Sun Wheel Realm Strongmen can open the first layer of power blockade of the artifact Haotian Mirror. Side quest 2 Fate Favors. Help the Son of Destiny in Yunzhou continent to open the Chaos Ancient Battlefield. The host will obtain a power system transition, and the current star power will evolve into divine power on its own. Side quest 3 Enemy with God. When you start to be an enemy of them, they will also pay attention to you. After 3 days, people from the immortal organization will come. Killing them will greatly delay the arrival of subsequent immortal organizations. Side quest 4 Fire God. Find the fire that can ignite the Jiuzhou Ding. After obtaining the fire, you will obtain the location information of the other 8 Jiuzhou Ding. Ding dong. Subsequent tasks will be opened one after another. The current task is extremely difficult. Please respond with caution. The Eternal System has received other unknown information and officially started the update of the entire version. During the update, the tasks will be carried out normally, and the system will be used normally. After the update, more information prompts will be opened to improve the existing data. The system prompt sounds undoubtedly caused a lot of shock to Mu Bai. The 5 tasks of the main task plus the side task undoubtedly revealed a lot of information. In the era of God's Chosen, where the main task is broken, many problems can be seen. There will be choices in the regular tasks of the Eternal System. But now this main task does not give him the opportunity to choose. That is to say, if Ruoshui does not complete the task, there will be only one way to die. The immortal organization will most likely kill him. The side task 1, the era of killing, hints that the power of his Haotian mirror has been sealed. The side task 2, fate's favor, may be saying that the higher power system of the star power is the power of God. The side task 3, enemy with God, is undoubtedly a more obvious hint. The immortal organization has noticed that they will soon send a strong man to come. The side task 4, the God of Fire, can turn the Jiuzhou Ding in his hand into a compass-like existence to locate the other 8 Jiuzhou Ding. The main task is to collect 9 Jiuzhou Dings, which means that when they are gathered together, there is a high probability that they will change the current situation. Of course, the most important thing is that Mu Bai cannot refuse the reward of the main task. Only when he is promoted to the God Emperor and becomes stronger can he have the ability to protect himself. Emperor's Sword. Do you know Yunzhou continent? You haven't answered my question yet? The sword spirit said helplessly. As the first divine weapon in the main world, it naturally had extraordinary knowledge. But it had never heard of this bronze tripod furnace material, so it thought it was the legendary Tongtian Lingbao at first. After all, only Tongtian Lingbao had this illusory material. The story of this Jiuzhou Ding is too old. I got it by chance in the small world of the heavens. Speaking of this Jiuzhou Ding, Mu Bai actually didn't understand its true ability. It was just that it had been used to suppress luck in the magic version of the Devil Fruit world before. After breaking through the world barrier and being born in the main world, he didn't pay much attention to this treasure. Strange. How could there be such a treasure in this small world of the heavens? The humanized sword spirit was very shocked. When he attached to the human body, Mu Bai could see the other party's expression clearly. At this moment, the Sword Emperor appeared in front of him in the illusory posture of the sword spirit. So Mu Bai could only see a figure in a group of light and shadow wandering. By the way, If you ask me about Yunzhou continent, I do know that the main world was originally part of the ancient worlds, and it is currently isolated. If I remember correctly, Yunzhou continent should be in the southern direction of the main world. The sword spirit's words reminded Mu Bai of the world he saw after crossing the southern sea area. Are you sure? I have to go there. The implication is that if you dare to lie to me, you will not be able to bear it. I say, King of the Two Realms, why would a diligent little sword spirit like me lie to you? The Yunzhou continent is located in the central area of the ancient worlds. The specific name of our so-called main world should actually be Yinbei continent. But this name was changed dozens of epochs ago. Dozens of epochs ago? You are so arrogant. So you have a lifespan of millions of years? Hee hee. A secret. Mu Bai, who retracted his gaze, was too lazy to discuss the issue of lifespan with the other party. The most difficult thing for him at the moment was that the Immortal Organization would definitely send someone down in 3 days, which meant that he would most likely face a peerless strongman who was not in the current world system. Of course, Mu Bai felt that the person sent down would not be at the level of a god emperor. Otherwise this side quest would not have prompted him in this way. Before this, he needed to prepare well. The unknown dungeon world is dark and narrow. A skinny man walked out of the half-closed prison cage with a gloomy smile. You let me go now. It seems you have something for me to do. The man's eyes are different sizes and look a little funny, although his eyes are obviously unruly. His flattery can be clearly felt through his bent body. The two opposite emotions are mixed in this man, but they seem particularly suitable. In the dark place in front, the man in white clothes has a cold expression. Someone saw us. See you? Ha ha ha. Where is there anyone? The imprisoned man laughed and repeated the other party's words, and his expression suddenly changed. He noticed that the other party's sight was looking at the ground of the dungeon, which means that the person the other party mentioned is most likely from the low-level world. Have the rebels appeared again? Those people are really aliens. How can they win against you who control the long river of time? The man who licked his lips immediately covered his mouth symbolically after noticing the displeasure on the other's face. Go kill him. I will. The prisoner breathed a sigh of relief after watching the man in white disappear in the dark dungeon. He staggered out of the iron railing, and the next moment a mysterious force teleported him out. When Shiri opened his eyes again, the smile on his face was almost unstoppable. The blue sky and the fresh air made him, a man who had lived for tens of thousands of years, feel a sense of relief. It's so wonderful. He took a deep breath and felt the freedom he had never had before under this sky. But soon a sound interrupted his intoxication. Not far away on the green grass, a group of very embarrassed people were running here in a hurry. Judging from their attire, they were obviously soldiers of a certain force who were being hunted down. Shiri smiled and went over to greet them. Good morning, everyone. Where did this madman come from? No one paid any attention to him at all. Seeing these people ignoring him, Shiri felt very wronged. He wanted to ask for directions, but since the other party had no intention of staying, he would not embarrass them. In the void, a sharp claw instantly crushed the fleeing people. The huge hound phantom with a dark aura was standing behind Shiri, looking at the distant city with unkind eyes. I almost forgot. It seems that the man has transmitted the target's information into my brain. The man humming an unknown ditty shook his head in place, after he had read all the information of the target in his mind. Another group of people came not far away. Shiri no longer had the interest to ask for directions, so he passed by them when they approached. Bai Qi, who led the Tontian sect's pursuers, stood stiffly in place. He could feel the terrifying aura of that man, while the dark soldiers beside him did not care about this detail at all. Bai Qi heaved a sigh of relief when the man disappeared from his sight. He was just thinking about how to report back when he turned around and saw that the people who followed him were all lying on the ground. And the man who had already gone far away smiled and said to Bai Qi, "What have you been afraid of?" You? Bai Qi was about to use the Sunwheel Realm Dharma image, but he didn't expect that a hound in the void would instantly bite half of his body to pieces. I hate people looking at me. Xiao Ri, somewhat helpless, walked leisurely towards the city. At the same time when Bai Qi, who was in the Sunwheel Realm, died tragically, Mu Bai, who was sitting in the headquarters of Zhongzhou Tongtian sect, had already opened his eyes with a solemn expression. Bai Qi was a life form created by the Emperor, and Mu Bai immediately noticed something strange when the other party died tragically. After all, it must be very abnormal for a dignified Sun-Will Realm strongman to die instantly. Here they come. The members of the Immortal Organization who can kill the Sun-Will Realm strongman in seconds are here. From the picture transmitted by Bai Qi before his tragic death, Mu Bai had already firmly remembered the other party's appearance. He set off immediately without any hesitation. Xiao Ri, who was still wandering in the original imperial city, suddenly looked into the distance, and he could feel a breath approaching. It seems that I don't need to look for it specially. He smiled and broke through the air. When Xiao Ri was about to greet the lucky guy in the sky, thunder exploded. Mu Bai, who was in the form of evil spirits, had already pressed his head and slammed into the distant plane at an astonishing speed. The surrounding ground collapsed rapidly under the huge energy shock wave. When Xiao Ri squinted his eyes and was about to stand up from the smoke and dust, Mu Bai, holding the vibration ball cover, slammed into the void in front of him like a storm. Xiao Ri, who had just stood up, was knocked thousands of meters away in the layers of explosions. After breaking several peaks, the speed was slightly reduced. Mu Bai clenched his palms, looked at the floating emperor sword next to him, and asked seriously, "Is he an immortal?" "I don't know. I didn't even see him clearly, and I was hit by you." The sword spirit was not sure either. After all, although this man was a bit more durable, he didn't look like a member of the immortal organization. "Mu Bai, you are so funny." Xiao Ri rushed over with a laugh. Although his body was covered with a lot of dust, Mu Bai could see that the other party was almost not injured, which means that the move he had just used to kill a mid-stage Sun Will Realm strongman had no effect on him. It's a pity that you can notice the immortal organization, which is destined to your death. I wanted to chat with you about family matters. After all, I was young and frivolous and did the same thing as you. Have you also resisted them? Mu Bai's expression was slightly cold. He didn't feel any breath fluctuations on the other party when he used the power of the stars just now. This was very abnormal. You must know that no matter what the power system changes into, it always has to be triggered by external forces. If the other party does not use the power of the stars, what power does it use? Divine power? As for me, of course I resisted them, but I was beaten too badly. Otherwise, I must have been unique in the glory. It's all sad memories, if I don't say it. Xiao Ri, with big and small eyes, whimpered a little sadly, sounding almost like an animal. Mu Bai, who was on guard against the other party's every move, suddenly felt a strong pressure sweeping across the four directions. It was Xiao Ri. He still kept smiling, but there was more indifference and ridicule in that smile. You are too slow. Before he finished speaking, Mu Bai had already sunk deeply into the ground. Xiao Ri used his own method to fight back. His skinny body turned into an illusory figure, and his hands were pressing Mu Bai's face. From beginning to end, Mu Bai didn't even see the man's movements clearly. Too slow. Too slow. You are indeed very strong. But in the eyes of those people, you are just a stone after all. Xiao Ri, with his hair all over his head, laughed crazily. His fists were like those of a mad dog, and the pressure he created even caused the surrounding ground to produce energy products similar to ripples. Mu Bai, who raised his arms to block in front of him, naturally noticed the scene. The opponent's strength and reaction level were actually different from his own. But under the blessing of that special power system, the opponent actually crushed him in terms of explosive power. So you have also resisted them? After dodging the opponent's hand knife in an instant, Mu Bai's left hand vibrated the light ball, and his right hand thunderbolt suddenly hit his back before he turned around. Noisy! Xiao Ri, who was hit, laughed loudly and hugged Mu Bai suddenly. Regardless of the pain in his body, his head turned into a huge dog head and bit towards the opponent's neck. I've spoiled you. Mu Bai's forehead condensed the domineering aura of the king and hammered Xiao Ri into the ground. You don't even know their composition, yet you want to challenge them? Xiao Ri, who emerged from the ground, shook his head. This monster from the low-level world was indeed a bit exaggerated. It was obvious that there was an insurmountable gap in the power system, but it could still suppress him in pure flesh. You are not qualified enough, Xiao Ri said as he jumped into the sky. With the help of the clouds and mist, a figure that covered the sky and the sun soon covered the entire space. A huge wolf head broke through the clouds and mist with a long howl and appeared in front of Mu Bai. A large amount of black flame clouds enveloped its body, making this giant canine animal look like a mythical beast in a dream that cannot be defeated. Xiao Ri, who has the power beyond the current cultivation system of the ancient continents, looked at the inconspicuous Mu Bai below with contempt and said slowly, "If I kill you, I can still stay in this world for a while. You are lucky to meet me. If it were someone else who was extremely vicious, I am afraid that not killing you would be considered merciful by millions of people in this world. Are you a dog? Looking at the other party's cool appearance, Mu Bai always felt that the other party was like a guard dog. I'm not a dog. I'm your ancestor. Xiao Ri, who was too lazy to talk nonsense with Mu Bai, immediately slapped down with one claw. Mu Bai, who was about to dodge, suddenly found that this space seemed to be blocked. He couldn't dodge the attack. It took a long time for his body to react after being knocked out. How is the ability of my mythical devil fruit? With the blood of Tengu, I can ignore any dodge and have the ability to hit. Actually, I was quite vigilant. But now it seems that you are not to the point where I will fight to the death. While talking, the hundreds of thousands of pounds of deep-sea iron blocks carried by Mu Bai gradually fell off. During these 3 days, he always carried these things to suppress the power and strength of his body, so as to surprise the powerful enemies. But now it seems that although this man named Xiao Ri is very strong, he is still within his expectations. So naturally this backhand is unnecessary. After climbing up from the huge pit, Mu Bai jumped up, and the big sun-true flame of the golden crow fruit in his hand turned down rapidly. The opponent quickly retreated as his hair was burned, while Mu Bai condensed the golden crow's sword in the flames. As he retreated, a slash landed on Shiri's forehead. The first of the 7 heaven-severing styles is slashing the way to forget myself. The hit Tengu fell to the ground with a bang. Even his skull made a crisp sound. How is it possible? Shiri, who didn't understand why the other party suddenly became stronger, immediately condensed into a cloud of flames all over his body into a Tengu-devouring giant. The solemn giant crushed over and extinguished all the golden crow flames. Fancy. Somewhat disappointed, Mu Bai bent his legs slightly, and the next moment he attacked in the form of an evil ghost and pulled his fists back quickly. Then, the terrifying continuous attacks, like a storm, shattered the entire plane. Divine Instant. Infinite Tyrant Fist. The power of the peak of the tyrant's true intention, which is the peak of the tyrant's color, is compressed into the fist. And then a force that is enough to annihilate everything is generated. Then this force is combined with the vibration of the tremor fruit, the continuous thunder fruit, and the blessing of several powers combined with Mu Bai's strong physique. Almost instantly, Xiao Ri, who had originally transformed into an animal, was twisted all over. One after another, illusory fist shadows bombarded various parts of his body. Xiao Ri, who had endured thousands of punches in an instant, was immediately in a state of blurred consciousness. Mu Bai, who had removed all defenses and attacked with all his strength, didn't care whether the opponent was still conscious. After a few seconds, he grabbed the head of the Tengu and threw it towards the distant mountains. The huge body of the Tengu hit the mountains like a rag, stirring up clouds of smoke and dust. Mu Bai, who had transformed into an electric current and followed closely, also had a surge of adrenaline after seeing that the opponent was so resistant. Driven by a strong desire to fight, he lifted the head of the Tengu with one hand and threw it high into the sky. The bruised Tengu thought that the opportunity had come and immediately controlled the flames around him to turn himself into a half-human, half-beast state. In this form, his speed would be further enhanced, and combined with his ability to ignore dodge, he would definitely be able to. Just as he was thinking about this, Mu Bai, who had lifted a mountain from below and given the domineering power of armed color, had already excitedly smashed over. Xiao Ri, dumbfounded, dodged at an extremely fast speed. With his muscles tensed, he clenched his fists and collided them. In an instant, the phantom figures of tens of thousands of wolves rushed out from behind him. Wolf dance. Lock. After this move was released, all the evil wolves around him turned into flame-like chains that locked Mu Bai's whole body on the ground. His mythical Tengu fruit itself has the ability to hit, so it is absolutely unsolvable when combined with control skills. Mu Bai, who was bound all over, was stunned for a moment. But soon he said strangely, "Are you massaging me?" Although these chains have the ability to bite, they are not enough when facing Mu Bai's flesh. He exerted a little force with his arms, and the entire virtual chain broke. At the same time as the chain broke, Mu Bai's figure had already arrived in front of Xiao Ri. Xiao Ri, who finally showed a trace of fear, was hit by a punch from the chin before he could speak. The heavy punch instantly broke all his teeth. Xiao Ri was also panicked under the erosion of severe pain. He thought that the target he had to deal with was troublesome. But for a monster among monsters like this, would the immortal organization not send a formal member to find him and kill him? Come again! Amazing instant. Infinite continuous attack. Mu Bai, who was like a monster, was already extremely fast. What was even more exaggerated was that his one strength was also raised to an exaggerated level. Xiao Ri, who was hit continuously, had no idea how many mountains and buildings he had broken. He only knew that when he woke up with severe pain all over his body. It was already dark. You, Xiao Ri, with a complicated expression, looked at Su Yi, who was in a stable state in front of him, and said helplessly, "You can clearly win the destiny and become a member of the immortal organization by killing this kind of monster. What are you resisting? What if I become an unfree god emperor?" Although he said so, the fundamental reason why Mu Bai really made up his mind to fight against the immortal organization was the prompt of the eternal system. All the task prompts pointed to one thing. That is, even if he wanted to join the immortal organization, he would only die. You have personality. But it's a pity that you can't be controlled by others. Young man, listen to my advice. I fought against them, and ended up in such a miserable end. You can't beat them. Xiao Ri said that he had slowly stood up. Although he was beaten very badly, he wanted to recover quickly. He mastered the divine power above the power of the stars. So combined with the super recovery ability of the animal system, he could barely move on his own at this moment. However, the resonant power remaining in his body was still weakening his physical strength. If he fought again, he would probably die miserably. This has nothing to do with you. Now let me think about how to deal with you. Wait, Mu Bai. If you kill me, the immortal organization will send someone down soon. There are stronger ones everywhere. Su seemed to sense a hint of murderous intent in Mu Bai's eyes. Xiao Ri quickly waved his hand to explain. It can be seen that the other party is not afraid of death. Side Quest 3, Enemy with God. When you start to be an enemy of them, they will also pay attention to you. After 3 days, people from the immortal organization will come. Killing them will greatly delay the arrival of subsequent immortal organizations. The mission target is detected to be defeated and has no intention of fighting. The host is rewarded with a pet halo. After subduing Xiao Ri, the next person from the immortal organization will come in 3 months. Pet halo. You can subdue animals and obtain a 3% increase in their attributes. Looking at the light golden halo in his hand and hearing the changes in the side quest, Mu Bai always felt a little speechless. Although the person in front of him is from the mythology and animal system, this pet halo is useful for people? With an experimental attitude, he walked over and handed over the hand holding the pet halo. Xiao Ri couldn't see the items of the eternal system, so he thought that Mu Bai was reaching out to shake his hand in a friendly manner. And he had a good feeling about him. As soon as he reached out his hand, he felt his neck tighten. It was as if there was a rope around his neck. Mu Bai! What did you do? Xiao Ri touched his neck, but didn't touch anything. In his panic, he hurriedly said, "If you want to get information from me, it's impossible. As long as I express any information about the immortal organization, I will explode and die." Ding dong. The pet halo is taking effect. Ding dong. The pet halo is changing Xiao Ri's spirit. Please wait patiently for a month. The powerful mental turbulence rushed into Xiao Ri's mind. The power of this pet halo seemed to have an absolute high-level priority. The shackles that were originally imprisoned on him gradually broke, which meant that the immortal organization had lost the power to control his life and death. Shocked, Xiao Ri finally understood why Mu Bai dared to fight those monsters. It turned out that this man had other means. What on earth did you do? Seeing that the transformation would take a long time, Mu Bai had no intention of talking to the other party anymore. He took out the human race bag from his waist and put the other party in it. He would let this mad dog out after the transformation time was over. 3 months. It seems I have to hurry up. Mu Bai, with a gloomy heart, looked at the time of the next arrival of the immortal organization and began to make his own arrangements. The most important thing at present is to complete the side mission 2 to transform and sublimate his own star power into divine power. Side mission 2, Fate Favors. Help the Son of Destiny in Yunzhou continent to open the ancient battlefield. The host will obtain a power system transition, and the current star power will evolve into divine power on its own. Find the Son of Destiny. After taking the God Sword, Mu Bai immediately came to the sky above the previously marked sea area through the teleportation formation. This is the area south of the South region, and it is very likely to be the Yunzhou continent in the mission. Before entering the city, Mu Bai realized that the basic clothes of the people here are modern. So he changed his dress with the power of the Golden Crow Divine Fire, and the original black and gold rolling dragon robe became a very modern casual jacket. His hair also changed from half black and half white to pure black hair under the rendering of the Golden Crow's power. It's amazing. How did you find this place? The Sword Emperor Sword Spirit, who was placed on Mu Bai's back, said with some surprise. You know, it's hard to break through the world barrier since the ancient worlds were divided. How did I get through? I'm normal. Mu Bai realized something was wrong when he said this. The resistance he faced was indeed great. Perhaps it was because of the Jiuzhou ding on his soul that he could easily pass through the space barrier. After finishing the dress-up, Mu Bai walked into this coastal city with the crowd like an ordinary young man. It was similar to the scene he saw on the top of the mountain before. The modern construction here was basically the same as that on Blue Star, except for some ancient buildings. They were basically the products of technology. Along the way, you could also see some very normal places such as hospitals and shopping malls. Strange. Isn't there a place to practice here? And the people here are too weird. Many people have star power in their bodies, but most of them have not been developed. It seems that they have talent but have not practiced. The Sword Spirit's voice was very loud, but because it was temporarily connected to Mu Bai's spirit, its voice was only heard by Mu Bai. So Mu Bai, who was replying to it on his own, seemed very strange. Some passers-by on the street looked at him with strange eyes. The Son of Destiny, who wanted to find here, might still need the help of Jiuzhou Ding. Looking at the crowds of people on the commercial street, Mu Bai's heart moved slightly. He put his spiritual power on Jiuzhou Ding on his soul and began to search. Jiuzhou Ding has the ability to absorb luck, so it is also very accurate in detecting everyone's luck. When Mu Bai, who was driving the power of Jiuzhou Ding, opened his eyes again, all the passers-by at the scene changed color in his eyes, some blue and some red. These were all within the normal range of luck. But there was no golden luck like the Son of Destiny. It is indeed troublesome to find the Son of Luck. Even Mu Bai has no clue. What are you doing here? The Sword Spirit asked curiously. It was quite curious about this two-level King Mu Bai. It can be said that he is the only one in the history who can achieve such a level at such an age. The only thing that puzzled it was that the man in front of him was too restrained in his desires. You should know that the law of development of things is cyclical. Even the most heroic king will become dictatorial and incompetent in his later years. This Mu Bai is very strange. From the days it has followed him, it can be seen that this person can only practice cultivation. It doesn't think that this person came to Yuanzhou continent for a vacation. I'm here to find some people who must be found. You don't need to ask about this. After perfunctorily dealing with the other party, Mu Bai quickly opened a large-scale observation color domineering search. After confirming that there was no Son of Luck in the area a few hours later, he immediately set off to the next city. It is definitely the best choice to search every city before finding a solution. In the infinite cage, there were faint chanting sounds mixed with sobs and screams of fear. After pushing open the door of the interrogation room, the man in white said with a complicated expression, I have not found any information about Mu Bai through the great magical power memory recollection hand. It is preliminarily determined that the other party is likely to be a person who entered the ancient world from a lower world. The little giant whose face could not be seen clearly stood in front of the man in white. When he heard the 4 words ancient continent, he actually showed a hint of nostalgia on his face. Bai, huh? You know my origins, right? The man in white immediately knelt on one knee and said with cold sweat, I have heard some things. You are the immortal who was promoted from the ancient continent. So this Mu Bai must die. The giant suddenly interrupted by his words. Whether Mu Bai resisted successfully or not, he was sleeping naked and slapping him in the face. Letting the other party live for one more second was a humiliation to him, who was once the God Emperor. Not to mention that the human race in the ancient continent deserved to die. Prisoner number 1123 Shuri went to hunt the other party. But I just lost contact with Shuri. And he is probably dead. As soon as Bai said this, the giant figure shook slightly. Are you saying that Mu Bai is not only unable to find out the details, but also kill the person who mastered the divine power in a short time? It is not so easy to win across a cultivation system. Even if I was the one who dominated the universe at that time, I couldn't do it at all in that realm. Yes. I just reported to the captain an hour ago. What he meant was that Mu Bai is very likely to have mastered something that can fight against the immortals. Otherwise, he can't avoid the investigation of the long river of time. The giant was silent. After a long while, he asked tentatively, is there no way to send people down now? You also know that although the star power of the low-level world is recovering rapidly, it cannot bear the arrival of people with too much divine power. We cannot send people down in a short time. It will take at least 3 months to send people next time. Bai's voice trembled slightly. After all, the man in front of him had the title of Human Hunter. Every time. Even if the other party had no ill intentions. He could feel the strong pressure deep in his bones, and made him unable to raise his head. Interesting. If he can still get rid of the people we sent out later, I will personally go down to the earth to execute him when the era of destiny begins. The heavy footsteps gradually faded away. And he, who was sweating profusely, breathed a sigh of relief. Only the captain of the Immortals could suppress this madman. If he, a reserve member, made him unhappy, he would probably not let him be punished even if he was killed. Bai. While chanting this name, he also wanted to laugh. The omniscient and omnipotent immortal organization would not be able to determine a person's future one day. This is already a variable. In addition, there have been problems with the energy circulation in recent eras. Even he can gradually see the crisis of the immortal organization. While he was thinking about how to become a formal member, Bai encountered something interesting. He was robbed. Or to be more precise, he was robbed by a group of children. Hand over the money. Yes. Hand over the money. Several children, who looked less than 10 years old, looked a little funny holding daggers and sticks. Bai, who was looking for the child of destiny, spread his hands and smiled bitterly, saying, "Do you think I have money? He seems to be really poor." The dusty little girl said weakly. The other children also had a hesitant look on their faces. Bai smiled and watched the few people whispering. He was really happy at this moment. Because although these children did not have strong luck, their souls were all stained with a lot of luck. The only explanation is that they should have been living with a person with extremely strong luck recently. Everyone, where have you been living during this period? I'm curious. Run! Seeing that Yi did not look like a bad guy and had no money, these children hurriedly wanted to rush out of the alley and run away. In the alley of Luoya City, Yi snapped his fingers casually, and all the children in the alley fell unconscious. The boy at the corner not far away was about to escape, but was blocked by the Emperor's sword. It's not good for children to commit crimes, the sword spirit said in a teasing tone, which frightened the little boy. After all, he had never seen a sword that could speak. Bai walked over slowly and threatened, "Take me to where you live now. If you don't agree, I will kill them all." The little boy swallowed his saliva and finally compromised after seeing his unconscious sister. He led Bai through the dilapidated slums until he stopped in front of a thatched hut. There were few people here, and it could be said that there was nothing valuable around except weeds. "Thank you." The little boy was stunned after he casually threw out 3 local gold coins. "For you." The little boy, who did not dare to respond to the other party, picked up the 3 gold coins and immediately ran away without daring to look back. In the thatched hut, an extremely beautiful woman was staring at him coldly. "Finally found you." After pushing open the wooden door, Bai felt the powerful force of destiny in Jojo Ding's vision. It was obvious that this was the son of destiny he had been looking for some time. "Who are you?" The woman in gray cloth looked alert. She had great magical power, but couldn't see through this person at this moment. It was like an endless abyss that was unpredictable. "You? Can you see the sword spirit?" After closing the wooden door, he looked around the simple house. Bai roughly knew the general situation after using his observation hockey to scan it. The other party's abdomen and shoulder injuries were very serious, and obviously, he was severely injured. The level of star power on his body was roughly in the late stage of the Star Wheel realm. Judging from his bone age, he should be around 21 years old. At this age, he could enter this realm in addition to his talent and blood. Bai, who observed meticulously, was able to find that the other party's blood power was extremely special, and it was very likely that he had obtained the pure blood of some legendary creature. A hint of sadness appeared in Yuling's eyes. She was unable to take revenge, and her enemies tracked her here. How could she escape now that she was powerless to fight? "Take me to see your employer. But I beg you to let these children go." Now it was Bai's turn to look strange. "Beauty, did you get some questions wrong? Aren't you chasing me?" As soon as Yuling finished speaking, a cold breath suddenly descended over the thatched hut. "The Demon Slayer team is here." Yuling vaguely guessed something. She asked the children to sell the purple crystal or in their hands some time ago. Now she thought that it was probably the antique shop owner who tipped off the royal family and let them guess her location. "It's over. Yuling, please come back with me." The long-haired man in black and ferocious armor came alone. After opening the thatched hut, he glanced at Bai with a ruthless look. "Who are you?" Bai looked at the other person speechlessly. He was confused just after finding the son of destiny. "Let me confirm. Is he the one chasing you?" Seeing Bai communicating with Yuling, The long-haired man snorted coldly and said word by word, "Don't you have a name? Those without names in our territory are pariahs. If you are not here to kill me, leave quickly." He is the vice-captain of the Demon Slayer team and a master of the Moonwheel realm. You are not his opponent. When Yuling, who looked painful, was about to say something, Mubai had already been annoyed by that guy. He pointed at the man and his head exploded and he died on the spot. No need to introduce him to me. If he is an enemy, he must be eliminated. With that, Mubai pulled the dazed Yuling up from the ground. When he touched her palm, the system prompt came out. Side quest 2 Fate Favors. Help the Son of Destiny in Yunzhou continent and let him open the Chaos Ancient battlefield. The host will obtain a power system transition, and the current star power will evolve into divine power autonomously. Ding dong. The Son of Destiny of Yunzhou continent has been found. Please assist him in revenge and open the Ancient Chaos battlefield. Assisting in revenge can open the Ancient Chaos battlefield. He frowned and didn't pay attention to the other party's astonished face, but quickly asked his question. Do you know the Ancient Chaos battlefield? What does that mean? The cute Yuling was a little confused, but her eyes towards Mubai changed. This man could easily kill a Moonwheel realm expert, if he could help her guide herself. Perhaps she could avenge her monstrous hatred. Hearing that the other party didn't know about the Ancient Chaos battlefield, Mubai sighed. It seemed that he had to complete the task step by step. If this guy didn't know about the Ancient Chaos battlefield, he would have known the information about the place after helping him complete his revenge. What's your name? Yuling. Okay. Yuling, tell me who your enemy is now. I will help you kill. Ding dong. Warning. The current task requires Yuling to kill the enemy personally. The host must not help her kill him personally. The original intention of this task is to assist Yuling in completing her revenge. If the host helps her complete her revenge, the Ancient Chaos battlefield will never be opened. If you can't open the Ancient Chaos battlefield, you can't sublimate your own power from the power of the stars to the power of the gods. If you can't sublimate the power system, the subsequent road will be too difficult to walk. So after realizing that he couldn't help the other party complete revenge, he was not so anxious, but began to carefully understand what happened to Yuling. But after listening to Yuling's story, Mubai looked very strange. The illegitimate daughter of the top royal family, with top cultivation talent, was killed by her uncle, who was always hidden just before she was about to take over the position of the empress. She escaped here by chance because of the awakening of the blood power in her body. To be honest, this experience did not have much impact on Su Yi. He was more curious about what kind of blood power could allow her to temporarily withstand the attack of her uncle, who was a peak powerhouse in the Moonwheel realm, and escape here. He put his hand on Yuling's head, and the next moment, his observation hockey keenly sensed the special blood power in her body. It was an extremely obscure, but extremely special power. He could even be very sure that this power must not belong to this world, just because he had never seen any blood that had the blood power similar to the divine power system. In the desperate situation, Yuling's divine power bloodline burst out, causing her cultivation system to leap from star power to divine power. It is completely possible to resist the star power of the Sun Wheel realm with the divine power of the Star Wheel realm. There is a world of difference between star power and divine power. After all, the former is a basic system, while the latter is a higher-level power system that has been repeatedly tempered. This is why Xiao Ri was so surprised that Mu Bai could defeat him with the power of the stars a few days ago. I need to help you complete your revenge for some special reasons, but you need to do it yourself. Time is tight. I hope you think clearly whether you want to learn from me. I will teach you how to become stronger. Mu Bai, who looked serious, had no way to force the other party to learn from him against his will, so he wanted to see what Yuling thought. As long as I can kill him, I will pay any price. Yuling's hateful eyes reminded Mu Bai of some people. He liked this kind of eyes very much. Becoming stronger in a short period of time requires a price. An intense hatred is the driving force that supports and feeds a person's strength. To be honest, if it was someone else, Mu Bai really couldn't make him strong enough to hunt down a Sun Wheel realm expert in a short period of time. But Yuling's bloodline was special, so it was possible. Looking at the entire ancient world, Mu Bai had only seen this person master this kind of divine bloodline. Then it's time to go. While collecting information about your uncle, I will help you strengthen your combat power. Before that, it's time to get rid of those tails. After guessing that the people who were observing here nearby were members of the Demon Slayer team, Mu Bai transformed into a series of golden crow flame phantoms and dispersed into hundreds of them. These golden crow phantoms, wrapped in scorching flames, quickly hit the people who were still peeping around. After dealing with the subordinates of the Yunzhou royal family around, Mu Bai quickly took Yu Ling away from here. With their location exposed, they naturally had to evacuate as soon as possible. In the Yunzhou dynasty, which was very far away from here, a middle-aged man wearing a gilded crown angrily smashed the 8-treasure glass bottle that he loved very much recently on the spot. He reached out and touched the chest that was burned by Yu Ling's blood power, his eyes full of murderous intent. Anger will only make people lose their reason, and people without objective reason are more likely to make mistakes. A faint voice sounded in the ears of the man dressed as an emperor as the breeze blew. Yu Yan's heart skipped a beat. Even though he was protected by the guards and the masters of the dynasty, his fear at this moment reached the extreme. He was naturally very familiar with the voice of the visitor. She escaped. This time there is a very powerful person next to him. I am afraid I have to send a stronger person to successfully hunt the other party. When facing the magician hidden in the palace, Yu Yan's anger gradually subsided. After all, the magician standing opposite him is the most mysterious existence in the entire Yunzhou continent. He was able to successfully overthrow the control of his elder brother and become the emperor only because of his favor. Similarly, he would also obey his arrangements in some matters. This is not because he is a person who keeps his promises, but because of fear. In the dynasty palace where many peak sun will realm masters sit, the other party can shuttle freely without being discovered. This can only mean that he is far from knowing the depth of the magician. No need. The man next to Yu Ling is not simple. And the realm of half-step god emperor is really incredible. The figure of the magician is separated by a curtain. Although he knows that it is not wise to look directly at the other party. When he hears the 4 words half-step god emperor, even the king Yu Yan is horrified. Impossible? I am not doubting your judgment. But half-step god emperor is too exaggerated. Yu Yan, with his eyes twitching, is quickly analyzing the pros and cons. If Yu Ling cannot be eradicated, then he will never be justified. And the previous layout of more than 10 years will become a flower in the mirror and a moon in the water. No matter what the consideration is, he must eradicate her. What are you afraid of? I'm here. The magician spoke calmly with absolute confidence, and his nonchalant attitude eased Yu Yan's nervous expression. That person is very dangerous. From now on, you don't have to deliberately target Yu Ling. I suspect that the other party wants to use Yu Ling to achieve some goals. It's inappropriate to rashly offend the other party before the situation is clear. Yes. Yu Yan frowned. And just as he was about to complain, he saw that the magician had disappeared. Magician, I can't listen to you this time. Yu Yan, with sharp eyes, has made his own choice. He is not as free and easy as the other party. The shackles he is carrying at the moment and his position must make him make the choice to hunt Yu Ling as soon as possible. The magician who left the palace of the dynasty seemed to have figured something out. But there was no life and death or emotion in his eyes. Only a faint alienation. When Yu Yan, the chess piece, helped him control all the key nodes of Yunzhou continent, the other party was no longer of much use. He came here just to remind the other party casually. If this person was smart and knew how to endure, he might be able to live longer. But this person is always coerced by the interests of the aristocratic families. He will not use such a person without his own opinion for a long time. Mu Bai. While muttering this name, the magician hidden in the dark appeared on the cliff on the east side of the dynasty. From this position, he can clearly see the entire dynasty's buildings. And his figure also appeared under the rising sun, with his hands behind his back. He looked at the misty tower from afar. His slender body exuded a faint sense of death. That was a unique temperament that could only be possessed after countless life and death. What was even more strange was that his face could never be seen clearly. In the last second, he might still have an old face. But in the next moment, he turned into the facial features of an ordinary young man. And after a few moments, when he looked at his face again, he would find that he was an old woman. All kinds of changes. All kinds of changes. This is the magician. Have you investigated it clearly? As if talking to himself, he asked softly to the position on the right. It's been investigated. Mu Bai is a 2-level king. He is now the strongest person in the entire northern continent. It's unclear why he came to Yunzhou continent this time. But more than 10 days ago, he fought with a strong man. The strong man was suspected to be sent by the Immortal Organization. The black-clothed man with the zodiac mask answered in a deep voice. But his voice was slightly suppressed when he said the 4 words Immortal Organization. It seems that he won? I don't know. But Mu Bai is still alive. Which means he has won. The magician is more interested now. You know, According to the information he knows, almost no one can compete with the Immortal Organization. Even if the person sent this time is not a formal member or a reserve member of the Immortal Organization. But it is extremely terrifying that Mu Bai can win against someone who surpasses the power of the ancient world system. The giant elephant wanted to step on the ant in his eyes. But the ant actually avoided the giant elephant's attack and scratched it. Don't you think this is interesting? The magician slowly clenched his right hand and said meaningfully, as if he was happy with something, and smiled faintly. Do we need to continue investigating his background? The man in black with the mouse zodiac mask let out a breath of foul air helplessly. After all, investigating this two-level King Mu Bai was exhausting for their department. The people of Tantian sect could not find out any information at all. They had to slowly dig through other sects and forces to gradually learn some basic information about Mu Bai. It can be said that the degree of unity of the entire Tantian sect was unprecedented for him. No need. Now we focus on seeing what he wants to do in Yunzhou continent. If he does not go against us, maybe we can try to contact him, the magician said leisurely, as if everything was under his control. This world is cruel. In terms of cultivation, some people believe that hard work can make up for one's shortcomings, while others believe that talent is the key. In Mu Bai's eyes, talent is more important. Acquired efforts may make up for shortcomings, but they can't make people become the best among people. For example, Yu Ling at the moment. She is practicing 8-9 mysterious art under the waterfall. Her progress in cultivation can be said to be rapid. 8-9 mysterious art is a legendary Taoist practice that can neutralize power and harmonize oneself to enter a higher realm. This practice was discovered by Mu Bai in the Wangting treasure house. The third son of God, Emperor Yu, practiced this practice before. This 8-9 mysterious art is indeed the most suitable for Yu Ling to practice at present. Even if Mu Bai wants to teach Yu Ling his selfless Tao heart planting demon or 7 styles of cutting the sky, the other party cannot master it in a short time. The difficulty and requirements of practice are too high. Even with Yu Ling's talent, she cannot enter the door with this practice. The requirements for practicing special horizontal training methods like Inai Gu Jing are even higher. Unless Yu Ling destroys her soul and turns herself into an ordinary person, she cannot practice this kind of training. Yu Ling, who is being hit by the water flow under the waterfall, is using the star power controlled by the 8-9 mysterious art to separate the water flow. This is the most basic star power control practice. Mastering the star power and mastering the body are the easiest and most difficult. The easy part is that most people don't need to polish it so much. But the difficulty is that if you want to reach the peak, absolute control of both is indispensable. In a one-on-one situation, the same skills and moves, similar devil fruits, and no external interference. The winner must be the one who has a better grasp of the flow of star power. If others have 10% of the star power, and you have 90%, then the winner will be determined quickly when the two fight. So difficult. Yu Ling, who was soaked all over, was still a little embarrassed. But when she saw Mu Bai sitting on the big rock with a cold look in his eyes, she immediately had no other thoughts. How dare you be distracted here when you haven't even mastered the basics? I hope you can learn this thing that I mastered completely before I was 6 years old more seriously. Mu Bai really didn't lie. He practiced like this when he was in the Mu family. The control and use of power does not depend on the level of realm, but on the efficiency of use. It is common sense that people with strong efficiency can defeat the strong with the weak. Okay. Somewhat helpless, Yu Ling had to focus on the control of power. The third water flow was decomposed. The fourth water flow was decomposed. And the fifth water flow was decomposed. Under repeated cycles, she relied on her super talent to gradually improve her efficiency in using power. Although it was not immediate, these changes would soon be reflected in her actual battle. In addition to observing her practice method, Mu Bai was actually paying attention to Yu Ling's chest. Not because of the temptation of the wet body, but because of the super heartbeat frequency. He had not observed carefully before, so he did not notice this. Now after seeing Yu Ling's practice, Mu Bai could clearly use his observation hockey to sense that the other party's star power was actually getting stronger with every breath. Now it seems that the other party's heart is also special. Perhaps with a strong transformation ability to improve the power system in the body. This blood-forming ability combined with his divine bloodline can make him step into the Sun Will realm step by step even if he does not practice in the future. Hold on very well. At this moment, Yu Ling was able to basically control the basic power. And the next step was to deal with the details. When the sun set in the west, Yu Ling was so tired that she almost lost consciousness. And Mu Bai let her rest. After leaving the cave alone, Mu Bai whispered to the dark forest in the night sky, You have been watching for almost a day. Are you going to come out by yourself, or do I find you? The breeze blew, and no one answered him. Seeing no response, Mu Bai's figure gradually turned into electricity and disappeared on the spot. It was not until this moment that the figure in the dark quickly evacuated in a panic. The mysterious man, with a rabbit mask, was extremely fast. Although he was in the early stage of the Sunwheel realm, his speed alone was comparable to that of the big guys in the late stage of the Sunwheel realm. But she noticed something strange in the sky before she left the forest. She looked up and saw that the big net wrapped in lightning had covered the entire forest. The shocked masked man was lifted up by a hand before he could get into the ground. Who are you? The thunder spear instantly pierced the masked man's thigh and nailed him to the ground. The surrounding thunder net was getting tighter and tighter, as if it would strangle him to death in the next moment. Wait. I have no ill intentions. I am just following the orders of my superiors to observe you. The masked man wearing a rabbit hurriedly stopped him when the net was about to be cut. What's the purpose? To observe what you are doing. The magician asked me to come. The somewhat nervous rabbit masked man staggered to his feet. Mu Bai, who had put away the power of the thunder fruit, looked at the night sky and didn't care about the rabbit masked man at all. The figure wrapped in the dark mist gradually descended on the surface of the ground. The man with a face that was difficult to distinguish between gods and ghosts clapped his hands, and the injured rabbit masked man disappeared in the next moment. Excuse me, Mu Bai. Let me introduce myself as a magician. Magician? Although he didn't know the other party's identity, Mu Bai was extremely alert. He had a hunch that the star power in the other party's body was extremely abundant, and even his realm could not find out the details. This magician must be stronger than Xiao Ri. Since you know my name, it means you have investigated me. You should also know that I am not from this continent. Of course I know. You are a smart person. I won't keep you in suspense. I want to make a deal with you. The magician snapped his fingers, and tables and chairs appeared in front of the two of them. The magician, who was sitting slowly on the chair, pointed to the sky and said in a steady voice, I know you are a thorn in their eyes. I know about the Immortal Organization. When the other party mentioned the Immortal Organization, Mu Bai laughed and said, You reminded me. It's strange that someone as strong as you appeared out of thin air. If you are one of them, it's very reasonable. It's normal to doubt. There are indeed few heretics like you and me in the world. As he said this, a faint fluorescence actually emanated from the magician's arms, and after the fluorescence dissipated, a Jojo Ding appeared in his hand. Do you still doubt me now? Mu Bai looked solemn. The second Jojo Ding appeared so quickly. The other party could have something that could subvert the Immortal Organization, so it was impossible for them to be involved. After confirming that the other party was at least not an enemy, Mu Bai wanted to listen to the other party's deal. I want to kill an immortal on the day they descend in the new era. So I need your help. And the price is this tripod in my hand. Although I don't know its true function, it is the only thing that can make the Immortal Organization afraid. Looking at Mu Bai with a burning look, the magician is actually gambling. He knows that Mu Bai is extraordinary, so he is betting that the other party knows how to use this tripod. There are 9 Jojo tripods in total. 2 are not enough to subvert everything. If you really want to kill immortals, give me at least 7 more Jojo tripods. Mu Bai, who speaks bluntly, is too lazy to waste words on this. No matter whether the other party really wants to hunt immortals, as long as the magician can give him Jojo tripod, it will be a good thing. Is this tripod called Jojo tripod? After touching the bronze tripod furnace, the magician threw it to Mu Bai. This is my sincerity. I have pledged my loyalty with the Jojo Ding you mentioned, the magician said slowly, as if he had guessed Mu Bai's answer. Interesting. This is the first time I have seen someone like you. I can help you hunt down those immortals. But before that, we still need to deal with the immortals' lackeys in 2.5 months. Who fought with you before? The magician asked with his hands crossed in confusion. No. It was someone else. As he spoke, Mu Bai opened the human bag hanging on his waist, and a figure rolled to the ground in a mess. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Xiao Ri. The refining for half a month has made him unrecognizable. If it weren't for the divine power, he would have been refined into a pool of pus long ago. He was dying and crawled out pitifully. The magician couldn't move his eyes away when he saw Xiao Ri for the first time. Such a pure power system. Did you catch him alone? After looking at Xiao Ri, who was still crawling calmly, Mu Bai nodded and said solemnly, I don't know the rules of the Immortal Organization, but according to what this person said, the formal members and reserve members of the Immortal Organization cannot come to the ancient continent directly. because of the power of the stars. The magician who took over Mu Bai's words walked to Xiao Ri's side and observed carefully. Although this person has mastered the shallow divine power, it is obvious that he is not a member of the immortal organization. He is more like a cannon fodder. Do you mean that in 2.5 months, someone like him will come to this world? Hee hee. There are too many people who succumb to the power of the immortals in the endless dungeon. Those prisoners are stronger than me. When they come, it will be your death. Xiao Ri smiled miserably with resentment in his eyes, as if he could see the death of Mu Bai at this moment. His mental consciousness has actually become a little dazed due to the repeated torture these days, and the transformation of the strange halo around his neck. It is a miracle that he can still speak normally now. Can you trust his words? The magician touched Xiao Ri's forehead, and found that his spirit seemed to be being transformed. Looking at Xiao Ri, who looked like a lost dog, Mu Bai shook his head. You may not believe his words, but you can't not believe them. But no matter what, we will still have to fight against the next wave of enemies in 2.5 months. The magician felt that he had gained a lot today. The knot in his heart was never these mortals on the ground, but those immortal organizations that could control everything. One of these people was his mortal enemy and must be killed. It was really precious to be able to get so much information from Mu Bai. So before leaving, he kindly reminded the other party. I supported Yu Yin to the position. He was about to deal with you. If you don't want to see him again, I can wipe him out today. No need. That's what Yu Ling should experience. If you solve it, how can you complete the task? Under Mu Bai's gaze, the other party gradually disappeared into the forest. The dying Xiao Ri smiled miserably and questioned, can you really fight against the next wave of people chosen by the immortals? You have to know that they are real lunatics. Can you defeat lunatics with power, but no restraint? You are really strong. You can hold on until now. After opening the human race bag and putting the other party in his pocket, Mu Bai began to practice meditation. He also needed some time to refine the second Jiuzhou Ding he obtained. In this way, time passed quickly, and a week passed in a blink of an eye. During this time, the magician seemed to have disappeared and never contacted Mu Bai. Mu Bai also seemed to have forgotten this person and continued to train Yu Ling. It was not until she had initially mastered the 8-9 mysterious art that Mu Bai planned to take her to actual combat. At this moment, Yu Ling was on the verge of the great perfection of the Star Wheel Realm, and was only one step away from the Moon Wheel Realm. So necessary actual combat must be carried out. After taking Yu Ling through several cities, the two finally set their target on Haitang Pavilion. Haitang Pavilion used to be a kingdom assassin organization controlled by Yu Ling's father, and the current Haitang Pavilion master had already betrayed the former king and joined Yu Yan's forces. The first step of revenge is to eradicate his wings, and the Haitang Pavilion master is just an excellent target. Can I? Yu Ling, who was somewhat self-doubting, clenched the emperor's sword in her hand. The pavilion master was in the early stage of the Moon Wheel Realm, and his cultivation was one level higher than hers. There is nothing that can't be done. With your current strength, few people in the same level can be your opponent. After comforting the other party, Mu Bai disappeared from the spot. And before leaving, he also gave a word of advice. If you let someone go, it means that the training these days is a failure. The pressure on Yu Ling recalled those unforgettable hatreds, and after clenching the emperor's sword in her hand, she quietly escaped into the Begonia Pavilion with a sense of determination. Mu Bai left for a reason. The Tiangong forces under the control of the Eternal System opened a new branch after he entered the Yunzhou continent. He didn't have time to open it these days, and was about to take advantage of this time node to summon some people to join the Tiangong. After sneaking into the killer organization of Begonia Pavilion, Yu Ling also immediately noticed something strange. She saw a large number of corpses lying in the pavilion. Her heart sank, and she went to the top floor along the attic. Here, a fat man who was so bloated that he couldn't walk was staring at her coldly. Who are you? Even I forgot. It seems that you really are. Yu Ling shut up halfway through, because the leader of Haitang Pavilion seemed a little abnormal. His body was so huge, and his eyes seemed to be blind. This miserable state showed that he must have experienced something. Could it be that someone else had come before I came in? Just when I thought of this, the leader who deliberately disguised himself as a blind man quickly rolled into a meatball and shot over. I can only survive if I kill you. Yu Ling was not panicked at all under the sudden attack. She saw that the emperor's sword in her hand exuded a faint glow, which was the extreme killing intent that was constantly compressed. The battle between the two was about to break out. Zhao Wushi, the head of Haitang Pavilion, who turned into a meatball, was a user of the swallow fruit. So after swallowing most of his subordinates, the power of multiple fruits in his body was entangled. Flame meatball collision. The meatball attached with the natural burning fruit instantly smashed the top floor of Haitang Pavilion. Yu Ling, who was holding the Emperor's sword, quickly dodged away. When she crossed with the opponent, the sword tip was cold and sharp, and instantly cut off his left arm. Trouble. Zhao Wushi, who was in a bad state, immediately grew new branches on the wound on his left arm. The entangled tree branches formed a brand new arm and pierced the entire Haitang Pavilion in an instant. While dodging the opponent's fierce attack, Yu Ling used the steps described in the middle of the 8-9 mysterious art and combined with the domineering power of the observation color to break through the air. Not only did she not retreat, but she held the sword with both hands, and the sword shadow was erratic, like a ghost dancing, cutting off the connection between the branches and arms. Thinking of the tiger-masked man who almost killed the entire Haitang Pavilion, Zhao Wushi was furious. As soon as the other party left, this woman actually, Zhao Wushi was shocked when he approached. He only saw clearly at this moment that this woman was actually the daughter of the previous king. Are you Yu Ling? Yu Ling, who did not answer the other party's question, killed through the other party's tree branches all the way. Just when she was about to cut the other party, Zhao Wushi turned into an elemental fire man and roared to ignite the surrounding void. The detonated elemental power gradually spread. After being surrounded by the enhanced special sea of fire, Yu Ling's body actually emerged with waves of unknown power. That feeling is back again. Yu Ling took a step forward against the sea of fire driven by the burning fruit. The ancient characters and the Phoenix Phantom appeared behind her. The flames retreated and the Emperor's sword had cut off Zhao Wushi's neck at some point. After distributing 99 Tiangong tokens in the brand new branch Tiangong, Mu Bai temporarily withdrew. These tokens will randomly go to the hands of people with potential. And Mu Bai did this naturally to complete the side quest. Side quest 4 Fire God. Find the fire that can ignite the Jiuzhou Ding. After obtaining the fire, you will get the location information of the other 8 Jiuzhou Dings. He had asked the magician before, but the other party did not know that this special fire existed. In this case, he had to find another way out. The simplest way was undoubtedly to cast a wide net to increase the probability of finding it. Otherwise, even if he had 2 Jiuzhou Dings at present, he could not change the overall situation. Half an hour later, Mu Bai, who was waiting outside, finally saw Yu Ling carrying the head of the pavilion master of Haitang Pavilion. I killed him, but it seems that there seems to be other powers in my body. At this moment, Yu Ling, who was glowing with a faint red light, was surging with aura, and looked extremely unstable. Mu Bai stretched out his hand and pressed on the other party's forehead. When he used his soul to sense the changes in the other party's body, fragmented scenes appeared in his mind. Your divine bloodline has begun to take effect. I seem to see a phoenix. At this moment, in Mu Bai's vision, a giant phoenix whose size exceeds that of the entire planet is flapping its wings and flying in the void. The complex and complicated ancient characters are reflected in the countless phoenix cries. There are 5 pillars in the unknown world written by the ancient characters. Each pillar was more than 1,000,000 times taller than the largest phoenix. The fragmented images were extremely unstable. After realizing that this was the memory of some bloodline fragments, Mu Bai's vision was forced to shift to other locations. In the blurred stars in the sky, in the dark and dim light and shadow, he saw clearly. The stone pillar that was larger than the planet was clearly a finger, and the top of the finger, which spanned an unknown distance, revealed a faint glow. It was a huge statue that crossed the entire space, and the statue was a Buddha statue. He sat upright on the lotus, with his hands folded on his knees and his eyes slightly closed. His kind eyebrows were like a pool of soft water, quietly watching all living beings. His ears were like a frog, sometimes lying on the stone to listen to the waves of pine trees. His nose was like 2 big bellows, breathing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The carved lines of the Buddha statue were smooth and lifelike. After looking directly at the front of the statue, Mu Bai suddenly let go of his hand. With tears of blood in his eyes, he recognized who the Buddha statue represented. It was Tathagata Buddha, the shadow of the giant spirit in the cave paradise, the 2 star-sized bodies of the gods at the entrance to the inner world, and the Buddha statue in the memory fragments left by the Phoenix bloodline at this moment. Everything seemed to be foreshadowing something. Mu Bai, who forced himself to stabilize his mind, immediately used the Dao Heart Demon Seed to repair the injuries in his body. He had consumed too much of his mind just now. If it were an ordinary Sun Wheel Realm expert, he would probably not be attacked. After all, without meticulous observation, it would be impossible to capture these fragmentary memory images of the ancient phoenix in the first place. Yu Ling, whose bloodline was forcibly activated by Mu Bai, also fell into a coma. But her heart beat more and more frequently, as if the purest phoenix bloodline divine power was constantly spreading inside and outside her body. The boundary of the moon will realm quickly disappeared, and instead, the phoenix bloodline forced her to the threshold of the sun wheel realm. This scene was extremely shocking, and Mu Bai, who recovered, was also slightly surprised. He originally thought that the phoenix blood in Yu Ling's body was just an ordinary power similar to the devil fruit fantasy beast species. But at this moment, it was obvious that this blood power was most likely the ancient phoenix blood. Powerful energy gushed out from the phoenix blood, as hot as a raging fire, instantly igniting the surrounding air. It was a kind of life force, an endless flame, and an irresistible perfect blood. This power seemed to burn every feather of the phoenix shadow behind Yu Ling more brightly, and the light it emitted illuminated everything around. The stimulation of the blood power caused a circle of blazing fire to ignite around Yu Ling's body. Each flame seemed to have life, dancing and jumping, as if telling an ancient myth. At this moment, Yu Ling was like an ancient fire god sleeping with his eyes closed, standing in the flames, majestic and sacred. The early stage of the sun wheel realm, the middle stage of the sun wheel realm, the peak of the sun wheel realm. The terrifying promotion speed was undoubtedly jaw-dropping. The powerful ancient phoenix blood forced it to the peak of the current realm. Some Yu Ling, who could not bear this blood feedback, began to spontaneously combust. This burning is rapidly destroying Yu Ling's body. Mu Bai, who is protecting the other party, is slightly moved. He knows that if this continues, the other party will inevitably explode and die because he cannot withstand the powerful blood power. He immediately transforms into the mythical golden crow form and surrounds Yu Ling in his arms, while the other party's ancient phoenix bloodline constantly nourishes the golden crow flame in his body. With the dispersion of the golden crow's flame, Yu Ling's condition improved significantly, and after more than 10 minutes, her bloodline power also tended to be stable. However, perhaps because she had crossed multiple realms at once, Yu Ling would definitely not be able to wake up in a short period of time. Mu Bai, who had exhaled a breath of turbid air, used the Dalhard demon seed method to gradually refine the bloodline flames around him, while his own golden crow fruit amplification strength was also constantly increasing. He was also lucky. The ancient phoenix bloodline and the golden crow fruit had something in common. So under the superposition of the flame power, the great sun true flame that Mu Bai mastered also evolved. When he operated the great sun true flame, the power of the phoenix was added to it, and it made bursts of cries. When Yu Ling opened her eyes again, she was horrified to find that she could not move. Mu Bai, who was practicing not far away, saw her wake up and said calmly, "You have stimulated the ancient phoenix blood in your body. It seems that it is very likely the blood of a divine beast in a higher world. You may need some time to recuperate before entering the sun wheel realm." Yu Ling, who gradually relaxed, opened her mouth in surprise and exclaimed, "I have entered the sun wheel realm. How is this possible? Yesterday, it was still the star wheel realm. Entering the sun wheel realm within one day. This kind of stimulation is definitely unbearable for ordinary people. Why not? The power of the stars between heaven and earth is constantly reviving, and the destiny is about to arrive, and a new era is about to begin. At this time, it is not too exaggerated for the atavistic blood in your body to push you to this realm." Mu Bai's words actually concealed a trace of worry. These days, he can feel that practicing is getting easier and easier, and his stagnant realm has actually loosened up. This is not a good thing. All these signs indicate that a new era is about to come. Maybe it will be a month or a year later. When the battle of destiny begins, the members of the immortal organization will come. But he has not yet had the idea of the fire seed, and has not completely transformed the power of the stars into divine power. Time is too tight. A few days later. Ding dong. Pet Halo transformation successful. New pet Shuri. As the system prompt sounded, Mu Bai realized that it was Shuri, who was transformed and released him from the human bag. Shuri, who rolled to the ground, knelt down when he saw Mu Bai. "In my heart, the master is like a bright star in the sky. Your wisdom is like a pearl in the deep sea. Your courage is like an eagle on the mountain. Your elegant manners are like the spring breeze, warm and kind. And your handsome appearance is like the winter snow, fresh and bright." Shuri, who was talking endlessly, seemed to be brainwashed and kept praising Mu Bai crazily, which made Mu Bai doubt whether it was the other party's trick. However, after carefully examining the other party, Mu Bai looked weird. "It's not a trick. It seems to be the powerful effect of the pet halo. And he also found a very interesting thing at this moment. That is, Xiao Ri is not a human, but a dog with blood power. In other words, he is not an animal-type dog-dog fruit ability user, but an animal-type human-human fruit ability user. He is the same as Chopper in One Piece. You are not a human. Report to the Honorable Master. I am a divine beast with the blood of Tengu. Xiao Ri grinned with some pride. At this moment, Mu Bai observed the other party's behavior again, and found a lot of clues. The messy wavy long hair, and the dog-like behavior characteristics can explain why Xiao Ri is so dog-like. This guy has never been a human. Mu Bai no longer dwelled on this point, and immediately asked in a deep voice, Xiao Ri, I now order you to tell me all the information you know about the Immortal Organization. Yes, sir. Kneeling on one knee, Xiao Ri immediately told how he was discovered and imprisoned by the Immortal Organization. He was the king of an unknown world, and almost ruled that world. But before the world collapsed, he was captured by the reserve members of the Immortal Organization, and thrown into the so-called Endless Dungeon. The Endless Dungeon exists to imprison all those who want to destroy the destiny, or the process of the epic change. Anyone who tries to break this cycle will be arrested. And these prisoners are also divided into levels. The highest level is naturally those who have power close to the God Emperor, and are loyal to the Immortal Organization. The second level is the idle personnel like Shiri, who are not loyal, but can handle things for them. In addition, according to the rumors Shiri heard, many God Emperors are imprisoned at the bottom of the Endless Dungeon. However, the strongest people who hold the destiny of each world are all against the recruitment of the Immortal Organization. In the end, they are imprisoned in the deepest part of the dungeon forever, and cannot see a glimmer of light. The imprisoned God Emperor will be taken away along with the destiny. And they can only be bullied without being able to resist. In Shiori's words, even the weakest reserve members of the Immortal Organization have the power to fight against the God Emperor and not be defeated. And to become a formal member of the Immortal Organization, a more exaggerated standard is required. That is, to have a combat power beyond the God Emperor. The number of reserve members in the entire Immortal Organization is innumerable. Xiao Ri has seen no less than 20 of them. But he has never seen a single official member of the entire Immortal Organization. This is all the information Xiao Ri knows. A lot of the information in the intelligence is inaccurate. Some are hearsay and some are guesses. But based on the current information, Mu Bai can still detect a lot of valid content, such as the whereabouts of the God Emperor. It seems that the God Emperors, who have created countless brilliant achievements in history, have either joined the Immortal Organization or become prisoners. Thinking of this, Mu Bai just felt funny. The strongest person, who is almost invincible in the eyes of the world and carries all the destiny to conquer the world, actually passively chooses these two paths like prey in the field of vision that they cannot see. It's funny enough to think about it. They are too weak. And weakness is the original sin. They cannot break the shackles of the rules, and can only become prey in the end. In this world where the strong are respected, weakness is the original sin. The strong will not pity you for being weak. On the contrary, they will wield their butcher knives to harvest those weak people, and continue to grow themselves until they meet stronger people. What an extreme idea. But these immortal organizations must be eliminated. Otherwise they will harvest the essence of heaven and earth in every epoch and breed disasters. The sword spirit inserted aside made a tut-tut sound. Obviously, it also recalled some of the past of the Sword Emperor. The strongest, who were so glorious in the eyes of outsiders, could only become the running dogs or accomplices of those people. It was really sad. No. Mu Bai frowned and found that he seemed to be walking on a road of no return. How could he be sure that he could defeat those monster-level immortals with his divine power? There must be challengers stronger than himself, who challenged them in so many epochs. And now the immortal organization still exists. Which means that it is difficult for powerful forces in the conventional sense to defeat them. Thinking of this, Mu Bai suddenly felt enlightened. After becoming the queen of the two realms, Mu Bai found that he had fallen into a misunderstanding. No matter what kind of power it was, even if it was his own technique, Dao Xi and Zhong Mo, it was just a shortcut to make himself stronger. During this period of time, he rejected the power given by the eternal system, and indulged in the techniques created under the inherent system of the main world. Whether it was the 8-9 mysterious technique, or the 7 styles of cutting the sky, they were created based on the upper limit of the main world. If he mastered these techniques, even if he reached the Grandmaster level, he could not change a cruel reality. That is, all the power that made him successful was still constrained within the upper limit of the main world. The power he mastered might be able to beat the strong men in the inner world. But what about the stronger ones, who surpassed this system? Those special beings who used divine power instead of the power of the stars had power that exceeded the upper limit of the current world. If he also followed the rules, even if he was invincible and comparable to the God Emperor, it would still be difficult to break the current constraints. Can't go back to the old ways. Can't just focus on the cultivation of the power of the current world's techniques. Can't just focus on the power of other systems given by the system. Instead, we should innovate and find the most effective way to fight against the powerful immortals beyond the current framework. Mu Bai, who suddenly realized the truth, stood there and forgot about time and space. He kept deducing and reorganizing in his mind, combining and superimposing all his abilities, and constantly comparing all his combat experiences. In this almost crazy deduction, Mu Bai vaguely saw two paths. The first is to abandon the physical body and use the elemental power of the natural devil fruit to build one's own existence, transform oneself into a more illusory existence, and finally integrate oneself with the power of the devil fruit through this ability construction and fruit research. The second is to abandon all external forces and respect the extreme power of the physical body, completely integrate the power of the devil fruit and other powers into the physical body, so that all power will no longer leak out, and finally use the power of the stars as an aid to spread all abilities along this path. After comparing the two, Mu Bai immediately chose the second route. It's not that the first route is bad, but it's not suitable. You should know that the devil fruits in each world are different. They are the original power born from the basic power of each world, and this power is then transformed into the natural animal superhuman devil fruit. Although the devil fruit ability is infinite, it is still within the framework of the world. For example, the devil fruit in the main world has no weakness of being afraid of sea water. And because the population here is larger and the world is larger, this kind of legendary devil fruit of myth can be born. In the world where he first soul-crossed, the devil fruit rule system is closer to the comic One Piece. This is the gap between the worlds. The wider the world and the more people there are, the stronger the devil fruit will be, and the upper limit will be higher. If you choose the first path, you will undoubtedly risk using the limit of this world to challenge the devil fruit system in the world where the immortal organization is located. Your winning rate will not be high. So taking the pure power of the flesh may be the way to break the situation. Power is a world in the avenue that is applicable to any system, and it is more suitable for your current physical condition. You may have unexpected gains if you are promoted to the sun wheel with your flesh, and then promoted to the God Emperor with your flesh power. After thinking of this, Mu Bai ignored the strange look of the sword spirit and gradually settled all the abilities in his body. During this period, he activated the devouring points to continuously strengthen the capacity of his body and integrate the abundant star power in his body into it, and continuously compress it. The power of the Jinjin fruit was compressed into the muscles. The power of the thunder fruit was compressed into the flesh. The power of the mythical Jinwu fruit was compressed into the blood. The power of the mythical Taotai fruit was compressed into the organs. And even the eye of God hidden on the forehead was integrated into his brain. These strange actions made the sword spirit, who was watching the show, suddenly feel a hint of danger. I say, Mu Bai, are you okay? The sword spirit hurriedly moved away from the other party in fear. He saw that Mu Bai, who was comprehending the power at this moment, began to age all over his skin, and those pure fruit powers were also being combined. From a distance, it can be seen that there are nodes of space fragmentation and extremely scorching high temperatures around Mu Bai. These complex fruit powers were constantly extracted from his body and compressed into his body. Mu Bai did this seemingly crazy move without any hesitation. Instead of dispersing his power to make himself comprehensive, it is better to refine one point to the top. This is just like when resources are limited in a game. It is better to concentrate resources to cultivate one person than to cultivate a team of characters to pass the level. And the benefits brought by this person may be several times more than the former. When the muscles gradually expanded, there was a faint sound of thunder bursting. And when the blood merged, there was also the sound of the golden crow's cry echoing in his body. The more concentrated the power, the more difficult it was to control. Mu Bai, who began to sweat a lot, was trying to suppress the pain that touched his soul. Under the compression of various powers, he spent his days like years, and every second seemed as long as the world was still. Hold on. For true freedom, Mu Bai, with a firm look in his eyes, inserted his hands into his ribs and constantly adjusted the shape of his muscles. This almost crazy move scared the sword spirit so much that he dared not breathe. He knew that the other party was a lunatic, but did not expect him to be so crazy. This bloody practice was simply creepy. Under the horrified gaze of the sword spirit, Mu Bai was immersed in this state for 3 consecutive days, and his originally swollen body was gradually shrinking. Yu Ling has returned to normal these days. She was very scared when she first saw Mu Bai in this state. However, after listening to the sword spirit's words, her heart was relieved. He is really a madman among madmen. A monster among monsters. For strength and for being stronger. There are not many people in the world who can do this kind of perseverance and courage. The sword spirit of the Sword Emperor stared at Mu Bai, who was tempering his body, with a little more admiration in his words. The number of axial bones, upper limb bones, and lower limb bones, a total of 206 bones, increased rapidly. The bones in the normal body could not bear the brutal force at this moment. So Mu Bai could only start to run in with the 305 bones when the baby was born. The internal organs that had been strengthened by him countless times began to shrink in size, and gradually absorbed the external forces, and continuously extracted the essence. While the internal organs shrank and evolved, the blood began to become viscous as the heart shrank. Too much golden crow power is obviously too much for blood to bear. After feeling this, Mu Bai immediately used flame patterns to construct a golden crow phantom behind him. Under his guidance, the remaining power of the golden crow fruit continuously flowed into the skin on his back. The power of the thunder fruit flowing in other places was compressed on the surface of the skin, constantly inducing electromagnetic force to stimulate the muscles in his body. When these powers gradually stabilized, Mu Bai began to truly integrate the most critical muscle power. Let the Xinjian fruit perfectly combine with the muscles, by using muscles to fuse all the power of the tremor fruit. In this case, a body that can cause vibrations from the inside of the body can be obtained. And the muscles that constantly resonate will also passively and continuously strengthen his physical strength. It can be said that the most important thing about Mu Bai's physical transformation this time is the combination of muscles and the tremor fruit. Using the devouring points to strengthen every inch of muscle, and then connecting the power of the tremor fruit with it and integrating it bit by bit. Even under this meticulous operation, his mental strength is constantly rising, which is an extremely precise job. Even with his current brain power and calculation ability, he could only proceed step by step. He fell into silence again and forgot about time. Snowflakes slowly fell in the cold winter. This was the first snow on this continent, and the beginning of Mu Bai's transformation. Bones, blood, skin, spirit. 1 day, 2 days, 1 month. 1 day 2 months later, Mu Bai opened his eyes. You finally woke up. I thought you were going to be trapped forever. The Emperor's sword spirit covered by the snow said helplessly. After getting familiar with his new body and looking at the heavy snow in the sky, his heart began to beat for the first time. The strong blood melted all the snowflakes in the whole space like a gust of wind. And after the second beat of his heart, the ground that was originally in winter actually gradually grew buds of plants. This scene was extremely bizarre. At least the sword spirit could not understand what Mu Bai did. After gradually adjusting his heartbeat frequency, Mu Bai felt the power in his body that was enough to subvert everything. Open. Mu Bai calmly punched the mountain in front of him. His speed was very slow. The next moment, with a terrifying loud noise, the circular impact force of tens of thousands of meters blasted through the entire mountain range. The remaining force passed through the frozen river valley, the steep cliffs, and the complex hilly terrain. Finally, after shattering these, the remaining force tore the sky. The sword spirit was shocked and could no longer speak, because it clearly sensed that the other party had not used even the slightest star power just now, which means that this seemingly terrifying punch was made by pure physical strength. Power. After retracting his fist, Mu Bai felt the power that was fused together in his body with a complicated expression. The power of faith had disappeared, and all the breath was internalized in his body. He had completed the transformation of various abilities towards the strongest flesh and the power. However, his lifespan was also sharply reduced. If it was close to infinite before, it was basically fixed at a few hundred years now. The huge physical consumption was more than millions of times more than before. Such a body could no longer achieve a lifespan of near immortality. This is understandable. After all, even if he was promoted to a half-step god emperor before, the burden on his body was not as high as this. Another most important reason is that the power of the stars can no longer bear his current body. He urgently needs to obtain divine power to make the power of his body reach its extreme. Where is Yu Ling? After looking at the cave, Mu Bai exhaled a turbid breath. She has been away for a while. It seems that she has single-handedly formed a resistance army to overthrow her uncle's rule. Hearing this, Mubai did not make any statement. The other party has already entered the peak of the Sunwheel realm. Even if she is not familiar with and mastering this power, she should be able to protect herself. He does not need to care too much about her every move. There is a magician in the dark to protect her. Even if she encounters fatal danger, she will be saved. In this case, he needs to find the mysterious fire in the side quest. Gathering the other 7 Jiuzhou Ding as soon as possible is the kingly way. It's time to go. Go to the south of Yunzhou continent. It is rumored that there is a forging table for casting all the weapons in the world. Maybe the mysterious fire appears there. When thinking of this, Mubai did not hesitate to leave immediately. But the words of the sword spirit made him think of the time issue. Mubai, 3 months are coming soon. I'm afraid you have to deal with the enemies sent by the Immortal Organization first. 2 months have passed? When he transformed his body, he closed all his perception abilities, so he didn't notice the change of time at all. At this moment, the other party reminded Mubai and he remembered this. In this case, let's go find the magician first. He picked up the Emperor's sword and inserted it into his waist. And then his figure disappeared instantly. Pure muscle power has made his speed reach a higher level. This kind of pure and terrifying explosive power makes the rabbit Zodiac masked man, who is still observing from a distance, feel cold on his back. Because Mubai didn't know when he was already beside her. The agreed deadline is almost up. Take me to see the magician. Okay. The rabbit masked man, who dared not have any opinions, immediately took Mubai away. At the same time, 3 figures in the endless dungeon had come to Baihe, a candidate member of the Immortal Organization. Baihe, dressed in white, looked at the 3 most obedient and strongest subordinates, and said in a serious voice, "This time is very important. Shiri failed last time. I hope you are different from that mad dog. You must hunt down Mubai from the ancient world as soon as possible. Maybe I can ask the captain to forgive your sins." The 3 people were shocked. Forgiving sins in the endless dungeon actually symbolizes another meaning. That is, you can leave the dungeon and have the opportunity to try to become a member of the Immortal Organization. This is a fatal temptation that they cannot resist. After all, even the most determined people cannot endure the pain of being imprisoned here for 10,000 years. They need freedom. Real freedom. For this freedom, they will tear apart anyone who stands in their way. We understand. After watching the 3 people gradually disappear into the darkness, Baihe was a little worried. In fact, he wanted to deal with that person himself. But the ancient continent today could not bear the arrival of a being of his level. This mission was too important. And even the captain was very concerned. If this was done well, he might be able to become a formal member based on his achievements. If he failed, the consequences would be extremely serious. The most famous forbidden area in the north of Yunzhou continent is the Immortal Killing Valley. It is said that this place is bottomless, and there are many terrifying monsters in the endless darkness below. No one knows the details of this place, and no one will regard it as a dangerous place. But today, 2 guests came. He wants to deal with them here? Mubai frowned slightly. Not because he doubted the magician, but because the space here was obviously blocked. That is to say, it was equivalent to a secret room that temporarily trapped everyone in it. In this case, although it can prevent the enemy from escaping, it is also extremely difficult to escape if you are at a disadvantage. Lord Mubai, I don't know about this, but Lord Magician once said that there are other wonderful uses here. The woman with the rabbit mask answered hurriedly with some fear. It took them several days to get here. During this time, she was more afraid of Mubai. After all, a person who could make the dragon vein bat, the overlord of the Sunwheel Realm Forest, flee in panic with just one look obviously exceeded her expectations. Yes, I'll go down and ask him in person, Mubai said as he jumped into the dark and boundless forbidden area. It was a long time before he saw a little light below. The magician who was ordering his men to set up the formation naturally sensed the breath of the newcomer. Mubai, you are here. It seems that the enemies from the Immortal Organization are about to arrive. Looking around, Mubai said in a deep voice, 3 days. They will arrive on time in 3 days. It is estimated that this time there will be a positioning hunter from the Immortal Organization near me. This is what Xiaori said before. When the Immortal Organization fails in the first hunt, the positioning ability will be activated. In the next hunt, no matter where the target is, these hunters will immediately appear next to the target. If the target is not paying attention, it may even cause a sneak attack. 3 days is enough. I am setting up a formation to reduce divine power. As long as the opponent enters this Immortal Killing Valley, he will be greatly weakened. seemingly seeing Mubai's doubts. The magician said calmly, "The origin of this formation also comes from ancient times. After countless tests of blood and tears, it was found to be really useful. The creator was also hunted to death by the immortals hundreds of thousands of years ago. After activating the pet summoning ability, Mubai released Xiaori. Xiaori, who maintained the 2-meter-tall canine form, felt the power reduction of the formation and was a little disappointed. It is indeed very powerful, but it is harmless to the master of divine power. It can probably reduce the divine power practitioners above me by about 5%. That's okay. It's okay as long as the formation can work against those people." The magician was slightly surprised when he saw Xiaori next to Mubai. He naturally recognized that the dog was the person who was released by Mubai at that time. Now it seems that he has been tamed? This made him admire him. It is really not easy to enslave the user of divine power. You seem to have changed. After not seeing each other for more than 2 months, the magician could feel that Mubai's aura had become more restrained. But the threat level to him had increased exponentially. His natural ability to sense danger made the magician clearly know that the opponent's combat power and degree of danger might have surpassed his own. Fortunately, I didn't do anything when he entered Yunzhou continent. In fact, the magician had already discovered Mubai when he crossed the Deep Sea Dynasty. After all, the royal family of the entire Deep Sea Dynasty was under his control, and he naturally knew all the information. Wouldn't it be a good change if it became more destructive and lethal to the immortal organization? Mubai, who spoke calmly, revealed a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. He didn't know why the magician was hostile to the immortal organization, but he had to eradicate this organization. After all, it was not difficult to see from the task prompts of the eternal system that no matter how he chose, he would be their enemy in the future. Unable to join or stay away, the only way to deal with it was to completely destroy the immortal organization. After the formation was arranged, only the two of them were left. As time passed, the two people who had not communicated looked at the transmission channel not far away at the same time on the third day. A thin dwarf in the form of half man and half mantis, a strong man with mammoth tusks, and a long-haired woman flapping butterfly wings. The three of them discovered the environment and formation here as soon as they walked out of the passage. The target is confirmed. Mubai, let's start the action. The 4-meter-tall mammoth man activated his divine power, but his whole body was bound by invisible chains. He looked at the formation emitting a faint cold light under his feet and said jokingly, "Mubai, you don't think this little trick will weaken us, do you?" All three of them are powerful divine power system masters at the peak of the Sun Wheel realm. While the magician was still looking at the three people, Mubai moved his body and his figure exploded instantly. The immortal killing valley began to collapse in an instant, and a punch wrapped in endless power actually broke the mammoth man's tusks instantly. The huge body that was knocked away had already sunk into the depths of the ground for an unknown number of meters. Throwing away the tusks in his hand, Mubai, who stood in place, smiled and said to the two pursuers next to him, "He talks too much. What do you think?" The mantis man's divine power was activated. The sickle-like mantis forelimbs immediately cut the space apart. Mubai, who dodged backwards, and the magician who rushed up staggered and punched the butterfly woman. Illusion! The butterfly girl, who had been prepared, shook her wings and quickly released a lot of powder. Everyone in the powder entered the illusion almost at the same time. But Mubai didn't care about these fancy things at all. He bent his arm, and the power of the Jinjin fruit was constantly compressed in his muscles and condensed into a point. Instant God. Collapse of the sky. A punch containing the power of force tore through the illusion. The butterfly girl, who was suppressed by the fist, obviously didn't expect that the opponent would be so strong. She summoned many butterflies to block in front of her. Mubai, who rushed in an instant, had already torn the butterfly barrier apart. But the huge body from the ground blocked in front of Mubai. The person was furious and released an invisible pressure. When had the mammoth man ever suffered such humiliation? In his eyes, the creatures in the low-level world in front of him were not qualified to fight with him at all. Divine roaring cannon. With his hands clasped together, the huge mammoth phantom made a deafening roar. And a sharp impact force immediately pressed Mubai to the ground and continued to sink deeply into it. The mantis man here wanted to cut the space to quickly hunt down the magician. But it was obvious that the magician was not an ordinary strongman. He condensed a dark vortex with one hand and swallowed up the cut space in an instant. A dark fruit user? The mantis man asked in a serious tone. The magician who used one hand to dissipate the opponent's devil fruit power grabbed forward with the other hand. Yes. The next moment, the imaginary mantis cutting appeared on the mantis man's head. This guy is copying my attack method. The butterfly girl screamed and transformed into an animal butterfly form and began to spin in the air. In a few moments, the pink vortex turned into a little divine power and formed a divine power storm that swept the entire space. But just as she performed the move, the magician's side also had a pink storm. The two storms collided and disappeared in an instant. The powerful magician, who fought against the dual divine power system alone, did not lose the upper hand. But his hand behind his back was shaking slightly. While the magician was fighting two people alone, the mammoth divine power system expert frowned. Mu Bai, who was suppressed to the collapsed ground by the divine power war cannon, was actually standing up under such a powerful energy shock wave. Humph! The animal system mammoth ability user snorted coldly, and saw that he could not suppress Mu Bai and immediately got close to the opponent's body. His fist covered with dense gray hair passed through the gravel and hit the opponent's chest. Then he saw the opportunity and raised his leg to sweep across, like a heavy whip, and hit the opponent's lower body one after another. Mu Bai was obviously not recovered from the suppression of the divine power war cannon. The mammoth punched out and suddenly hit the opponent with wind and whirring fists, one punch more fierce than the other, attacking the opponent's vital points. Each blow was more powerful than the other, forcing Mu Bai to retreat again and again. This touch, the slightly cold mammoth was a little surprised that Mu Bai, who had endured such a brutal attack, just shook his body and stood up from the pit. Mu Bai, with his muscles tensed, smiled and walked quickly. It's my turn. He punched quickly, as fast as lightning, leaving a series of afterimages, making a whirring sound, and raising gusts of wind. What was frightening was that the mammoth who wanted to parry was hit by this violent combo and suffered severe pain all over his body. Even divine power could not protect his bones, flesh, and internal organs. One after another dull punches fell on him. He gradually couldn't parry and staggered backwards until his body flew out and hit the rock wall behind him. There was only a continuous cracking sound, and the valley that was already crumbling was completely shattered. The mammoth that was knocked out roared and used divine power. He couldn't believe that he was not as good as the opponent in close combat. He clenched his fists. His arm muscles bulged, like a dragon entangled, mobilizing the muscle strength of his body. The divine power has a more efficient use of power. As long as it is combined with his own human beast form, he can definitely strangle the opponent. The half-human, half-mammoth is extremely large. When standing up, it can be as high as 3.5 meters and weigh up to 5 tons. The skin is thick and rough. The head is long and powerful. The teeth are extremely sharp, and the body is covered with long hair, which can withstand any extreme climate. After combining the operation of divine power, this existence, which is close to the God Emperor in terms of physical attainments, is undoubtedly one step closer. With the blessing of pure physical strength, he is like a god, inserting his hands into the ground and throwing the valley cliff that has just split over. Hundreds of meters of rock fragments were smashed by Mu Bai's punch, and the remaining aftermath cleared all the debris around. Mu Bai, you must die today. As a recognition of your strength, I will go all out. The auras of the two strong men collided in the air, forming a strong energy storm. Their movements were so fast that they could not be caught. Every time they punched, it was like a thunderbolt, shaking the surrounding storm. Every time they attacked and moved, the surrounding land, rocks and trees trembled, as if they were experiencing a catastrophe. The surrounding ground quickly became bumpy and uneven. The solid land was as fragile as tofu under their heavy punches, cracking inch by inch, and dust flying. The land was turbulent and undulating like surging waves under their power. The trees around them suffered irreparable damage in this duel. Those ancient and sturdy trees trembled and fell in the aftermath of their attacks, as if wailing for this unprovoked disaster. Not enough. Mu Bai, your strength is not enough to defeat me. The ancient war hammer of divine power. Strong winds followed, sweeping up the surrounding dust and gravel, forming small storms, and these storms turned into a heavy war hammer in the void. Holding the illusionary war hammer, the mammoth leaped into the air, and then blasted into the battlefield like a thunder. Emperor's sword. With Mu Bai's voice, the Emperor's sword on his waist automatically appeared in his palm. The first move of the 7 swords of the sky-cutting swords is to cut the way and forget myself. Unlike the previous swordsmanship, this time Mu Bai's terrifying power replaced the previous ethereal sword intent. Force, force, force. The purest vibration muscle stimulates the unstoppable real monstrous power. This is his Mubai's way. The moment the illusionary war hammer came into contact with the Emperor's sword emitting a green light, the entire plane was instantly flattened. The world trembled under their ruthless attack, as if experiencing the wrath of the earth. Cracks spread under their feet, dividing the ground into broken plates. Mammoth impact. The moment the warhammer dissipated, the mammoth turned into a huge Dharma image and became a giant beast standing in the sky and earth. The roaring beast shook the earth and rushed away. Mubai inserted the Emperor's sword into the ground, clenched his hands, and the next moment 2 pale white balls covered his hands. Vibration. Shattering the sky. Both hands bombarded on both sides. The gradually rising vibration cracks spread and tore the huge Dharma image above the opponent's head. In the constantly twisted light and shadow, the mammoth was firmly imprisoned in place by the resonant force of the ground. Thunder exploded. Mubai, who turned into lightning, opened his hands to the left and right and instantly knocked the mammoth away tens of thousands of meters. Mubai! His other tusk was also broken. But this was not the reason for his anger. He was angry because he felt fear just now. How many tens of thousands of years had he not felt the fear of facing the enemy on the battlefield? You're really tough. Mubai, who had come here in an instant, took a look at the other party's current state and found that the other party's body was indeed not simple. If it was Xiaori who had to bear this continuous attack, he would definitely collapse to the ground. As a result, this mammoth was still able to fight. Thinking of Xiaori, Mubai remembered the magician. The other party was undoubtedly in trouble at the moment. He immediately released Xiaori and ordered him to help the magician. Is this the divine power who was on the mission before? The mammoth was shocked and took the lead in attacking. His fist hit the opponent like a hammer, and Mubai stood up and took the blow head-on. His skin made a sizzling sound like thunder under the opponent's attack. Divine instant. Infinite vibration continuous attack. The muscles containing the vibration fruit immediately started to work. After bearing the opponent's attack, Mubai turned from defense to offense. The dense fists turned into thousands of afterimages and exploded rapidly in an instant. What? Mammoth barrier. Mubai's attack was too exaggerated, and even made the mammoth feel like the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. He had no choice but to use the strongest defense of the animal-type mammoth fruit awakening power to block in front of him. But even so, he was still suppressed all the way, and his defense gradually began to collapse under the opponent's continuous fierce attack.